Hello everyone. Before we dive into part 2, let's take a brief look back at part 1. Zhao Yun, once a top-tier gamer, was reborn in the real world with memories of his previous life. In this new reality, people gain power by choosing a class, yet every aptitude test gave Zhao Yun a score of 0. Refusing to quit, he relied on his past knowledge to uncover the hidden class Spirit Tamer and completed the transfer. This rare class pushes everyday skills to their limit, and through it he mastered cooking, granting his family permanent attribute boosts. His awakening shocked the world. Governments searched for him, while his relatives were stunned and thrilled. Determined to give his loved ones a better life, Zhao Yun captured an icebound polar bear as a battle pet for his daughter, Chengcheng, so she would never feel isolated at school again. He then used his forging skills to craft gear with rare attributes, earning a fortune in record time and making a name for himself among smiths. Zhao Yun's rise stirred up jealousy in the Red Maple organization. After he rejected their recruitment, Red Maple joined 8 other groups to block his new guild, Yunyang, from growing. Undeterred, Zhao Yun challenged them to an arena match. With keen strategy and the power of a spirit tamer, he defeated their fighters with ease, elevating Yunyang's reputation and establishing formidable prestige throughout Jiang City. Next, Zhao Yun led his members to Clearwind Gorge to level up. They found a hidden training ground teeming with Titan bears, allowing rapid gains. Word of their soaring levels spread across Jiang City. The Phoenix organization, convinced Yunyang had monopolized the spot, tried to extort its location. Zhao Yun cleverly played on their greed, luring them into the Titan bear lair and letting them suffer the consequences. The fiasco humiliated Phoenix and again showcased Zhao Yun's wit and strength. While Yunyang was still grinding in the gorge, the Scourge Legion launched an assault, plunging Jiang City into crisis. The Guardian Corps and Survey Corps fought desperately, yet the situation looked grim. Knowing his family and friends were in danger, Zhao Yun stepped in. Using his spirit tamer abilities, he summoned the mighty sword god and confronted the Legion's leader, the zombie dragon emperor Ophelia. Through a blend of raw power and clever manipulation of Ophelia's greed, he not only defeated the beast, but also harvested invaluable resources from it, ultimately saving Jiang City. Zhao Yun's heroics made him a household name worldwide. His wife, Huan Yao, with help from the Frostblade Sword Saint, was accepted into Divine Sword Manor and became a formidable swordswoman. Together, Zhao Yun and Huan Yao turned their once ordinary lives into legend, inspiring countless others to chase their own dreams. And so, the former gamer continues to write his epic in the real world. That concludes our recap of part 1. I hope you enjoy part 2. Your likes and comments keep me going. If this is your first time encountering the story and you're interested, check the playlist or comment section for part 1. Now let's begin part 2. In that instant, the entire group erupted with excitement. Everyone knew the color of a chest's glow dictated an item's quality. White was common, green was uncommon, blue was rare, purple was epic, and gold meant legendary, the tier that made every adventurer's pulse skyrocket. On an average day, they might see green gear. With good fortune, someone would pick up a blue. Purple gear was so scarce the few who had laid eyes on it were considered blessed by the RNG gods. Yet right now, 3 golden, legendary items sat before them, gleaming in the torchlight. We're rich. I love legendary quests. Legendary bosses forever. Someone shouted, and the crowd nearly bounced off the ground. At Huanyo's nod, Lu Huizhong produced the 3 spoils. Everyone fired up their inspect skill, and golden info panels sprang into view. Item 1. Name, Crimson Flame Crystal. Type, or description, used in forging, adds a fire element affix to equipment. Item 2. Name, Thunderclap Earrings. Type, accessory. Durability, 5050. Stat bonus, 20 intelligence. Rare attribute 120 lightning spell damage. Rare attribute 2, Thunderstrike 1. Item 3. Name, Beyond Sight. Type, skill book. Description, enter Beyond Sight to increase vision range by 300 and attack range by 200. They carried no tier label. The gold lettering alone declared their legendary status. Whoa. The crowd gasped in unison after reading the stats. A skill book. Another skill book. Unlike that warlockenly one we found last time. This one's for archers. Huh. Am an archer proud to be an archer. 300% vision and double range. Broken. That's long-range sniping on steroids. Why give such a cheesy skill to archers? Shouldn't assassins get it? I object. Assassins need vision? Need range? Hey, we can throw daggers, can't we? And warriors can throw axes. Knights can chuck lances. Even priests could, throw handkerchiefs? While the debate spiraled, a male mage sauntered forward and declared, "You're all making valid points. This skill book doesn't belong solely to archers. It could go to warriors, knights, assassins, to everyone. So, Captain, nobody fight me for those thunderclap earrings, okay? Seriously?" The group paused, then burst out laughing at his brazen logic. Bro, have some shame. Earrings. What's a guy like you need earrings for? Trying to look pretty? Total creep. Those should go to a lady cleric. You. The squabble teetered on the edge of a brawl when Yao stepped in. Enough of these 3 legendary items. I'm taking the Crimson Flame Crystal. Anyone object? None at all. Hands down and feet to agree. Anyone who's got a problem can take it up with my fists. The hall went dead quiet. In perfect unison, everyone replied, no objections. Seriously, who dare complain? Anyone with eyes could see the only reason they'd survive the boss fight was Yao's endless freeze. Without it, those Frost Titan Kings would have wiped the raid dozens of times. Now the leader wanted nothing more than a single Crimson Flame Crystal who could nitpick. Besides, her husband happened to be Jiangcheng's top smith, the man who'd forged not 2 but 3 divine weapons in one go. Who on earth deserved this legendary, or more than a master like that? Once the crystal's ownership was settled, Yao cleared her throat. Next, about the Thunderbolt earrings and beyond vision. Bill opened bidding inside the guild, and the highest offer. She didn't get to finish. A forest of hands shot up, eyes blazing brighter than overvolted bulbs. Count me in. Agreed. Brilliant call, boss. Anyone who objects, off with their heads. The enthusiasm made a bead of sweat form on Yao's brow. Shed underestimated how badly everyone wanted those 2 rare items. She raised a hand for silence. Listen first. Bids are fine, but the starting price for each is 10 million. She practically had to bite out the number. Even she felt a little guilty naming something that steep. Thunderbolt earrings, 10 million and 1. The first bidder's hand stayed up, rock steady. Quit Lobel and Jelevin million. The second shot back. 13 million. A third yelled even louder. Hold on. The boss hasn't officially opened the auction yet. Yeah, at least wait till the whole guild's here. Easy for you to say, you just don't have the cash. As the numbers kept climbing, Yao began to wonder if Shed wandered into some alternate reality. Were these people really this rich? Lu Huizhong leaned in and murmured, you don't make it into Jiangcheng's elite without top levels, top gear, and deep pockets. She finally understood and let out a wry smile. If Zhao Yun hadn't awakened so suddenly, she'd still be pulling 4 grand a month as a squad captain in the Red Maple organization. Fighting shoulder to shoulder with the rich and powerful? She'd have been lucky to even meet them. But life allows no what-ifs. The thought steadied her gaze, and a confident, contented smile tugged at her lips. Everyone relax. Yao called. The auction can't happen right now. This legendary quest succeeded not just because of the Final Strike team, but also thanks to the members who ran themselves ragged on the prereqs. To keep things fair, the auction will be at 4 this afternoon in the old guild hall. With that, the crowd scattered to scrape together funds and gear. Old Zhao. Zhao Yun was in the forge, furnace roaring, hammer rising and falling. At the frantic shouts outside, he set his work down and pulled open the heavy wooden door. A cluster of neighbors stood there, faces tight with worry. Old Zhao, we've been neighbors for years, so you've got to help us. Yeah, we've always been on good terms. You can't just stand by. Remember when Cheng was little? I even changed her diapers. And 2 years ago, when your light went out, I lent you my screwdriver. These folks, why are they dredging up ancient history? Zhao Yun was amused by his neighbor's excited chatter, but after a good laugh, he still asked patiently, you've been talking forever, what exactly do you want from me? Legendary earrings. We want a slot in the auction. Yeah, and one for the legendary skill book. Legendary earrings, legendary skill book. Zhao Yun felt completely lost. He frowned. What auction? What slot? The neighbors traded looks, as if he were from another planet, then all started explaining at once. Not long ago, Cloud Apex Guild had slain the Frost Giant King and cleared a legendary quest. On their way back to town, a few chatty guild members let it slip that there would be an internal auction for 2 legendary items. The word legendary outshines gold. Most people never even see such gear, let alone own it. News spread like wildfire, and the chance to bid on legendary equipment ignited everyone's passion. So a crowd of neighbors gathered at the Zhou family's door, some pleading for themselves, some for relatives, some just claiming a spot while they could. Once he understood the story, Zhou Yun shrugged. I'm only an honorary member. I don't run anything. The best I can do is ask. Asking is enough. They nodded eagerly. With Zhao Yun and Wanyo's close relationship, they were sure things would work out. 2 minutes after dialing, Zhao Yun got a yes. The neighbors left beaming, and he could only shake his head. Head meant to refuse. The guild was new and growing fast. Broken rules were the last thing it needed. Internal auction should mean guild members only. But Yao had her own logic. These were longtime neighbors, and a flat rejection would sour friendships. She allowed them to join but promised guild members this was a one-time exception. Whether or not the neighbors won, she would put up 2 more items equal to legendary grade for a second auction open only to the guild. Everyone ended up happy. Worst case, outsiders took the legendary gear, but guild members still had 2 comparable pieces to fight over. Best case, the legendary items stayed in-house. Either way, no one lost, so the objections vanished. To Zhou Yun, the gear he forged was more than his family could ever use, so it had to be sold eventually. Public auction or in-guild trade, same difference. Where you stand shapes how you think. The wording might be crude, but the logic holds. Zhou Yun sighed at the thought. Back when he was still working part-time at Hong Kong, he would never have believed Huan Yao could come up with such a neat solution. Ever since the day she founded the organization, though, she had been like an arrow loosed from a fully drawn bow, surging ahead with unstoppable force. City Lord's Manor. Xiaolin, reporting to the City Lord. He said as he stepped into the main hall and cupped his fists. All right, there are no outsiders here. No need for formalities, sit. Wang Taiji waved him toward a chair. Xiaolin took a seat. Wang Taiji looked him over and sighed. From the high-spirited young commander you were to the subdued civilian you are now these days must have been hard on you. Xiaolin's eyes flickered. He shook his head slowly. You were the one who promoted me. I could never forget that kindness. But you still harbor resentment, don't you? Wang Taiji gave a wry smile. Xiaolin opened his mouth, yet said nothing to deny it. What happened that day was my fault, Wang Taiji said bluntly. Because you helped me, you lost your post, your relatives and colleagues misunderstood you, and even your subordinates whispered behind your back. The memories made Xiaolin's breath hitch. He raised a hand. My lord, let the past stay in the past. Please, don't bring it up again. I wish it could stay in the past, Wang Taiji replied, but even if we stay silent, others won't forget. He lifted a long sword from beneath the desk and placed it on the table. Xiaolin looked at it, puzzled. What's this? Mr. Zhou delivered it himself today, forged it with his own hands. Wang Taiji pushed the sword toward him. He said that whatever happened that day, he's already let it go. But a life-saving debt outweighs everything. And to thank you for getting the message through in time, he asked me to pass this sword on to you. He rose and offered the weapon with both hands. So he understood that day? Xiaolin's voice was hoarse. Yes. As soon as everything ended and he got home, he figured it out. Wang Taiji nodded. What else did he say? Xiaolin stroked the blade with his fingertips. He said, the commander of the Guardian Corps must be a person of both virtue and talent. Xiaolin shouldered that duty at such a young age. Someone like him should never be allowed to fade into obscurity. So he knew. I thought Xiaolin's hand trembled against the edge, his eyes reddening. Knowing that not everyone misjudged Medhat's enough. Wang Taiji let out a deeper sigh. I underestimated both you and Mr. Zhou, and that's why I blundered. No wonder he kept the snow lotus hidden for so long. To make amends, tomorrow I'll go to the Guardian Corps and clear your name in front of everyone. Besides that, his tone shifted. Just as Mr. Zhou said, someone like you mustn't be buried. I intend to promote you. My lord, please don't. Xiaolin accepted the sword with both hands and fastened it at his waist. You don't need to clear my name, and I don't need a promotion. He lowered his head. His voice was calm but resolute. Those who understand me know my worries. Those who don't wonder what I seek. These last few days have shown me a great deal. From now on, I wish only to follow Mr. Zhou. Please grant me that. Wang Taiji froze, then after a long moment sighed once more. The day slipped away. The countdown on the victory leaderboard was about to hit 0, and Mo City's points were still climbing, though only by fits and starts. The crowd snickered after grinding all day. They had barely broken 6 digits. Jiang City, by contrast, flaunted an 11-digit total. With a gap like that, what was the point of even trying? Many onlookers folded their arms and shook their heads. Just give it up already, they muttered. All across the city, people stared up at the board, waiting for the countdown to end because what came next was a reward for every resident. A reward for the entire city. The guild had only just leveled up, and construction in its new territory had barely begun, so the auction was still being held at the original headquarters. The hall was ablaze with light, and the crowd pressed tight around the platform, the air itself trembling with every bid. After a whirlwind of frantic raises, 2 legendary items finally went under the hammer. Benlay earrings, 36 million, third calls old. Congratulations to Huang Yuyu. The auctioneer's gavel cracked, and the room exploded in applause and cheers. Immediately after came Chai Shiji, 41 million, third calls old. Congratulations to Li Fei. Wails rose from the floor. I was short by a single million, just 1 million. Someone groaned, clutching his head. I had to watch my beyond vision vanish before my eyes. I'm sick. From the other side, another voice sighed. Without the Benlay earrings, my title of Jiang City's #1 mage is done for. I could cry. Regret echoed everywhere. Yet the neighbors around Zhao Yun hardly bothered to complain anymore. The gap was simply too vast. The opening bid was 10 million. They had scraped that together by pawning houses and pooling every coin, only to be buried under higher offers the moment bidding began. Hearing the final prices, they could only stare in helpless awe. Across the floor, the handsome Li Fei threw back his head and laughed. Ha ha ha, thanks for conceding, he called, his laughter ringing out. Huang Yu scratched the back of his head and grinned. Both had secured their dream items, and the pride on their faces was unmistakable. Just then, the giant display board at the center of the hall hit 0, and a deafening world announcement thundered across the entire city. Showdown Quest Jiangliu Demon City versus Jiang City. Contest categories: Literary Duel, Forging. The showdown is over. Winner, Jiang City. Based on the point differential, all units in Jiang City receive a 1,000 experience boost for 1 natural week. All units in Demon City suffer a 99.9 experience penalty for the same duration. Oh, 1000% 10 times the XP. The hall erupted. Brothers, it's grind time. One whole week no sleep tonight. Form up, form up. Imaging to go? The staggering bonus sent every professional in Jiang City into a frenzy, as if they could already see their experience bars rocketing skyward. The announcement continued, repeating the same warning 3 times. After its defeat, Demon City is enraged. Enhanced bosses are on their way to attack Jiang City. Prepare yourselves. The clamor barely dimmed. Bosses? How tough could they be? Even furious, they were just temporary spawns from Demon City, surely not worse than the old Scourge Legion. Laughing, the crowd kept hashing out their leveling routes. At the Yunyang Guild headquarters, the atmosphere was equally electric. Less than 3 minutes after the reward dropped, every member had already formed ad hoc parties, plotting an all-night boss hunt and power leveling spree. Watching her comrades brandish their weapons and excitedly trace routes in the air, Huanyao shook her head with a wry smile. I understand how desperate you all are to level up, she said. But before we head out, shouldn't we cash in the reward for that legendary guild quest? The word snapped everyone out of their daze. You're right. I was so hyped I almost forgot. We agreed to wait until the showdown was over. Good thing the leader reminded us. Silence fell as every gaze locked on Huanyao. She lifted a hand and said, clear and steady, I'm about to claim the reward. Ready? Gulp. The members of Yunyang swallowed in unison, hearts racing. They'd earned no experience for taking down the boss, and that made perfect sense. Legendary guild quests exchanged the kill for mountains of guild XP and a personal XP windfall. Now for the real question. How much would a quest labeled legendary actually give? Huanyao raised 3 fingers. On 3, I'm hitting the button. 3-twin. Swish, 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 swish. Golden light erupted like a tidal wave over every player, flooding the entire guild base in dazzling brilliance. Even passers-by far away couldn't help but stare. When the glow faded, the cheers blew up. 7 levels in one shot. 8 for Maze. I just jumped 10 levels, now I'm 33. So this is a legendary quest? Leveling feels like a rocket launch. A 10 times XP buff? Insane. This is amazing. What River City's players didn't know was that, the moment they heard the Heavenly System notice, identical announcements echoed above every other city, though with slightly different wording. The Jianglu Demon City has lost its showdown, throwing it into a fury and enraging the entire demon race. Warning, the Demon City will soon emerge and dispatch empowered Demon City bosses to assault human settlements. Warning, the Demon City will soon emerge and dispatch empowered Demon City bosses to assault human settlements. Warning, the Demon City will soon emerge and dispatch empowered Demon City bosses to assault human settlements. Since the worlds merged, system-wide notices were nothing new, but this was the first one that left everyone completely stumped. Outside River City, every major settlement erupted. Jianglu Demon City lost a showdown? What even is Jianglu Demon City? And what's a Demon City? What happens when it appears? Empowered bosses? How strong are they? After some frantic brainstorming, players worldwide pieced together a theory. Jianglu Demon City must be an already revealed Demon City that just lost a showdown, triggering a follow-up event. That conclusion only made them angrier. The showdown wasn't our fight. If someone beat the Demon City, let it take revenge on them. Why drag the rest of us into this? Now we're getting a Demon City invasion and upgraded bosses. We're innocent here. At the forge, Zhao Yun stared at the 2 ingots on the anvil and finally let out a long breath of relief. Looks like the game really does give you what you need, he murmured. His Spirit Tamer class had just reached level 10, unlocking exquisite recipes for every profession. Unlike common and fine recipes, every exquisite formula demanded matching exquisite materials, whether for cooking, alchemy, or forging. The trouble was that the zones producing such materials were brutally dangerous. Either the monsters one-shotted players, or the teleport fees were outrageous. As a result, exquisite grade mats were almost non-existent on the market, and the rare ones that did appear were absurdly overpriced. Zhao Yun had planned to wait until Huanyao boosted Yunyang Guild's overall strength, then asked the members to farm the materials. The guild was growing fast, but he never imagined she would hand him the 2 ores he needed most this soon. On the left lay a pale green, faintly glowing ingot life mithril, a transcendent grade ore. On the right pulsed a crimson, flame-like crystal, a legendary crimson blaze stone. With these, I can start leveling again. He took a deep breath, unable to hide his excitement. Forging the Frostfall Divine Sword last time had rocketed his experience bar. Now he was a sliver away from level 11. A few more levels would put him at 15, where he could craft transcendent gear. From past patterns, anything he forged at that tier would roll 4 rare affixes by default. Coupled with the gear's high base stats, the attributes on his signature warhammer would skyrocket. At that point, he could solve most problems without even logging in himself. Outside Zhangcheng, on swaying Willow Slope. Boom, boom, boom. The hillside shook as a 20-meter colossus lumbered downward, crushing loose rock with each step. Its body was a patchwork of jagged metal plates, and every footfall punched craters into the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. The Yunyang members at the foot of the slope felt their throats go dry. So that's the boss sent by Demon City? How do we even fight it? File its toenails. One casual fling of that axe, and we're paced. Amid the nervous chatter, Huanyao looked up at the Iron Giant, her expression graver than ever. Early that morning, she had been organizing the prerequisite phase for the next legendary guild quest when scouts reported a Demon City boss on Swaying Willow Slope. She had rushed over with the guild's elites, only to find the situation worse than the intel suggested. Name: Jiang Willow Demon City, Golem Empowered. Grade: Level 3. Strength: 201. Endurance: 102,354. Intelligence: 187. Willpower: 115,830. Trait: Demonic Absorption. Rapidly converts spiritual energy into demonic power, gaining accelerated growth. Skill 1: Massive Blow. Swings its great axe, dealing split damage to all targets in range. Skill 2: Demonic Drain. Randomly seizes 10 targets, siphoning a percentage of their health to heal itself. Skill 3: Surging Demonic Force. Continuously erupts with demonic energy, reducing all control effect durations by 70. To be safe, she appraised the golem again from a distance. Her pupils shrank. The monster's stats had risen noticeably in the 10 short minutes it took her to rally the guild. We absolutely can't let that thing keep moving forward. The cold, decisive voice snapped out from just behind Huanyang. Its owner was none other than Li Wire, commander of the Survey Corps. Long before the Yunyang Guild noticed the golem, the Corps had caught the scent of trouble and later linked up with Huanyang at the scene. Huanyang nodded in firm agreement. The golem moved slowly, yet its growth rate was terrifying. Once it reached Jiang City, its attributes would skyrocket to levels beyond imagination. By then, stopping it would be impossible. Swish. Li Wire drew the long sword at his hip, the blade flashing as he declared, "Guild leader he. Lead a probing attack. Have your people fall back." Huanyang lifted a hand, signaling her guildmates to retreat several dozen meters. She trusted the Survey Corps in this kind of operation. Yunyang's members were strong but lacked the core iron discipline, and charging in would only add to the chaos. Li Wire was pleased with her cooperation. He raised his sword, then shot it forward to mark the target. Without a single shouted order, 200 Survey Corps soldiers sprang from the ground. While closing in, they spread out with practiced ease, each arriving at a prearranged position in the encirclement. The moment everyone was set, Li Wire struck first. In one fluid step, he appeared beside the golem's newly planted right foot and drove his sword straight in. That thrust served as the signal. Every other soldier unleashed skills and arrows in unison. A storm of colored techniques and spell effects hammered the golem like a torrential downpour. What coordination! That's the Survey Corps for you. They're communicating with nothing but eye contact. Incredible. The Yunyang members could only watch in genuine admiration. Then the golem's once sluggish form went still. As though only now aware of the assault, its bottomless black eyes slowly turned toward the soldiers. In the next instant, it swung up, the huge axe resting on its shoulder, the blade's cold gleam seeming to freeze the very air. Back! It was Li Wire's first shouted command of the fight. At the order, every Survey Corps soldier simultaneously leapt back. Even the mages cut off their incantations and withdrew. Boom! The giant axe came down, blasting a deep crater into the hard ground and spraying shards of stone. Huanyang exhaled quietly, murmuring, "Its stamina and willpower are insane, but its damage is capped by its strength stat. Manageable in that case. Her voice cut off. On the field, every one of the 200 Survey Corps soldiers suddenly coughed blood and was hurled backward, as if struck by an invisible titan's hand. How is that possible? The watching Yunyang members were dumbfounded. The soldiers had clearly dodged the axe and pulled back nearly 30 meters. Compared with Yunyang's party, the soldiers of the Recon Corps were even more shaken. That hulking monster had swung its axe almost absent-mindedly, yet more than 70% of their health vanished in an instant. Luckily, there were enough frontline clerics and they reacted fast. A burst of healing light pushed everyone's bars back to safety. No one dared stay for a slugfest. Covered by continual heals, the squad immediately wheeled around and sprinted away, putting as much space between themselves and the golem as possible. Perhaps they opened the gap too quickly. The golem raised its axe for a second strike, but halted midway, grunted heavily, let its arm drop, and gave up the chase. With earth-shaking steps, it resumed its slow march in the direction it had been given. That evening, Huanyao recounted every thrilling detail of the day to Zhao Yun. "So you didn't fight it again afterward, right?" Zhao Yun set down his glass and looked up for confirmation. "Of course not. Just thinking about that overwhelming damage made her shudder. The Recon Corps couldn't stand up to it, and neither could we. Sure, the rewards for a boss are great, but staying alive comes first. Still, what a waste. Imagine the experience a boss that size would drop if we could kill it." Hearing the regret in her voice, Zhao Yun chuckled. "It isn't that it can't be killed. You just need enough people. Just more people? He Wanyo's eyes lit up. You mean we can win by sheer numbers? That can't be right. One hit took 70% of the recon core health. No matter how many we bring, that kind of burst will wipe us out. Zhao Yun shook his head, smiling. He recalled how things had played out in his previous life when the golem boss first appeared outside Demon City. Every top guild had been scared off by its ridiculous damage. They only fought back when the golem reached the city gates, and the moment they engaged, they discovered that the so-called one-shot killer was a paper tiger once enough adventurers were in range. Seeing He Wanyao still puzzled, he explained, "Didn't you say the golem has a skill called Massive Strike that deals shared damage to everyone in the area? Shared means the total damage is divided evenly. If enough people stand inside the radius, the amount each person takes drops to a manageable number." Before the words were cold, He Wanyao shook her head again. "It still won't work. Captain Lee suggested that today too, but we had to scrap the idea." "Oh." Zhou Yun raised an eyebrow. "Why? Not enough clerics." She searched her memory. Captain Lee's exact words, "Even if sharing lowers the burst, the golem's insane stamina turns the fight into a marathon. Once it drags on, our already limited clerics will go OM from constant healing. The moment they can't lift the bars in time, people will panic and pull out, causing a chain collapse we can't predict." "I see." Zhou Yun rubbed his chin and nodded. For someone as cautious as Li Wire, that assessment was flawless. The shortage of clerics truly was beyond Zhou Yun's expectations. Since the weak point was clear, he had to find something to patch it. After a moment of thought, he spoke slowly. "Then we'll have to borrow the power of one particular item." "What item?" "The formation map of Demon City." "The formation map?" "Once you've mastered it, you can grant every unit under your command a stack of buffs, damage reduction, increased skill power, or even converting incoming damage into healing." "Converting damage into healing?" He Wanyo's eyes lit up, and she sat bolt upright. "It can really do that?" "Absolutely." Zhou Yun nodded with a smile. "Strictly speaking, the formation scroll is the real core of Demon City's strength." "Oh." He Wanyao rested her chin on her hand. "So this is another piece of intel you brought back from 10 years in the future?" "Exactly," Zhou Yun said with complete certainty. "Fine." She blinked. "Then tell me how we get the formation scroll. If it's Demon City's linchpin, they won't just hand it over." "Honestly, it's not that hard," Zhou Yun answered, teasingly. "How?" "We steal it." The next day, the council hall in Jiang City's Lord's Manor blazed with light. The formation scroll? Demon City's power core? Steal it? He Wanyao had just finished repeating the plan, and the civil officials, the guardian and scout commanders, plus the heads of every major guild and faction, all sucked in a collective breath. Wang Taiji had gathered them to devise a strategy against the ever-stronger golem. Every delay put Jiang City in a worse position. But before they could even start, He Wanyao dropped the bombshell about a formation scroll, leaving everyone stunned. "Madam Zhou Chairman Wang Taiji said solemnly, "It's not that we distrust you, but no one's ever heard of such a scroll. How can you be sure it exists?" Heads nodded around the room. Sudden intel and a high-risk theft made anyone wary. "It came from my guild's deputy leader," He Wanyao replied calmly. "Oh." Realization spread. A single word from Zhou Yun had convinced the Black Blade sect and the Order of Light to join the 100 Sect Alliance. And yesterday had forged a divine weapon that earned the city billions of points. When he spoke, people listened. Wang Taiji relaxed and clapped his hands. "In that case, let's prepare to steal it. If Mr. Zhou says it can be stolen, then it can be stolen." Several leaders agreed, unaware their doubt had turned to trust in minutes. "Wait." Li Wire, deputy commander of the Scout Corps, raised his hand. "Even if the scroll exists and we can steal it, every rank-and-file demon inside that city is over level 50. The inner wards will be even deadlier. A reckless raid could get us all killed and tip them off." Wang Taiji's brow furrowed. "We can't send just anyone. We need the perfect candidate." A woman in charcoal stealth gear stepped past He Wanyao, her voice crisp and direct. "Chu Xiangxiang, level 37, the top assassin in Jiang City. I volunteer to infiltrate Demon City and steal the formation scroll." "So you're Chu Xiangxiang?" Everyone stared at the assassin wearing a black mask, their faces full of surprise. Jiang City wasn't huge, but it wasn't so small that a top-ranked name went unnoticed. Most high-level players occasionally showed themselves in public, yet the number one assassin, Chu Xiangxiang, was as elusive as a dragon in the clouds. People only knew she was quiet, worked alone, had a striking figure, kept her face a mystery, and was unrivaled in strength. Years ago, the perennial runner-up, Guo Wenxi, refused to accept second place. He set a trap and challenged her in front of a crowd. The duel lasted less than 5 seconds before he was defeated, and Chu Xiangxiang's fame exploded across Jiang City. Li Wire witnessed that crushing defeat himself, so he raised no objection when she was appointed lead for this mission. "The lead is settled, but there's another problem," said Huang Fulongqi, vice commander of the Guardian Legion. His hair was white, but he still wore full plate. "Devil City is vast. Finding a single battle formation map in there is like fishing a needle from the sea. Shouldn't we assign a few assistants to improve our chances?" Before anyone could reply, Chu Xiangxiang answered coolly, "I have a detailed route. I don't need assistance." A route? Everyone froze, eyes locking on her. Li Wire frowned. A route through Devil City? Yes. The deputy leader gave it to me. Her words were spare as ever. The room fell silent. The deputy leader had suggested stealing the map, provided the plan, and now even supplied the detailed route. Suddenly, everyone else felt like bystanders. Wang Taiji forced a laugh. In that case, we'll leave it to you. Chu Xiangxiang nodded and left. She's gone to steal the map already? He Wanyao was first to react, watching her back disappear. Huang Fu Longqi shook his head. No need to move that fast. She wants her dagger sooner, He Wanyao said casually. Our guild's deputy leader promised to forge one for her if she succeeds. Wang Taiji, Li Wire, Huang Fu Longqi, and the officials. Excellent reward, plan, logistics, everything was arranged by someone else. What purpose did the rest of them serve? With the ace already on her way, the group dispersed. Yet less than an hour later, Wang Taiji summoned everyone back to the governor's mansion. That quick. Did she get the map? No way, just reaching the place takes nearly an hour. You underestimate her, Wang Taiji said, shaking his head. He drew a black metal box from his coat. When he opened the lid, for sheets engraved with intricate patterns lay inside. The appraisal window appeared. Name, Battle Formation Map. Attack bonus. All subordinate units gain 10 attack. Name, Formation Map Guard. Effect. All subordinate units gain 10 defense. Name, Formation Map Vitality. Effect. All subordinate units restore 2 HP when hit. Usable once every 3 seconds. The plaques of the first 3 formation maps glowed emerald on the holographic screen, an unmistakable mark of superior quality. But when the 4th map slowly appeared, its name flared with brilliant violet. Name, Formation Map Vitality. Effect. All subordinate units restore 10 HP when hit. Usable once every 3 seconds. As soon as the stats were unveiled, the civil officials merely exchanged knowing looks. The true uproar came from the heads of the major factions and guilds. The conference room lights seemed to dim, every pair of eyes blazing like searchlights, locked onto that violet formation map. Li Wire, Qin Feng, and Huang Fulongkai, 3 legion commanders, leaned in so far that their noses nearly touched the projection. So many people are watching. Wang Taiji rasped, exasperated. Try to keep your composure, will you? The trio either didn't hear him or chose to ignore him. City Lord. The Guard Legion must have one of those formation maps. Their shout was a spark in dry grass, igniting the room. Leaders shot to their feet, rattling off offers in rapid-fire succession. City Lord, don't forget us. Phoenix Blaze will throw in our full force for this golem raid. Mad Blade can mobilize every member, and all allied guild splice reserve one for us. A handful of attribute lines said more than 1,000 words. All subordinate units spelled out its real worth. Command 10 people, all 10 benefit. Command 100, all 100 do. The bigger the force, the higher the value. To a small group, a formation map is a luxury. To a major faction, it's a game changer. Ahem. A soft cough sliced through the clamor, loud enough to silence the room. Everyone turned instinctively. Chu Xiangxiang lifted her chin, but every gaze settled on the gently smiling woman before her. Wanyan. That warm smile snapped everyone back to their senses. Compete with her? Over what? The plan, the route, the reward. Yunyang Guild had handled it all, and they'd risked their lives to retrieve those maps. She hadn't even spoken yet. Reading the room, Huanyan spoke quietly. Yunyang Guild serves Jiangxing. Everything we do is for the city. The formation maps are the city lords to distribute. Well, Wang Taiji scratched his head, looking sheepish. It's also our vice leader's wish, Huanyan added. Then it's settled. Wang Taiji slammed the table decisively. Zhao Yun had saved his wife once. He owed enough favors already, one more wouldn't hurt. All right, Commander He, Commander Li, Commander Qin, await my orders. Qin Feng and Li Wire snapped to attention, yet a trace of delight still lifted their brows. In the center of the chamber, the tactical formation diagram projected its rotating light screen, runes weaving together as tidal waves of fighting spirit rolled outward. Had they skipped today's meeting, they would never have learned that such an artifact even existed. Once bound to a legion, it could raise the entire unit's combat prowess by a full tier. Just as the two commanders' excitement became obvious, Huanyao spoke first. Lord Mayor, Cloud Horizon will withdraw from the competition for the formation diagram. You're withdrawing? Wang Taiji blinked and swept his gaze across the room. The other leaders and guild masters were the same stunned expression. Who would willingly give up a relic that could empower an entire force? Qin Feng hurried to object. From planning the heist to bringing the diagram back, it was all your effort. If Cloud Horizon steps aside, we'll feel guilty accepting it. Li Wire nodded in agreement. Exactly, everyone saw what you accomplished. Huanyao smiled, but her tone was firm. Please don't worry. This decision comes from every member of Cloud Horizon. The city comes first. The Investigation Corps and the Guard Corps are Jiangxing's backbone, so the diagram will do the most good in your hands. We ordinary citizens will benefit right along with you. Cloud Horizon isn't a large guild, but we understand the bigger picture. A hush fell over the hall. Leaders who had coveted the relic felt a stab of shame. Li Wire, Qin Feng, and Huang Fulongqi snapped to attention and offered a crisp military salute to Cloud Horizon. Wang Taiji drew a deep breath. Jiangxing is fortunate to have Cloud Horizon. He knew this selflessness came from Zhao Yun's guidance, and he owed the guild yet another favor. Even so, he kept his expression steady and declared, "In that case, we humbly accept." With the diagram secured, events went into fast forward. At 1,300 hours that same afternoon, Li Wire and Qin Feng issued joint orders. Every qualified organization and guild within Jiangcheng's borders along with the investigation corps and the guard corps assembled a grand total of 30,000 personnel and set out. As one of the plan's originators, Cloud Horizon marched near the front. 30,000 might not sound overwhelming, but in motion the column looked magnificent. The full 5,000-strong investigation corps led the way. The guard corps supplied 5,000 crack troops with perfectly synchronized steps, and 20,000 elites from assorted guilds filled the ranks behind. 10 battle standards cracked in the wind, metal plates on their armor flashed cold in the sun, and thick clouds of dust boiled up beneath their boots. The headcount was capped at 30,000 by design. Li Wire and the other officers had run the numbers. The golem's smash attack covered a fixed area, and this formation would pack that zone exactly, distributing the damage as widely as possible. For many, it was their first taste of a raid on such a scale, and excitement bubbled over. They chatted as they marched, voices overlapping in an energetic hum. The soldiers assigned to maintain order let them be. High morale was worth more than a silent column. The lively mood held until a dark gray shape loomed on the horizon. Pointing toward the distant golem, a soldier shouted, "We're nearing the designated position. That's the boss we're supposed to take down." "What? That's the boss? You've got to be kidding, looks more like a mountain." Cries of disbelief rippled through the crowd. "Forget this, I'm going home." From a third-person view, the onlookers fell silent, awestruck. Even at a distance, the colossal figure stood nearly level with the nearby hills. Each step sent a faint tremor through the earth, knocking dust from its massive frame. So are we sure we can beat something like that? These people were the finest chosen by various guilds and merchants, yet fear still seeped into many hearts. "Maybe it's just big," someone forced a laugh. "Yeah, probably all show. We've got the numbers, nothing to worry about." The optimist's bravado eased the tension for a moment. Calm lasted only until they reached probing range. A sharp scream rang out. "Holy 110,000 stamina. 120,000 willpower? How are we supposed to kill that? Are we raiding the boss? Or is the boss raiding us?" More voices shouted. 110,000? People in the back questioned their hearing. No boss had ever posted stats in the tens of thousands. When they confirmed the numbers, panic spread, and some considered retreating to town. The soldiers keeping order noticed everything but stayed silent, marching with steady steps and lifted chins. Their composure quietly steadied the crowd. Suddenly Li Wire's steady, booming voice echoed over the loudspeakers. "Brothers and sisters of Jiangxing, the giant ahead is the boss we must defeat. If we let it grow stronger, it will march on Jiangxing and attack our home. To protect the city, we have to bring it down. Its powerful Survey Corps has fought it several times. We haven't killed it yet, but we've always come back alive. This time we have you, the finest elite Jiangxing can offer. If we stand together, victory will be ours." As he finished, every soldier raised their weapon and roared in unison, "Victory! Victory! Victory!" The thunderous chant beat like war drums, steadying many anxious adventurers. "Did you hear that? The Survey Corps fought it, and came back each time. That means it's not unbeatable," someone reasoned. "Sure, its stamina and willpower are insane, but those are defensive stats. And we've got numbers." Then Qin Feng, commander of the Guardian Legion, took the mic and spoke with conviction. "Don't lose sight of the goal. Killing the boss is the method. Our real target is the flood of experience it holds. Remember, we get a 1,000% XP bonus in Jiangxing." His voice rose. "Brothers and sisters, slay the boss. Level up." "Yeah, 1,000% XP." The crowd roared. Imagine the experience from something that tough. And the treasure chests. The thought of loot sent morale soaring. A chant rolled across the field like a tidal wave. "Kill the boss, level up. Kill the boss, level up. Kill the boss, level up." Sensing the surge of excitement from the ranks behind them, Qin Feng and Li Wire exchanged a perfectly timed high five. They both understood that the golem raid was practically in the bag, yet calming 30,000 impatient players required more than empty promises. A convincing illusion and an irresistible reward were indispensable. Once the crowd settled, everything else fell neatly into place. Under their direction, the force was split into 10 squads of 3,000, which spread out in a ring and took up 10 positions around the boss. When every player was ready, Li Wire and Qin Feng shouted the first command in unison, and the squads charged. The moment they reached maximum range, a second order rang out: attack. At the same time, the forge in Jiangxing roared with charcoal flames. The anvil in front of Zhao Yun glowed crimson in the firelight as he brought down a half-metal hammer. Bang, 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 each strike, making the roof beams tremble. Over the past 2 days, the Yunyang Guild had delivered sack after sack of materials, mostly excellent grade. with a sprinkling of epic items, fresh spirit herbs, gleaming ores, even chunks of rare beast meat, all spoils from quests and boss kills. For Zhao Yun, still in the early stage of his craft, it was a godsend. Materials above excellent were scarce. He could gather them himself, but only at the cost of time. Now he simply had to stay inside and forge while resources arrived at his door. Pure bliss. And with Yunyang only a few days old and growing stronger, future deliveries would be even richer. The variety posed no problem at all. Herbs meant alchemy, meat meant cooking, ores were for forging. Each process fed him generous amounts of experience. Sparks flew as his strikes grew ever smoother, and he felt a subtle certainty that this batch would yield a top-tier dagger. Lost in the clash of metal, he suddenly heard a sharp knock at the door. His brow furrowed. Interruptions at a critical moment were the last thing he tolerated, especially when his rhythm felt perfect, so he ignored it. The knocking paused, then resumed, accompanied by a low voice. Mr. Zhou, Xiaolin requests an audience. Xiaolin. Zhou Yun halted mid-swing, the hammerhead still radiating heat. His first impression of Xiaolin had been terrible, arrogant, overbearing, nothing like a Guardian Corps officer, let alone a regimental commander. Yet during that incident at the kindergarten, he sensed Xiaolin's arrogance was partly an act. It felt more like theater than true temperament. Taking into account the man's rank and Wang Taiji's repeated attempts to pry for information, Zhou Yun had formed a suspicion, which was why he hadn't logged in on the spot to teach Xiaolin a lesson. Events since then had only confirmed his hunch. However vile Xiaolin's taunts sounded, he never laid a hand on anyone, nor did he order his troops to inflict real harm. Everything waited until Wang Taiji conveniently arrived to save the day. It was a rehearsed drama. Create a crisis, then resolve Ito, earn Zhou Yun's gratitude, and coax out the clue to the frozen lotus. In the weeks that followed, Zhou Yun used every spare moment to learn more about Xiaolin, his past deeds, his reputation, and the way others spoke of him. He soon discovered that Xiaolin was nothing like the reckless bully described by rumor. On the contrary, the man was diligent, kind-hearted, and unfailingly polite. If one searched hard for a flaw, it could only be the wife chosen for him by his parents and the daughter who, having been spoiled from birth, mirrored her mother's temperament. With these thoughts in mind, Zhou Yun set down his hammer. The red-hot billet spat sparks against the anvil. He wiped the sweat from his brow, walked to the gate, and pulled it open. Xiaolin was waiting outside, dressed in the same plain robe, a trace of dust on the tips of his boots. Zhou Yun invited him in and pointed toward a bamboo chair, but Xiaolin merely clasped his fists, sank to one knee, and declared in a clear, steady voice. Xiaolin humbly asks Master Zhou to take me in. Take you in? Zhou Yun raised an eyebrow. Didn't the city lord assign you a post? I made sure to remind Wang Taiji not to waste talent like yours. Master Zhou, I ask only that you take me in. Xiaolin repeated the words, unwavering. Then he drew a deep purple scroll from his robe and held it up with both hands. The copper seal told Zhou Yun all he needed to know. His heart tightened. A retainer contract? Xiaolin nodded. Yes, please accept me as your retainer. I will follow you all my life and serve you without hesitation. Zhou Yun's eyes darkened. The moment that contract is sealed, your life and death are no longer your own. Earning one is notoriously difficult. You went to such lengths just to bind yourself to me? It isn't worth it. Xiaolin offered no defense. He simply bowed his head and lifted the scroll higher. Master Zhou, I beg you. Zhou Yun sighed. I understand what you've been through, but you're young, your future is still wide open. Your life should belong to you. Xiaolin stayed kneeling, motionless, as though anchored to the flagstones. The message was clear. Unless Zhou Yun agreed, he would remain there forever. After a pause, Zhou Yun tried another tack. Have you thought about your late parents? Xiaolin's shoulders trembled. His voice was rough, but steady. My body and soul came from them. For 23 years, they made every decision for me. Now they're gone. As you said, I must make my own choices. Zhou Yun fell silent, then asked, what about your wife and child? Your daughter is still very young. The question hit its mark. Xiaolin flinched as though pricked by a needle. He drew a slow breath. My wife has divorced me, and my daughter, I will always be her father. I will provide for her, no matter what. Zhou Yun fell silent, lost in thought. He had always admired Xiaolin, and he really did need a capable aide. With someone trustworthy at his side, his efficiency would surely double. Yet a retainer contract was no joke once signed. There was no turning back. Xiaolin sounded resolute, but Zhou Yun still detected a hint of impulsiveness in his words. He spoke slowly. Since you've made up your mind, we'll take you in. Xiaolin's face lit up. He clasped his fists in salute. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. But Zhou Yun's tone shifted. Not yet. Come back in a month. If you still feel the same, we'll seal the deal then. Xiaolin froze for a heartbeat, then understood the intent behind the delay. His respect only deepened. Understood. He'll return in a month. Outside Jiang City, on the Poplar Plain, arcane energy rolled like surf against the shoreline. Hold some crowd control abilities in reserve. The mana surge is cresting. Drop the CC now. Mana drain incoming. Priests, keep an eye on anyone grabbed. Big smash in 2 seconds. Shields up. 3-second downtime. Focus fire hit it hard. 30,000 combatants moved like the gears of a well-oiled machine under their officers' calm commands. The golem's massive health bar dropped only by inches, yet it never stopped sinking. 10th Regiment, pull out of the fight, recuperate, restore mana and health. At the order, the entire regiment slipped from the fray, sat cross-legged, and downed potions. While the other units still wrestled with the boss, they looked almost relaxed. Finally, our turn to rest. Been fighting for a full hour, me back's about to snap. Quit whining. Once the boss falls, we'll be laughing. True. A boss this nasty has to be worth a ton of XP. I've still got 1000% XP boost active. I don't need much, just one level. Same here. One more level, and I unlock a new skill. Honestly, this boss looks menacing, but it doesn't feel that hard once you start fighting. A teammate snorted. Not hard. Who fell on his but when the boss swung its first axe? That was osteoporosis, okay? Another waved him off. Get real. It only feels easy because big smash damage gets split among 30,000 of us. I was shocked that it still took 1% of my HP even after the split. That's insane. What's really insane is the formation buff that heals us when we take a hit. Lose a little, gain it right back. Just keep to the rotation and wait for the boss to drop. When the global announcement pops, those cowards back in town are going to freak. Let them. We'll be the ones leveling up, they can stay jealous. The siege on the golem dragged from noon until dusk, a full 7 hours of brutal combat. At 5:23 p.m., the Heavenly Tao Systems announcement thundered across the globe. Congratulations, Jiang City. You have defeated the Demon City's empowered boss and blunted its advance. As the first city to slay an empowered Demon City boss, Jiang City is hereby awarded the title Demon Vanguard. Demon Slayer Vanguard local professionals deal 5 more damage to demons. The moment the announcement appeared, the world went wild. My god, the empowered Demon City boss is dead. It spawned yesterday, and they killed it today? They cleared it in a single day. Where on earth is Jiang City, and why are they so strong? Does anyone here know anyone from Jiang City? Get them to share their strategy. The chatter grew louder until someone clapped their hands. I remember now. The first warrior ever to reach level 30, Lu Huizong, came from Jiang City. Gasps turned into wonder tinged with awe. Jiang City, this place is something else. While the world reeled, Jiang City itself was already celebrating. Awesome, just awesome. First global kill on the empowered Demon City boss. Jiang City made the world announcement. Above the city, a pale gold title gleamed characters that radiated dominance. Demon Slayer Vanguard, who else? The Recon Corps, fantastic. The Guardian Corps, fantastic too. A mere Demon City boss? We just stretched a bit and took it down. Zhao Yun read the notice, paused, then smiled at his daughter Chengqing. The boss is down, so mom should be back soon. If you're hungry, go ahead and eat. Chengqing eyed the dishes, licked her lips, yet shook her head. He'll wait for mom so we can eat together. 10 quiet minutes passed in the living room. Suddenly footsteps pounded in the hallway, followed by urgent knocking. Mr. Zhou, it's mesomething critical. Zhou Yun stood, pulled a flash drive from a drawer, and opened the door. Wang Taiji stood outside, breathless. Mr. Zhou, it's urgent. Wang pointed at the sky screen, gasping. Can we talk inside? If it's that urgent, no need. Zhou handed him the drive. Everything you need's on it. Do as you see fit. But remember the big purge back, then may not have cleaned everyone out, watch for leaks. Inside the city lord's residence, Wang Taiji sat at a computer, conflict clouding his face. On screen was the full strategy for the empowered Demon City boss. Personnel requirements, formations, role assignments, battle details. Commanders like Qin Feng and Li Wire could compile all that. Only the crucial battle formation map acquisition route had eluded him until now. That was why, when the Forbidden City requested the file, had gone straight to Zhou Yun. Now the flash drive contents the exact route to steal the Demon City formation map were right in front of him. This was the true prize. In theory, he should report it at once. Yet Zhou Yun's warning lingered. The purge cleared out many foreign spies, but did it get them all? If not, this strategy could find its way into foreign hands. A larger question now weighed on him. Should he even care if other nations live or die? He wasn't sure other cities could bring down the boss without a guide. One thing, however, was beyond doubt: the walkthrough pushed the odds to a frightening level. Jiang Cheng had already used it to claim the first kill. That left him with a single, very real dilemma. Should he submit the guide or not? Possibilities flashed through his mind. Once the walkthrough went nationwide, intelligence agents would catch wind of it sooner or later. A leak was almost inevitable. With relations so delicate, who knew which city was hiding a sleeper agent? After wrestling with the question, he suddenly chuckled at himself. Am overthinking this? He tapped his forehead. Am just a city lord, none of this is my headache. Decision made. He uploaded every document with one click and placed a call. The files are in. But the old purge may not have cleaned house completely, watch for leaks. 2 short sentences, call ended, screen went dark. In that instant the weight slid off his shoulders. Having an answer sheet to copy from felt wonderful. Forbidden City, Military Operations Conference Room. The moment the data arrived, specialist teams broke it down. A wall-length hologram unfolded, magnifying tangled routes and battle formations to the size of a face. The formation diagram actually exists. Jiangqing's recon went this deep? These route markers are so precise, follow them, and it's basically a Gatuda fail-free card. In less than 10 minutes, the algorithm unit delivered its verdict. If every city followed Jiangqing's walkthrough, the national success rate against the boss would hit 97.5%. The missing 2.5% hardly mattered. To the officers present, it was already a near miracle. Even so, the commander-in-chief frowned. He remembered Wang Taiji's warning. The demon city teemed with enemy troops. Mapping those formations had cost Jiangqing dearly. If they released the walkthrough now, a mole could intercept it. In the current climate, no nation was a guaranteed ally. Letting the demon city bleed a rival dry might count as its own kind of world peace. 6:30 p.m., outside the gates of Jiangcheng. 30,000 elite troops from the Survey and Guardian Corps marched home. Every soldier who left returned. The sky was just turning orange, and the gate was already jammed with civilians. 70% were family members of those troops. Old Gua, see him? That's my boy. He helped kill the boss. Haha, my daughter's in there too. That's my elder uncle. That's my younger one, both in the Survey Corps. Impressive, right? While families wept and cheered, the soldiers themselves were almost stoic. Rifles slung, steps steady, defending Jiangcheng and neutralizing threats was their duty. The credit belonged to the city and its people. The various guilds and organizations trailing behind them were a different story, waving banners, hugging, even live streaming on the spot, desperate to tell the entire internet they'd taken part in a zero-casualty epic. But those guild members? They were a breed apart. After downing a boss big enough for a worldwide announcement and marching back through streets packed with cheering players, we couldn't have felt prouder. Everyone was waving their arms faster than an electric fan. Once we got inside the city, people bragged to anyone who would listen. You have no idea. That boss wasn't a boss, it was a walking mountain. Good thing we stopped it before it reached Jiang City. One swing of its accents, tis Jiang City, would have been history. I jumped and still couldn't reach its ankle. But you think I'd back off? I spun around, dropped a shadow strike, and went straight for the rear kill. Compared with that thing, every boss we've fought before was small fry. XP? Classified. No way, I'm telling you, I jumped 5 levels in one shot. Don't bother being jealous, this raid has a high entry bar. Most people can't even get in. Huanyao was already home. It was her first time killing a world-class boss, and her face was flushed with excitement as she walked Zhao Yun through every detail of the fight. When she finished, Zhao Yun handed her a bowl and chopsticks. Here, you've been at it all day. Eat up. I just warmed it. Thanks. A sweet curve lifted her eyebrows. After a 7-hour slugfest, she was starving. She had barely picked up her chopsticks when she looked up. Honey? After we killed the boss, everyone leveled up several times. A bunch of people said they wish another one would spawn. But 7 hours for another boss? Aren't they tired? Zhao Yun chuckled. It's a ton of XP, and almost no danger. With the formation diagram in place, everyone walked away at full health. I get it. He paused. But Demon City won't toss out another monster like that on a whim. If you want one, you'll wait at least half a month. Half a month, her excitement deflated. By then the 1000 XP boost will be long gone. Seeing her face fall, Zhao Yun added quickly, if you really want another fight, there is a workaround. What workaround? She perked right up. Provocation. Provocation? What do you mean? Exactly that. We send someone to the gates of Demon City to curse them out and challenge them to a duel. Can we win? We don't need to win. The moment they come out, we fall back. Just taunt them, no fighting. When they withdraw, we advance. When they advance, we retreat. Relax. The demons are bound by the rules and can't chase us far. And the point? To make them angry. The golem we just killed was spawned because the demons lost face and lashed out. Oh, her eyes lit up like light bulbs. Got it. We'll try it tomorrow. Fine, eat first. At dawn the next day, Li Wire led the Survey Corps and members of the Yunyang Guild to the outskirts of Demon City. Guild leader Li Wire murmured, are you sure this will work? My husband says it will. So it will, Huanyao replied with absolute confidence. Then who's doing the provoking? He'll go? Li Huaxiang volunteered. I can recite every curse word backwards. I'm a master of classical trash talk, and am the #1 keyboard warrior in Zhuan. 20 years of online battles, undefeated. Trust Methis'll be a sure thing. Given such an impressive resume, everyone voted unanimously to send Li Huaxiang to taunt the Demon City. Delighted to seize the spotlight, Li Huaxiang wiped the usual lazy grin off her face, cleared her throat, and marched forward with her chin high. Her long, steady strides carried the swagger of an ancient general charging on horseback. Along the way, she flipped through every mocking quip she had ever learned, selecting the most lethal lines to unleash the moment she reached the gates. The gate was still some distance away when the air suddenly ripped with shrill whooshes. An unexpected hail of arrows came raining down. Damn it! Her heart lurched, and she reflexively flipped backward several steps, scrambling but decisively out of range. The timely dodge spared her from becoming a pincushion, though it left her farther from the Demon City than before. You okay? Huanyao shouted anxiously from the rear. "I'm fine." Li Huaxiang waved to show she was still in one piece, though at this distance her reply hardly carried back to them. If she pressed on, another volley was almost certain. If she retreated, her bold words would become a joke. After a brief hesitation, she clenched her teeth. She could risk her life, but she couldn't lose face. One more try. On her second approach, she slowed down, walking as though she had springs under her feet. But the moment she crossed that invisible line, another dark cloud of arrows descended. Seriously? Again. She darted back once more. When the arrows finally embedded themselves in the dirt, she patted her chest, shaken but still defiant. If I hadn't leveled up to 41, those turtle cowards would have nailed me. Huahua, fall back. Huan Yao saw the pattern and shouted again. No way. Li Huaxiang shook her head stubbornly. A general in the field does not obey every order. Her temper flared. Wait until I drag those cowards out of their shell. I'll smash their heads in. On her third advance, she played smarter, halting right before the invisible boundary. Eyes fixed on the battlements, she tapped her toe forward over the line. Swish. The demon soldiers instantly raised their bows. Before the strings could sing, Li Huaxiang yanked her foot back. The soldiers froze as well. A mischievous grin curled at her lips. In, out, in, out. Look, I'm over here. Whoops, back again. Over. And back. Li Wire stared. Huan Yao was speechless, and the entire group turned to stone. Lu Huizhong let out a dry laugh. Well, I guess that counts as provocation? No one replied. Technically, yes. The real question was why she could have so much fun doing something that was supposed to be nerve-wracking. This makes me want to go up there and mess around too. Li Wire shook his head with a wry smile equal parts exasperated and impressed. The new tactic for taunting Demon City was definitely asking for trouble, but it worked. Still, one thing bothered him. Last time his squad had gotten even closer to the wall and wasn't shot at. Why were the demon archers raining arrows on Li Huaxiang when she was still so far away? Li Huaxiang kept up her frantic zigzag, bounding like a carefree fawn across a field, darting wherever the archers' eyes were most focused. From their distance, though, the team didn't see what was happening on the ramparts. Veins bulged on the demons' foreheads. Knuckles turned white. Patience was at its limit. A beast-like roar suddenly rose above the clamor on the wall. A demon officer in full armor vaulted over a Merlin and landed hard, kicking up dust. He locked onto Li Huaxiang, pushed off with all four limbs, and shot toward her like a cannonball. Bingo! Everyone's spirits lifted at once. Fall back! Huan Yao barked, voice like steel. At her command, Li Huaxiang pivoted and sprinted, feet barely touching the ground. The demon officer kept accelerating, and the gap closed fast. His ragged breath and pounding footsteps thundered behind her, murderous intent prickling her backside like needles, forcing sharp yelps from her throat. Fortunately, Zhao Yun's intel held true. After a certain distance, the officer slammed into some invisible boundary and lost speed. Less than 30 meters away, he stopped, fists clenched, bloodshot eyes boring into Li Huaxiang before he turned back. The malice in that glare left no doubt if he ever got the chance. He'd tear her apart, chew the pieces, and swallow them whole. Huff, huff, huff. Hands braced on her knees, Li Huaxiang gulped for air. With her current conditioning, a sprint like that shouldn't drain her, but terror had driven her hard into her throat. Huaxiang, are you all right? Huan Yao stepped up, voice warm with concern. I'm fine. Li Huaxiang's teeth chattered, but she forced a breezy smile. Huan Yao turned to Li Wire. Next time we'd better send someone else. Before she finished, Li Huaxiang cut in. No. I'm going again. If it worked once, it'll work again. Switching people is risky. Li Wire frowned, unsure. Her rattled state was obvious. Could she really handle another run? Bai Tian raised a timid hand. Sister Huaxiang, maybe let me go this time? Huh. Li Huaxiang narrowed her eyes, face darkening. So the bright-eyed girl wants to steal my credit? No, Sister Huaxiang. Bai Tian flailed her hands. Then drop it. Li Huaxiang sliced the air with her hand. I've got this. Okay, chastened. Bai Tian backed away, her little face full of wounded innocence. Watching Li Huaxiang head toward Demon City again, Li Wire couldn't help asking, President He, what credit is she talking about? Did the city lord promise some reward? Not exactly. Huan Yao gave a helpless smile. She means the guild's point system. Complete a task, get points, earn enough, trade them for weapons, gear, or potions. Li Huaxiang really wants to cash in for a good longsword. Oh, Li Wire lifted an eyebrow. As far as he knew, Yunyang hadn't been around that long. Yet Li Huaxiang was still charging up to the Demon City over and over, taunting the enemy while half paralyzed with fear. What kind of longsword could drive someone to such a suicidal stunt? Puzzled, he asked outright. Well, we don't actually know the sword's properties yet. Huan Yao's reply left him even more stunned. What? Li Wire's face froze. You're risking everything on a sword whose stats are completely unknown? Is it at least an unappraised weapon with a confirmed tier? Extraordinary grade? Huan Yao shook her head with a calm smile. Appraisal isn't the issue. The sword she needs hasn't even been forged yet. Li Wire was speechless. Stake your life on a weapon that doesn't exist? He simply couldn't wrap his head around it. He knew that Huan Yao's husband, Zhou Yunjiangcheng's rising master smith and Yunyang's deputy leader was the first person to come to mind. It made sense that Li Huaxiang would want him to forge a blade for her. But even knowing that, the gamble seemed insane. No matter how talented a smith, not every piece he produced could be legendary. Betting your life on a completely uncertain future? Li Wire could only shake his head and feel sorry for her. While he pondered, Li Huaxiang reached her assigned spot and repeated her tried-and-true provocation. This time, though, the demon officer on the battlements snatched up his saber, vaulted over the wall, and charged straight at her with a roar. Crap, she blurted, whirling around and sprinting for her life. After a nerve-wracking 5-minute chase, the officer hit the edge of his patrol zone and had to turn back. Li Huaxiang stopped just outside the safe area, her legs trembling so hard they were visibly shaking. Even while fleeing, Shed managed to glance at the officer's stat panel. The sea of question marks had left her mouth dry. Huaxiang Huanyao came up beside her, voice gentle. How about a break? No. I'm good. Li Huaxiang forced herself upright, noodle-like legs carrying her one step at a time toward the demon city again. Li Wire watched in silent admiration. He still had no idea what magic that unborn sword possessed, but Li Huaxiang's courage pushing past terror and facing a powerful foe again and again commanded respect. Her bravery already outstripped that of most Survey Corps soldiers. He, too, had checked the demon officer's stats. Most of the numbers were hidden, but one skill stood out. Intimidation continuously exerts psychic pressure on targets within 30 meters, inducing fear and trembling. The longer the exposure, the stronger the effect. After seeing that skill, he understood why Li Huaxiang suffered such a brutal mental assault. He had even edged closer himself, just to feel the aura's strength, and, if their roles were reversed, he doubted he could have done any better than she had. The third provocation unfolded much like the second. The demon officer sprang forward a heartbeat before the arrows fell, clearing the wall once more. His armor hissed against the air, and his charge was fiercer than the last two, his speed suddenly drawn tight, like a bowstring. Only one thought echoed in Li Huaxiang's mind: run, run, run. Wind roared past her ears as she forced herself back to the designated spot, where her knees buckled, and she hit the ground with a thud. She landed in a graceless heap, yet no one laughed. Every eye held quiet respect. Meeting an enemy heathen might mark a warrior or a fool, but facing pure fear always marked a hero. Li Huaxiang had not fainted from cowardice. The stacked shock of repeated retreats had driven her terror to its limit, triggering her Bodhi's own protective shutdown. Huanyao settled her against a wall and asked softly, Commanderly, what do we do next? Li Wire pondered. He's provoked us 3 times already, so he should keep going. The question is who? I will. A clear voice cut him off. By Tian, who looked as fragile as the girl next door, raised her hand, her eyes steady. Li Wire had planned to pick another male scout, but her volunteering caught him off guard. You? He frowned, letting his gaze rest on her slender arms and delicate features, doubt in his eyes. Let me go, Commanderly President. By Tian straightened her back. I can do it. Li Wire felt a headache coming, the same look had just seen on Li Huaxiang's face. You want to swap weapons too? Yes. Absolutely. I've been dreaming about it. She nodded vigorously. Good grief, he was speechless. The hardy, fearless Li Huaxiang was one thing, but now even this sweet, dainty girl had fallen for that unknown weapon. He wanted to remind her that decent gear was enough and that stats and skills mattered more, but he bit his tongue. Everyone had their own goals. If you insist, I have no objections. President He Wanyao smiled lightly. She's one of mine, but I respect her choice. Great. Bai Tian clenched her fists and waved back at Bai Yuan. Sis, watch me. Go for it. Bai Yuan tightened her own fists in support. With Li Huaxiang's success as a guide, Bai Tian quickly reached the critical point. She drew a deep breath, lifted one foot, and stepped across. The expected barrage of arrows never came. Everyone froze. She frowned, thinking she had stopped in the wrong spot, and moved 2 steps farther. Still nothing. Huh. Li Huaxiang, just regaining consciousness, rubbed her temples in bewilderment. Bai Tian kept walking 3 steps, 4, 6, 7 until she was 20 or 30 paces from the wall, and the sky remained eerily silent. Everyone. Li Huaxiang, seriously? The demons play favorites now? This is so unfair. Bai Tian was completely baffled. She had already crossed well past the line. By all logic, Demon City should have attacked by now, yet everything remained eerily still. Had she somehow turned invisible? If the provocation failed, she would lose points on her performance review. Remembering how everyone had stared when she unveiled her new weapon, she pressed her lips together and kept going. In only a few steps, she stood beneath the towering gate. The massive, jet-black doors were right in front of her, but the demon soldiers arrayed along the battlements stared straight ahead as if she didn't exist. Frustration boiled up in Bai Tian's chest, and she lashed out with a hard kick. Boom. The dull thud echoed through the stone walls. Far behind her, members of the Survey Corps and Yunyang who had been watching felt their hearts leap. Too bold, too crazy, too fearless. That was Demon City's gate, and she had actually kicked it. Countless anxious eyes fixed on the doors, certain they would burst open any second and unleash a swarm of demons. Huan Yao, Lu Huizhong, and the rest who were close to Bai Tian felt their hearts in their throats. Bai Yuan was so tense her voice cracked. Sis. But the dreaded scene never came. The gates didn't swing wide, no soldiers charged out, and the sentries on the wall didn't even glance down. It was as if Bai Tian were made of air. What on earth was going on? Li Huaxiang's head buzzed. When she had merely approached, she had been met by a rain of arrows. How could Bai Tian kick the gate and stay unharmed? How did that make any sense? She held her forehead, sure her brain was about to overheat. Then things got even stranger. Whether eager for credit or furious at being ignored, Bai Tian drew her sword when the kick produced no response and began hacking at the gate. Furious slash, crippling strike, rising dragon, drawblade cut. Come out. Get out here. Right now? Steel flashed, sparks flew, and the iron doors rang under the assault. Every spectator's heart pounded in time with the blows. Girl, do you have a death wish? Yet again their worry proved needless. The sturdy gate merely shed a layer of dust. It was hard to find even a scratch, and Demon City stayed completely silent. Out of options, Bai Tian sheathed her sword and trudged back to her own lines, aggrieved. It's all right, Bai Yuan murmured, gently wrapping an arm around her sister. Huan Yao traded a puzzled look with Li Wire. Had the demon officer who'd chased Li Huaxiang 3 times run out of energy? Or had they seen through their provocation? Maybe I should try again. Li Huaxiang raised her hand hesitantly. Do it, Li Wire and Huan Yao replied in unison. Bai Tian's safe return was certainly a relief, but the mission was to provoke Demon City. So the one with experience, Li Huaxiang, was pushed forward once more. Facing the dark walls, she took one deep breath after another, unable to shake the lingering fear. To be honest, she was still terrified. She regained her spirits at the thought of the longsword Zhao Yun had forged with his own hands. Come on, if you're that good, chase me again. Li Huaxiang drew a deep breath and burst forward, dust exploding beneath her boots, and in a heartbeat, she reached the outer cordon of Demon City. She tapped her toe, braked hard, and thrust her right foot across the warning line without hesitation. Arrows screamed past her like a torrential rain, a black cloud blotting out the sky. At the same instant, the demon officer on the ramparts hurled himself forward with a furious roar, moving faster than ever, his killing aura seeming to tear the air apart. Whoa, I didn't really mean it. Don actually come. Li Huaxiang's voice cracked with panic. She spun and bolted, half rolling, half scrambling. The demon's reaction was terrifyingly swift, but distance was on her side. She slipped out of the kill zone where arrows and demonic energy crossed. Gasping, she collapsed to the ground, her shirt plastered to her back with cold sweat. She dared not look behind her, yet her senses told her the demon officer was less than 5 meters away. I can't one more run, and he'll really die, she muttered, shaking her head. Huan Yang and Li Wire traded a glance, and both shook their heads. It was clear the girl's nerves were at their limit. Ding! A crisp chime rang in her mind. Your mind has been tempered. Spirit 5. Huh. Li Huaxiang froze. Then joy washed away her exhaustion. Spirit 5? I can get gains like this. For a warrior, strength drives offense, while endurance and spirit underpin defense. Endurance blocks physical damage and shortens control time. Spirit resists magical damage and weakens demonic control. Each level gives only 3 free attribute points, and most warriors, including her, follow the creed the best defense is a good offense, dumping everything into strength and leaving glaring gaps in defense. After only 4 provocations, she had picked up 5 full points of spirit, an average of 1 point each time. Pure windfall. Head bowed, a hand covering her face, she chuckled, exhilaration trembling in her voice. Li Huaxiang, pillar of Yunyang, and you almost broke under 1 demon officer? Ridiculous. She looked up, eyes blazing. If him to be Yunyang's cornerstone, if him to be the warrior Jiangxing admires, I need far more resolve than this. She spun and shouted to Li Wire and Huan Yang. Commander Li, President, let me go again. This time I won't lose. The two exchanged bewildered looks. Had the shock rattled her mind? Where had all this heroic flair come from? Ignoring the puzzled stares, Li Huaxiang flung her arms wide, her fighting spirit surging. Watch closely, brothers and sisters. A real warrior can be knocked down, but never knocked out. With that, she streaked forward like an arrow. Li Huaxiang fired off another provocation at lightning speed. Before the usual notification about her boosted stats could appear, the system blared 3 deafening alerts in a row. Jianglu Demon City has been provoked repeatedly and is now enraged. An enhanced boss is heading for Jiangxing. Stay sharp. Jianglu Demon City has been provoked repeatedly and is now enraged. An enhanced boss is heading for Jiangxing. Stay sharp. Jianglu Demon City has been provoked repeatedly and is now enraged. An enhanced boss is heading for Jiangxing. Stay sharp. Wow, we did it. Another boss is on the way. This is epic. The crowd erupted. Their first victory was still vivid in everyone's mind. and by now nobody regarded the Demon City's boss as a threat. It was just a lumbering XP jackpot. The triple alert set all of Jiangxing ablaze. Another boss already? I'm actually tearing up. I missed the last one by accident. No way I'm sitting out this defense. Too dangerous. Let me handle it. Not a chance. Protecting Jiangxing is everyone's duty. I'm signing up. Enough bickering. Just leave the slots to our starry guild. Yeah, right. Keep dreaming. I'm heading to the sign-up desk now. Wait for me. Within 10 minutes, the Guardian Core outpost was packed wall-to-wall with players. Crossed weapons and swirling skill effects lit the place up like daylight. While Jiangxing's fighters were itching for their second enhanced boss, other cities could only drool over their still-plotting golems. Take Qingcheng, for example. Its forum was awash in complaints. We submitted the request ages ago. Why is Luoqing still silent? Relax. We'll get an answer sooner or later. Easy for you to say. Did you see the Hall of Fame screenshots from Jiangxing? Exactly. They've got level 30s everywhere. If you're not level 40, you can't even crack the rankings. Seriously? All that XP came from the golem fights? What else? If we don't find a way to beat our boss soon, we're going to be left in the dust. Chill. We're anxious, but the foreigners are even worse. They're begging online for our strategies. Huh. Why should we hand over the tactics we developed ourselves? Joke's on them. We don't even have a reliable strat yet. The sense of urgency spread across the country and around the globe. At 4:20 p.m., every city lord in Huagua received an ultra-classified report. Minutes later, investigation squads and guardian troops were mobilized, and portals flared white against the night sky. At dawn the next day, as if perfectly coordinated, every city in Huagua launched a massive assault on its golem. Yet just as the battles began, the system flashed a global announcement. Congratulations to Jiangxing. The enhanced boss from the Demon City has been slain, dealing a heavy blow to its morale. It turned out Jiangxing's players couldn't wait for sunrise. They had fought through the night by torchlight and cut down the newly spawned golem before anyone else even had a chance to engage. When the news broke, players in Huagua stayed calm. The boss was right in front of them, and they were already gearing up for the raid. The second city to trigger a kill notification was Jiangxing. They were only 2 steps ahead of everyone else, yet it was enough to steal the national spotlight. Huagua's players knew that with a bit more effort, they could still catch up to this frontrunner. Overseas, the atmosphere was entirely different. Jiangxing's announcement of a second golem kill felt like a thorn beneath the skin, as if ants were crawling everywhere. Falling one boss behind meant a huge chunk of experience, several whole levels. Levels translate into attributes, skills, and raw power, which ultimately shape national strength. A short while ago, they had all been neck and neck. Huagua's sudden leap left them restless and uneasy. On the Darknet's homepage, a golden bounty titled Fortified Demon City Boss Strategy blazed across the top. The reward had soared to 30 billion and was still climbing, yet the accepted by field stayed blank. More unsettling was the silence on Huagua's forums. Every strategy post had vanished, and no one was leaking a single word. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. For Huagua, they were the most exhilarating days yet. Since the Legion of Calamity laid siege, the ambient spiritual energy had risen daily. Even Shootens earned experience by staying home. Beasts leveled several times faster than humans, and adventurers had been grinding dungeons just to keep the gap from widening. Many had spent sleepless nights over that helpless struggle. Everything flipped when the fortified Demon City bosses appeared. Without Jiangxing's outrageous 1,000 experience bonus, other cities earned roughly 3/4 of a level to a full level per kill, yet that was enough to whip everyone into a frenzy. Over 7 days, they downed nearly 1 boss a day. Active fighters climbed 5 to 6 levels on average, an ascent unimaginable before the cataclysm. Online. Thank you. Jiangxing became the hottest tag. After the strategy went public for free, posts, comments, and DMs flooded in from every corner of the country. Thank you, Jiangxing. Jiangxing forever. Praise blanketed the net, and any Jiangxing player who logged in was showered with virtual flowers and applause from strangers. It was a mental massage, and the more the better. As for how the guide had leaked, the locals were just as baffled, but that didn't stop them from basking in the goodwill. Abroad, the same 7 days were pure purgatory. Golems marched closer to the walls, their heavy steps tolling like funeral bells day and night. Meanwhile, system notices of Huagua's repeated boss kills flashed across the sky, dozens each day, shredding already frayed nerves. Under this double assault, many players neared breakdown, drawing weapons at the slightest sound. There were exceptions. 3 days ago, Stan quietly received a top-secret document, formed squads, and began farming golems without a word. Outsiders only saw their leaderboard numbers spike, with no idea why. All of this had been mapped out in advance on the sand table inside Huagua's Forbidden City. Yet this night, something unexpected happened. The Darknet bounty for the golem boss strategy was suddenly marked as complete. The sudden change threw the Forbidden City into high alert, and a sweeping investigation was ordered at once. Investigators spent the night poring over dark web and external logs, but heaven moved faster than any human probe. Within 24 hours, a sky-wide notice appeared, one every citizen of Huagua dreaded. Congratulations to Decker City. The fortified Demon City boss has been slain, its momentum crushed. Foreign towns had downed golems before. It could be done without a battle array map, though at steeper cost. What stung was that Decker City under the Pretty Nation snatched the first kill, instantly igniting Wagwo's online fury. Since Jiang City published its walkthrough, the Forbidden City had barred domestic players from foreign networks. The logic was clear: better to lock down intel than let others profit. Most complied without complaint. Compared with hobbling foreign rivals, losing web access was a small price. Some even hoped the Pretty Nation or Cherry Blossom Nation would be steamrolled by the Golemsif, not wiped out, at least crippled. Yet the Pretty Nation suffered no disaster. Instead, Decker City announced a clean boss kill. Damn it. No news for Daisy thought they'd been wiped. Great, my good mood is gone. Same here, makes me sick. Assumed a fluke, the notion died 10 minutes later when the same golden notice sliced across the clouds. Congratulations to Decker City. The fortified Demon City boss has been slain, its momentum crushed. Within 2 hours, 4 more cities under the Pretty Nation followed suit. Days of silence turned into a sudden bloom of victories. Did they crack a new strategy? Almost everyone asked the same question. Half a day later, that theory collapsed. Cities in the Tower Nation, Iron Will Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation, and others cleared the boss as well. Something's really off. The Pretty Nation sharing a strat? No way. If they had one, they'd hide it. Has our walkthrough leaked? Not hat, can't be. Lights burned through the night inside the Forbidden City. Confirmed. The method foreign players use matches ours exactly. The dark web bounty? Someone cashed in using our walkthrough. What? The conference room exploded. The leak meant all of Lieutenant General Zhao Yun's painstaking work had been betrayed. A heavy silence fell as eyes locked on a giant screen, its ticking second hand reminding everyone. Lieutenant General Zhao handed us that strategy just 7 days ago. They didn't even keep it under wraps for 2 weeks. How are we supposed to explain this to him? We drilled it into them 1,000 times. Be cautious. Stay cautious. Be absolutely cautious. We said secrecy, secrecy, and more secrecy. And look what happened. ARG. Investigate. Conduct a full investigation. Get to the bottom of it. Drag the leaker out. Charge them with treason and punish them to the fullest extent. No mercy. Night hung heavily over Jiangcheng. Yet every light in the city lord's residence burned bright. Zhao Yun answered a call. The screen displayed one short note: Commander-in-Chief Huang Zhonghua. Lieutenant General Zhou, am responsible for this. On the other end, Huang Zhonghua got straight to the point, letting apologies and self-reproach spill out at once. Zhou Yun faced the window, looking down on the sea of lights. His voice was calm, almost without emotion. You're too hard on yourself, Commander. Huagua is the homeland of every citizen, mine included. Serving the nation is simply my duty. Since the worlds merged, new tactics appear every day and it's impossible to guard against them all. A leak was bound to happen sooner or later. His pace was unhurried, but each word landed solidly. Now that everyone has tasted the kill golem, gain massive experience strategy, they'll treat it as the top leveling option. That's dangerous. Dangerous? In what way? Huang Zhongguo's tone turned solemn at once. Zhou Yun paused, as if weighing his words. From what I know of Demon City and the demon clans, they want sit back while we keep slaughtering their golems. The only reason they're silent is that they're waiting for the right moment. When it comes, they'll strike back hard. Strike back? Can you predict how? Huang Zhongguo pressed. For example, they might focus their power in one region and spawn a boss several times stronger than usual. Zhou Yun spoke hypothetically, thought it had happened in his previous life. In short, raising our strength as much as possible before that counterattack hits can't be wrong. Understood. Thank you for the warning. Huang Zhongguo replied with grave sincerity. When the call ended, an urgent order flew from the Forbidden City's general staff to every major city. Increase overall combat power. Stay alert for unknown threats. Once the strategy leak became irreversible, Huagua lifted its firewall on foreign networks. But the moment citizens logged back in, they were bombarded with posts praising the beautiful nation for the discovery. Every country credited the strategy to it in lockstep. Public opinion roared. That nation had stolen Huagua's plan, offered it up like a gift, and now posed as the savior of the world, while condemning Huagua for supposedly hoarding the tactic to harm others. Huagua's netizens smashed their keyboards a little harder in fury. Huffing, Huanyao pushed through the door, dropped her coat halfway off, and collapsed onto the sofa, scrolling through the overseas feeds until her cheeks puffed with anger. Don't let their words get to you, Zhou Yun said, setting a glass of water in front of her, his tone composed. We were already sharing the strategy with friendly nations. The ones shouting loudest now are either open threats or potential rivals. Seeing them jump out actually makes things clearer. He slid the glass toward her, unfazed. And no matter what they say, strength is what counts. In the end, fists do the talking. But Huanyao frowned. Every country can level quickly by killing golems now. We've lost our biggest edge. Jiangcheng's 1000% experience bonus expired too, and you can feel how much slower leveling is. Then we'll find another edge. Zhou Yun smiled. Her eyes lit up instantly. Honey, you've got another plan, don't you? Tell me. Simple one, more decisive showdown with Demon City. Another decisive quest? Huanyao blinked. But isn't that sort of quest always posted by Moching? Who says Moching's the only one allowed to post a decisive quest? Zhao Yun raised an eyebrow. Huh. She stood there, confused. Zhao Yun laughed. You were there when old Wang got his quest. Remember how it happened? Of course. Huanyao nodded. Commander Li Wire brought back a scroll that had been shot over from Moching. The moment the governor opened it, the quest appeared. Exactly. Zhao Yun clapped softly. If they can write a scroll, so can we, and if they can fire it over here, we can fire it right back. Seriously? Li Huaxiang nearly dropped her jaw. The next day, in the governor's mansion. Seriously? Li Huaxiang repeated Zhao Yun's idea. Every official in the Halwang Taiji included stared, eyes wide. Li Wire and Qin Feng looked equally taken aback. Fire a scroll back at them? Is that even possible? Someone muttered, most faces colored with doubt. Since the worlds merged, Earth natives had only accepted quests passively. Every active quest had come from factions that crossed over from elsewhere. Now Earthlings wanted to turn around and give Moching a quest? It felt like turning the heavens upside down. President Wang Taiji asked, twitching at the corner of his mouth. Who came up with this? Don't tell me it struck you in the middle of the night. My husband did, Huanyao answered bluntly. Oh, the mood in the hall flipped at once. Eyes brightened as if someone had wiped away a layer of dust. Doubt vanished instantly. Actually, one official spoke first. President He's idea sounds perfectly doable. We've never tried it, but the success rate can't be low. He had been shaking his head moments before, drawing a few eye rolls, yet more voices chimed in at once. Right. If Moching can hand quests to us, we can hand one right back. Exactly. It's a bold idea and brilliantly so. Wow, can't believe I never thought of it. Li Wire cleared his throat. Governor, if we still have that scroll, I suggest giving it a shot. Wang Taiji looked at Li Wire, then scanned the room before settling on the steady Qin Feng. Old Qin, what's your opinion? Qin Feng considered for a moment, then nodded. I'd say go for it. Good. Wang Taiji slapped the table. Since everyone agrees, that's the plan. Write a scroll, shoot it back to Moching, and post them a quest. Only one problem remained. How to get the scroll inside. Wang Taiji knew Moching's outer ring was heavily guarded, and its soldiers, perched on high ground and several levels above most professionals, could outrange almost anyone. So to shoot the scroll into Demon City, you basically have to step inside the coordinate, extremely dangerous job. Before Huanyang had finished speaking, a young archer stepped forward and announced brightly, Li Fei, am willing to give it a try. The crowd turned to him, doubt written across their faces. Meeting their gaze, Li Fei said calmly, I have a skill called Beyond Vision. My range and field of view outstrip anyone else's. If I can't make the shot, no one can. He stood ramrod straight, confidence practically spilling out of him. Li Wire nodded in confirmation. Li Fei is my cousin. He's always been among River City's top 10 archers. Now, he's ranked 3rd. I'm sure he'll be number 1 soon. That's right. The top spot will be mine sooner or later, Li Fei added without a hint of modesty. Good. Wang Taiji laughed heartily. Young people should have that drive. He turned to his desk, pulled a sealing scroll from a drawer, and placed it solemnly in Li Fei's hands. The mission is yours. Demon City. On the ramparts, the junior general Nicholas was making his usual rounds. He commanded 10,000 demon soldiers and oversaw the city's entire defense. For days, intruders had tested the cordon almost daily, keeping his nerves taut until the demons were firmly entrenched. Every threat had to be crushed at birth. Yet the strength and courage of those provocateurs meant nothing to him. They don't even have the guts to trade a single blow with me. Trash, he muttered, contempt on his face. Suddenly his eyes narrowed. Dust rose in the distance where a human unit had halted outside the cordon, another band of timid, worthless minnows. Nicholas lifted his right hand, and the archers on the wall snapped to readiness, bowstrings humming. They had tried countless times to kill the swordswoman who kept slipping across the line. Each failure forged a fierce vow. We can miss 1,000 times, but she can miss only once. This time, however, the swordswoman did not appear. In her place stood an archer wearing a pale green leather jacket. He planted his feet just outside the boundary, raised his bow, and aimed at the rampart. Foolish, the demon soldiers sneered inwardly. Nicholas voiced his scorn outright. Can't cross the line. So you try to provoke me with parlor tricks? Unless your arrow can hit me. Clang. Even as he spoke, an arrow slammed squarely into his helmet. Huh. In a flash his eyebrows bristled, and his gaze cut past the falling arrow to lock onto Li Fei. Veins bulged across his temples, and his face twisted like a fiend's. Wretch. The low roar exploded atop the battlements. A mere human who had yet to reach level 100 had drawn blood with a single arrow. Carelessness or not, the insult sent his rage soaring. Even worse, the archer in the distance was being mobbed by cheering comrades, as though the entire crowd were mocking the demon general's disgrace. You all saw that, didn't you? He swept a chilling glance to both sides, his voice as cold as drawn steel. The demon soldiers instantly dropped their eyes, silent as statues. Of course they had seen everything, but not one dared reply. Bang! His fist slammed into the parapet, spraying chips of stone. A brick forged from high-density Shingmo rock, caved in at Onsia material, their combined assault could barely scratch, making every nearby soldier's heart jolt. Nicholas drew a long breath, forcing the blaze inside him to settle. As a general commanding 10,000 demons, he could regain clarity in an instant. The facts were plain. The human archer stood beyond the fortress' current range. For now, killing him was impossible. Once calm, two key points surfaced. First, the enemy's range far exceeded the norm. No sub-level 100 archer should be able to shoot this far, though now was not the time to investigate why. Second, something else had fallen with the arrow. Searching the rubble, he found a scroll bound to the shaft with hemp twine. A challenge scroll? The very one I sent out? He unrolled it. The contents were identical. At that moment, glowing words appeared in his mind. Quest: decisive duel, civil or martial. Description: choose a contest of skill or combat to decide victory against Jiangqing. Civil options: blacksmithing, cooking, alchemy, tailoring, jewel crafting. Martial options: duel, legion battle, siege. Reward: the winning city receives an experience bonus proportional to the score difference. The loser suffers an experience penalty of the same scale, minimum reduction 50. Countdown: 4 hours 36 minutes 26 seconds. Note: failure to choose before the timer expires counts as forfeiture. Well. A hoarse, icy laugh escaped him. A pack of humans dares turn my own challenge back on me? Bold indeed. Only moments ago his defeat had earned him a tongue lashing from the demon marshal. Now he had the perfect outlet for his fury. Grinning savagely, Nicholas raised his hand and made his choice. The instant he confirmed, the heavens above Jiangqing thundered with a system announcement. Decisive duel initiated. Jianglu versus Jianglu Demon Fortress. Format: martial, single combat. During the final showdown, each side will send 3 contestants to duel unknown on the arena, and the outcome will determine the victor. The rules remain the same. Best 2 out of 3 within 24 hours. The winning city will gain an experience bonus equal to the point differential, while the loser will suffer a matching penalty, with a minimum setback of 50%. Time limit 24 hours. The tiebreaker leaderboard is now live. Let the battle begin. A golden curtain of light spread simultaneously over Jiang City and Mo City. This time the board did not stand upright. Instead, it unfurled like a scroll. In the center hung a finely carved arena, its surface etched with layered patterns that seemed ready to erupt with fighting spirit. On either side of the platform, a glowing 0 showed that both cities were tied at 0 points. Wow, another tiebreaker quest, I love these. A young player in Jiang City cheered, pumping his fist. Last time I scored a 1000 EXP boost, felt amazing. One more win and we're flying again. Unstoppable. Wake up. Someone smacked his shoulder. Last time Master Zhou turned it around by himself. This one's pure combat, and it's all duels. Mo City isn't to be trifled with. Not just dangerous. Another pointed toward the distant wall. Word is their general on the rampart is level 300. If they send him in, what do we fight with? Level 300? We couldn't even survive his basic attack. The chatter grew louder, and worry spread like a tide. A humming sound rose in the center of Jiang City as a spinning golden portal opened. Almost simultaneously, 2 portals of identical size appeared on either side of the arena atop the leaderboard exclusive channels for the duelists. Before the echo of the system announcement had faded, a tall, intimidating figure stepped out of Mo City's portal. His black heavy armor glinted coldly beneath the light screen. Twin horns on his helm angled forward as though challenging all of Jiang City. To everyone's surprise, their probing spell could lock onto the opponent's stats only to reveal something even more terrifying. Name: Demon General Ishikar. Age: 46. Level: 300. Strength: 596. Endurance: 472. Intelligence: Spirit: 167. Talent: Command gains attribute bonuses according to rank. Current rank: Demon General. Skill 1. Intimidation continually suppresses the minds of targets within 30 meters, inflicting fear and tremors. The longer the duration, the deeper the terror. Skill 2. Descent of Darkness gathers demonic power and unleashes a barrage of indiscriminate shadow arrows. Skill 3. Strength: 596. The crowd gasped. A melee player went pale. My total stats aren't even 1/3 of his. This is pure stat crushing. How are we supposed to fight that? One swing from him and would probably drop on the spot. We're done for. No way we win this time. Pessimism spread rapidly. Last time Mr. Zhou pulled off a miracle, but this is straight combat, looks hopeless. Time slipped away, second by second. 5 minutes flew past, yet the River City platform was still empty. Across the arena, Demon City's champion and first duelist, Ishikar, stood with his arms folded, surveying the crowd from above. He slowly extended his right hand, thumb pointed down, then flicked it. Not a single word left his lips, but the gesture cut deeper than any insult, a cold blade of contempt across every face. He's looking down on us. Better to die than be humiliated. Rage erupted through the crowd. Losing was one thing, Being mocked was another. Damn it. We're dead no matter who goes. You Pat, at least let's show some backbone. A burly hothead clanked toward the teleport circle, steel armor ringing. Level 37 knight, requesting to fight. If I have to die, ITLLB for River City's pride. Without another word, he sprinted forward. Hold it. The thunderous shout stopped him in his tracks. Everyone turned. Qin Feng, commander of the Guardian Legion, lowered his clenched fist, his face calm as still water. Beside him, 62-year-old veteran and Vice Commander Huang Fulongqi stood with hands behind his back, imposing and unyielding. Behind them, dozens of legionnaires formed ranks, steel flashing as they sealed off the circle and separated it from the crowd, bringing instant order. Qin Feng swept his gaze over the square, his voice a heavy stone on the chest. This duel concerns every soul in River City. If we win, celebration. If we lose, experience penalties for the whole city. Remember how sweet those bonus levels felt? The punishment will sting twice as hard. This isn't a lark. No one gets to drag the city down because of a moment's temper. The crowd's anger cooled, but someone still yelled, neck veins bulging. But that's the problem, there's no hope of winning. Whether we wait 24 hours or not, we can't beat them. Silence. Huang Fulongqi's roar cracked like a whip. The white-haired veteran stepped forward, his presence oppressive. Winning or losing isn't that simple. The duel board didn't appear by chance. Wei triggered it deliberately. If we did it on purpose, we have a plan. It's only just begun, and you're ready to quit? Want that demon up there to despise us even more? Brainless brawlers do nothing but shame us. He pointed toward the high platform, each word ringing like steel. A real warrior thinks first and strikes at the perfect moment. And if it truly comes to the worst, the Guardian Legion will take the lead. He, Commander Qin Feng, and I, Vice Commander Huang Fulongqi, will be the first to stand and fight. His vow ignited the crowd's blood. Guilt and respect tangled together as every eye burned with newfound pride in the Guardian Legion. Vice Commander Huang Fu, I was wrong. I shouldn't have acted on impulse. My arrogance shames me. Please accept my apology. One sincere apology after another rippled through the crowd, and the people who had been the most agitated now bowed their heads. Hands clasped behind his back, Huang Fulongqi let the wind play with his silver-streaked hair and nodded slowly, eyes filled with reassurance. At his age, he could have left the front lines to enjoy a peaceful retirement. Yet guarding these young people was precisely what made it all worthwhile. So who's going to fight? Someone whispered. We can't just send someone up there to die, can we? The countdown had barely begun, and suggestions flew. Don't give up, we've still got time. Exactly. With enough minds, we'll find a solution. The gloom lifted at once. Everyone gathered around the sand table and piles of documents, writing, simulating, discarding, then starting over. Huang Fulongqi exchanged a glance with Qin Feng, and the two veterans burst out laughing. Even at their bleakest moment, these people chose to face danger heat-in. That spirit alone was something to be proud of. Soon afterward, elite members from the city's guilds and merchant houses arrived and joined the debate. The war room buzzed, sketches and data flashing across holographic screens. About an hour later, a commotion rose at the edge of the transport array, and hushed voices spread through the hall. He Wanyao appeared, leading Cloudrise Guild strike team. Li Wire followed with Survey Corps soldiers. They walked straight to the array. She wore a streamlined combat suit, dark hair pulled back, her gaze clear and unyielding. Saluting smartly, she spoke in a voice that brooked no argument. Commander Qin, Commander Huang Fu, permit me to take the first match. I, He Wanyao, level 67 warrior, request to fight for River City. Her words sliced through the air like a blade, and the hall fell silent. President He, the Cloudrise leader, is volunteering? She's General Zhou's wife. Level 67, top of the city's warrior rankings, second on the Hall of Femino. One questions her strength, but her opponent is a demon general. President He, please think twice. Voices overlapped, equal parts admiration and concern. Cloudrise now held nearly 70% of the city's professional talent, and He Wanyao wielded the five-color glazed tower. Her husband, Zhao Yun, was a famed master smith recently promoted to major general. If anything happened to her on that arena, the consequences would be devastating. Qin Feng's expression turned grave. President, hear you confident? Huang Fulongqi frowned as well. Earlier that morning, when the city lord's office drafted contingency plans for a duel, He Wanyao had certainly been listed as a candidate. Yet now that the moment had come, hesitation spread on every face. Li Wire clenched his fists. He understood better than anyone the shockwaves of defeat would send through Cloudrise and the city's army. Meeting their eyes, He Wanyao smiled softly, unclipped the comm badge from her belt, and pressed it to her chest. Don't worry. I may not be 100% certain of myself, but I have absolute faith in my husband. If he told me to fight, it means I will not lose. She took another step forward and bowed again, her tone ringing like steel. Please, grant me this honor. Let me win the first victory for River City. Isn't this exactly what Mr. Zhou said? Then we're good. Now it all makes sense. I can finally breathe easy. Sure, Mr. Zhou is a master smith, but this is a unknown duel, right? Stop worshipping him blindly, will you? If it were a forging contest, we'd trust every word he said. But that's not what this is. He's unbeatable at the forge, but in a real fight, he's just a crafter. Combat isn't his thing. Hey, have you all forgotten Master Zhou's undefeated run against Hong Feng? Wait, did that really happen? I'm not sure, maybe it did, maybe it didn't. Oh, repressed memories are attacking me. I think we should keep looking for a better candidate, or at least rethink the plan. There has to be a loophole. The square buzzed with debate. Most people doubted He Yao, and were even less convinced that Zhao Yun understood combat. Qin Feng and Huang Fulongqi, however, held their tongues. They knew more than the others. First, Zhao Yun's intelligence on Demon City was uncannily accurate. Every key suggestion had proven effective and brought huge gains to River City. Second, whether it was his flawless record against Hong Feng or the way he toyed with Chen Chong in the street, his effortless fighting style showed he was anything but ordinary. For these two reasons, they trusted Zhao Yun's decision to put He Yao in the ring, though the consequences of a single misstep still worried them. While they hesitated, they caught a familiar figure at the edge of the crowd. Zhao Yun had arrived and nodded to them. It's Master Zhao. Master Zhao is here. At that shout, the atmosphere ignited. After all, he had single-handedly turned the tide in the last decisive battle. He Yao spotted Zhao Yun and felt a surge of calm. Facing the pressure of a level 300 demon general had left her uneasy. Without Zhao Yun's earlier pep talk, she wasn't sure she'd have had the courage to step onto the platform. Now, the look he sent across the distance seemed to say, "Go get him, honey." She read the silent encouragement and smiled warmly. All right. Qin Feng finally made up his mind and announced in a clear voice, "President, he will take this fight against Demon City's General Ishikar." "President, good luck." "Understood." He Wanyo's smile faded. Her tone turned solemn. "For River City, I'll give it everything I've got and win this battle." With the first contender settled, the square erupted. "Go, President, It's just a demon general, skewer him with one swing." "President, for the win." Though worry lingered beneath the cheers, no one held back their support. They knew He Yao was staking her life for all of River City. Whoosh. He Yao stepped up to the teleport array, drew a deep breath, and her eyes shone like cold stars. One stride flash. She vanished, reappearing on the wide stone platform at the center of the victory board, inside River City's allotted zone. Opposite her, Demon General Ishikar stood with his hands behind his back, his aura surging like a tide. It was about to begin. She had to win. She had to. "I won't lose, I won't lose, I won't lose." The duel was moments away, and every soul in the square was wound tight as a bowstring. Humph. So someone finally dares step forward? AI Zyker slowly opened his eyes, the slitted golden pupils slicing across the arena like blades. When his gaze landed on He Yao, he tilted his head back and sneered. "A female? Humans really are pathetic. For a duel like this you send a woman? Have all the males in Jiangxing already died?" "Enough." He Yao stepped forward, the heel of her boot making the platform shudder. Her eyes flared. "On the battlefield there is no male or female, no old or young. Anyone in Jiangxing could take your head. If you want to mock my people, beat me first." "Good. Well said." Around the arena, the Jiangxing spectators clapped as one. "Guildmaster that's the spirit we expect from Yunyang's leader. I'm embarrassed by my own weakness, but my blood's on fire. I'm going to train twice as hard starting today. Guildmaster, he is my hero." Hearing the cheers, much of the scorn in AI Zyker's eyes faded. Interested now, he raised a hand and nodded. "Impressive spirit. Even if you are female, I suppose you qualify as a warrior. Very well, they'll fight at full strength, try to last more than a moment." The temperature of the crowd dropped at once. On the left stood a level 300 demon general. On the right, only a level 67 fighter. The gulf between them was an abyss, and the fact that the demon would still fight at full strength could only mean trouble. He Yao, however, remained resolute. "That's exactly what I want." As the words left her mouth, she clasped her hands around nothing, and an ice-blue greatsword formed from the air, the Frostlance Divine Sword. A chill mist swirled out, and her aura shot to its peak. "Combatants, take your positions." The mechanical voice of Heaven's Tao echoed overhead. Duel 322 begin. Swish. AI Zyker pushed off with one heel, a black blur streaking to the edge of the platform. In the same motion, he drew a jet-black longbow. The string thrummed 3 volleys, 6 arrows each. In less than a heartbeat, 18 shadow-tipped arrows howled through the air. The moment the arrows closed in, He Wanyo's Frostlance sword was only just coming down. The hearts of the Jiangxing spectators nearly stopped. Who could have imagined the demon general would strike so fast, so viciously? Frost Heaven Cleave. A torrent of ice-blue sword energy fanned outward, freezing mist crystallizing in its wake. Crack, crack, crack. All 18 arrows shattered into glittering dust. The cold blast reversed course, roaring straight toward AI Zyker. "Huh," AI Zyker muttered. He had expected her to crumble in a single breath, yet she not only blocked the arrow storm, but turned it back on him, and those arrows had been fired with all his strength. Something's off. Alarm bells rang in his mind. With a flick of his toes, he leapt back several paces, barely dodging the ice blue arc. He had no sooner landed than a second, darker blade of energy screamed toward him. Another one? As he twisted away, a third sword wave sliced toward his face. You're pushing your luck. His brows knit. Now he was angry. As a demonic general, second only to the demon marshal in all of Demon City, he commanded 10,000 troops, a man beneath only one, and above everyone else. Ordinarily, someone of his rank had no reason to show up for a duel of this caliber. The enemy was nothing more than a feeble human settlement. Yet Nicolas' incessant coaxing, coupled with his own conviction that any strike he made had to be clean, decisive, and flawless, finally drove him onto the arena. He didn't just need to win, had to win spectacularly, enough to erase the sting of their last defeat and the disgrace of the golems Jiang Cheng destroyed. So at this moment, the entire Demon City, not just Jiang Cheng, was watching. When his opening triple shot failed to fell the target, cracks appeared in his prestige. A single second of delay would turn into public humiliation. Mere sword aura from a human warrior. What's the worst that can happen if I take it, Heaton? He snarled, abandoning any thought of dodging. The deep blue blade light slashed toward him. Instead of retreating, he stepped in and drew his bow again. Ordinary arrows had failed. Time for a destructive arrow to finish the job. Just as the bowstring was about to snap, clang, an icy blue sword wave struck him squarely. Frost shot from his chest, raced down his limbs, and in an instant he became a gleaming statue of ice. At the far edge of the arena, He Wanyang saw her tactic land. Her eyes flashed, her aura surged, and she switched to a one-handed grip. In a blur of motion, she popped a lucky mega pill into her mouth, then bit down on a spare crimson vial. Both were fresh from Zhao Yun's workshop with strict instructions. Save them for the finishing blow. The lucky pill boosted her deep frost sword aura's freeze rate. The red vial would instantly heal her if she took a fatal hit. Dosage complete. She gripped the sword with both hands again, feet pounding as her attack speed soared. Deep frost sword aura scales with speed. The faster the swing, the more often the chilling blades appear. Crash. Level 300 Icicle used his vast level gap to shatter the ice almost instantly, only for another deep frost wave to descend in the same heartbeat. Clang. The crystals swallowed him again. See that? That's our guild leader's real power. Haha. A demonic general good for nothing but getting frozen. Ever heard of permafrost style? Members of Yunyang screamed until their voices cracked. Inside the ice, Icicle roared in silent fury. He couldn't see Demon City's faces, but he could imagine them, soldiers and generals alike, wearing twisted expressions of disbelief. A dignified demonic general, frozen repeatedly by a human warrior, humiliating beyond words. He surged demonic energy, veins trembling, straining to break free. Yet he quickly realized it wouldn't be that simple. If it were only a standard freeze, his demonic body could smash it in an instant. The fact that he couldn't break out right away meant one thing. This was a higher tier deep freeze. Good. Demon General Icicle's cheeks twitched, scarlet eyes blazing. A mere human warrior mastering deep freeze? I underestimated you. But don't celebrate too soon. Give me 1 second, no. Half a second. Half a second. Boom. Demonic energy exploded from his body, cracking the ice apart. He tore free, only for a pale blue sword strike to slam into his chest the next moment, the chill locking his limbs again and drawing a furious roar. Then, charge. He Wanyang flashed forward in a halo of soft gold, wind whistling around her. The Frostfall divine sword flared, unleashing one technique after another. Furious slash. Furious slash. Furious slash. Rising dragon. Furious slash. Each blow burst into shards of ice and sparks on the demon's armor, the rapid impacts merging into a relentless drumbeat. Below the stage, Jiang City's warriors clenched their fists and shouted in rhythm. Keep it up. Stay on tempo. Cut him down. 3 stacks hit a rising dragon. Build 9 stacks and unleash the big rising dragon. Yet Li Wire and Qin Feng, 2 of the city's data analysts, exchanged worried looks. The damage still isn't enough, Li Wire muttered. The level gap's too big. Raw stats are against her, Qin Feng said, voice tight with concern. They knew He Wanyang was walking a razor's edge. If her rhythm broke for even a heartbeat, Icicle would counterkill her instantly. Not far away, Zhao Yun watched the leaderboard in the sky, finger poised over the login icon. He had already decided at the first hint of danger, he'd act faster than anyone, letting no harm come to He Wanyang. Time passed, and more spectators caught on. Why hasn't his health bar dropped? He's an archer with that kind of defense? Imagine if he were a knight. The crowd buzzed with nervous chatter. On stage, repeatedly frozen, Icicle's expression slowly calmed. His pride was gone, so he stopped pretending. But inside, his anger burned hotter. Go on, hit me, he sneered to himself. At your current output, ITLL take half an hour to bring me down. My arrow's already knocked. Just give me the smallest opening, little girl. The thought had barely formed when he saw a faint smile on He Wanyang's lips. She spat out an empty red potion bottle, pulled a brown pill from her pouch, and swallowed it without hesitation. One of Zhao Yun's newest concoctions, the Titan pill. The standard Mighty Force pill grants 20 points of strength for a full minute. What He Wanyao just swallowed, however, was a 30-fold version handcrafted by Zhao Yun. One pellet erupts with 600 points of strength, but lasts only 2 seconds. Even before taking it, her painstakingly stacked base strength of 303 was enough to sweep through Jiangsheng and rank among the elite nationwide, if not worldwide. Yet she still fell short against AI Zykel. His endurance sat at a staggering 472, a full 169 points higher than her strength. According to the system's rules, if your attack is lower than your target's defense by 20, damage is halved. By 50, it drops by 70. By 100, you deal only 10%. With a gap of 169, no wonder her blows felt like nothing more than a gentle scratch. Of course, she had never planned to chip him down that way, utterly unrealistic. Though AI Zykel was frozen stiff, as if trapped in eternal ice, she knew the level gap was too great. Even after chugging a lucky elixir, she could never guarantee a permanent freeze. The longer the fight dragged on, the greater her risk of slipping up. She could only wait for her cooldowns to reset. She was biding her time for Frost Sky Slash, her strongest burst technique. Lightning quick, wide-ranged, devastating and cursed with a 90-second cooldown. At the very start of the fight, Shed burned that ace to secure the opening freeze. Now, after a steady barrage of icy aura and basic strikes, the timer finally hit 0. Huh. He Wanyo's eyes widened in a fierce roar. Gripping the Frost Torrent Divine Sword, she unleashed purple sword energy intertwined with deep blue blades, blooming around AI Zykel like a lethal flower. Then she raised the longsword high and brought it crashing down. Every strand of sword aura fused into a single colossal edge that split him open. Warrior level 45 finisher, Phantom Dance. When the effects faded, the spectators sucked in a collective breath. AI Zykel's health bar plunged by roughly 20% in a single heartbeat. During the previous 90 seconds, had lost only 1 or 2%. The burst was astounding. Such is the terror of a 60-fold Mighty Force pill. The 30-fold dose injected 600 points of strength. Stacked atop her original 303, her stat skyrocketed to 903. Faced with that towering wall of numbers, AI Zykel's once formidable 472 endurance was instantly reduced to a joke. And the rules are equally clear in reverse: when attack surpasses defense, damage multiplies. AI Zykel panicked. The moment he felt his body take damage, fear surged through him. Staring blankly at the blood-tinged mist spilling from his chest, Aishikar still couldn't fathom how this mere human woman had unleashed such a ferocious assault in an instant. Worse, his instincts screamed that the onslaught wasn't over. In the next heartbeat, Wanyo's icy gaze locked on a Hema look of unwavering resolve, certain victory, and the promise to end her foe with a single sword stroke. No dot. Aishikar howled inwardly, yet his reactions lagged half a beat. Frost Heaven Sword Slash. The familiar opening stance appeared, and an icy blue arc of sword aura swept across the sky. A fan-shaped blade of light hung, like a frozen waterfall, before crashing down. Bone-piercing cold and brutal force tore through Aishikar's chest and abdomen in an instant, wiping out his full health bar in a thunderous flash. Jianglu vs. Demon City, Martial Duel, first decisive round. Demon City's Aishikar defeated. River City's Wenyo victorious. Whoosh. Aishikar's body burst into shards of light and vanished from the platform. At the same moment, the leaderboard updated. River City's score rocketed from 0 to 100, while Demon City remained frozen at 0. We won. We actually won. What the hell just happened? The Demon General got one-shot by President He. Are you kidding? That was a level 300 Demon General with 472 stamina, and she still nuked him? Her damage is insane. Unstoppable. President He is a beast. See that? That's a warrior. Strongest of the top 10 combat classes, hands down. The fight had ended so quickly that many spectators hadn't even processed it, yet the cheers were deafening. With the duel decided by best of 3, River City now stood only one victory away from overall triumph. When the glow of the teleportation array dimmed, Huanyao stepped off the stone platform to a tsunami of applause. People had once described her merely as beautiful, married to a powerful husband, and the guild master of the 5-colored glazed tower. Now, after one sword stroke that felled a level 300 Demon General, she had become River City's guardian deity, faintly eclipsing even Legion commanders Li Wire and Qin Feng. Li Wire and Qin Feng were equally stunned. They had expected a possible win, but not one delivered with such overwhelming force. To them, Huanyao now seemed less like a human and more like a humanoid boss. Yet questions immediately arose. She was only level 67. Where had that monstrous damage come from? The answer could only lie in the 2 pills she swallowed during the fight. But could a potion that powerful truly exist? If they could obtain it, it would be an immense boon to both the Scout Legion and the Guardian Legion. Before the 2 commanders could inquire further, blood-red light reappeared on the dueling platform. A demon in a crimson robe slowly materialized, his hoarse yet savage voice echoing across the entire city. Get up here and die? Although he hadn't named anyone, everyone knew he was calling for Jiangqing's second champion. When Demon General Labiska appeared, black armor gleaming, demonic energy surging, the arena fell silent. But the moment detection spells were cast, the stats on the holographic screen made every tense nerve relax. Name: Demon General Labiska. Age: 37. Level: 300. Strength: 121. Endurance: 264. Intelligence: 746. Spirit. Talent: Command troops, gains attribute bonuses based on rank. Current rank: Demon General. Skill list: 1. Intimidate, continuously terrifies all targets within 30 meters, causing fear and trembling. The longer it lasts, the stronger the effect. 2. Hand of the Demon King summons a giant hand to grab targets in an area, dealing extra damage equal to 30 of their maximum HP. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Repelling Demon Ring releases a burst of mana that knocks back nearby targets, with a 50 base chance to stun. Please, he comes in roaring like he's some big shot. Only level 300, why is he acting tough? The last Demon General had nearly 500 endurance and still dropped in 2 hits. This guy's got 264, and he's bragging? Under Eternal Freeze we're all equal, right? The chatter swelled. Everyone was sure this round would be another easy stomp. Then someone in the back blurted out, "Guys, what if same fighter can't go twice?" Huh. The arena fell silent as people exchanged looks. Can't repeat? The rules don't say that, do they? Why wouldn't we? It should be allowed, right? All eyes turned to the arbiters Qin Feng and Li Wire. Before the confusion cleared, Huan Yao stepped onto the teleport array, but she was bounced back. What the? We really can't reuse a fighter? How are we supposed to win now? Complaints erupted. Their confidence had rested entirely on Huan Yao's Eternal Freeze and her burst damage. Everyone believed that if she fought again, the match was in the bag. The restriction flipped the situation on its head. Quit freaking out, someone said, slapping his thigh. The rules clearly state each side sends 3 champions. We should have expected this. But Jiangqing doesn't have anyone else on the president's level. He's a mage with 746 intelligence, 1 AoE, and we're dead. Who can survive that? He's got 7 skills. 1 control, 1 nuke that we know of. Who lives through that? Cheers turned to despair. Emotions went from peak to abyss in seconds. Suddenly a figure in a black bodysuit cut through the crowd. The cool, striking Chu Xiangxiang stopped in front of Huan Yao, her voice firm. President, as planned, this fight is mine. Huan Yao frowned. The strategy did call for Chu Xiangxiang if the foe fielded a mage, yet she still hesitated. President, send me in, well win, Chu Xiangxiang added. Her tone was calm, as if what she was about to do was no more serious than grabbing a meal. What are the commander's thoughts? Huan Yao did not respond at once. Instead, she turned to Li Wire and Qin Feng. Chu Xiangxiang is probably our best choice right now, Li Wire said gravely. Qin Feng nodded in agreement. Before setting out for Demon City, the City Lord's mansion had gathered Zhao Yun and other key members to run every possible scenario. If the contest came down to a duel, Zhao Yun had already selected the fighters. Huan Yao's performance in the first match had proven him right. With no safer option available, they chose to trust Zhao Yun again and send Chu Xiangxiang up against the Magi General on the victory platform. With the 2 commanders' tacit approval, Huan Yao offered no objection. She gave a small nod, signaling Chu Xiangxiang to step forward. The slender girl headed straight for the teleportation array, the hem of her short black cloak brushing her boots. Just as she was about to enter the circle, 2 middle-aged figures pushed through the crowd and took the front row. Xiangxiang, you can do it. Whatever you decide, we're behind you. Give it everything you've got, we're right here. The newcomers were Chu Xiangxiang's parents. Huan Yao was quietly surprised. She had assumed they would try to stop their daughter, yet here they were, cheering her on. She smiled wryly. Her earlier concern had been needless. Waves of support swept through the crowd. Xiangxiang, you can do it. Xiangxiang, you can do it. Xiangxiang, you can do it. Besides her striking looks, Chu Xiangxiang was recognized as Jiangqing's top assassin and even had her own fan club. A flash of white light. The instant she stepped onto the array, her figure vanished and reappeared at the center of the towering platform. A level 56 assassin? Labiska, the demon general opposite her, narrowed his crimson gold eyes. Underestimating an opponent is the worst mistake a soldier can make. He spoke in a low, wary voice. Your level may be low and you look fragile, but I won't belittle you. They'll fight with everything I have and erase you from this world. A hiss of tension swept through the ranks of Jiangqing below. A powerful foe isn't frightening. What's frightening is a powerful foe who is also cautious, leaving no opening. The margin for error had been squeezed to the limit. Yet Chu Xiangxiang remained calm, as if she had never heard of fear. She bent slightly at the waist and said in a quiet voice, "Very well. Let's begin." Both combatants took their marks. 3, 2, 1 match start. The system chime had barely faded when Chu Xiangxiang slipped into stealth. Ha ha ha. In the very first second, Labiska's face twisted with excitement. Stealth? Just a little mouse hiding in the shadows. Come out. Before the words were finished, he tapped 2 fingers in rapid succession. Boom, 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 boom. A chain of explosions erupted around the spot where Chu Xiangxiang had disappeared, flames and stone shards weaving a death net so dense it seemed impenetrable. Yet in the midst of this brutal barrage, she did not reappear. Ha ha ha, Labiska grew more frenzied, a tick flickering at the corner of his eye. Interesting. Let's see how long you can hide. He moved even faster, his 2 fingers firing like grenade launchers, each strike timed with metronome precision. Ah! Cries of shock rippled through the crowd. On the dueling platform, flames rolled and twisted as Labiska flicked his wrist, hurling a string of arcane grenades that left half the stage scorched and pitted in the blink of an eye. Yet what truly startled the Jiangxing spectators was not the explosion itself, but the faint silhouette they caught through the platform's special reveal effect, a shadowy figure slipping toward Labiska just after melting into stealth. Because of that sudden approach, Labiska failed to blast her out of hiding on the first volley. For the next few seconds, Chu Xiangxiang stayed glued to his blind spot, always keeping to a slice of space his artillery could not reach. Still, moving this close while invisible was like dancing on razor's edge. 1. Any damage would force her out of stealth. 2. Landing a hit of her own would do the same. 3. Stealth cut her speed, making dodging nearly impossible. In short, she looked safe, but exposure could come at any moment. If she appeared, Labiska's repulsion ring would be lethal. There were only 2 outcomes for anyone caught in it. Those with weak constitutions died on the spot. The few who survived were stunned by the level gap and immediately shredded by a second barrage dead, all the same. Most professionals were sweating, but He Wanyao and Li Huaxiang were more anxious than anyone, because the demon general's passive intimidation was the real nightmare. Li Huaxiang had once blacked out under its psychic shock, and He Wanyao had felt that suffocating pressure during her 90-second clash with Icicle. They knew the truth. Staying near a demon general for too long crushes the mind. First your movements slip, then you faint. Will Xiangxiang hold out? Both of them clenched their fists at the same time. Just then, a crooked smile curled across Labiska's lips. Oh, not on this side. Then you must be on this side. He whipped around a full 180 degrees, pointed a finger, and flooded the arc behind him with explosions. Boom boom boom. Flames merged into an inferno, but when the smoke cleared, no stealth user appeared. Huh, still nothing? Labiska's smile faded, brows knitting. In the stands, every heart leapt into every throat. The moment he spun, Chu Xiangxiang couldn't react in time. His outstretched finger had stopped less than an inch from her forehead. Half a step more, and she would have been hit outright. At that hair-thin instant, Chu Xiangxiang blurred into an inky streak, slipping away only to reappear behind Labiska again. Shadow Strike. It was Shadow Strike. The maneuver came with a flawless animation, cancel clean and decisive, the sort of precision no one achieves without years of practice. Assassins in the audience felt their blood surge. Holy hell, who trains that chain to perfection? If Jiangxing's top assassin can't do it, then who can? Cheers rolled across the stands, making the air itself hum. What Chu Xiangxiang had just unleashed was the level 10 assassin skill Shadow Strike. Shadow Strike's effect is simple. The assassin materializes behind the target and automatically unleashes a powered-up blow. That move is usually the go-to opener after stealth, capitalizing on Backstab's damage boost for a one-shot kill. If the skill had played out fully just now, the empowered hit would have landed on Labiska, stealth would have broken on the spot, and the fight would have been decided in an instant. River City's top assassin, Chu Xiangxiang, refused to follow that script. Halfway through Shadow Strike, she canceled the auto-attack, keeping herself hidden in the dark. Labiska was still a demon general, battle-hardened and wary. He had blasted the entire arena, yet never forced Chu Xiangxiang into the open. Brow furrowed, he clenched his right hand as pitch-black mana writhed across his skin like wildfire. He's about to cast a skill. Someone in the stands cried. The crowd panicked, but the field itself was silent as a grave at midnight. Behind Labiska, Chu Xiangxiang quietly lifted 2 daggers, one red, one blue, one held forward, the other reversed, their edges glinting like ice threads. Ambush. The first strike was crisp and diagonal, slicing across Labiska's waist and drawing dark purple blood. Kidney strike. The second blade plunged into a nerve node at his side. A base 2-second paralysis would normally lock him down, but the level gap blunted the effect. Chu Xiangxiang knew and never slowed. Bleed. Gouge. Bleed. Crippling chill. Bleed. Execution. Rapid, frigid flashes burst behind Labiska, erupting into red-black sprays. Blind. The final blow shattered the rim of his mask, unleashing gray-black energy that swathed his eyes in darkness. Chu Xiangxiang withdrew and stood still, daggers dancing between her fingers, face cold as carved ice. Her calm made Labiska's panic all the more glaring. Instinct spun him in circles, but his widened eyes found nothing. The intended 6-second blind had been forced down to 2, and the moment vision returned he searched everywhere. Left, right, behind, nothing but air. Pain in his lower back stoked his fury. A dignified demon general, ambushed by a lower-tier assassin, and unable to retaliate intolerable humiliation. What he never grasped was that during those brief turns, Chu Xiangxiang had been gliding along an almost imperceptible arc, staying locked in his blind spot with the advanced assassin footwork known as Shadow Veil steps. Holy crap, that's insane. The crowd exploded. I've seen Shadow Veil hide a body, but suppressing sound and breath too? First time ever. Number 1 on the assassin leaderboard, title well deserved. Before the crowd could even catch its breath, something none of them had foreseen took place. Li Bizika darted across the polished dueling platform, shifting his angle again and again, yet the assassin's silhouette never surfaced. The match was overseen by Tiandao, so no one could leave the stage. An assassin needed 7 full seconds out of combat to vanish 1 more second than the normal blind. A typical assassin would toss blind at the end of a combo, disengage, wait out the 2-second blind, endure another second, then melt back into stealth for a fresh ambush. Chu Xiangxiang followed that script. She triggered execute to cash in bleed damage and clear the debuff, starting the out-of combat timer, then threw out blind. But there simply wasn't enough time. Li Bizika did the math instantly. The blind lasted 2 seconds, had already burned another 2, searching only 4 seconds gone, 3 left before she could drop combat. In other words, she couldn't possibly be in stealth. She had to be right behind him. The thought flashed through his mind. He lurched backward, reversed his grip, and jabbed with the speed of a plucked zither string. Boom, 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 boom. For strikes, 8 blossoms of flame erupted. Air rippled, but the empty space inside each blast made Li Bizika frown. He had missed? Missed? Impossible, he muttered, doubting himself for the first time. What he couldn't see was the cold sweat on the foreheads of the Jiangxing spectators. His deduction was perfect. Chu Xiangxiang was indeed lurking behind him. When his twin-finger thrusts came, she performed 2 deceptively simple moves. First, a step back. Second, a hop. With nothing but a retreat and a jump, she slipped past every explosion. How did she dare? The crowd gasped in unison. Anyone else would have frozen and been blown apart. Even a steadier player would have popped a shield, and the truly seasoned might have hit a level 30 sprint to outrun the blast zone. Chu Xiangxiang burned no cooldowns. She relied solely on the simplest of body movements to survive. She could be so bold because she knew her opponent could only strike backward and within a limited radius, and because the stage was flooded with light, no shadows to betray her position when she leapt. This was no longer just combat, it was precision performance art. Below the platform, assassins, knights, warriors, and archers alike showered her with unreserved admiration. Suddenly, Li Bizika snapped back as if struck by lightning. He spun around. No, you're definitely behind me. Correct. This time Chu Xiangxiang didn't bother with shadow step. She simply stood her ground and answered. Li Bizika froze. The opponent he had hunted so desperately had stopped moving and offered herself up. The Jiangxing spectators were equally stunned. Why show herself when staying hidden was obviously safer? Smoke burst from Chu Xiangxiang's body just as both fighters froze. The cloud mushroomed, then vanished, and she was gone from the platform. Her combat timer ran out. The crowd realized. She had slipped back into stealth. No wonder she had shown herself so boldly a moment ago. Everyone had been so absorbed that they'd forgotten to count the seconds. They laughed at themselves, the tension easing. Once an assassin disappears, her survival rate skyrockets. With stealth plus shadow step, Libiska could drag her out only by unleashing an arena-wide ultimate that can't be interrupted. Arg! Libiska roared, fury hot enough to scorch the air. A demon general of Dark City, toyed with by a low-tier human assassin. He crushed his staff in one hand, raised the other like a claw, fingers tightening as if squeezing invisible steel. Half the dueling stage was swallowed by thick black miasma. It churned like a tide of darkness. From those waves a colossal ebony hand burst out and slammed down. Crack air tore open with a sonic boom. When the hand uncurled, its palm was empty. The grab had been too fast, creating the shockwave. She's still loose. Libiska's face was black with rage. Even Demon King's hand, wide as it was, hadn't caught her. Humiliation and anger collided in his chest. Like hiding? Then hide all you want. He growled. Spreading his arms, he rose into the air, higher and higher, until he could overlook the entire arena. Then he began to bombard it. Black coffins fell from nowhere, spinning into devouring vortices. A forest of obsidian spears burst up from the floor. Massive blocks of dark stone plummeted from above with a shriek. Between them, blast fingers snapped from his hand, black flashes that ripped the sky. Spectators in Jiangcheng held their breath, hearts lodged in their throats. Any second, Chu Xiangxiang might be hit. Yet she kept stepping onto safe spots, skimming the edge of every strike, as if she had foreseen them all. Time slipped by, and confusion spread. Why dodge forever? The final had no time limit. Without a counterattack, she couldn't win. A viewer rubbed his chin. Is it me? Or is she getting brighter? Really? Someone squinted. Hey, she is. More eyes locked onto Chu Xiangxiang. Even in stealth, her outline was glowing. The twin daggers shimmered with faint golden light. blinking on and off. Moments ago they'd been dull. It's not just the blades, her whole boat is glowing. Is she charging an ultimate? I can't think of any heavy hit that shines like that. The stands buzzed. Zhao Yun, silent until now, only smiled. No surprise the audience didn't get it. Each of Chu Xiangxiang's daggers carried 2 rare attributes. The odds of even one were tiny. Put together, they were like stacking lethal on corrupted wind, where 1 plus 1 was far more than 2. In Zhao Yun's eyes, the pair might not be divine artifacts, yet they were every bit as powerful. Name: Exceptional Dagger. Durability: 100100. Stat bonus: Strength 20. Rare trait 1 Force Stealth. Lets the user slip into stealth even during combat, provided they know the stealth skill. Rare trait 2 Mana Leech. Each hit steals 0.5 of the target's maximum mana. Rare trait 3 Fountain of Life. After leaving combat for 10s, restores 1 of maximum health every minute. Assessment: An unorthodox blade on the verge of awakening its greedy destiny. This exceptional dagger had just come out of the forge. Its jet black edge shimmered with a cold blue gleam in the sunlight, and the 3 rare runes etched deep in the steel made Chu Xiangxiang unable to tear her eyes away. For an assassin, force stealth was nothing short of a lifeline. Cornered or not, she could force herself back into the shadows. Once the internal cooldown expired, it was like being handed another chance at life. Fountain of Life was the classic all-purpose perk. Stay out of combat for 10 seconds, and you gain 1 of your max HP every minute. A common trait, yet priceless after a long chase or an endurance fight. The real gem lay in the second trait, Mana Leech. Of the 10 main combat classes, some lean on basic attacks, others on skills. Auto-attack classes rarely need much mana, so they invest little in spirit, whereas skill-heavy builds pour points into it for sustain. Either way, no mana means no abilities. When the blue bar hits 0, even warriors and archers lose a chunk of their punch. Mana Leech was born for that bar. Every strike siphons 0.5 of an enemy's max mana and adds it to your own. It sounds ruthless, but drains slowly 200 hits to wring an opponent dry. Most duels or open-world skirmishes end long before 200 swings. Only drawn-out boss fights make Mana Leech worthwhile, and even then a strong party often kills the boss first. Only mana-bloated, slow-regenerating monsters, the Frost Giant King or the Demon City Golem, for example, let the trait bear its fangs. On its own, then, the dagger looked intimidating but was only moderately strong. Zhao Yun, however, had not handed over just one weapon. He laid a second dagger in Chu Xiangxiang's palm. Name: Exceptional Dagger. Durability: 100100. Stat bonus: Strength 20. Rare trait 1 Stored Power. While out of combat, the dagger charges continuously. The first hit after entering combat gains amplified effects. Every 10s of charge doubles the effect, up to 300. Rare trait 2 Brute Force. Strength 20. Rare trait 3 Agility. When about to be hit, movement speed increases by 100 for 0.5s. No cooldown. Assessment: An unorthodox blade poised for a dazzling career. Stored power was Zhao Yun's real ace. So long as Xiangxiang stayed out of combat, the dagger silently gathered energy. Every 10 seconds the opening strike's special effect doubled, stacking up to 300 times. Add the extra strength from brute force and agility, which doubled her speed a split second before an attack landed. No opponent could stop her first slash from carving through the air. The synergy was obvious. Let stored power charge for 80 seconds, then land one blow with Mana Leech, and the victim's entire mana pool would evaporate on the spot. This was the fundamental reason Zhao Yun had argued to let Chu Xiangxiang take the field. An assassin already hard counters mages. With the rare traits Mana Hunger and Prime stacked on top, she is a nightmare tailor-made for spellcasters. The only drawback is that Prime needs a full 80 seconds to charge, and during that window, Chu Xiangxiang has to rely on pure skill and one more stat, agility, to stay alive. Agility doubles her movement speed the instant an attack is about to land. The burst lasts only half a second, but for someone with her reflexes that is more than enough. It proved invaluable. Under Li Bizika's relentless barrage, Chu Xiangxiang did not suffer so much as a scratch. Flurries of fire rain and lightning chains that should have hit her cleanly slid past by the width of a hair, thanks to those half-second bursts. High above, Li Bizika kept pouring down fire. His mana felt endless, different elements crashing one after another so quickly there was scarcely any lull. After more than a minute of shelling, he showed no sign of fatigue. If anything, he grew fiercer, as though he meant to burn the entire training ground to cinders. But then Chu Xiangxiang curved her lips into a smile. The time had come. 80 seconds. On her status screen, the multiplier for Prime jumped from 64% to 128. Shadow Strike. A heartbeat later, she blurred into a black streak, reappearing behind Li Bizika with her dagger flashing like a startled swan. What? Li Bizika felt a chill at his lower back, then pain exploded. Realizing the assassin was upon him, he clenched his jaw and tried to cast, only to find there wasn't a drop of mana left in his body. Where's my mana? The question never made it out. Stripped of his flight, he plummeted and hit the ground face first with a dull smack. The damage wasn't fatal, but the humiliation of that crash was enough to shatter a mage's pride, so Li Bizika believed. A proud demon prodigy reduced to a helpless fowl before the whole city found that disgrace harder to bear than any wound. Gritting his teeth, he began the quick incantation, Awaken. The high cooldown ultimate would restore 5% of his mana in a single second. Give him that 1 second, and he could fight again. A mage without mana is weaker than a stray doe knew that perfectly well, which is why he bet his chant would finish before Chu Xiangxiang's next strike. Unfortunately, he lost the bet. Half a second into Awaken, a cold gleam flickered across his waist again. Flash. Kidney strike. Li Bizika's chant shattered on the spot. His body convulsed, and disbelief flooded his eyes. His freshly started Awaken had been interrupted just like that. Having his awakening cut short meant his mana could no longer regenerate. As one of Demon City's 4 warlocks, Li Bizika didn't panic at first. He flicked a hand behind him, ready to launch 3 or 4 shadow cannons. Yet the moment his fingertip touched the air, everything inside went silent. The once roaring circuits of power snapped like broken strings, without the slightest ripple. How could this be? A heartbeat ago he had felt mana surging through him, and now it was gone, sucked dry in the blink of an eye. The sudden emptiness sent a chill through his chest. Chu Xiangxiang left him no time to think. Seeing him freeze, she went straight into her rotation. Bleed. Gouge. Bleed. Crippling strike. Bleed. Auto. Auto. Bleed. Another auto. Silver flashes from her daggers linked into a continuous arc. Li Bizika's dark violet robe split open again and again, while his health bar visibly dropped. Onlookers lining the streets of River City stared, bewildered. What happened? Whyd, he fall out of the sky like that? Is the warlock stupid? Just standing there taking hits? Maybe she poked his kidney. Now he can't even aim straight. The buzz of the crowd finally snapped Li Bizika back to reality. He spun around, staff raised, and slammed at Chu Xiangxiang with. A second swing, another miss. A third moved like a man wearing shoes 2 sizes too small, while Chu slipped aside, reached in, and stabbed, never once breaking her rhythm. For all his reputation, Li Bizika was still a mage. And a mage without mana is no mage at all. His 746 points of intelligence were now useless. Only 121 strength and 246 endurance remained. Against Chu's 219 strength, he was crushed outright. The damage reduction from 246 endurance barely mattered under the relentless assault of River City's top assassin. In mere seconds his health dropped to a third. Reality set in. Any mana that naturally returned was stripped away the instant it appeared, and his clumsy melee attacks were hopelessly outmatched. Run? Impossible. 3 missed swings had already shown the gulf in power and speed. He would never shake her off. No way to fight, no way to flee. Surrender was the only option. Pride, revenge, victory, none of it mattered besides survival. Live today, and there would always be another chance. What could be more important than staying alive? He had barely uttered 2 syllables when a sharp pain split his skull and his mind went blank. In the same instant, Chu Xiangxiang canceled her attack, flicked out a finisher to wipe the bleed from Li Bizika, and vanished like a shadow into forced stealth. A heavy sap came crashing down on the back of the demon general's head. Sap, when used out of combat, it has a base 100% chance to stun the target for 10 seconds, broken on damage. That single strike brutally cut off Li Bizika's attempt to surrender. She acted because of the warning Zhao Yun had whispered while handing her the daggers. If you get the chance to kill a demon general, don't let it slip. At the time, the idea felt absurd. Killing a demon general was worlds beyond her reach, and Jiang City had not yet issued a formal challenge, much less scheduled today's duel. But the moment Li Bizika tried to concede, Zhou's words exploded in her mind. Mr. Zhou had foreseen this very situation. With sudden admiration, Chu Xiangxiang focused so intensely that everything else faded away. The only thing she could rely on to force a demon general to surrender were the 2 daggers in her hands and Zhou Yun's expectations. She had to make absolutely sure nothing went wrong. Li Bizika shook off the 10-second base stun in just 3 seconds, and Chu Xiangxiang held her blade, waiting for cooldowns. The moment he recovered and opened his mouth again. Kidney shot. She flashed behind him and cut him off on the first syllable. The burst that followed was relentless. Ambush, bleed. Backstab, bleed. Rupture, bleed. Finisher. The final finisher landed the instant the control ended, and Li Bizika's health bar hit 0. Jianglu vs Jianglu Demon City, Martial Duel, Singles, Round 2. Demon City's Li Bizika vs Jiang City's Chu Xiangxiang. Winner Chu Xiangxiang. Wow. Amazing. She took down a level 300 demon general without a scratch. Who else wants some? See that? That is an assassin. My hubby. Xiangxiang. That's my girl. Cheers erupted from every direction as the entire city went wild. The duel was best 2 out of 3, and Jiang City had just secured its second victory, ending the match early. Instantly, the Heavenly Dao announcement rolled across the sky. Decisive battle quest. Jianglu Demon City vs Jiang City. Mode, Martial Duel Singles. The match has ended, and the victor is decided. Winner, Jiang City. Because of the point differential, all Jiang City units gain a 666% experience bonus for 1 natural week. Both sides may choose whether to play a third round. If Jiang City wins again, the bonus rises to 1000%, and the experience penalty on Demon City intensifies. If Demon City wins, Jiang City keeps its bonus, but the penalty on Demon City is reduced. Countdown 00959. The third round begins as soon as either side's third contestant steps onto the stage. The results settled, and we can still decide whether to fight. If we win, we get a buff. If we lose, no penalty. Let's quit while we're ahead. 2 straight wins are lucky enough. What if Demon City sends someone even nastier? Yeah, the XP boost is nice, but it's not worth dying for. Be content. 666% is already huge. The crowd almost unanimously decided to call it a day. Standing below the stage, Li Wire and Qin Feng exchanged a glance and nodded in unison. The people of Jiangqing knew when to quit while they were ahead, and that was reassuring. Still, this sudden prudence clashed with their original plan. They had traveled all the way to Demon City to deliver a formal challenge precisely to secure the biggest possible experience boost. If higher buffs were the goal, then fighting and winning a third bout made perfect strategic sense. Besides, the third fighter had been chosen long ago. After 2 straight victories, confidence ran high in Jiangqing, and no one doubted they could take the next round as well. Just as the announcer was about to declare the contest over, the Demon City side's third combatant stepped onto the platform. At once the spectators' expressions changed. Nicholas, the demon general who had crossed swords with Jiangqing more times than anyone else, had arrived. He stood motionless at center stage, uttering not a single word. The distance was too great to read his face, yet the faint murderous aura around him spelled out 3 clear traits: brutality, cruelty, and the intent to kill. 2 demon generals had already died on this platform. Nicholas was furious beyond words. His silence was not calm, but a boil that needed no speech. He intended to pour every ounce of emotion into the fight. Such an opponent was far more frightening than the brawlers who vented anger by roaring. Raw fury boosts aggression but often strips away reason. Nicholas, however, let rage unlock his bodhi's potential while keeping his judgment ice cold, and that was lethal. In Jiangqing's military classes, this state was called fury in check. Instructors drilled into every cadet: when anger rises, do not be dragged by a channelette. Let it awaken the body, and meet the battlefield with a clearer mind. Everyone knew the theory. Those who could apply it could be counted on one hand. Li Wire and Qin Feng belonged to that rare few, so they understood exactly how dangerous Nicholas now was. Maybe we should pull her out, Li Wire muttered, half to himself, half seeking approval. Qin Feng nodded, voice barely above a whisper. Too risky. Li Huaxiang's future value outweighs whatever experience we'd gain here. In less than 2 seconds they reached a decision. Under the original plan, any fighter sent by Demon City would be met by Li Huaxiang. Had Nicholas not entered fury in check, they would still have let her step up without hesitation. But things had changed. Nicholas was already a formidable demon general, and now, with his rage under control, his combat strength would jump by at least 30%. With Nicholas in this state, one small mistake would get Li Huaxiang killed in an instant. Li Wire drew a long breath, stared at the murderous Nicholas on the platform, and said quietly, "Chairwoman, we should forfeit this round." He Wanyao was about to agree when a clear voice cut in. "Commanders, Chairwoman, Li Huaxiang, a level 62 warrior, requesting to fight." Qin Feng shook his head. "Kid you." "I know," Li Huaxiang replied, her gaze blazing as she locked onto Nicholas. "He's stronger now than he's ever been." Li Wire paused. Gauging Nicholas' current power required the rage suppression technique training only professionals like himself had. Yet this girl with no formal background had sensed it too. Her insight impressed him. Wise people avoid needless danger, he warned. If you know you can't win, don't force it. There will be other chances. "But I believe I can win," she answered firmly. Li Wire stopped arguing. The fierce will in her eyes was unmistakable, and she was even smiling, eager rather than afraid of Nicholas. "Let me go," she pleaded. "I grew up an orphan. I have no family, nothing to hold me back. I crave strength, fame, and recognition. Fighting Nicholas is my best chance. I can't let it slip away." "Huaxiang's a good kid," Sword Saint Lu Huizhong said, stepping forward in support. "She won't lose today." "Huaxiang." Zhao Yun arrived. "Vice Chairman." Li Huaxiang brightened. The long sword he had forged for her was half her confidence. "Go fight," Zhao Yun ordered tersely. "The demon general is alone. Kill him." "Understood," she answered, her voice ringing like a bell. Qin Feng and Li Wire exchanged wry smiles. With Major General Zhou giving the green light, what more could they say? A flash of golden light placed Li Huaxiang on the arena's Jiangqing side. The spectators erupted. "They're still going to fight? No need for this. The demon general's even stronger than the last 2. Anyone know that girl? She's not famous. Looks familiar or maybe not. Hard to say. Oh, stop the doom talk. She's already up there. Right. Once the bow's drawn, no turning back. Let's cheer her on." Hearing the crowd, Zhao Yun smiled. Before joining Yunyang Legion, Li Huaxiang had sworn to become a roaming heroine, righting wrongs and winning glory, and she idolized Sword Saint Lu Huizhou. Chairwoman, he had often said her hunger for strength and recognition sprang from the emptiness left by losing her parents young. None of that would directly decide the match, yet Zhao Yun trusted her heart. No one knew her name now, but soon the whole of Jiangxing and all of Jianglu Demon City would. Is that you? Li Huaxiang had barely stepped onto the final stage when Nicholas recognized her. It's me. Long time no see. She grinned broadly and gave him a casual wave, as though they were old friends meeting after years apart. Nicholas' gaze turned to ice. Jiangxing sends a coward who only knows how to run? That's an insult to me. TSK. Li Huaxiang raised 3 fingers and countered point by point. First, I'm no coward, in fact, I'm fearless. Second, that wasn't running away, it was a strategic withdrawal. Third, her eyes narrowed, her voice light, yet laced with menace. I'm not just going to insult you. I'm going to cut you down. And Nicholas let out a cold laugh. Kill me? You? Then let's begin. The two fighters took their positions. 3, 2, 1, fight. The mechanical voice of the heavenly Tao system faded, and Nicholas erupted into motion. 1 status panel, strength 903. His speed was just as terrifying. 2 distance. He closed more than 20 meters in the blink of an eye. 3 action, broadsword raised high. He slashed straight at Li Huaxiang's head. Boom. The blade missed, smashing a half-man-deep crater in the ground and sending stones flying. Ioyo. A sharp voice called from above. Everyone looked up to find Li Huaxiang suspended in midair, one hand thumping her chest, the other pointing down at Nicholas. You're a sneaky one. Pretending it's a normal swing when it's really a damage skill. If I weren't gifted, cautious, and sharpied, I'd have fallen for it. Nicholas glared upward, his face dark enough to rain. He couldn't fathom how she'd taken to the air, and her smug expression only stoked his anger. Catching his confusion, Li Huaxiang waggled her toes triumphantly. Surprised? I can fly? Flutter rippled through the Jiangxing stance. She's not here to fight. She's here to drive him crazy. Getting hit isn't scary. Getting trash-talked the whole time is. A warrior who can do psychic damage too, who can handle that? The chatter grew lively. Isn't she a warrior? How can she fly? Rare attribute effect. Lets a warrior fly for a short burst. I saw her use it once on Rizhao Peak. So if the demon general can't reach her, he's helpless? Not quite. She's a warrior too, she can't hit him from up there either. With that reminder, the laughter froze. If she just keeps flying, it'll be a draw? Even a draw is tough. Flight burns mana, and warriors don't have much. Glances were exchanged, the mood sank. On the platform, Nicholas reached the same conclusion. Composed now, he spoke with contempt. A coward stays a coward, afraid of a real fight. Why even step onto the stage? Want me to laugh at you longer? Or wait till your mana's gone so I can mince you when you fall? A warrior like you doesn't have much mana. I can wait all day? No. Floating overhead, Li Huaxiang curved her lips into a wicked smile. A warrior's duty is to fight blade to blade. How could I dodge? A real battle has to be hot-blooded. Oh, Nicholas flashed a cruel grin. So you're actually coming down here. Have a taste of this. Li Huaxiang barked before he could finish. She raised her sword and hacked downward, unleashing a pearly crescent of sword aura that screamed across the air. Boom. The blast shook the platform. Nicholas threw up a plated forearm, sparks skittering off his armor. He tried to speak, but a second wave was already on him. Boom. 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 5 rapid slashes crashed like storm surf, forcing him to whirl his broadsword in a blur. Steel flashed, weaving a flawless net that knocked every arc aside and bought him a few steps of distance. Li Huaxiang didn't pursue. She twirled her sword, lifted a brow, and mocked, "Oh, backing off already? Losing your nerve?" Nicholas' face went black as pitch. "This is what you call a straight fight? A passionate battle? What else?" She replied with a shrug, voice light and taunting. "I've been facing you the whole time, haven't I? My blood's boiling. I'm having a blast. Sounds passionate to me." The Jiangxing crowd burst into laughter. So that's sword aura. No wonder she can fly and fight at range. Look at the demon general's face, darker than a kettle bottom. Nicholas snorted. Mediocre strength, poisonous tongue. Sword aura isn't child's play. You need over 1,000 strength to master it. If you can fly and throw sword aura, your gear's first rate. Perfect. They'll kill you and claim it. His voice dropped to ice. Flight and fancy lights won't stop a real warrior. On the last word, he wrenched a battle axe from his belt. Blood-red energy licked the blade, rage boiling around him. He charged it for half a heartbeat, then drew back to hurl it at Li Huaxiang. She was charging too. Heroic throw. Nicholas roared. Polymorph. Li Huaxiang shouted almost at the same instant. Thud. The axe slammed into the floor, never leaving his grasp. Bah. A crisp bleat rang out. A snow-white sheep now stood at center stage, hooves skittering, head bobbing in bewilderment. What? The spectators froze. Where'd the sheep come from? Where's Nicholas? Is that him? Holy hell, live action magic. Up in the stands, the mages were losing it. No way, that's our level 6 to 5 spell, polymorph. I'm a full mage and I haven't learned it yet. And she's a warrior? My confidence is shattered. Our signature move, stolen by a fighter. How are we supposed to go on after this? Run, 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 or I'm sticking you in the backside. Li Huaxiang flashed a wicked grin and drifted above and behind Nicholas. Nicholas was stuck in sheep form, and he knew the damage taken during this state would be healed the moment it ended. Still, the way Li Huaxiang's eyes locked on his rear made his hair stand on end. He clamped his legs together and bolted for dear life. Seeing him flee only excited Li Huaxiang more. She let out an eerie laugh. "Don't run, little lamb," she called, following at an unhurried pace while flicking out a few harmless sword waves to keep up the pressure. The spectators were dumbfounded and whispered among themselves. Are we actually winning? Feels like it. Is it a trick of the eye? Probably not. The demon general's the one running here. Since when was fighting above your level this easy? I'm starting to think even I could do it. Then get up there. Never mind. Just kidding. Sheep form lasts a full 20 seconds. Without a cleanse, nobody can break free, leaving a long window with 0 damage output. Nicholas' stats were overwhelming, but for now he was nothing more than a helpless sheep, a sight that felt downright surreal to the crowd. Zhao Yun, however, wasn't surprised. His experience told him true power comes from many factors. Level is only the foundation, skills, talents, and gear all matter just as much. Most players assumed high-level opponents were unbeatable simply because the Scourge Legion expansion was still new, and everyone's builds were unfinished. Once those gaps closed, perceptions of strength would change. Today's fight proved it. Nicholas believed his level and skills put him above the local pros, and at first the onlookers agreed. Without the gear Zhao Yun had provided, they'd have been right. But with equipment evening the scales, everything was suddenly up for grabs. You have the level and skill edge, we have the gear edge. Now the outcome is anyone's guess. On the dueling platform, Nicholas scrambled for nearly 10 seconds before a puff of smoke signaled the end of sheep form. Li Huaxiang immediately climbed a few meters higher, widening the gap again. She looked playful, but Zhao Yun's warning stayed clear in her mind. Flight doesn't guarantee safety. Once a warrior hits level 100, charge upgrades to enhanced charge longer range plus a 1-second stun. Add heroic throw, which can knock airborne targets out of the sky, and Nicholas actually holds 2 hard counters to her. In short, with heroic throw factored in, Nicholas has not 1 but 2 ways to bring her down. If she slipped up for even a moment, Nicholas would kill her on the spot. After widening the gap, Li Huaxiang feigned panic and shouted into the air, "That stance just now you were about to charge and knock me out of the sky, weren't you? That's no fun. I'm only playing around, but you're taking it too seriously. If you can't handle the game, you're not being a good boy." Nicholas said nothing, but a blaze burned in his chest. The instant he shifted back into human form, he had planned to dash forward and cleave Li Huaxiang in two. He had already pictured the scene. Yet her reflexes were terrifying. The moment he gathered his strength, she pulled away, leaving him just a breath short of the distance he needed. Were it not for the fear of looking foolish, he would have smashed everything around him in rage. With a snort, he suddenly wheeled around and sprinted away. Li Huaxiang froze for a beat, then gave chase. She knew her sword aura had a maximum range. Too far, and it would miss entirely. After a dozen steps, Nicholas spun on his heel, launching himself back at her at full speed. The gap closed in an instant. Li Huaxiang's heart lurched, and she shot higher into the air, escaping his charge by less than half a second. Again the opening vanished, and a mocking grin tugged at Nicholas' lips as if to say, "Is that all?" Li Huaxiang's blood churned with frustration. One successful charge would flip the fight, and Jiangsheng would lose the match. When Nicholas backed off and beckoned her forward in open provocation, she coldly pressed the attack, wasting no more words. Whoosh, 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 several waves of sword aura sliced through the air. Nicholas ran while parrying, the arc of his blade a spinning shield. He looked desperate, yet not a single strike landed. To the onlookers from Jiangsheng, Li Huaxiang seemed in total control. Only she realized the truth. A delicate safety line separated them. One step closer, he could reverse and charge. One step farther, her sword aura would fade. Nicholas, not she, was dictating the pace. Worse, his defense bordered on flawless. Almost none of her blasts connected. She grew anxious. If this dragged on, she would run out of power before he did. She had to rattle him, force a mistake. The chase went on for a full minute. After 60 seconds, Li Huaxiang's flight clearly slowed. Another 30, and she was even slower. The crowd finally sensed a problem. Why is she slowing down? Her energy must be running low. A warrior's spirit stat isn't that high to begin with. Flying burns it fast. The higher and faster you fly, the quicker you drain it, right? Exactly, and those sword waves cost energy too. Damn, double consumption? When it's gone, she'll be helpless. I hate to admit it, but that's the truth. Crap, I thought this match was in the bag. As if to confirm everyone's suspicions, Li Huaxiang's flight slowed, and the arcs of sword energy grew farther apart. Nicholas' pupils constricted an opening. He spun around, wind detonating beneath his feet, his body snapping back like a released slingshot toward Li Huaxiang. The gap shrank. One more foot, and he would be close enough to unleash his empowered charge. He had waited most of the match for this single moment. Fortune favors the prepared, and now the chance was his. Yet just as he crossed that last foot, Li Huaxiang twisted away and shot upward, carving out a new pocket of safety. Seeing Nicolas' shock flare into rage, Li Huaxiang threw back his head and laughed. Got you, blockhead. Nicolas' eyes reddened. He didn't know exactly what blockhead meant, but the mockery was obvious. So you still have energy? You lured me in on purpose? What else? Li Huaxiang raised an eyebrow, mischief shining in his eyes. You think I wouldn't spot a trick that simple? Don't overestimate those few brain cells of yours. Nicholas drew a deep breath to tamp down his anger and suddenly grew calm. Even if you've got some power left, you've been flying this whole time. You can't have much left in the tank. True, not much, Li Huaxiang said with a straight face, then broke into a grin. But it's enough to beat you. Fine. Nicholas spun and charged off, and the chase began anew. This time the stalemate lasted barely 10 seconds. The instant Li Huaxiang's boots touched the ground, he stayed there, clearly spent. Nicholas strode toward him, laughter bursting out. What's the matter? Aren't you going to fly? Out of power? I'm right here, come on. Slice me with your sword, aura. Li Huaxiang spread his hands helplessly. Well, I really am out. How about this, you stay where you are, and he'll concede. All right. Concede? Nicholas erupted into a full sprint. After being mocked so many times, a simple I surrender would never satisfy him. Unless he tore Li Huaxiang to pieces, his fury would have nowhere to go. The wind howled as the gap vanished, launched his charge. At the very edge of his range, Li Huaxiang vaulted skyward again with a sharp whoosh, casually tossing an empty glass vial that still carried a faint medicinal scent. You. Nicholas glared upward, veins bulging at his temples. High above, Li Huaxiang doubled over with laughter. Surprised? I've got potions. Shameless. Nicholas' face twitched with rage. A warrior should fight fair, not chug potions mid-battle. You're a disgrace. You don't deserve the title of warrior. All right. I hear you, Li Huaxiang said, waving as if soothing a child. But you know how it goes, the winners write the history books. Once I finish you off, the story will be whatever I say it is. Nicholas' throat was clogged with sweat and grit, leaving him unable to form a single coherent word. All he could do was glare at his opponent with bulging eyes, utterly helpless against Li Huaxiang. Huh, that face is priceless. Li Huaxiang laughed and, as if performing a trick, produced 5 more large blue vials, twirling them between her fingers. Forgot to mention, I've got plenty of potions. The last word had barely fallen when red light flared in Nicholas' left hand and a battle axe materialized in silence. The familiar glow erupted around him. Heroic throw was primed. Sheepify. Li Huaxiang snapped as a streak of light shot from her fingertips. Bah. The red light was instantly washed away by a milky spell, and Nicholas once again became a plump, woolly sheep. Dummy. Li Huaxiang scolded, hands on hips. I knew you'd try to ambush me, so I stayed ready. Sheepify charges a full half-second faster than heroic throw. Annoyed yet? Drives you crazy, right? Ninya. When the wool evaporated and Nicholas regained his form, Li Huaxiang already had her sword raised. Dozens of razor-thin blades of air whirled toward him like a cyclone. He fell back on his previous tactic, running while blocking with the axe haft, bracers, and shoulder plates. This time, though, he was half a beat slower. Gaps kept opening in his defense, and more sword waves slipped through. Stay calm, Nicholas kept repeating, yet Li Huaxiang's smug grin flashed in his mind, throwing off his rhythm. The fight quickly became a one-sided beating. Her sword waves weren't individually lethal, but their relentless barrage shaved off his health like water wearing down stone. He tried repeatedly to counter with heroic throw or an empowered charge, but each attempt was dismantled with surgical precision. The longer it dragged on, the more his stamina and focus bled away until surrender seemed inevitable. Whenever he was about to give up, Li Huaxiang's taunts landed right on cue. Can't hold on, can you? About to fold? If you're done, just admit defeat. Losing to me isn't shameful. The words reignited his dying fighting spirit every time, but his HP kept slipping into the red. Her mockery lost its sting, was down to 5%. Blood blurred the ornate patterns on his armor, and cuts from the sword waves covered him. He had to admit defeat. Even a full-strength surprise attack had failed. A comeback now was impossible. Pushing on would only cost him his life. Surrender, he rasped, voice hoarse. Your mother surrenders. Li Huaxiang barked, cutting him off. Coward. Weakling. All you do is run. You don't even have the guts to face your opponent. And you call yourself a warrior? Did Demon City send you just to insult me? The word stabbed into Nicholas here that had used the same insults on her minutes earlier. Survival and pride wrestled in his mind, and the scale slammed back toward pride. Without dignity, what's the point of living? He roared inside. Hoisting his axe, he charged, ready to burn his last breath. Mid-charge, he caught the sly curve of Li Huaxiang's lips. Then she threw back her head and rammed a pill down her throat. All he could do was watch as she swallowed it whole. It was a brown pill. Nicholas knew that capsule all too well. In the very first tiebreaker round, he had watched Jiang Cheng's champion swallow an identical pill, her power soaring in seconds as she cut down his comrade Ishikar on the spot. Now everything clicked. Every sneer, every taunt, every supposed mistake had been a trap. Even when she threw his own boasts back in his face, it was just another part of the setup with one aim, to kill him. A chill shot from his spine to the top of his skull. Never had he imagined that a warrior under level 100 would plot his death from the start. Fighters of that caliber were common in matching, hardly more than elite foot soldiers. Yet she had still engineered a perfect kill zone. She really had that kind of nerve. Thud, thud, thud. 3 massive waves of sword energy tore through his body. Nicholas saw lives end. Memories flashed past like a frantic slideshow, already beyond his grasp. Crash. He dropped to his knees, staying upright only by bracing himself on his blade. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. In a slurred whisper he forced out his final words. You aren't a coward, you're strong. I lose with no. Before he could finish, his breath stopped forever. Jiangqing versus Maching. Unknown duel, deciding match 3. Maching Nicholas versus Jiangqing Li Huaxiang. Winner Li Huaxiang. 3 deciding matches complete, outcome settled. Victorious side Jiangqing. Based on the point differential, all units in Jiangqing gain a 1000 experience boost for 1 full week. We did it. 3 straight wins, absolute domination. I was terrified Nicholas was faking and would launch a surprise attack. Same Heremi heart never stopped pounding. 1000% EXP buff. We can power level like crazy for 7 days. Haha. Forget rest, grinding nonstop for a week is totally worth it. Party up, everyone. Hold on. Our 3 champions just fought their hearts out. We owe them some gratitude. Absolutely. Thank you, goddesses. Jiangqing erupted in thunderous celebration. He Wanyao, Chu Xiangxiang, and Li Huaxiang found themselves at the center of the crowd, praise rising so high it felt ready to lift them off the ground. He Wanyao, though pleased, kept her composure. After all, she had been president of Cloud Union long enough to stay steady. The assassin Chu Xiangxiang was quiet by nature, usually sparing with words, yet even she blushed to her ears, head nearly buried in her chest under the barrage of compliments. Li Huaxiang, on the other hand, basked in the attention with unabashed delight, wishing the chorus of praise would never end. At that moment, another system announcement rang out. Global tiebreakers have reached 100. The global level leaderboard is now live. Rankings update in real time, and those on the list will receive Lingxi horns as rewards according to their position. Lingxi horns can be used to add sockets to gear. The rankings reset every Sunday at midnight. Damn, Tiandao just rolled out a leaderboard. For a heartbeat, everyone froze. Then the crowd blew up. They were shocked that Tiandao would even publish rankings and with prizes, no less. They were thrilled because, until now, anyone curious about different nations' progress had to dig through sketchy, slow-to-update unofficial lists. Tiando's own board came with built-in credibility. Rhino horns. Boohoo, the orbs I bought with merit in Calamity Siege can finally shine. Someone clutched his backpack and wept with joy. Once I slot an orb, my combat power is going to take off. Heh, us Smiths are about to get swamped. Anyone with orbs, bring M over special rates. Hold up, let me see where I rank on the Tiandao board first. Moments later came a shout. What the? I'm ranked 1001 in the world. Dude, quit the humble brag, okay? That's global. World rank 1001 is already top tier. Another player refreshed the list. Hey, I'm 642 worldwide. Nice. Someone else stared at the floor. I'm over 10,000, so depressing. Top 10,000 worldwide is still amazing, you know. Suddenly the channel drowned in new screams. Everybody, look who's number 1. A flood of messages followed. Whoa, it's the boss. Our leader. Number 2's ours as well. Old Lu. 3rd and 4th also Yunyang. Yunyang for the win. Huh, why isn't 5th ours? Magellan? That guy's ruining the lineup. I hate lineup breakers. Somebody take him out. Could you maybe not be so violent? The scrolling barrage went wild. The leaderboard had turned the public channel into a boiling pot. Zhao Yun closed the noisy chat, opened his personal panel, and tapped Tiandao leaderboard. The light screen flashed, and a golden list appeared. Global level leaderboard. No. 1 Hiwanyao LV67 warrior, Huagua Jiangqing. No. 2 Lu Huizhong LV64 warrior, Huagua Jiangqing. No. 3 Li Huaxiang LV62 warrior, Huagua Jiangqing. No. 4 by Tiantian LV61 warrior, Huagua Jiangqing. No. 5 Magellan LV60 necromancer Pieliangwo Diqing. He scrolled for nearly 100 pages. Almost every line read Jiangqing, followed by a scattering of other Huagua cities. Players from the rest of the world were few and far between. That should have been good news, yet his brow knit. In his memory, the global level leaderboard was meant to appear only after the 2nd expansion, Feast of Gluttony. Lingxi horns belonged to the 1st expansion, Legion of Calamity, unlocked when the boss monster Lingxi spawned and dropped them. Now the leaderboard had arrived early while the socket materials were late. Every timeline was off. Something was clearly wrong, though he couldn't pinpoint what. One thing, however, was certain. With the global leaderboard live, Jing Qinj indeed, all of Hua had just been thrust into the eye of the storm. Events unfolded almost exactly as Zhao Yun had predicted. As soon as the global level rankings went live, Huagua dominated the top slots with lines of densely packed names, instantly igniting nationwide pride. The rolling list played on repeat in every newscast, flashing across giant street screens, mobile pop-ups, and elevator TVs, all celebrating this moment of glory. People cheered for each familiar or unfamiliar Chinese name, while the rest of the world found nothing to smile about. Why should Huagua hog the leaderboard? Why are we stuck behind them? Sarcasm poured in on foreign forums, quickly building into a tidal wave of snark and sour grapes. Huagua netizens, far from angry, felt secretly pleased. If no one envies you, you must be mediocre. The more acidic the comments, the stronger we must be. Most chose not to fight back right away, lounging instead under the global lemon shower. But everything changed once someone linked Huagua's sweep to its earlier refusal to publish a golem strategy guide. The tone abroad twisted in an instant. Conspiracy theories took over. Huagua must be hiding an even nastier guide, especially in Jiangcheng. Otherwise, no one could explain such a massive lead. Doubts turned to accusations, and accusations slid into outright abuse. Across the internet, the debate over whether to share or withhold the guide was fanned by interested parties until it boiled over. Huagua users finally dropped their composure. If they couldn't fight with real swords and guns, they would fight with words. Within hours, every major social platform featured Huagua against the world in an all-out flame war. Players in Jiangcheng naturally found themselves at the eye of the storm. Whether in street-side cybercafes or esports arenas, every screen scrolled with the latest insults, bullet comments raining down like machine gun fire. The whole city seemed to enlist, stirred by the rallying cry for the honor of the motherland. The general public grew more and more emboldened, yet Huagua's leadership grew increasingly uneasy. They knew this was not mere spit flying online. Someone in the shadows was stoking the flames, trying to push Huagua into direct confrontation with the world. There was a solution. Zhao Yun's second guide submit a letter of final challenge to the Demon City could be released immediately, dispelling suspicion at its source and calming the storm. But should they really publish it? The answer was no. The first guide's leak was still a painful lesson, and countless people still blamed themselves. More importantly, today's level advantage came entirely from that already leaked guide and had nothing to do with the second one. A second leak would be disastrous. For the next 3 days, lights burned through the night in the Forbidden City as meeting followed meeting, all revolving around the same question: disclose or lock it away. Today, yet another session convened. I think we've talked this to death, the first committee member said in a low voice. We have to make a decision today. Absolutely. Long overdue, another agreed, wrapping the table. Let them curse. Keep your eyes on who shouts the loudest, someone sneered. Whatever they say, in the end, only strength matters. Exactly. As long as we stay ahead, no amount of noise can change the result. The regional travel ban is temporary. Once it lifts and we have crushing power, they'll shut up on their own. Finally, an elder member adjusted his glasses, his tone mild yet razor sharp. Not only will they fall silent, he chuckled, they'll be tripping over themselves to play lapdog. Not long after the meeting ended, an article titled Unshakable Self-Reliance, no matter how the winds blow, appeared on Huagua's official website. Within hours it rocketed to the front page. In blunt, straightforward language it told everyone, whatever happens outside, never let any force shake your core resolve. Keep strengthening yourself, and everything else will eventually fall into place. A month passed in a flash. During that month, the online mudslinging aimed at Huagua dwindled day by day. At first outsiders assumed Huagua had backed down, but they soon made a chilling discovery. Huagua players might be quieter, yet their levels were soaring. The gap didn't narrow, it widened. More and more people concluded that Huagua had uncovered another secret to rapid leveling and was refusing to share it, and hostility rose accordingly. Huagua simply ignored the noise. Keep shouting if you want when a fist the size of a sandbag smashes into your face. You'll understand what a mistake you've made. Everyone was grinding hard, but Huanyao held fast to the global top spot. 1 month later, she was still number 1, a level 92 warrior. Yun Yao's elite cadre followed close behind, their levels equally impressive. Zhao Yun wasn't idle either. From the outside, people only saw him brewing potions and forging gear as though he were offering selfless support, but only he understood the real transformation taking place. Personal panel. Name: Zhao Yun. Age: 25. Class: Spirit Tamer, a master of every life skill. Any crafting discipline can perform miracles in his hands. Level: 19. Family affection points: 7,124. Strength: 936. Stamina: 1,013. Intelligence: 712. Spirit: 800. Skills: Forging, click for details. Alchemy, click for details. Cooking, click for details. Talent: Godsmith. Free attribute points. Non-life skill classes gain no free points from leveling. Equipment: an ordinary iron hammer. Bound equipment transformation: Sword of Osiris. Durability, 11,420. 11,420. Attributes, click for details. Assessment, an iron hammer with limitless potential. Zhao Yun stared at the panel and couldn't help but whistle. Since the world's spiritual revival, everyone leveled faster. But compared with his pace, others were bullet trains while he was practically moving at light speed. Any one of his base stats was enough to leave people gaping. Never mind the rare and ultra-rare attributes hanging on his natal hammer. A former top player, he kept his cool. His combat power already eclipsed his peers and even his past self at the same stage, but faced with the upcoming bosses, dungeons, and calamities, it still wasn't enough. He decided to stay the course and keep building his strength step by step. Just as he was mapping out his next phase, an explosive headline swept across Huagua. What? Those Sakura Nation players are running around slaughtering Huagua citizens. Killing Huagua citizens? The Sakura crowd? They must be out of their minds. A giant screen on the street was looping the story, and a circle of players had stopped to argue about it. Exactly. It's dangerous enough outside the city. Getting to Luqing next door is a chore. Never mind crossing an ocean to the Sakura Kingdom. Bro, do you even read the news? The people who got killed were our compatriots who never made it back 3 years ago. What? You mean the ones stranded abroad when the world changed? Who else? Damn it. Have those Sakura lunatics lost it? What are they trying to prove? Isn't it obvious? Our levels keep skyrocketing past theirs, and now they're desperate. The report flashed across Huagua in minutes, and public fury exploded. Zhao Yun rarely checked the news, but this headline was everywhere. He couldn't escape it. It all started with the heavenly.Now leaderboard. For a month straight, Huagua players had steamrolled the rankings, widening the gap day by day until the rest of the world snapped. The reaction was fiercest in Megua and the Sakura Kingdom. Huagua players ignored their jeers, so the insults only escalated. Moral shaming, vicious sarcasm, labels like self-centered, short-sighted, criminals against humanity, every slur imaginable. When Huagua still refused to respond, they turned their rage on the defenseless Huagua citizens stuck within their borders. 3 years earlier, when the world mutated, Huagua had rushed to bring most of its people home, yet a small number remained overseas. Foreign governments, citing safety, dumped these stragglers in remote towns and made every part of life a struggle. Family could stay in touch online, but with monsters outside the walls and foreign exchange channels cut, help was impossible. Years of that treatment had left the stranded almost numb. A month ago, hope sparked again. On the heavenly.Now leaderboard, Huagua players had seized the top spots, and the gap kept growing. Relatives back home reassured them again and again, hang on. Once Huagua is strong enough, we'll brave the sea and bring you home. That promise rekindled their spirits. They worked harder, lived brighter. And that was exactly what Megua and Sakura elites couldn't stand. The stronger Huagua became, the more it felt like a thorn in their flesh. The calmer Huagua acted, the more frantic they grew. No strategies shared, no cooperation granted, so all the pent-up anger landed on the powerless Huagua citizens within reach. Sakura Kingdom, Beihai City. Night was bitter, the sea breeze laced with salt slicing into a rundown plywood shack. Bang, clang, crash. The few pieces of furniture and appliances were smashed apart by thugs in black suits, splinters, and metal shards flying everywhere. Their leader squinted around, an iron bar pressed against the window frame. Where are you? Come out. I can see you hiding there. Baka, if I have to drag you out, a beating will be the least of your worries. How dare you badmouth the Sakura Nation on our own soil? You filthy chinks all deserve to die? Boss, we've searched everywhere. Looks like they're not here. Impossible. Someone saw them run in. They've got to be hiding somewhere. Keep looking. Behind a trapdoor in the corner of a shabby hut, 2 Chinese women and a little girl huddled together, shaking so hard they hardly dared to breathe. They waited long after the noise outside had died away before crawling out. One glance at the ravaged room and tears poured down their faces. The hut was small and run down, yet it held everything they needed to survive their last refuge in a foreign land. Now, even that sanctuary was gone. Why do they treat us like this? Aren't Sakura people supposed to be polite and well-mannered? Why are they like this? Their manners are only skin deep. Politeness is just a mask hiding their beastly hearts. I was wrong, I never should have come here. I regret it so much, sobbed Mom Annie. I miss Daddy, I want to go home. Night. River City. Huan Yao sat on the sofa, eyes fixed on her phone, brows knitted in concern. What are you reading? Zhao Yun asked, leaning over in curiosity. The moment he saw the headline, his face darkened as well. A plea for help filled the screen. I am Gu Xiangliang from Qing City, 36 years old. My wife, sister-in-law, and 5-year-old daughter are trapped in Beihai City in the Sakura Nation. They're being harassed by those damned dwarfs and could be killed at any moment. They've begged me dozens of times in the past 2 days, but I'm useless, I can't save them. I now appeal to the whole nation, our top experts, our strongest organizations, please help me save them. I will give up my entire fortune, even my life, in return. Heaven be my witness, the entire internet be my witness. Thank you. Thank you. Huan Yao sighed, sympathy clouding her features. These cries for help had been popping up every day. But who could actually rescue them? If they weren't utterly desperate, they would never beg the entire nation. His wife and sister-in-law were adults, but his daughter, she was only 5, the same age as Chengqing. She set the phone down and tried to reassure herself. The government's already working on it. They're gathering rescue plans from across the country. With so many talented people, we'll find a solution soon, right? She looked at Zhao Yun. Of course, he said after a brief hesitation, nodding slowly. In truth, Zhao Yun did have a direct and effective method to rescue their fellow citizens in the Sakura Nation. The trouble was, using it would almost certainly trigger the next expansion pack ahead of schedule. From his previous life, he knew that once someone hit level 35, the first expansion opened, and at level 100 the second. Yet the first expansion had begun when Lu Huizhong was only level 30. Because of that, Zhou Yun suspected the second one might arrive before anyone reached level 100. He Wanyang had reached level 92, only a short way from the cap, at 100. If players across the country were sitting comfortably in the high 70s or low 80s, Zhou Yun wouldn't feel any pressure at all. That would mean everyone could at least fend for themselves when the second expansion launched. Reality, however, refused to cooperate. He Wanyang owed her current level to the extra EXP buff from the decisive instance, a daily immortal peach, the passive boost from the 4-color glazed pagoda, and the huge amounts of experience they earned by farming high-tier bosses. On a global scale, this leveling speed was almost unheard of. A handful of elites in their guild, Yunyang, barely managed to keep up, but most ordinary members and most professionals in Jiangxing were stuck in the 70s. Jiangxing was already doing better than most. In other Chinese cities the average was only in the 60s. With the nation in that state, Zhou Yun didn't dare make any rash decisions. During the last Scourge siege, he had been able to log in on the Sword Saint account and forced the zombie Dracolic Ophelia to recall her avatars scattered across the world, saving countless cities in the process. The next bosses, though, might not be so easily controlled, and the second expansion wouldn't follow the same siege format. Once the update went live, if most cities couldn't hold their ground, the disaster would be absolute. Early the next morning, unwilling to let frustration keep gnawing at him, Zhou Yun decided to lay everything out for He Wanyang. What? You have a way to save them? Halfway through his explanation, He Wanyang bolted upright, eyes shining. I do. Tell me now. We take Jiangli Demon City. Wait, what? She blinked. How does capturing Jiangli help us rescue anyone? It's simple. Zhou Yun spread his hands. The demon cities are all linked by teleport arrays. Once we seize Jiangli, we can jump straight to the one in Sakura country and start the rescue there. But once we arrive, we still have to fight our way back out. As guild master, she instantly caught the sticking point. Exactly. To save anyone, we'll have to conquer 2 demon cities in a row. How do you know that? More knowledge from 10 years in the future? Ye Zhou Yun gave a wry smile. He had said it many times, yet the memories of that future still defied simple explanation. Honey, He Wanyang changed tack. In your judgment, do we actually have the strength to take down 2 demon cities back to back? We do. Zhou Yun nodded, though his tone grew heavy. But that's not the issue. When a demon city falls, every professional in Jiangxing gets a massive chunk of EXP. That sounds like a good thing. She looked puzzled. You're a native of Jiangxing too. Zhou Yun sighed softly. At your current level, if you grab that much EXP, you'll probably trigger a second scourge. Oh. He Wanyang's breath caught as she understood at one sieve a second scourge hit. The weaker cities would be dragged under with them. Zhou Yun slumped onto the sofa. Getting it off his chest eased the pressure a little, but the problem still sat in his mind like a stone. Seeing his frustration, He Wanyang suggested, given who we are, overthinking won't help. Why don't we hand the decision over to the authorities? Right. Zhou Yun's eyes lit up, and he sprang to his feet. Why are we even stressing about this? Let's go. Head to the Lord Mayor's residence. An hour later, the Forbidden City convened an emergency meeting. The tall, circular council chamber was brightly lit, a massive hologram suspended in midair. Every participant's console had already received a thick packet of classified documents. The chair cleared his throat, his voice amplified by the sound system. You've all reviewed the materials. Let's hear your thoughts. So the second expansion unlocks when you approach level 100? Can we really trust Major General Zhou's intel? An official asked, frowning as his finger hovered over the files. Besides that, claiming Demon City is supposed to grant everyone massive experience, and there's talk of a teleport array inside. None of that's confirmed yet. Another military rep added, cautious. Huh. Are you saying you don't trust Major General Zhou? A general in a black uniform sneered from the far end of the table. His contributions are plain for all to see. He produced the first 2 strategies, both verified. What exactly are you doubting? Better safe than sorry, a Science Ministry official tapped the table. Right now, none of us knows Demon City better than Major General Zhou. I never said I questioned him. The first official protested, waving his hands. We just need solid intelligence. Enough, the chair cut in. This meeting assumes Major General Zhou's information is reliable. We're moving on. He flipped to the next page. Item 2, decide whether to attack Demon City. The room fell silent. Against it, a strategic advisor began. We're leveling up. but so is Demon City. Even Jiang City would take heavy losses. The cost could outweigh the gain. We're all citizens of Huagua. Numbers don't make one life bigger or smaller, another official said, adjusting his glasses. We must save people, but an assault is too uncertain. Are there other options? Our compatriots in the Sakura Kingdom are running out of time, an external affairs delegate urged. We should strike now, the hawkish representative slammed the table. No more hesitating. And if it triggers a second calamity? We'd doom the entire country, someone murmured from a corner. That's the real issue, another side. Until the calamity hits, no one knows how bad it'll be. For hours vanished in fierce debate. Coffee cups and energy drink cans overflowed the bins, yet no consensus emerged. Hawks and doves were deadlocked. In the end, the Forbidden City handed the choice to the public. That night, its official website posted 2 polls. 1. Are Jiang City professionals willing to attack Jianglu Demon City? 2. Should Huagua launch a nationwide offensive against Demon City? Below each question, the pros and cons of attacking were listed in red and blue. The moment voting opened, forums and social media erupted. Bro, how are you voting? Not yet can decide. Same. The first calamity's still fresh in my mind. A second one can't even imagine. But watching our people suffer under the Sakura Kingdom, how can we just stand by? While most agonized, the numbers skyrocketed. The first poll whether Jiang City professionals were willing to attack was almost instantly decided. 98% voted yes, 1% no, and 1% abstained. Other cities were stunned. Calls flew back and forth. Are you Jiang City folks crazy? So many want to storm Demon City? Aren't you afraid of dying? Of course we're afraid. Then why? Haha, fear's irrelevant. Jiang City's the strongest in the country. If we're needed to fight, we fight. News of Jiangcheng's resolve left the entire nation in awe. When it's our turn to fight, we fight. The declaration landed like a hammer blow, not just a slogan, but a decision to face danger heat-in. While the professionals were leveling up, the demon troops in Magic City were evolving too. Real combat would mean real casualties. Yet before the second nationwide vote had even begun, Jiangcheng issued its own order. Take your time, deciding while focus on preparing for war. Within hours, videos and posts spread like wildfire across the country. In every clip, Jiangcheng residents polished their weapons until they gleamed and stacked medical kits in perfect rows. Their determination ignited the nation as dry grass catches a spark. Hell yeah, let's do it. What's there to be afraid of? The natural disaster can wait until we've finished off Magic City. If Jiangcheng isn't scared, why should we be? We're all Huagua citizens, why should they stand alone at the front? Vote yes. Share the good days, face the hard ones together. Huagua has survived worse, let this disaster come and see which is tougher, it or us. Jiangcheng storms the city and rescues the people. What was I hesitating for? Saving lives comes first. Saving lives comes first. Saving lives comes first. The flames of resolve swept across Huagua, burning away every trace of doubt. The second vote, once stalled, concluded to the astonishment of leaders in the Forbidden City. Question 2. Should Huagua attack Magic City? Result: approve, 87, oppose, 7, abstain, 6. It didn't break 90%, but it was still staggering. The moment the tally appeared, the Forbidden City gave the order. The nation wants a fight, so we fight. The directive left the National Command Center and echoed through Jiangcheng's loudspeakers into every street and alley. Order. Jiangcheng will launch an assault on Jianglu Demon City at the earliest opportunity. When the announcement ended, Jiangcheng remained unusually calm. The reason was simple: everything had been ready the moment the first vote closed. The Survey Corps, the Guard Corps, and the 10 great guilds stood in formation. Armor flashed under the lights. Medical crates were stacked on trucks. Personnel rosters and supply lists bore fresh seals. All that remained was the sound of the bugle, and the entire force would march straight for Jianglu Demon City. Night deepened. The house lights were out, leaving only moonlight at the window. Chengqing slept soundly in her small bed, breathing evenly. Huan Yao, clad in battle armor, sat beside her, silently polishing a great sword. The blade caught the pale moon, and her fingertips trembled. Zhao Yun paced over, crouching until they were eye to eye. Can't sleep? Huan Yao pressed her lips together and nodded. Nervous? No, scared. She stopped and raised her right hand. In the faint light, it still shook. This siege is too dangerous, I'm afraid. Zhao Yun smiled, wrapping her icy hand in his. Don't be. This time, I'm going with you. You? Huan Yao stared in surprise. What? Zhao Yun feigned offense. Just because you're higher level now, stronger, with a bigger guild, you're looking down on your husband? No. No, she shook her head at once. But you're a life skills professional. Huh. Zhao Yun chuckled. So you still think I'm weak, don't you? I told you before the martial saint you met was me in disguise. Looks like you still don't believe it. Fine. When we assault the city, if it comes to that, they'll show you whether I'm telling the truth. At 6 the next morning, the camp bugle sounded, and the army formed up to march. In his forge, Zhao Yun packed in haste, keeping only a few common tools and a broom thick with iron shavings. With a clang, he shut the iron door and had just pulled out the key when an urgent voice called from behind. Master Zhao. He turned to find Xiaolin standing in the dawn mist with a travel pack on his shoulder. A month ago the man had been bright-eyed and confident. Now stubble covered his face and dust streaked his tunic, yet he still stood ramrod straight. Xiaolin, you're back? Zhao Yun raised an eyebrow. Master Zhou, forgive me for missing our date. My mission dragged on, and I couldn't get away. The moment it ended, I rode through the night to return. As he spoke, Xiaolin produced a silk scroll from his coat and offered it with both hands. Please accept this retainer contract. You still haven't changed your mind? Zhou Yun was surprised. He had assumed Xiaolin had thought better of it and disappeared. If the man hadn't shown up today, he would have forgotten the matter entirely. Xiaolin looked up, eyes blazing, voice steady. A gentleman's word is worth its weight in gold. A month ago I swore to follow you all my life. That vow stands for a year, 10 years, 100. Please honor your promise and take the contract. Well, now Zhou Yun gave a wry smile, thinking Xiaolin was clearly reminding him to keep his own word. Since the man had returned so determined, refusing would make Zhou Yun look faithless. He drew a deep breath and nodded. Very well. If you want to be my retainer, I accept, and I'll keep the contract. But before we sign, I have one condition. Name it, Master Zhou. After the signing, you may not reveal our relationship without my permission. To outsiders, we're just friends. Xiaolin hesitated for an instant. Zhou Yun started to walk away. If you can't agree, forget it. I agree. Xiaolin answered at once. Zhou Yun turned back and held out his hand. Give it here. Xiaolin respectfully handed over the scroll. A bright red fingerprint already marked the retainer's spot. Zhou Yun bit his fingertip and pressed his own print firmly in the master's place. Blood soaked into the silk, and a crimson light flared. Buzz. The contract dissolved into two globes of golden light that shot into their foreheads. When the glow vanished, Xiaolin frowned as a searing flood rushed through his body. He raised his hand and felt his muscles tighten, strength swelling in his bones. Glancing at his stats panel, he watched his 4 primary attributes climbing, notch after notch. What? Eyes wide with shock, he stared at Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun smiled without offering any explanation. Come on. We're about to take the fight to the Demon's Citadel. Join me. Yes, sir. Xiaolin answered at once and fell into step, his pace crisp and steady. Their iron-shod boots rang against the flagstones of the training ground in a sharp, rhythmic clatter. All the while, Xiaolin opened his mouth again and again, only to shut it each time. In the span of 5 short minutes, every one of his 4 core attributes was soaring, a bizarre phenomenon he found hard to voice. He knew attributes could rise. The retainer contract stated clearly that, once sealed, the retainer would share 50% of the leader's total stats. He had never cared. Everyone in River City knew Zhou Yun was a blacksmith, a life skill profession. Even a talented smith's stats were limited, and Xiaolin certainly hadn't signed on for the numbers. Reality smashed that assumption to pieces. In 5 minutes, each of his 4 attributes had jumped nearly 200 points and 800-point surge in total. If word got out, it would scare people senseless. The average professional in Huagua was around level 65, earning 3 free attribute points per level at most 195 points. With gear and class bonuses, a solid mid-tier player might reach 300 in total. Yet through the contract alone, Xiaolin had just gained 800 points, roughly the combined stats of 3 competent players. If sharing 50% makes this much of a difference, then Mr. Zhou's own stats must be. The thought tumbled through Xiaolin's mind. But he's a blacksmith. How can that be? Questions piled up, leaving him restless. Zhou Yun walked ahead, sensing the storm of emotion behind him, unable to resist a private smile. He understood exactly what was happening to Xiaolin. The stat share was only reflecting Zhou Yun's current single-account peak, not the combined power of his 10 avatars. Even so, it was a qualitative leap for Xiaolin. An explanation was necessary, but not now. Near the Legion's rally point, the torrential influx of numbers within Xiaolin finally ebbed. He glanced at his status panel and could scarcely comprehend the figures. 1 word for himself: monstrous. 2 words: utterly invincible. 3 words: beyond human. For a moment, he even felt second only to 1, convinced that no one but Zhou Yun could challenge him. Fortunately, reason reasserted itself, and he forced the excitement down, regaining his composure. Zhou Yun watched the whole reaction out of the corner of his eye and nodded inwardly. Unperturbed by glory or setback, a true commander's temperament. He had chosen the right man. Then he pulled up Xiaolin's personal information. As the contract holder, he didn't need Xiaolin's permission. When the panel unfolded, Zhou Yun couldn't help being a little surprised himself. Name: Xiaolin. Role: Retainer. Master: Zhou Yun. Class: Demolisher. Age: 27. Level: 70. Strength: 627. Endurance: 453. Intellect: 421. Spirit: 406. Talent: Destruction. Every attack inflicts bonus damage on non-living targets. Skill 1: Gear Breaker. Critical damage to equipment. Skill 2: Skills Hatter. Critical damage to abilities. Skill 3: Scourge Rend. Critical damage to debuffs. Skill 4: Fortress Cleave. Critical damage to city walls. Holy smokes. Zhao Yun gaped at Xiaolin's stats screen. This was insane. The numbers were frightening enough, but what really made his heart race was that single word, demolisher. In his previous life, this hidden class was almost forbidden, forever sitting at third place on the leaderboards. Once Fortress Cleave came out, any enemy city turned to papier-mâché. Walls, formations, siege engines, everything disintegrated under the tag critical damage. Its raw brutality made even the Dugan 9 swords look tame. Let a demolisher reach maturity and nothing remained unbreakable. Even the most basic move, Gearbreaker, was ridiculous. While others merely chipped away at durability, he shattered the item outright. An opponent could still have full health, yet watch legendary gear turn to junk. Repairs? Impossible, only reforging. And skills hatter? Where other classes had to dodge or tank a fireball, ice spear, or arrow volley, the demolisher targeted the skill itself. One slash, and the fireball erupted, the ice spear splintered, the arrows snapped in midair. Nothing could escape that blade. That's why the demolisher stayed in the top 3 of all hidden classes, so overpowered that players called it the pay-to-win city eraser. I've struck gold. Zhao Yun could barely contain his delight. Had thought Xiaolin was simply a good-hearted man worth mentoring. He never expected a jackpot like this. Mr. Zhou is here. In the distance, Wang Taiji hurried over with Li Wire and Qin Feng. Dust streaked their armor, and clumps of soot still clung to the plateau, a sign of how intense the fighting was. Mr. Zhou, it's not that we don't trust you, Wang Taiji saluted while trying to dissuade him. But a siege is a full-scale brawl. You can still command from the rear. Li Wire and Qin Feng exchanged glances and nodded, faces solemn. By rank, they were far beneath Zhou Yun. Only Wang Taiji, his closest friend, dared speak so plainly. Old Wang. Zhou Yun clapped Wang Taiji's broad shoulder. Relax. Didn't I promise I wouldn't cause trouble? Besides, he stepped aside half a stride. I've got a friend watching my back. What could happen? A friend? Wang Taiji followed his gaze, puzzled. There. Zhou Yun pointed. Xiaolin stood quietly beside him, his eyes calm but the sword at his waist faintly gleaming with cold light. Zhou Yun grinned. You all know him. The air turned awkward. Xiaolin's strength was no secret. Had once been a guard legion commander. Stellar resume. But with both corps commanders stuck at the front, leaving Xiaolin to guard Zhou Yun, they traded looks, silently protesting. No way, absolutely not. Everyone shook their heads. Zhou Yun knew the terrain of Demon City like the back of his hand. He had joined the army to advise on the siege, which was the only reason the others reluctantly allowed him to come along. At the same time, his safety had been made the highest priority. After all, he was not only an active lieutenant general of Hua Nation, but also Jiangcheng's sole master smith capable of forging divine weapons. Even the slightest accident at the front would be a loss no one here could afford. Mr. Zhou, Li Wire said solemnly, let me escort you with my personal guard, and add Yunyang's elite squad as well. Wang Taiji and Qin Feng nodded. The Investigation Corps Royal Guards and Yunyang's elite squad were the finest forces in Jiangcheng. Together they could erect an impenetrable wall even on the most chaotic battlefield. Zhou Yun laughed and shook his head. If you devote such key forces to protecting me, who will fight Demon City? If the battle turns against us, everything we've done will be wasted. Qin Feng thought for a moment, then nodded. Mr. Zhou is right. But his gaze shifted to Xiaolin nearby. Xiaolin was once a regimental commander under me. Already impressive then. He's been away just over a month. I wonder how far he's come now. Before he finished speaking, he entered combat mode. Golden chi coiled around his spear, and he became a dazzling streak of light lunging straight at Xiaolin. Whoosh! Before the golden flash could land, a cold white light slashed across from the side. The two lights collided in midair. With a crisp crack, the spearhead and half the shaft snapped and plunged into the mud. Everyone froze. Qin Feng's sudden strike was shocking enough. Even more incredible was Xiaolin's counter, severing the charge with a single sword stroke and cutting the spear in two. Holding what was left of the shaft, Qin Feng stared at the break, then at Xiaolin. As a knight, both his primary spear and secondary shield were far sturdier than ordinary gear. 2 days earlier, he had sent the spear for maintenance and picked it up yesterday at full durability. By rights, it should never have been broken in one blow. Xiaolin, as if he had done nothing unusual, calmly sheathed his sword. Zhou Yun smiled. Commander Qin, can you rest easy now? Qin Feng stored the broken spear and slowly nodded, his tone complicated. An impressive display. He bent to pick up the other half of the shaft, a flicker of regret in his eyes. Xiaolin stepped forward and spoke softly, apologetic. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to destroy your weapon. I only wanted to expose an opening and show you my current strength. I didn't expect my contract power to have grown so much that one strike would ruin it. As a former Guardian Corps commander, he knew Qin Feng never relied heavily on equipment, valuing his own cultivation instead. That was why this spear, made of no rare material, had become Qin Feng's most trusted companion. Commander Qin, give it to me, Zhou Yun said, extending his hand. I can restore it good as new. Then I'll leave it to you, Mr. Zhou. Qin Feng handed over the broken weapon without hesitation. After pocketing the 2 broken spears, Zhou Yun drew a golden lance from his forged space. With battle looming, Commander Qin couldn't be left without a weapon. This one may not match your favorite spear, Zhao Yun said, offering it first, but it should do in a pinch. No need, Mr. Zhou, I've got a spare, Qin Feng protested, waving his hands. He wasn't picky about gear, yet anything crafted by Zhao Yun was a masterpiece. In all of River City, countless professionals begged for one. Some of Zhao Yun's weapons went straight to the Yunyang Guild, others stayed in his shop, and only a handful leaked to the market, each with such staggering stats that everyone fought over them. The golden spear before him was clearly priceless, and had only broken an ordinary one. How could he accept a gift like that? Quit fussing and take it. Knowing Qin Feng's nature, Wang Taiji shoved the spear into his hands. Even so, Qin Feng shook his head. I really can't. It's too valuable. True strength comes from within. Equipment is just a tool. Swapping in a common spear won't hurt me. Li Wire nodded, quietly agreed with the sentiment. Wang Taiji chuckled. Check the stats before you decide. Stats? Qin Feng pulled up his interface on reflex and froze. 2 breaths later he cleared his throat, slung the weapon across his back, and bowed. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. When this fight is over, I'll return it in perfect condition. Li Wire stared. What happened to relying on yourself? To any old spear being fine? Old Qin, you've changed, he muttered, dying to see just how strong that weapon was. Yet the crowd kept him silent. The army moved on. When they finally reached Demon City, his curiosity still boiled. From afar, its black walls crouched like a giant beast, and a chill wind drove oppression into every heart. Veterans who had fought here before could still steady themselves, but many guild members, seeing it up close for the first time, slipped instinctively into combat stances. Qin Feng glanced back at the ranks and saw nerves fraying. He exchanged a look with Li Wire. Li Wire caught the cue and raised his hand to issue orders. Wait, Zhao Yun called from behind. Mr. Zhou? Li Wire paused. Zhao Yun stepped forward. Commander Li, you were about to order the assault? I was, Li Wire said. I've scouted for days. A month ago the 3 demon generals fell, and now the city won't open no matter how we provoke it. To take Demon City, we have to storm it heathen. So if we break the gate, or tear down the wall, the job's done? Zhao Yun asked. Break the gate? Bring down the walls. Li Wire was completely baffled. In his mind, a city wall was the strongest line of defense. You couldn't simply knock it down on command. The gate was even more critical. A frontal assault would be suicide. Moments ago, he and Qin Feng had agreed on a plan. The main force would pin the enemy at the front while an elite squad scaled the wall and opened the gate from within, far less costly than a direct breakthrough. He was about to explain this when Zhao Yun clapped his hands. Easy, Zhou said, then pointed ahead. Xiaolin, tear down Demon City's wall. Understood. Xiaolin's voice was calm as he sprinted toward the fortress. Everyone froze. Why was Xiaolin charging out alone? And how was he moving so fast? A blurred figure shot forward with a sharp whoosh. Mr. Zhou? Li Wire's voice rose involuntarily. In his eyes, every soldier's life was precious. No matter Zhao Yun's rank, he couldn't just throw one away. Relax, Zhao Yun replied coolly. Once he demolishes the wall, the city loses its protection and the fight becomes easy. But, enough, Qin Feng cut in. Stop overthinking it. Mr. Zhou doesn't act on impulse. He must have a reason. Li Wire swallowed his anxiety, but never took his eyes off Xiaolin. If the man died because of Zhao Yun's order, Li Wire would demand justice. As Xiaolin ran, the energy around him tightened. He entered full combat mode, one hand steady on his sword hilt. Step by step, he closed the gap. Only a dozen paces remained before the wall's kill zone. Swish, swish, swish. Arrows rained down from the ramparts. Li Wire's fists clenched. 2 days earlier, the Survey Corps had tasted that storm. Every arrow came from a level 100 demon archer. The first volley might be ordinary shafts, but a soldier could survive 10 hits at most. Blocking or dodging. Nearly impossible at that density. The only options were to fall back or rely on formation buffs and cleric healing. Yet Xiaolin had left the formation and had no support, and still he refused to retreat. At this rate, Li Wire's heart twisted into a knot. In the next instant, Xiaolin drew his sword mid-sprint. Clang, 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 clang. A staccato of steel on steel rang out, merging into a single metallic roar. Within a foot of Xiaolin's body, every arrow was knocked aside by flashing sword light. So strong. Incredible. Whose champion is that? I've never seen him before. Such speed, such precision. Respect. A roar rippled through the ranks as every soldier was awestruck by Xiaolin's display of power. Li Wire's heart lurched. As the commander of the Recon Corps, he noticed details others missed. Forget the precision of Xiaolin's parry. What truly shocked him was the man's blinding speed. Speed is wedded to strength, and without specialized gear, only raw, monumental power can create such explosiveness. Using himself as a benchmark, Li Wire reached an almost unthinkable conclusion. Xiaolin's strength must be at least 500 points. That figure was a full 200 higher than his own. He had climbed to level 81 on the best resources the Corps could muster, yet his strength barely topped 300. The gap was staggering. Before the amazement faded, a second volley howled down from the ramparts of Devil City. The first wave had been a snap shot blindingly fast, yet merely ordinary. Now, after a brief charge up, the demonic archers unleashed explosive arrows. The moment they touched a target, they would detonate, and blocking could not escape the blast. Xiaolin did not hesitate. He drew his long sword and faced each incoming shaft amid the fiery rain. Ding, ding, ding. A chain of metallic chimes rang out familiar, yet subtly different. The last clash had been blade against arrowhead. Now it was edge against shaft. The first arrows were batted away, but this time Xiaolin sliced each one clean in two. Stranger still, the explosive arrows fell silently to the ground, their fiery tails snuffed out, never detonating. What happened? Did the explosive arrows misfire? Recon soldiers traded bewildered looks. They had tasted the arrows' deadly force before, but had never seen them go silent. Only Zhao Yun smiled knowingly. He understood that every ordinary parry was actually a technique breaker. Severing the shaft was mere appearance. In truth, Xiaolin had cut off the explosive arrow skill itself. Without the skill, no explosion could follow. The instant the arrow storm paused, Xiaolin's unrivaled speed carried him to within 100 paces of the wall. A third volley was about to fall, yet he slid his blade back into its sheath. Silver light raced along the scabbard, igniting like alchemical runes. He kept advancing 80 paces, 50, 30 when fewer than 20 remained. He thrust his right arm forward, and the silver light burst from the scabbard like a breached dam. Fortress-cleaving slash. The first slash burst into dazzling silver light, stretching nearly 100 feet and breathtakingly beautiful. Compared with the towering walls that rose dozens of yards high, the blade looked insignificant, yet the instant it struck, a deafening boom erupted not at a single spot, nor on one side, but across all four walls that encircled the demon citadel. Every inch of masonry shuddered at once. Though no gaps appeared, the tremor was so violent that the soldiers on the parapet stumbled and their bowstrings quivered, sending arrows flying in every direction. Onlookers could only curse in shock. Holy, what kind of power is that? Can a sword really do that? Are our warriors supposed to have skills like this? Before the amazement died down, Xiaolin had already followed with a second and a third strike. They weren't as lightning fast as when he had deflected the arrow storm, yet each came almost once a second. Every arc of light that hit the wall repeated the first strike's terrifying effect. Boom, boom, boom. The concussive blasts rolled through the foundations, making even the distant ground tremble. The demon archers lost all formation, staggered about, and stared helplessly as he swung. After only 13 blows, a deep cracking roar split the air on all sides. It was as if the walls had been yanked from their footings. Bricks peeled away in layers, whole sections crumbled, and clouds of dust and rubble surged skyward, blotting out the view. Through the gray haze a tall figure emerged, moving unhurriedly. Before the dust could settle, Xiaolin sheathed his sword, his expression calm. Handsome to begin with, he now radiated a sharpened composure that drew the immediate admiration of many women nearby. He stopped before Zhao Yun, bowed with clasped fists, and said, "Sir Zhao, the walls have been destroyed. I await your orders." Zhao Yun gave a helpless, wry smile. He had already told the man not to call him master in public, yet here they were. He raised a thumb, awkward but sincere. "Excellent. Incredible. Just what I expected from you." Xiaolin remained solemn. "I don't deserve the praise. Compared with you, Sir Zhao, I'm still far behind." Zhao Yun had no reply and could only shake his head with a rueful grin. By now the dust was thinning, and everyone finally saw that the once lofty walls were gone. The interior of the demon stronghold lay completely exposed. While even those who thought they were prepared were stunned by the sight. One man, in front of countless enemy soldiers, had dismantled an entire defensive wall, something they had neither witnessed nor even heard of before. Li Wire, Qin Feng, and the officers behind them were equally speechless. They knew how many times they had pored over plans in the war room. Which classes to pair, how to survive the arrows, how to scale the parapets, how to breach the gate. Every step had cost them hours of thought to craft what they believed was the safest assault strategy. And then Xiaolin appeared and rendered all of it pointless. Something that would have taken all of us working together. He finished with a single sword strike just like that. Li Wire swallowed hard and wet his dry lips. In that instant, he finally understood why Zhao Yun had said Xiaolin could protect them. This level of power was miles beyond anything the Survey Corps Honor Guard could muster. He also realized that Zhao Yun's suggestion to let Xiaolin tear down the wall had never been idle talk. It was rooted in absolute faith in Xiaolin's strength. "Thank goodness," Qin Feng murmured, still shaken. "Thank goodness we weren't stubborn and actually sent Xiaolin. If we'd had to handle that wall ourselves, how many of us would have died?" Li Wire nodded vigorously. Zhao Yun was still Zhao Yun. His rank as China's youngest major general was no empty title. Every decision he made was unexpected yet laser accurate, and they trusted him completely. While the group was still reeling, the outside world had already exploded. Sun Chao, a top guild member and small-time streamer who had tagged along with the army, had secretly gone live the moment the troops left the city. Because the battle for Jiang City and the fate of Sakura Nation civilians had the entire country on edge, the military had banned photos and video partly to keep everyone focused, partly to prevent casualty numbers from stirring panic. But Sun Chao risked it all for views and broke the order. He had started with barely 10,000 followers, but once he began posting clips about Jiang City's assault on Demon City, his numbers soared. 2 days ago he announced he would join the front lines, and his follower count shot up overnight. Now, watching Xiaolin demolish the wall single-handedly, he was stunned not only by Xiaolin's terrifying power, but also by the viewer count rocketing upward. More than 300,000 people were online the moment the stream started, an astronomical figure for him. Within minutes it broke 3 million and was still climbing. Bullet comments flooded the screen like a tidal wave. That was insane. One swing and the wall's gone. Whose soldier is he? So this is the power of China's #1 city, Jiang City? The siege hasn't even started and the wall's already gone? Haha. Demon City is shaking without its wall. Demon City, don't come any closer. His name's Xiaolin. So handsome, so handsome, so handsome. Brother Lin, why is a powerhouse like him showing so much respect to that guy in black? Who is he? You don't recognize the youngest major general in China? Mr. Zhou, what's our next move? Li Wire asked Zhao Yun. The recent mishap had thrown him off balance, and he was afraid Zhao Yun might propose another outlandish idea. His voice carried a clear note of uncertainty. Next move? Zhao Yun blinked. You're asking me? I'm completely clueless about battlefield command. Then do we keep advancing? Li Wire pressed. Zhao Yun chuckled and waved a hand. Captain Li, you run the troops. Strategy really isn't my specialty. If I have any other ideas, you'll hear them right away. Li Wire and Qin Feng both let out a quiet sigh of relief. Despite holding the rank of lieutenant general, Zhao Yun never micromanaged and had already solved the toughest siege problem before the fight even began. He was the perfect superior, easygoing, unassuming, and a pleasure to work with. Survey Corps, stand by. Guardian Corps, stand by. Fengwu Guild, Badeo Guild orders rippled down the line, and the whole army inched toward Demon City. Without its walls the city looked grim amid the rubble, yet Li Wire and Qin Feng chose to keep the troops tightly packed, maximizing the battle array's protection. The moment they crossed Demon City's warning line, a frigid rain of arrows came crashing down. The collapsed walls had crippled the defenses but hadn't wiped out the main force. Rows of archers were already in formation, priests at their flanks, healing lights flashing over the front rank. Shields. Qin Feng barked. Whoosh knights scattered through the formation raised their shields in perfect unison, forming a solid wall of metal around themselves and the soldiers nearby. Clang, 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 arrows ricocheted off the shields in a shower of sparks. Not a single shaft from the first volley struck home. Drop shields. Qin Feng ordered as soon as the hail stopped. Fire on the move. Li Wire followed up. Thwip, thwip, thwip. Every Jiang City archer raised a bow and loosed, seizing the gap, while the enemy charged their explosive arrow. Second volley loose. Third loose. Fourth loose. Normal shots needed no charge time. 5 volleys flew before the explosive arrows could fully form. They couldn't interrupt the skill, but they did disrupt the demon archers' timing, forcing them to extend their charge. Yet as the third volley fell, a wave of demon cavalry surged forward, huge shields raised to cover the shooters from the remaining arrows. Li Fei, you see it? He Wanyao shouted. On it. Azure light flashed in Li Fei's eyes, and his spiritual power surged. Captain, requesting permission to snipe their officer. Snipe the officer? Li Wire glanced back, then nodded decisively. Permission granted. Li Fei grinned, popped a brown pill into his mouth, and drew his bow until the string curved into a full crescent. Before departure, Huanyao had drilled him to watch the demon command chain and take out key leaders the moment they appeared. While the army advanced, had already activated beyond sight, tracking every move the demons made. Until now, though, the enemy archers had been firing entirely on their own initiative. Even during the second volley of charged explosive arrows, no officer showed up to direct the enemy ranks. Only after Jiangsheng's forces had repelled 3 waves of arrows did a Demon City officer finally reveal himself. His position was almost impossible to spot well behind the lines, and completely hidden behind a heavy-armored knight. If that knight hadn't shifted slightly to shield a nearby archer, Li Fei would never have noticed. The officer was still cowering there, but Li Fei's lips curved into a grin. No matter how deep you hide, my arrow will find you. Zhao Lin's lone, fearless charge was still vivid in everyone's mind, and the memory sent a surge of heat through Li Fei's veins. Who doesn't want to be the center of attention? This time, it's my turn, he murmured, drawing his bow until it formed a perfect arc. A mana-forged arrow flared emerald green, the swirling light sketching the outline of a dragon. A faint, rumbling roar turned the heads of nearby soldiers. Li Fei's eyes blazed with confidence. Falling Sun Dragon Arrow. He had mastered this Arrow Sage Valley technique inside the Four Saints Glazed Tower. Arrow Sage Valley might have fallen to the Golden Titan, But this strike was still leagues beyond any ordinary archer's skill. With the bow fully charged, he swallowed a strength pill. In the next instant, roar! The dark green arrow became a cyan dragon, its deafening bellow rushing straight toward the demon ranks. The familiar shape recalled Arrow Sage Valley's clash with the Golden Titan. Though smaller, the posture and aura were identical, unmistakable. In a heartbeat, the dragon slammed into the heavy knight. Die! Li Fei shouted inwardly. The dragon tore through the knight's shield as if it were paper, plowed through several stacked buildings, and at last scattered into glittering motes in the distance. Did it work? Li Wire narrowed his eyes, trying to confirm the kill. By his reckoning, the shot was dead on. Li Fei held his cheers, staring unblinking at the impact zone. With a heavy crash, the knight toppled first, and the Demon City officer behind him tumbled face first into the dirt. Only then did Li Fei clench his fist and shout, "Commander! Enemy officer neutralized." "Well done," Li Wire called back. Almost at the same time, he noticed a ripple of unease spreading through the demon soldiers near the dragon's path. "Quicken the advance," Qin Feng ordered, then added, "Li Fei, keep your sights on their officers. If another one shows himself, take the shot. There's no way the demon force sent only one officer." "Understood," Li Fei answered, his voice ringing out as admiring gazes fell on him. In that moment he felt invincible. At the rear, though, Zhao Yun frowned slightly. The demon's reaction struck him as odd. The previous demon general had fallen more than a month ago. The demon realm should have appointed a new general by now, yet none had appeared. Could they have dispatched a demon marshal instead? If so, he might have to intervene personally, Zhao Yun mused. In the demon race, the hierarchy runs from demon soldier, demon warrior, demon mage, and demon general up to demon marshal, with demon general sitting fifth from the bottom. Unlike human combatants, whose strength depends mainly on personal cultivation, a demon's power is almost entirely dictated by rank. The higher the title, the greater the surge in might. A demon marshal is the clearest example. Even a lowly demon soldier, once granted that title, can instantly overpower a demon general. Rank confers command as well as strength. When Jianglu Demon City first emerged, it housed 4 demon generals. Under the iron rule of one general commands 10,000 soldiers, that meant roughly 40,000 demon soldiers. Should a demon marshal appear, the same formula would balloon the force to 100,000, 10 times what the generals alone could field. Jiang City, on the other hand, had mustered fewer than 20,000 troops. The Recon Corps, the Guardian Corps, and the core members of every major elite guild combined still left them outnumbered 5 to 1. Worse, ordinary demon soldiers start at level 100, giving them both numerical and level superiority. 100,000 of them, led by a demon marshal of at least level 400, tilted the scales almost beyond recovery. Even so, Zhao Yun remained calm. His real goal was to capture the demon city and use its teleport array to reach Sakura Nation for a rescue mission. There could be no slip-ups. Since he expected more obstacles once inside Sakura Nation, he chose to treat this siege as live training, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. With Li Wire and Qin Feng sharing command, the army advanced in tight formation and at a steady pace. Every face was taut. Though no one had been wounded yet, no one dared relax except Sun Chao. Sun Chao struggled to suppress a grin, looking almost constipated, because his live stream had just broken 10 million viewers. Spotting the momentum, the platform plastered him across its front page, and the chat went wild. One word, flawless. Not a scratch. Jiang City's command is insane. Textbook run. Take notes. What's a demon city? Flatten it, and move on. Charge, charge, charge. Amid the uproar, the Jiang City Legion kept closing on the demon stronghold. When the gap narrowed, the demons struck first, deploying their mage core. Torrents of elemental light rained down from the ramparts. Li Wire and Qin Feng were unfazed, countering exactly as they had in the earlier archer duel. Have the knights shield everyone while our mages team up with the archers and hit back. Flames, frost, and razor-sharp winds wove together in midair. The crimson of detonating fireballs, the icy blue of blizzards, and the deep green of wind blades overlapped, turning the brooding sky into a brilliant tapestry. Spells and arrows thundered out of Demon City, and Jiang City's counterfire answered a heartbeat later, the rhythm of attack and defense leaving no gaps. The difference was clear. Jiang City's priests and knights were superior. After several exchanges, their warriors still fought at over 90% health. No one had fallen thanks to mass healing, iron wall shields, and the steady regeneration from the battle formation map. Every volley, though, carved another hole in the demon ranks. The casualty gap was obvious. In the livestream, comments poured in. Go Jiang City. Go Hua Nation. Stand your ground. Hit them Heathen. Think only Demon City has mages? We've got them too. Blow them to pieces. The brief edge didn't last. Jiang City's legion surged forward until less than 100 meters separated the armies. Sharp-eyed soldiers could already see the blank stares on the demons' faces. Low-level demon troops knew only obedience. They felt neither anger nor fear, only the urge to advance. What truly sank Jiang City's hearts was the sight behind them, a dark, endless tide of reinforcements forming up, horizon to horizon. So much for ending this fast, Qin Feng muttered, tightening his spear. Li Wire's brow furrowed. Our stamina and mana are limited. If this drags out, we're finished. Their eyes met, sharing the same anxiety. If they retreated now, what about their compatriots still trapped in Sakura Nation? What about the hopes of everyone back home? Yet if they pushed on and misjudged, the entire force could be lost. The chat erupted again. Damn, why are there so many demons? Do they spawn forever? Good thing Demon City's wall collapsed, or would never have known. It's not that Jiang City's weak demon cities drowning them in numbers. A Zerg rush? Some heroes. Fight us unknown if you dare. Li Wire swept the battlefield, jaw clenched, the rim of his helmet glowing red from bursting sparks. Qin Feng hurried through mental calculations of their remaining mana and supplies. Just then, Zhao Yun's steady voice came through their earpieces. You two, cut off the head. Take out their commanders, and the demon army's strength will drop fast. However, Zhao Yun's words did little to calm Li Wire and Qin Feng. They knew perfectly well that seizing the enemy's leader first is basic battlefield wisdom. While pushing through River City, they had repeatedly ordered snipers to eliminate demon commanders, yet the results were minimal. The problem wasn't that these officers were hard to kill, far from it. In addition to Li Fei's exploits, the city's archers and mages had shown remarkable courage, blasting more than 20 demon officers to pieces. Each time a commander fell, his troops did waver briefly, but a new leader stepped in almost at once, and the formation steadied. Tough luck, Li Wire muttered. Killing their commanders only produces a momentary disruption. With an army this big, they'll never run out of replacements. Zhao Yun chuckled. You misunderstand, Commander Li. The commander I'm talking about is Demon City's supreme commander. As long as that one lives, every vacancy below him is filled instantly. Only by killing the top commander can we truly break the demon army. I get it, Li Wire said, then frowned. The supreme commander must be the final one of the 4 demon generals. But unlike Nicholas, he keeps a low profile and never shows himself. How do we kill someone who won't appear? If he won't appear, Zhao Yun snorted, then we'll fight until he has to. Li Wire and Qin Feng were still weighing his words when Zhao Yun suddenly charged forward. Xiaolin, cover me. Yes, sir. Xiaolin followed without hesitation. Their sudden break from the lines stunned Li Wire and Qin Feng. The two forces were less than 10 meters apart. The next heartbeat would be steel and steel. Charging now was practically throwing themselves onto demon blades. If Xiaolin died, it would hurt, but they could bear it. If Major General Zhao Yun fell right under their eyes, it would be catastrophic. Zhang Wan, Lu Kai, Sun Mao, Yang Zi, move up and protect Mr. Zhou. Now, Li Wire roared. The 4 men had barely taken a step when they froze. Zhao Yun had drawn a sword. A sacred sword isn't unusual, but this one was absurdly long. 1 meter? 10? 100? No, at least 1,000. With one hand, Zhao Yun raised the blade skyward, its edge cutting into the clouds as torrents of sword light surged upward. Every soldier on River City's side gaped. What on earth is that? Is that really a sword? Can something that long even be called a sword? I'm only 20. I already going blind? The livestream audience went wild. The world's upheaval was old news, and rare-class professionals weren't exactly secrets anymore, but none of them had ever seen anything like this. With sects, fortuitous encounters, and every kind of oddity in play, people were used to someone tossing out a bizarre skill, flashing an exotic piece of gear, or hurling an inexplicable hidden weapon from time to time. But what they were seeing now defied all logic. A sword that could stretch 100 zhang in an instant? Was its family name Rui and given name Jinghua Rijingu sword? That was pure nonsense. Even more outrageous, that giant blade had no scabbard in sight. Where had it been drawn from? Moments earlier the air was empty. Then with a crisp whoosh, it was suddenly hanging there. Had it been hidden in his trousers all along? The thought alone made everyone's scalp tingle. Before their imaginations could run any further, Zhao Yun gave them no chance to speculate. He raised his hand in the familiar cloud sword gesture. The colossal blade planted in front of the allied ranks screamed through the air, swung to his left, and swept horizontally across the demon city host. Swish. There was no earth-shaking aura, no thunderous boom, not even extreme speed. It simply reaped through the demon ranks like a sickle through wheat, slicing cleanly at their waists. An instant later the soldiers toppled in 2 neat halves. Holy crap, that's nightmare fuel. How can a human do that? That was Mr. Zhou. Isn't he a blacksmith? Since when does a blacksmith pull that off? One slash killed millions of demons. Why are we even here just to make up the numbers? Exactly. In the formation, Huan Yao felt Cloud Apex members staring at her and pressed her lips together. She already knew Zhao Yun would act. Had told her the day before the march. She had a general sense of his strength. After eating his cooking so long, even bad base stats improved. Add in the divine weapons he forged and the combat skills even Lu Huizhong praised, and his overall power was easily first-rate. Still, that single slash was beyond belief. So many demon soldiers cut down like wheat stalks she had to admit she'd never imagined her husband could unleash such terror. Even so, she stayed calm. Don't be surprised. This is your Vice Guildmaster's true strength. Her words ignited the Cloud Apex members. Incredible. That's our Vice Guildmaster. He never strikes unless it shakes the world. Proud to be Cloud Apex. He hit it too well. Without this siege, we'd never know he was this strong. I'm apprenticing under him. No matter what. Back off. My sister and I have been here from day one. If anyone gets to be disciples first, it's us. Perhaps Zhao Yun's slash was too overwhelming. The Cloud Apex crowd actually relaxed enough to quarrel over disciple slots in the middle of the battlefield. Just then, a vast shadow descended, accompanied by a suffocating pressure. They looked up. From the center of Demon City rose a gigantic figure, arms spread wide, cloak billowing like a black curtain that blotted out half the sky. Pitiful humans, how dare you slaughter my soldiers at will? Do you think this commander does not exist? Everyone instinctively cast an identification spell on him. In the next second, a string of cold data flashed across their retinas, and the chat window exploded. Name, Warlord Okaraven. Age, 42. Level, 410. Strength, 151. Endurance, 354. Intelligence, 1131. Spirit. Talent. Command grants attribute bonuses according to rank. Current position, Warlord. Skill 1 Intimidation. Continuously inflicts psychic terror on targets within 30 meters, forcing fear and tremors. The longer it lasts, the stronger the effect. Skill 2 Veil of Darkness. Releases demonic energy to blot out the sky. All targets under the shadow suffer a 30 reduction to every attribute. Skill 3. Skill 4. Skill 5. Skill 6. Urged on by the viewers, Sun Chao shared the full stat sheet in the stream. Almost everyone gasped in unison. A warlord. So there's still a warlord left in Demon City. The demon generals were scary enough. This guy's level 410. His intelligence broke 1,000. And most of his skills are still hidden. Compared with the level 300's demon generals, Okaraven's intelligence alone had broken 4 digits. Worse yet, the power gap was so huge that most of his skills were still blanked out. Demonic miasma churned, plunging the area into sudden dusk as though night had fallen early. In terms of sheer presence, the viewers had only felt a similar pressure from the zombie dragon, Ophelia. Stunned, the barrage of comments fell silent for a heartbeat. In those deathly still seconds, Zhao Yun moved. He raised his right hand and gave a slight wave. The 1,000-meter long sword hanging in the air was simply erased, vanishing without a trace. Sharp-eyed viewers noticed it hadn't disappeared, but had been compressed into a jet-black dagger resting quietly in Zhao Yun's palm. The next moment, the dagger stabbed out from a distance. With a soft squelch, the flash of cold steel was gone almost before it appeared, punching a hole through Okaraven's chest. Demonic energy roiled around the gaping cavity. He looked down and managed only a single syllable of surprise. You. Zhao Yun flicked his wrist. The dagger slipped back into its sheath. Deprived of support, the warlord plummeted. His huge body shrank as he fell, and the all-encompassing darkness receded like an ebbing tide, exposing a long-lost blue sky. Then, there was no then. Li Wire. Qin Feng. Huan Yao. Chat. It had happened so fast the audience hadn't even had time to blink. Where's the warlord? Why did he just fall? Is he dead? How did that stab even land? One swish, one schlunk, and a hole just opened up? This makes no sense. Level 410. Gotta be feigning death. Hell, counterattack once we relax. Stay alert. Don't let your guard down. Although Okaraven had crashed to the ground and stayed motionless for quite a while, nobody dared lower their guard. After all, that was a level 410 demon marshal, a real final boss, the strongest being anyone had ever seen in Demon City. How could he just keel over and die? The players from Jiangcheng waited in stunned silence for half an hour. The marshal never reappeared. Instead, the rear of Demon City sounded like it had exploded, filled with frantic shouts and running feet. Zhao Yun stood on the edge of the rubble, a playful smile tugging at his lips. In his eyes, the marshal, a man named Okaraven, had died rather unfairly. A phantasmal longsword strike, no matter how sharp, shouldn't have one-shot a level 410 boss. The real killer was the 4% instant death effect Zhao had stacked up. Bad luck, nothing more. Xiaolin, start slaughtering. Zhao spoke offhandedly. He raised his hand, and a kilometer-long silver blade tore across the battlefield. The sword was so massive that one horizontal swing cut a swath of demon soldiers in half. Worse still, the blade aura and slicing wind burst forward like a storm. Backed by overwhelming stats and a string of rare and ultra-rare affixes on his signature weapon, Zhao Yun made every soldier mage or heavy knight alike who touched the blade, the aura, or the shockwave vaporize instantly. Xiaolin raced after him. Had been assigned as cover, but other than blocking a few arrows and spells early on, he had nothing to do. With Zhao Yun deep in the enemy ranks, Xiaolin could only watch as demon soldiers fell like wheat before a scythe. Each fallen demon turned into a swirl of pitch-black miasma. Dense layers of dark fog rose into the sky. Outside the walls, the Jiangxing coalition stared in disbelief. This is a siege? This is danger? This is that high-risk, full-wipe mission? Siege? Xiaolin demolished the wall with 2 swings. Danger? Knights' shields, clerics' heals, and the formation's damage reduction had hardly let their health bars budge. Full wipe? Give us a break. Zhao Yun was soloing the whole war. The livestream chat scrolled so fast it began to lag. Viewers had imagined 1,000 possible battle scenarios, yet in mere minutes the fight had turned into Master Zhou's one-man mowing simulator. All units, ready Li Wire and Qin Feng finally snapped out of their shock and bellowed together, charge. Jiangqing's morale exploded. Knights, archers, and mages sprinted forward, battle cries shaking the air. Victory was clearly in the bag, and anyone who didn't rush in for some contribution points would be wasting this dungeon run. Everyone dashed ahead with a single thought. If we don't hurry, Mr. Zhou is going to wipe out every demon in the city by himself. 10 minutes later, the people of Jiangxing stood on the ground of Demon City, feelings mixed. The demon troops had been wiped out, yet Jiangxing's forces had barely broken a sweat. The quickest fighters managed to snatch 1 or 2 kills at most, while anyone a step slower couldn't even claim 0 damage. From the moment the assault was ordered to the city's complete fall, less than 30 minutes had passed. The efficiency was absurd. 1 second they were still discussing strategy, the next Demon City was in ruins. Victory should have been exhilarating, but most of them couldn't bring themselves to smile. Li Wire and Qin Feng felt the same. Zhao Yun's overwhelming combat power made their own presence feel embarrassingly superfluous. Shaking off the sudden sense of futility, Li Wire caught up to Zhao Yun and forced himself to ask, Mr. Zhou, we've located the teleportation array, but how do we activate it? That it's offline is normal, Zhao Yun replied without breaking stride. We need the key first. The array has to be unlocked. The key? Right. We didn't find it where the demon marshal fell, so it must be in the city lord's mansion. As he finished speaking, a massive mansion of jet black stone and harsh angles came into view, the demon city lord's residence. Zhao Yun halted. Xiaolin, open it. On it. Xiaolin drew his longsword. 4 arcs of sword light slashed out in succession, shattering the outer shield in an instant. 2 more strokes reduced the heavy wall to rubble. With the wall gone, the gate naturally disappeared with it. When the dust settled, Zhao Yun strode inside. Behind him, Li Wire's mouth twitched. Was all that really necessary just to open a door? They wound their way through corridors and passageways until they reached a secluded courtyard. Unlike the rest of the mansion, this yard was also protected by a barrier. No words were needed. Xiaolin moved again. The shield shattered, and they filed through the hall. Zhao Yun kicked the door open, lifted a hand, and a burst of force blasted the wooden plaque above the shrine to splinters. The instant it broke, a Heaven's Dao announcement rang in every ear across the globe. Jiangshang of Huagua, peerless in battle, has captured Jianglu Demon City, dealing a heavy blow to demon morale. The world celebrates. All Jiangxing professionals have stood united against the enemy, awarding them a vast amount of experience. All non-professionals of Jiangxing receive 10 endurance. As the announcement faded, every professional affiliated with Jiangxing, no matter where they were, erupted in a burst of golden light, the glow of leveling up. Huanyao, originally level 92, flashed twice and rose steadily to level 94. Since breaking past 90, her progress had been glacial. 2 levels in half a month of hard training. Gaining 2 levels on the spot showed just how literal vast really was. Even the planet's highest level player gained that much, so everyone else was ecstatic. I just jumped 7 levels in one. God, his is insane. Huh, I got 10. Sorry, make that 14 for me. 30 levels here. I'm skyrocketing. The sudden level surge in Jiangxing's professionals immediately reshuffled the global rankings. Once again, the Jiangxing squad has left every other region far behind thanks to their mountain of experience. Players in Huagua can still console themselves with their own people, but professionals abroad are in total uproar. They have coveted Huagua's rapid leveling method for ages, and now the gap has widened overnight. Jealousy and frustration are sprouting like weeds, and hostile posts are exploding across the internet. No one feels the sting more than the foreign elites who barely squeezed into the top ranks, especially Xiaolin, whose composure has completely shattered. This necromancer commands the dead in battle. Undead need no rest and feel no pain. As long as he has mana, they can farm monsters around the clock. With this built-in cheat, Xiaolin can literally level up while he sleeps. In Deek City, his level has long outpaced everyone else's, and the locals practically worship him as a king. When the global list went live, his aura dimmed under Huagua's geniuses, yet he still held a solid 5th place. A rare class like a necromancer should be number 1 in the world. That was Xiaolin's obsession. He pushed like a madman, reached level 84 in a month, and drew even with 4th-ranked Li Huaxiang, erasing a 2-level gap by sheer force. A little more effort and he would trample Li Huaxiang, then charge for 3rd, 2nd, and finally 1st. But just then the Heavens Will announcement hit Li Huaxiang, also level 84, suddenly rocketed to 89. The opponent he was about to surpass leapt 5 levels ahead in the blink of an eye. Xiaolin broke down on the spot. His heart-rending scream echoed through the stone cavern above. He raised his obsidian staff and howled at the sky. The undead circling him soaked up his frenzy and shrieked in unison, master and minions losing their minds together. On the other side of Jiangcheng, ordinary people who had never awakened a class were cheering. Their endurance had just jumped by 10 points. 10 points is nearly the physical limit for a normal human. Most adults sit at around 7, longtime gym-goers reach 8, and the elderly or children manage only 4 or 5. The sudden surge made tens of thousands feel as if they'd been given new bodies. Coughs vanished. Headaches simply disappeared. The changes in the elderly were the most dramatic. Some tossed aside their canes and strode off, their newly straightened backs casting a shadow they hadn't seen in years. Some who had been bedridden for ages rolled over, climbed out, and insisted on using the bathroom by themselves, leaving their families in stunned silence. One man who had spent nearly a decade in a wheelchair suddenly stood up, hopped around, and even pulled off a standing Thomas spin. The crowd almost called the police, convinced they had seen a ghost. Jianglu Demon City. Inside a room, Zhao Yun shattered the last wooden token, pried open a small box, and finally felt a jet-black crystal at the bottom of a drawer. We've got the key, let's move. Li Wire's spirit soared, his eyes blazing. With the key in hand, the next step was to activate the teleportation array. Everything so far had unfolded exactly as Zhao Yun had foretold, down to the smallest detail. So next they would use that array to travel to the Yinghua Kingdom. Yinghua Kingdom, Li Wire repeated under his breath, narrowing his eyes. As a soldier he had stormed that country 1,000 times in his dreams. Now the chance was real. The opportunity had finally arrived. Inside the Forbidden City, every senior leader of Huagua had gathered to await the outcome of Jiangcheng's assault on Demon City. Nerves were stretched taut for a battle that could decide the nation's fate. Since Demon City emerged, this was Huagua's first large-scale engagement with the demons. If the city fell, it would prove Huagua could meet the enemy head-on and, more importantly, reopen the strategic routes that had been cut off between the cities for 3 years. 3 years earlier, a cataclysm had severed all transportation links between cities, leaving people to rely on the internet to stay in touch. With no physical exchange, resources could not circulate, and each city was forced to fend for itself. A victory by Jiangcheng would change everything. The moment Jiangcheng's army set out, Wang Taiji, who had stayed behind in Jiangcheng, relayed the first reports to the Forbidden City. The leadership had braced for a long wait. In ancient siege warfare, even a lopsided fight could drag on for hours, and when the sides were evenly matched, battles often lasted days or even a month. But it soon became clear that reality was nothing like their expectations. Someone had started a live stream online, broadcasting Jiangcheng's assault on Jianglu Demon City in real time. The instinctive reaction was to shut it down immediately. If the battle went badly, the entire nation's morale could collapse. After a vote, however, they decided to keep the stream for 2 reasons. One, watching the fight directly was far more efficient than receiving Wang Taiji's filtered reports. 2, if the command made a mistake, the Forbidden City could intervene in real time and improve the odds. Everything still seemed under control, yet the images that followed defied every expectation. A single warrior split the city wall in 2. A kilometer-long sword swept through ranks of demon soldiers. One strike pierced the demon commander. Jiangcheng's entire force then surged forward, obliterating what was left of Demon City's defenders. The siege everyone had dreaded ended with astonishing speed, so fast it felt unreal. The manner of victory was bizarre, but its significance was undiminished. What Huagua needed most was a win, and at last it had one. Huagua citizens stranded in the Sakura Kingdom needed this triumph to lift their spirits. The confidence of hundreds of millions depended on it. The blocked arteries between cities needed it to be reopened, and Jiangcheng delivered in stunning fashion. Of course, many were shaken by the power of Lieutenant General Zhao Yun. Even the demon commander had fallen to a single blow, a feat that seemed to transcend human limits. A new proposal therefore took shape at once. Once the roads reopened, invite Lieutenant General Zhou to Luoqing to serve as chief instructor of the Xiaolin army. Jianglu Demon City. After securing the key, Zhao Yun, Li Wire, and the others hurried back to the teleportation array. Zhao Yun didn't activate it right away. Instead, he looked over the neat formation in front of him. The River City soldiers stood ramrod straight, their weapons glinting coldly, clearly on standby. You've been waiting here all this time? Yes, sir. The Recon Corps commander boomed. The rescue can't wait. We dare not slack off for a second. The man's blunt honesty caught Zhao Yun off guard. He rubbed his brow, hesitating. Li Wire noticed and asked quietly, Mr. Zhou, is there a problem? Of course there is. Zhao Yun sighed. We're talking about an entire demon city. Li Wire and Qin Feng nodded, but still looked puzzled. If it's a demon city, it has to be loaded with supplies. Food, or spirit herbs, potions, gear, even skill scrolls, everything we desperately need. Gear? Skill scrolls? Eyes lit up all around. Equipment is hard currency. Whether you keep it or sell it, you never have too much. And even the lowest level skill scroll can fetch a fortune. Just as excitement bubbled, Li Wire doused it with cold water. When a demon soldier dies, its gear disappears with the body. We'll be lucky to find anything. Skill scrolls are rare, and if they exist, they're hidden away. We're short on time. His words left the group crestfallen. Zhao Yun, however, smiled. Li Wire's logic was sound. Anyone else would just sigh, but Zhao Yun was different. He came from the future. He knew exactly where to look. Follow me. Without further explanation, he headed toward the city's west side. Demon cities share the same layout, and his target was the armory. Led by Zhao Yun, they moved at a run. Xiaolin took point, brutally crashing through one heavy iron door after another. At last, the final door shattered. Light spilled in, and the sight on the racks made everyone's heart leap. Gear. So many swords. So many bows. So many shields. Whoa. Even a random spear gives plus 60 strength. Insane. The staves to each one adds 60 intelligence. Too bad there are no rare attributes. Who cares? High base stats are delicious. Yeah, every piece beats what I'm holding. Li Wire and Qin Feng stared at the mountain of equipment, too thrilled to speak. For ordinary fighters, these items boost individual power, but for two legion commanders, they could raise an entire legion by a full tier. And the most excited of all weren't the people in the armory, they were the generals watching from the conference hall inside the Forbidden City. Ever since the live broadcast began, the conference hall inside the Forbidden City had been hooked into the feed. A massive, three-dimensional holoscreen bloomed in midair as Sun Chao stood before the weapon racks, fingers dancing across the console. One piece of cold, gleaming gear after another was enlarged for everyone to examine. Base stats, plus 60. The glowing number made every general sit bolt upright, their eyes flushing red with a desire that had been suppressed for far too long. Since the world convergence, equipment had become more critical than ever, yet acquiring it was brutally hard. 1. Hunting monsters, cracking treasure chests, or exploring secret realms rarely yielded anything at all, and truly high-grade drops were almost mythical. 2. Forging. The success rate was dismal, and even when it worked, the finished gear usually lagged behind wild drops in base stats, let alone rare affixes. That was why an entire rack of plus 60 weapons and armor in the Jianglu Demon City Armory sent every general's envy soaring. Rare affixes? They could be ignored for now. This haul alone would spike their combat power. The best gear most of them wore topped out at plus 3 or plus 5. Plus 10 was already legendary. Hand these out in bulk and ordinary soldiers would leap straight from pea shooters to artillery. Gulps echoed through the hall, sounds the thick walls usually swallowed until they blended into one long sigh. The roads were blocked. Even if Jiangqing wanted to share, there was no way to move the cash to the capital. Gentlemen, we're on the clock. Zhao Yun's eyes urged them on. This feels awkward, the normally decisive Li Wire muttered, uncharacteristically hesitant. Qin Feng stayed silent, brows knitted. The stash existed only because Zhao Yun had seized it. Without his warning, they would have missed it entirely, and 9/10 of the siege credit was already his. How could they ask for a share? Zhao Yun gave a slight shake of his head. From past experience, he knew that if a siege dragged on, the Demon City's leaders would activate their teleport array and evacuate every valuable item. He had personally led the lightning assault precisely to preserve this treasure vault. Now that it was in their hands, dithering out of politeness would be absurd. Lives are on the line, and we're leaving for Sakura Kingdom soon. We've got plenty of fights ahead. Besides, gear of this caliber will be a dime a dozen later. No need to get sentimental. A dime? The generals exchanged looks. To them, plus 60 gear was god tier. To Zhao Yun, it was a dime a dozen. His perspective was staggering. Li Wire and Qin Feng met each other's eyes. Conviction settled in, and Li Wire barked the order. Anything we can equip, grab it. Anything we can carry, haul it. Take the lot. All right, that's the order we've been waiting for. Move out. The Jiangqing Legion poured into the armory like a tidal wave, proving that sheer numbers really are power. The depot was huge and its shelving dense, yet in less than 20 minutes hundreds of people had stripped it bare, leaving only empty racks behind. Amid the chaos, Zhao Yun rummaged through a corner and finally located his target, another wooden box, noticeably larger than the one head found earlier. He slipped it straight into his storage space without a word. When skill scrolls are this scarce, the smart move is to claim them first and explain later. When the sweep was over, nearly everyone in the Legion was dressed head-to-toe in pitch-black Demon City gear, looking for all the world like a battalion of demon soldiers. From a distance, you'd be hard-pressed to tell the difference. With preparations complete, they regrouped at the teleport array. Zhao Yun unlocked the formation with his key. Ebony lines flared to life, radiating a chill. Everything in a demon city is jet black, even the teleport gates, enough to make a first-timer's scalp crawl. Zhao Yun was long since used to it. After setting the coordinates, he stepped into the circle. First destination, Okazaki Castle, Sakura Nation. Whoosh. Space twisted. When Zhao Yun emerged, he stood at the exit of the Qinggang Demon City Gate, in Sakura territory. Who goes there? A human? Seize him. The demon sentries reacted instantly, closing in from all sides. To Zhao Yun, these rank-and-file soldiers posed no threat. He raised his right hand Xing. A blade of light a kilometer long swept out. 2 arcs left, 2 arcs right, and everything within 1,000-meter soldiers and buildings alike was cleaved clean in half. Li Wire and Qin Feng leapt from the array just in time to see the wreckage and shared a look. Looks like there's nothing for us to do again, Qin. Seems that way, Li. Ignoring them, Zhao Yun swung his kilometer-long sword and headed straight for the armory. Insolence. Wretch. Die, human. Sensing the danger, 4 demon generals appeared simultaneously, trying to pincer him. His answer was a single sweeping strike. Backed by 936 points of raw power, multiple rare attribute buffs, and Dragon's Wrath copied from the Frostfall Divine Sword for a 3,000% first hit boost. 1 slash was more than any of them could bear. The fragile mage detonated on the spot, and even the tankiest knight was bisected in an instant. Only then did the main Jiangxing force step through the array, and heaven's announcement thundered across the world. Sakura Nation's Qingang Demon City has fallen to a powerful enemy, and is no more. Huh. Global chat exploded. They'd just heard that Jianglu Demon City and Huan Nation had been taken, and now another stronghold was gone so soon? Many assumed Okazaki or Kyosu must be responsible, and suddenly took Sakura Nation's strength far more seriously. Everyone knew their average level was low. So had they been hiding a trump card? The most bewildered of all were the players in Kyosu and Okazaki themselves. Qingang fell? Wait, what? We didn't attack it. How did it get wiped out? The fall of Qingang Demon Castle had the citizens of Qingzhou City and Okazaki City in the Sakura Kingdom practically bursting with excitement. Haha, Qingang Demon Castle is gone. The greatest threat has vanished. The golems won't be coming back, will they? Of course not. The castle controlled them. With it gone, they'll never attack us again. On the street, people formed a circle, shouting over one another, their voices hotter than fireworks. Someone recalled how the 2 cities had joined forces with ninja arts last time just to drive the golems away, a tremor still in his voice. If they came back, I've no idea what we would have done. A new question popped up in the crowd. The Heavenly Dao announcement said the castle fell to a powerful enemy. Who is it? Who cares? The enemy of our enemy is our friend. Exactly. That demon castle had it coming. It strutted around, and now it's been dealt with. Haha. Someone narrowed his eyes, already plotting. We should send people to make contact with the one who destroyed the castle. Maybe we can turn them into an ally. Right. If it works, we could use their strength to grow fast. Surpassing Hua Country wouldn't be hard at all. Mention of Hua Country reminded another man of last night's events, and he scoffed. Those Hua prisoners we caught yesterday were stubborn. They refused to bow to our great Sakura Kingdom. Is that so? Let's go take a look. A group raised their fists and shouted. We'll see whether their mouths are tougher than our fists. Smoke still curled from the shattered walls of Qingang Demon Castle. Zhao Yun stood at the charred gate, gazing at the spot where the Heavenly Dao light had faded. Behind him, a companion fretted. Mr. Zhou, by taking down the Sakura Kingdom's demon castle like this, aren't we just handing experience to their cities for free? Zhou Yun smiled and countered. Did you hear any Heavenly Dao notice awarding them experience? No, I didn't. Then there you have it. Zhou Yun's smile deepened. When a demon castle falls, the side that contributes most claims the victory. Not a single Sakura Kingdom fighter took part. So how could they gain the experience? Reassured, several people breathed easier. Good. If Sakura Kingdom had gotten that experience, would feel robbed. Soon another question arose. Mr. Zhou, you took the castle, yet the Heavenly Dao didn't reward you. Is it because you're a blacksmith? Not at all. Zhou Yun shook his head and pointed into the distance. The name Qingang Demon Castle shows its link to Qingzhou City and Okazaki City. Only those 2 cities receive experience for capturing it. We're a third-party force. Even if we conquer it, we get nothing. The group looked regretful. So we fought for nothing? No experience. And we even got rid of Sakura Kingdom's crisis. It feels like a raw deal. What nonsense is that? Li Wire strode over, his voice low. Mr. Zhou took Qingang Demon Castle to open a way through and rescue our people. How did your talk twist it into something else? The men he addressed paled and waved their hands. No, that's not what we meant. We were just. Everyone in River City knew how much effort Zhao Yun had poured into this operation. If that accusation stuck, they would be drowned in a sea of public outrage. There are always 2 sides to every story. Qin Feng began. We may not have earned any experience for taking Qingang Demon City, but the same goes for Qingzhou City and Okazaki City. They'll never gain that experience either, will they? Huh. Everyone traded glances, fresh excitement lighting their eyes. True enough. We didn't get the rewards, but Sakura Kingdom lost even more. If the enemy loses out, we profit. Feels great. Seeing their spirits rise, Qin Feng smiled and added. Besides, we didn't leave empty-handed. The city's armory is still intact, isn't it? The armory. Several people slapped their foreheads and stomped in frustration. Experience was valuable, sure, but the weapon stockpile was a treasure chest they'd almost forgotten. All eyes shifted to Zhou Yun, the man who had practically taken the city single-handedly. Naturally, he would decide how to divide the spoils. Meeting their hopeful stares, Zhao Yun chuckled and waved them off. Why are you looking at me? Gears Limited first come, first served. What are you waiting for? With his approval, they burst into a sprint toward the armory, shouting the whole way. Thanks, Mr. Zhou. Such generosity. Your kindness is beyond measure. Let me devote my life to repaying it. Get lost, you creep. Beat it. Roughly 20 minutes later, they regrouped near the teleportation array, arms overflowing with loot and faces glowing with satisfaction. Most of the city's gear had vanished with the fallen demon troops, yet the remaining cash was still impressive. On average, everyone walked away with a piece. Together with the haul from Jianglu Demon City, each Jiangqing soldier now held 2 items. One piece meant a 60-point boost to their stats, 2 added a solid 120. Panels spiked, armor was swapped on the spot, and fighting spirits soared. They were itching to test their new edge on the Sakura Kingdom front. Observing the energized troops, Zhao Yun nodded to himself. As someone who had been through this before, he knew that demon standard issue gear wasn't handed to every soldier. A common demon might get 1 piece at most, the rest they had to scavenge. With 2 pieces each, the Jiangqing army now outclassed the average demon soldier in pure equipment quality. Mr. Zhou, the route to Okazaki City is clear, Li Wire reported. Shall we move out? Zhou Yun nodded. I'm no expert in military strategy. Make the call, Commander Li, and I'll back you all the way. I won't betray your trust. Li Wire replied crisply. He turned to the assembled force and raised his voice. Intelligence confirms that 146 of our compatriots are being held in nearby Okazaki City. We march at once to seize that city. Anyone who dares block our path, kill, without mercy. Kill them all. No mercy. Kill them all. A handful of words instantly ignited the crowd's fury. Up to this moment their anger had seemed restrained, yet everyone knew what the Sakura Kingdom's people had done to the Huagua citizens stranded on their soil these past few days. While the army prepared to storm the city, cries for help were still flooding the internet. Now they had captured Qingang Demon City and set foot on Sakura territory. Once they left the city walls, they would face the wilderness, other demon strongholds, and the Sakura forces who could appear at any moment. The livestream chat exploded. Kill. Wipe them out. The beasts of Sakura even murder 3-year-olds monsters in human skin. Leave no one alive. That country shouldn't exist. They're wolves at heart. Show mercy, and they'll strike back. They'll pay 10,000 for every head. No, 100,000. Just keep killing. Streamer, my whole family supports you. The atmosphere was electric, and viewership had soared past 20 million. Sun Chao, however, kept his head down, his shoulders trembling. The audience assumed he was surrounded by too many people to speak, and simply felt nervous. No one blamed him. He was an ordinary combatant, and the coming fight promised to be brutal. After the Jiangqing army marched out of the Demon City and began its rapid advance, the lagging Sun Chao finally addressed his viewers. Thank you for your kindness and support, he said. I like money. I love money. I will kill the people of Sakura. They'll kill as many as I can, because I'm a Huagua citizen too. I'm one of you. A single, clear statement that echoed like thunder and stunned the entire audience. The chat flipped instantly. I'm a fan now just for that line. Well said, brother Spine of Steel. Damn, my blood's boiling. I want to fight beside him. In the Forbidden City's conference hall, someone murmured, leave no one alive, isn't that a bit much? Oh, you think it sounds extreme? It might hurt our international image. Laughter erupted. Except for our allies. Every other nation is already cursing us. What image is left to protect? Exactly. In their eyes we're selfish villains hoarding our strategies. If geography didn't shield us, they'd have a knife at our throats demanding we share our guides. The Sakura Kingdom dares vent its anger on our compatriots, and we're supposed to negotiate politely? Repay evil with virtue? Impossible. Repay evil with fairness? Not enough. Against Sakura, there's only one core skill. Seconded. 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 Tin Li from Nanhang Demon City. On an open plain, the Jingnan army stood in solemn formation. At their head was Jingnan's lord, Pei Jianya. His hair and beard were snow white, yet at 67 his voice still rolled like thunder. Brothers and sisters of Jingnan City. Jiangqing has already captured Qingang Demon City in the Sakura Kingdom. Now they'll press on to Okazaki Castle, clash with the forces there, and rescue our compatriots. They're willing to fight and die for our Piepliso. Where are we? Is saving Chinese lives only Jiangqing's duty? Absolutely not. The crowd roared as one. Can the fight against the enemy do without us Jingnan folk? No. Their shouts grew louder, veins bulging in their necks. Then we'll take the Nanhang Demon City right in front of us. Pei Jianya raised his blade high. If Jiangqing can do it, so can Jingnan. This battle will cost blood, it will cost lives. Join only if you choose, but once we march, there's no turning back. Victory or death, nothing in between. I, Pei Jianya, can't guarantee your safety. Yet if the state seeks to lay blame, I alone will shoulder it. Brothers and sisters, have you written your farewells? Silence. No one answered. Pei Jianya slowly turned toward Nanhang and, lifting his arm again, shouted, brothers and sisters, fight beside me. Charge. In the Sakura Kingdom, Led by Li Wire, Jiangqing's troops advanced at full speed. To reach Okazaki Castle as quickly as possible, they marched along a nearly straight line. Packs of magical beasts blocked the way, but the column was made up of Jiangqing elites whose gear had been upgraded from the captured armory. Ordinary monsters crumbled before them. Each clash ended in seconds. The beasts left as heaps of bloody flesh. After an unknown span of time, they felt the ground quake. The familiar tremor sparked instant recognition. Sure enough, a massive silhouette appeared ahead. A golem. A moving heap of experience. Really? There's still a golem in Sakura Kingdom? Why hadn't the locals slain it? Because this one was harmless still, it was a walking treasure trove. Tempting beyond belief. Easy, someone laughed. It's right on our path. Maybe we'll drop it on the way. Sweet more experience. Veterans had fought golems before, felt no fear, only eagerness. Li Wire kept silent, leading the column forward. When they were less than 200 meters away, he finally ordered, cut it down. The 3 words electrified the ranks. Jiangqing's fighters surged ahead, smashing the golem to rubble within moments. At once, a system announcement rang out over Okazaki and Kyosu. The Qinggang golem has been destroyed by powerful foes. Citizens of both cities were shocked, yet thrilled. Shocked the golem had survived the fall of the demon city, delighted it was gone at last. 2 threats erased in a single stroke. It felt like a double blessing. Haha, this mysterious powerhouse must be a divine envoy sent to save us. Demon City has fallen and the golem is gone at last. We're safe. I knew it. Our great Sakura Kingdom is an empire on which the sun never sets. No matter the danger, we always turn the tide. With Demon City destroyed and the golem wiped out right after, the envoy must be drawing closer step by step. Splendid. Soon we'll witness the envoy's glory with our own eyes. Once we have the envoy's backing, what is little Huagua to us? Huh. Let the Huagua people bask in their pride for a few more days. Their prisoners still boast that Huagua will rescue them. Wishful thinking. Colossal beasts fill the seas. If they dare, let them come. Idiots. Even if they do arrive, they'll probably wet themselves the moment they see the envoy. Interesting. This is going to be fun. I can't wait. Quit dawdling. The best way to show sincerity is to march out now and greet the envoy. Right. Move quickly. On the other side, after Jiangqing's forces felled the golem, they were pleased with the experience they'd gained yet showed little outward joy. They'd killed too many of these things. In their eyes, the golem's fearsome shape was just for show, hardly a threat. Viewers in the live stream, however, were completely stunned. Jiangqing's army is amazing. They toppled the golem in under 10 minutes. The speed is insane. I thought only Mr. Zhou was overpowered, but the entire Jiangqing force is terrifying. With a trump card like that, no wonder they dared to penetrate the Sakura Kingdom alone to rescue people. When Demon City was destroyed, the credit mainly went to Zhao Yun and Xiaolin. Their brilliance inevitably eclipsed everyone else. This time Zhao Yun stayed out of the fight, letting the true depth of Jiangqing's forces shine through. Keep moving, Li Wire ordered, and the troops advanced in lockstep. After marching at high speed for nearly an hour, Li Wire frowned slightly, sensing the army's condition slipping. If they were merely traveling, their current stamina could handle 10 hours straight. But constant skirmishes with monsters had drained enormous energy each time. 15,000 soldiers had set out, and the beast hordes were just as massive. If the fighting dragged on, even if their stamina held, their mana would be exhausted. While he hesitated about calling a rest, Zhou Yun came up beside him. Commanderly, we should take a detour through the fiery plains on the right. Fiery plains? Li Wire murmured, quickly recalling the relevant information. As the army advanced, scouts from the recon corps fanned out to gather intelligence on all sides. Everything he knew about the fiery plains came from their reports. Although the blazing plains were flat, they were crawling with herds of level 55 flame horses. Taking that route, did Mr. Zhou have something else in mind? Zhou Yun smiled faintly. Watching everyone march like this is exhausting. I want to see if I can tame a flame horse for each of you, so we can save our legs. Mounts? Save our legs? Li Wire froze at the words. Had anyone else said that, he would have scoffed without hesitation. A level 55 flame horse was no pushover. They lived in large groups, and once startled, hundreds would charge as one. An ordinary army would be lucky not to be trampled into pulp, let alone cross the plains and break them in as mounts. Even supposing the Jiangqing troops could fight off a flame herd, there couldn't be many foals across the entire blazing plains. Everyone knew a magical beast was easiest to tame while young. After it matured, the difficulty skyrocketed, and even if you forced its submission, it might betray you at any moment. Yet Zhou Yun spoke as though he planned to equip every soldier with a flame horsean idea that bordered on absurd. Still, promise after improbable promise had already come true, and Li Wire's trust in Zhou Yun ran deep. Although filled with doubts, he nodded. Very well. Well, do as Mr. Zhou says. The blazing plains lay only a short detour from their original route, and with a slight change of direction, the column arrived. Heat shimmered over crimson, cracked earth. Thin tongues of fire leapt from fissures, calling to mind the legendary Flame Mountain. Unlike that barren myth, though. This place thundered with living flame horses. Name: Flame Horse. Age: 8 years mature. Level: 57. Strength: 125. Endurance: 87. Intelligence: 24. Spirit: 23. Innate ability: fire affinity attacks inflict fire damage, and fire damage taken is reduced by 70%. Skill 1. Charge accelerates toward a target. On hit, the target is stunned for 2 seconds. Skill 2. Fiery Wake Hooves ignite, boosting movement speed and leaving burning ground in their path. Nay, the Jiangqing troops' approach put the herd on instant alert. Hundreds of stallions tossed their heads and screamed, manes and hooves ablaze, the ground rumbling beneath them as they prepared to stampede. Even in the scorching air, the soldiers' eyes shone. What magnificent horses! They're on fire from head to hoof. The steed of my dreams. I see a foal. Should we rush in and grab it? Are you insane? Snatching a foal in the middle of all those adults? Looking for death? Do you know how it hurts to be a knight without a handsome mount? Quit whining and fall back. Keep your distance before they charge. Qin Feng listened to the chatter around him and nodded to himself. Even he had felt his blood race when he first saw the molten manes blazing along the Liehua horses' bodies. Plenty of magical beasts near Jiangcheng could be domesticated, but true riding mounts were scarce, a sore spot for every knight. After all, riding was a basic skill once a knight advanced. Without a mount, a knight was stuck using his own 2 legs. As commander of the Guardian Legion and a fully fledged knight, Qin Feng understood that better than anyone. Mr. Zhou, can we really tame the Liehua horses? What do you need from us? He asked, taking the initiative for once. Li Wire shot him a sidelong glance. Qin Feng was known for being tight-lipped. Hearing him ask for help was almost startling. Zhao Yun waved a hand. Not yet. For now, we just have to wait. Wait. Everyone traded puzzled looks. Zhao Yun offered no further explanation and sat down cross-legged on the spot. The others followed suit, resting where they stood. Because they were a safe distance from the herd and showed no aggression, the Liehua horses soon relaxed, lowering their heads to graze on flame grass across the Liehua plains. About 20 minutes later, a huge black cloud blotted out the sky. At first no one thought much of it, but then they noticed its crisp edges and jagged turrets. It looked more like a castle than a cloud. Oh, great, someone muttered, then yelped. The beast-taming palace is here. The what? The cloud sank until it hovered overhead, and a staircase of mist unrolled from beneath it. Everyone looked up to see Li Jingji, lord of the beast-taming palace, riding a sapphire aquatic primordial beast that glided on ripples of water. Beside her stood the little girl Changqing. They descended the stairs and landed before the group. Brotherly, thank you for coming all this way, Zhao Yun said, stepping forward with genuine gratitude. Brother Zhou, think nothing of it, Li Jingji replied with a smile. I love to travel, and I was already nearby. Daddy, Mommy. Changqing hit the ground running and flung herself at Zhou Yun and He Wanyang. Zhou Yun had told his daughter that he and He Wanyang would be away for a few days, and that she would stay with Li Jingji at the beast-taming palace. The sensible child had agreed, though she had been gloomy about the separation. Now, surprised by this sudden reunion, she was overjoyed. My sweet Changqing. Zhou Yun scooped her up, spun her around once, and laughed as he set her down. Daddy, where are we? Why are you and Mommy here? She asked, eyes wide with curiosity. Zhou Yun crouched, gently pinched her cheek, and spoke softly. This is the Liehua Plains. See those horses covered in flames? They're called Liehua horses. Mommy, Daddy, and all our friends want to tame them as mounts, but we've hit a snag one only you can solve. Will you help us? Only me? She pointed at herself, eyes shining with anticipation. That's right, Zhou Yun said, nodding solemnly. I'd love to help. Changqing agreed instantly, her voice brimming with anticipation. But what exactly should I do? It's simple. Zhou Yun crouched down and explained patiently. We're going to tame those blaze horses. If any of them refuse to cooperate, you and Xiao He just give a loud shout. That's all. The little girl tilted her head and blinked, finding the task almost too easy to believe. Absolutely. By doing that, you'll be a huge help, and everyone will be very grateful to you, Changqing. Zhou Yun assured her once more. Okay. Changqing clenched her tiny fists, full of determination. Then, Mom, Dad, and everyone else, hurry up and get started. With the instructions given, Zhou Yun strode toward the restless herd of blaze horse she needed to demonstrate first so the others would feel at ease. At the same time, Changqing raised her hand and released Xiao He from the summoning space. The moment Xiao He landed, he glanced around. As soon as he spotted Xiao Bai beside Changqing, his round eyes narrowed to slits, fangs flashing in a fierce scowl. He had spent far more time confined in the summoning space than Xiao Bai, and jealousy simmered within him. In contrast, Xiao Bai merely lowered his head and calmly licked a paw. He knew Changqing would never let Xiao He push his luck. Sure enough, Changqing's small hand lightly tapped Xiao He's forehead with a soft pop. The strike wasn't hard, yet Xiao He's neck shrank back. Xiao He, that's naughty. You and Xiao Bai are partners, so be nice to each other, okay? She said, carefully imitating an adult's tone. Ru Xiaohei's nostrils flared as he shot Xiao by a menacing glare, but he still nodded in reluctant agreement. Next, Chengcheng repeated Zhao Yun's instructions in detail. As the Dragon King, Xiaohei was exceptionally smart. He understood at once, but showed little enthusiasm, his tail drooping listlessly. Seeing his mood, Chengcheng bit her lip, her eyes flickering with reluctance. If you do well, I'll give you half of today's sweet and sour ribs. Sweet and sour ribs? Xiaohei's eyes lit up, tongue lolling like a hungry pup. Beside him, Xiao Bei's head sank, clearly disappointed at losing that portion of ribs. Xiaohei, sensing victory, even pulled a triumphant face. Their almost human reactions left the onlookers stunned. Everyone wanted to discover what these mysterious creatures really were, but without Chengcheng's permission, no one could access their data, so they let the matter drop for now. By then, Zhao Yun was less than 30 feet from the blaze horses. As he approached, their shrill whinnies rose and fell, flames leaping along their manes, restlessness intensifying. Finally, a blaze horse reached its limit. With a long, piercing neigh, it charged forward. Fire wrapped its hooves and turned its body into a blazing red comet as it thundered straight at Zhao Yun, accelerating to full speed in just a few strides. Yet to Zhao Yun's eyes, that speed was still a shade too slow. When the creature lunged, he raised a hand, braced against its head, and vaulted lightly, landing gracefully on its back. The blaze horse reared at once, front hooves flailing wildly as it tried to hurl the intruder away. Watching her father in apparent danger, Chengcheng's heart clenched, and she couldn't help but cry out, "Dad." A low hum spread outward as an unseen force rippled from Chengcheng's voice. Thud! The raging blaze horse dropped to its knees, belly flat on the ground, tail clamped between its legs, trembling uncontrollably. It pressed its head to the dirt, eyes squeezed shut, as though some soul-freezing horror had appeared before it. While everyone was still baffled, the rest of the blaze horses seemed to catch the same terror. One after another they collapsed, forming a neat scarlet dragon on the ground, quivering without daring to move. Thanks a ton, Chengcheng. Zhao Yun sat firmly on the horse's back and gave her a thumbs up from a distance. Once she saw he was unharmed, Chengcheng finally exhaled and broke into a grin. Beside her, Huanyao ruffled her hair and shook her head, amused. Everyone here knew how strong Zhao Yun was. Only Chengcheng, unaware of his true ability, had panicked enough to intervene. The blaze horses lay motionless, as if they had turned to stone. Onlookers traded puzzled looks, their murmurs rising and falling. What's wrong with them? Did they catch some horse plague? Since when does a plague make them line up like that? Come on. Maybe they're rehearsing for a parade. Actually, it does look a bit like that. I say they're scared of something, but there's nothing special around here. After a long debate, no one had an answer. The herd remained frozen, a row of red statues. Zhao Yun could only laugh. He had planned for Chengchenger, even Xiao Haido bark a quick order so the horses would behave. He never expected results this dramatic. Instead of cooperating, they had been frightened senseless. With no better option, he waited. More than 10 minutes later, the blaze horse beneath him finally stirred. Snorting softly, it swung its head from side to side, casting wary glances around. It kept its head low, terrified that the soul-shaking presence might still be lurking nearby. With its limited wits, it couldn't guess what had caused that roar. It only knew the owner was furious and the consequences would be dire, so submission felt safest. Its movements grew bolder, the trembling eased, and it cautiously pushed itself upright. When nothing happened, even after it stood fully, the panic slowly ebbed. Seeing this, the rest of the herd copied it, rising one after another. Almost as soon as calm returned, the blaze horse under Zhao Yun flicked its tail and realized something was amiss. That bothersome human was still on its back. Humiliation and anger surged. A shrill neigh erupted as it reared up, hoping a sudden leap would throw him off. Yet just as its forelegs left the ground roar, Xiaohei opened its jaws and let out a dragon's roar that sounded anything but majestic. The blast wasn't savage, yet it stabbed into the fire stallion's blood-deep memories like a needle. Dozens of them dropped to their knees at once, trembling exactly as they had when Chengcheng frightened them earlier. Slow-witted as they were, being subdued twice in a row finally made them understand. This great being didn't mean to kill them, only to make them submit to the human rider in front of them. At that moment, the Jiangqing Legion finally put the pieces together. The first time they heard Chengcheng's cry, they'd been baffled. Now, with Xiaohei's roar joined to that unmistakable draconic silhouette, the answer was obvious. A dragon's Xiaolin adolescent dragon. A wave of collective shock tore through the ranks. Good grief. The deputy leader's daughter has been keeping a dragon. I thought it looked like one at first, but who'd dare believe it? Same here. Who would buy the idea of someone keeping a dragon as a pet? Unbelievable. Chengcheng's visited the guild so many times, and I treated her like a cute kid sister. Yeah, and thinking back now gives me chills. Good thing we sucked up to her, or we'd be dragon droppings by now. I used to think the guild leader was strong, the deputy even stronger, but it turns out Chengcheng's the strongest of all. What kind of family is this? If only I were part of it. Keep dreaming. Some people are born in Rome, others are born beasts of burden. Seriously, to forge a pact with a dragon, The beast-taming palace must have lent a hand, right? No question. That place is a holy land, real prestige. Without it, even the two leaders couldn't have done this. Amid the uproar, Li Jingji could only manage a wry smile. The outsiders had no idea, but he did. The beast-taming palace might not fear dragons, yet if they tried to seize one, they would face the wrath of the entire Dragon Valley, something even a holy land couldn't withstand. Changcheng had bonded with the Demon Dragon King's offspring and scathed only because Demon Dragon Valley was already in ruins. But if the valley no longer existed, where had Zhao Yun found this young demon dragon? Stranger still, Changcheng had been an ordinary girl, yet she survived the pact without backlash and even gained draconic traits. Questions churned inside him, but he kept silent. To him, Zhao Yun now seemed more unfathomable than ever. After being frightened twice, the fire stallions finally learned their lesson. Once they recovered, they carried Zhao Yun without a hint of disobedience. Gentle and docile, they followed commands to the letter, refusing to head west when directed east, sprinting or leaping the instant they were told, obedient as a squad of well-trained soldiers. Wow, it really worked. The flame horse is already tamed. The crowd erupted. One man pointed at the dragon instructor nearby and joked, with the dragon watching, would the flame horse dare act up? While my foot, its problem was our fists weren't big enough. Don't forget, another trainee said, shaking his head, fists alone don't matter. What really crushed it was the dragon's bloodline. Haha, does that mean we'll be among the first to tame a magical beast? Hold your cheers. Mr. Zhou managed it, but the rest of us still have to try. Seeing their excitement, Zhou Yun weighed the situation. With Orange and Xiao He keeping order, even a raging flame horse wouldn't cause real trouble, but he still motioned for Qin Feng and Li Wire to go first. The dragon's shadow had barely faded when Qin Feng and Li Wire came thundering back. The flame horses beneath them burned with scarlet fire, yet behaved meekly, and both riders could hardly contain their exhilaration. Mr. Zhou, when will it be my turn? I'm next. Me. 3 seconds, and I'm done. Hearing that even soldiers from the Recon Corps and Guard Corps were elbowing for a place, Li Wire and Qin Feng's faces darkened. Since when did soldiers scramble like this? Then they remembered a level 55 flame horse was both mount and weapon. Who wouldn't want a battle partner that answered every call? Commanders, everyone's impatient, Zhou Yun said. Let them all go at once. Qin Feng and Li Wire exchanged a look, then nodded. At the order, 15,000 people charged the herd. Footfalls rolled like thunder and dust billowed skyward. The flame horses reared, fiery manes crackling, but one draconic roar from Xiao He overhead forced them to mill in place, too cowed to bolt. Just over half an hour later, the taming was complete. Continuous, orderly neighs rang out as though celebrating their new masters. Hey, the flames aren't hot, just warm. Amazing. Look at my little blaze. Tall and handsome, right? Please, my inferno is the real stunner. No one beats the looks of my scarlet. Oh yeah? Let's settle it right now. Everyone stroked flaming manes, faces aglow, the camp ringing with laughter. When the commotion eased, Zhou Yun pulled Li Jingji aside to say goodbye. Thanks for making the trip, brotherly, Zhou Yun said, clasping his hands. You flatter me, Li Jingji replied, tidying his sleeve. Without this journey, I'd never have thought of a way to expand the beast-taming palace so quickly. Expand the beast-taming palace? Exactly. Today I saw Orange or Xiao He make any ordinary beast bow with a single word. Station them in my sect, and every disciple could form contracts with ease. Growth would be guaranteed. Zhou Yun's heart skipped a beat. In his previous life, the beast-taming palace, though one of Hua Nation's 3 sacred grounds, had always been the smallest and weakest because of Li Jingji's low-key nature. Inspired by Orange and Xiao He, Li Jingji now wanted to build a powerhouse, something Zhou Yun had never expected. On second thought, it really isn't hard to see why. For the beast-taming palace, the need to form contracts with magical beasts has always been a towering obstacle. Now, with Changcheng and Xiao He on their side, that mountain has been leveled overnight. All the elders have to do is teach the disciples the skills, let Changcheng and Xiao He help them seal the contract, and the students can grow on their own. The training cost is almost zero, yet the sect can expand at lightning speed. No wonder Li Jingji is tempted. Watching from the sidelines, Zhou Yun nodded to himself. At this pace, the beast-taming palace might soon overtake the other 2 holy grounds in Huaguoliang Cliff and Xinjian Villa. Even he couldn't help looking forward to the giant it would become. When it was time to leave, Changcheng clung to Zhou Yun's leg, her soft voice thick with reluctance. Daddy, you and Mommy will come back for me soon, won't you? Of course. Zhou Yun nodded solemnly. We'll settle things as fast as we can and come for you right away. She pressed her lips together and asked, Daddy, Xiao He and I were helpful today, weren't we? Helpful? You saved the day. He kissed her forehead. My Changcheng is amazing. The little girl's eyes curved into crescents, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Then can I help more often? Zhou Yun traded a glance with He Wanyao before giving a formal promise. Whenever there's a chance, we'll bring you along. With that assurance, Changcheng beamed like a flower in full bloom and followed Li Jingji without another fuss. Ping. Family affection, 500. The sudden system prompt made Zhao Yun pause, but it only deepened his understanding of his daughter's wish at her age. Every child wants to stay close to their parents. Composing themselves, he and Huanyao swung onto their mounts and set off with the Jiangsheng army. The level 55 flame steeds whipped their fiery manes in the wind, galloping at nearly 140 kilometers an hour. At that speed, any wild beast pack they met was scattered before it even knew what hit it. None could threaten the column. In barely half an hour, the Crimson Legion swept up to the walls of Okazaki City. The garrison on the ramparts blanched at the sight and hurried to lower the heavy gate. Li Wire didn't bother to rein in his aura. He spurred his horse straight to the foot of the wall, ignoring the archers and mages in the towers. The city's commander, incensed by his arrogance, bellowed something in a foreign tongue. Li Wire's brows knit not because the enemy was strong, but because he couldn't understand a word of that Sakura-accented gibberish. With no way to negotiate, he cursed his own recklessness. Should he fall back for a translator? At the same moment, Zhao Yun at the rear of the column frowned. What on earth is he babbling? I can't understand a single word. He raised a hand. Li Fei. Sir. Shoot him down. Understood. Li Fei drew his bow and loosed an arrow. Swish. The defending general of Okazaki Castle had barely finished shouting when a chill touched his brow, and he toppled from the rampart. In an instant, blood streamed down the stonework, sending the garrison into a frenzy. Ah, the general is dead. He was a level 44 knight, and couldn't even take one arrow. The enemy's strength is terrifying. On guard, on guard. Hold your positions, don't panic. From horseback, Li Wire saw everything clearly. Seizing the chaos, he bellowed, open the gates and you'll live. He shouted it 3 times, his voice rolling across the battlements like thunder. Different languages or not, he was simply honoring Wagwo's rule of giving a warning before battle. To his surprise, a stilted Mandarin reply came from the wall. We can open the gate, but first identify yourselves. Oh, Li Wire reined in his horse, a teasing smile curling on his lips. You want to know who we are? Then watch closely. He thrust his right fist skyward and barked, raise the colors. Swish, swish, swish. Crimson 5-star flags snapped open on Jiangsheng spears and flagpoles. Horse manes whipped like flames, and the entire corps blazed red. That's Wagwo's flag. They're Huagwo troops. Impossible. How could their army reach Sakura Kingdom soil? Maybe traitors from our own land are faking it? No. The captured Huagwo prisoners said rescue was coming soon. Could this be it? Quit daydreaming. No matter how strong Huagwo is, they can't cross the ocean. The red flags pushed Okazaki's garrison deeper into disarray. Li Wire snorted and shouted. Okazaki's defenders refused to surrender. Archers, ready loose. The order rang out. Jiangsheng bowmen, already at full draw, released. Arrows poured down like a storm cloud. Swish, swish, swish. Shaken by their general's death and hopelessly outclassed in arms and skill, the defenders had no answer. One volley was enough to cut their numbers on the wall by a third, screams echoing in every direction. In the live stream, viewers' blood raced. Yes, Jiangsheng is unstoppable. Huagwo is unstoppable. See that? This is Wagwo's real power. Those Fraginoel Sakura boys still dare to yap online? Keep shouting. Yesterday you boasted. Today we're at your doorstep. Come on, punk, take a few more arrows for Grandpa. On the battlements, the defenders wailed. We can't hold them. We can't block an attack like this. Sasaki, what's wrong? Don't die on me. See something. Damn it. Those are just standard split-head arrows. How are they this strong? Who are these people? Bastards. Where on earth did they come from? Ah, my balls. My balls. The slaughter stirred not the slightest pity in Li Wire. His face remained cold. He raised his hand, sliced it downward, and barked, loose. Raise the hand, bring it down, release again. From the very start, the Jiangsheng army never imagined they could win their people back through peaceful talks. The day they voted to strike the Demon City, inside the city lord's residence, they chose the simplest, most brutal plan: use their fists and take their people home. They knew that for the Sakura nation, reverence for strength was in their bones. Friendliness, courtesy, etiquette, nothing but jokes to them. Only naked power could show them who ruled. So if they fought, they would fight until the enemy quaked with fear, until they lay dying, even until they were wiped from the land entirely. That was Jiangsheng's decision. Stop shooting. We'll open the gate. We surrender. We surrender. The Jiangsheng archers' devastating volley shattered the defenders' resolve in an instant. With death at arm's length, any talk of Bushido was tossed into the trench. They no longer cared whether their foes were from Huagwo. They had only one thought: stay alive. Outside the walls, the archers merely sneered and set fresh arrows to their strings. At that moment, whether they belonged to Jiangsheng's 2 main corps or the guild reinforcements, their reactions were identical. Against other enemies' beasts included, they might feel a flicker of mercy when the foe begged. But toward the Sakura nation, mercy? As if they deserved it. Every Jiangsheng archer became a cold, unfeeling machine of war, answering to Li Wire alone. Until his order came, no one would stay a hand. Would Li Wire relent? Loose. His butcher's arm cut downward, and a torrent of arrows poured out. Thud, thud, thud. There had been few defenders left on the battlements. This volley claimed nearly all of them. Why? We already agreed to open the gate. We surrendered. Why keep shooting? We're all human. Why kill each other? You devils. Murderers. You'll burn in hell. Amazingly, the guard who had earlier spoken clumsy Chinese was still breathing. Now he sprawled behind the parapet, shrieking in hysteria. His only answer was an arrow from Li Fei. Thunk. The shaft punched through his skull, flinging droplets of blood as his body tumbled over the wall. Moron, Li Fei snorted. When you trampled Huagua, did you forget? And now you dare call us devils and murderers? Ridiculous. With every defender on Ozaki Castle's walls annihilated, Li Wire gave a final wave, and the combined forces of Jiangsheng and the guilds surged toward the gate like a steel flood. Kill! Kill! The soldiers of the Jiangsheng army roared in unison and charged the gate. Okazaki Castle had lost its garrison. Its so-called defenses were a joke. Before Xiaolin could even move, the warrior at the front crashed through the heavy wooden doors in a matter of seconds. Splinters flew, revealing a crowd of trembling Sakurans hiding behind the gate, professionals and civilians alike, tottering old men beside children barely old enough to tie their hair. In that moment, they looked nothing like the online trolls who had spewed venom at Huagua. They were helpless lambs caught in a wolf's stare. Who are you? Someone finally stammered in clumsy Huagua tongue, questions tumbling out. Why did you slaughter our guards? Why attack Okazaki Castle? How can you be so ruthless? Aren't you afraid of going to hell? The Jiangsheng soldiers wore odd expressions. Those who hated most clenched their weapons, itching to cut down this Mr. 100,000 wise. Qin Feng raised a hand, ordering them to stand down, then pulled out his phone and opened a video. The cramped frame shook with the filmer's trembling breaths. A gang of Sakurans brandished knives and clubs, shouting unintelligible curses while smashing the furniture around them. Just when it seemed the worst was over, one man suddenly hacked at a wardrobe door. When he yanked the blade free, a splash of crimson stunned everyone. Seeing the blood, they grinned, cackling as they ripped the wardrobe open. Ah! A woman hiding inside was dragged into view. Blood streamed from a gash on her left arm. Her legs buckled, and she collapsed, eyes wide with terror. She crawled backward, pleading, "Please don't kill me. Don't kill me." Each inch she retreated, cold blades crept closer. When her back hit the wall and escape vanished, their shadows swallowed her whole. The screen went dark. Qin Feng snapped the phone shut, his voice calm, but every word a dagger. We've received far too many videos and recordings like this these past days. As you saw, the victims are Huagua citizens. The attackers are your own people. 3 years ago, the world changed, and many of our people were stranded here. That was a natural disaster. All they wanted was to go home, yet they couldn't. They were too few and too weak to threaten your nation. And still you chose this cruelty. Why? Tell me. In the last moment, Qin Feng's eyes blazed with fury. He let out a thunderous roar that made every person from the Sakura nation jump in fright. Although they couldn't understand a single word of Qin Feng's shout, they could see the looping video on his phone and sense the murderous rage behind it. A heavy silence, like a storm cloud, pressed down on the crowd, and everyone instantly fell quiet. From the very first day the global upheaval began, hostility towards stranded citizens of Hua Nation had been running high here in the Sakura Nation. As time passed, that hostility festered, and clashes grew more violent. Hua Nation's sudden surge in power only acted as a catalyst, magnifying the conflict 100-fold. Envy and jealousy were quickly converted into resentment, poured mercilessly onto the Hua citizens still trapped in this land, an open secret no one bothered to hide. Li Wire patted Qin Feng's shoulder, stepped forward, and spoke in a calm, yet unmistakably firm voice. We're here for one reason, to bring our people home. That's all. The moment his words fell, a Sakura national blurted out in a trembling tone, "No problem. Absolutely no problem. We'll cooperate as long as no one gets hurt." He repeated the same in his own language to be sure everyone understood. Heads bobbed like nervous puppets. After all, the image of Okazaki's garrison being wiped out in under 5 minutes was still burned into their minds. Resistance now would be suicide. Li Wire waved a hand and smiled. No. We will take our people, of course. But first, let's play a little game. He lifted his sword. The blade flashed cold and white in the sunlight. I learned this game from your own online videos. It's fun, simple, and everyone can join in. With that, he rested the blade on a man's neck and spoke in a voice as chill as mountain wind. The rules are easy. They'll count to 3. If at least one person isn't brought out by then, this man. A flick of steel, a thin red line, and the man collapsed before he could blink. Screams ripped through the air, but they died instantly when Li Wire's next move came into view. He pressed the bloodstained sword against a young woman's pale throat and raised a finger to his lips. Quiet. I'm terrible at math and need to concentrate. If you distract me, they'll be very upset. Understood? The crowd nodded frantically, lips sealed, even their breathing forced shallow. Good. Li Wire's smile barely touched his eyes as he began his countdown. 3, 2, 1. A flash of silver, she fell without a sound. No, Keiko. No, no, no. A man not far away lunged to her side, voice cracking. Murderer. You're a murderer. 3 second show. Are we supposed to find someone in 3 seconds? You never meant to spare us. Keiko, we just got married, just bought our first home, planned to raise children and grow old together. We had a future. Why? His anguished cries tightened fists all around him, sparks of hatred flaring in every gaze. Murmured voices urged resistance, and the mood shifted. A Hua soldier who understood their language quickly translated the man's outburst for Li Wire. Li Wire burst into mocking laughter. Animals like you think you deserve a future? The laughter stopped as suddenly as it began. He drove the blade to the grieving man's throat and began another icy count. 3-2. Screech. Blood sprayed, and the man followed his wife into death. Zhao Yun withdrew his gaze without a flicker of emotion and nodded inwardly. Good. If a family wants to die, then let them die together. That, at least, fulfills their wish. No sooner had the thought formed than he caught muttering behind him. Killing them like this is still too easy. Exactly. The commander is too soft-hearted. If it were me, I wouldn't have let them die side by side. Right. Even if they died together, I'd have separated the bodies. Hidden in the shadows, Zhou Yun heard every word and clicked his tongue. These troops are truly merciless. Elsewhere, Li Wire's hand was slick with blood. He had taken only 2 lives, yet that was enough to silence the already terrified Sakuranese. He strolled up to an old man, but before he could speak, a young woman suddenly lurched to her feet, stammering at the top of her lungs. I'll go right now, just don't kill my mother. Before the last word left her lips, she was scrambling away, clearly knowing where the Huagua fugitives were hiding. Li Wire dipped his head. Good. Seems you can still understand plain speech. Then he chose a new target, raised his arm, and began another count. 2 seconds later, another body hit the ground. The metallic scent of blood drifted on the breeze. A soldier in the Jiangxing ranks frowned and pinched his nose. Ugh, what a stench. Did someone wet himself? Looks like it. Those Sakuranese pissed their pants. Only a few people have died, and they're already this scared? Imagine how terrified our ancestors felt back then. See, retribution always comes. It was only a matter of time. Their descendants never dreamed they'd face this day. The Sakuranese display won no sympathy. It only stoked the Jiangxing soldiers' anger. Meanwhile, Li Wire's countdown continued, and soon 2 more corpses fell. At last someone in the crowd realized that waiting to die was pointless. Volunteers stepped forward to guide the search for the Huagua refugees. Li Wire did not stop them. He waved several of the guides away under escort, assigning a few soldiers to prevent any desperate escape attempts. Those who remained were kept under tight guard. Okazaki Castle was anything but small. Even with 15,000 Jiangxing troops, a full sweep would take time, and hidden corners were easy to miss. Local guides would save hours, but caution was still essential. Li Wire's arrangement reflected that concern. In a pitch-black basement chamber of Okazaki Castle, the power was out, and one could scarcely see a hand in front of one's face. Only thin blades of sunlight seeped through cracks, painting narrow ribbons across the walls and illuminating the cracked lips and pallid face of a man curled in the corner. His eyes were dull. Hunger had drained the life from them. Beside him, a small shadow edged closer and finally rested its head against his chest. It was a little boy, equally gaunt, though a faint trace of color still clung to his cheeks. He glanced up at the man, nervous and helpless, then turned his gaze toward the sliver of light, as if trying to glimpse the world beyond the wall. The man felt the boy stir, raised a trembling hand, and rested it on the child's shoulder. Xiaobei, Dad's right here. If we keep waiting, someone will save us, promise. Xiaobei licked his cracked lips and nodded. Those words had become his father's constant refrain over the past few days, repeated so often that now they came almost every half hour. Peering through a narrow gap, Xiaobei studied his father. The man who had once stood tall in a crisp suit, confident and unstoppable, was now skin and bone, ash gray. Each breath labored. A sharp ache caught in the boy's throat. He wanted to cry but forced it back. Boys don't cry easily. When the captors first seized his father and beat him bloody, the man had never screamed, never shed a tear. He had only told Xiaobei, a man can cry, just never on this soil, never in front of the Sakura soldiers. Xiaobei had taken it to heart. Still, would anyone really come? Would their people truly cross that wild sea? He was 8 now. He knew a raging ocean lay between their homeland and Sakura, and that monstrous creatures lurked beneath the waves. Crossing it seemed impossible. He understood his father was trying to comfort them both. He withdrew his gaze, nuzzled into his father's chest, and shut his eyes. Dad, Xiaobei, our country never leaves anyone behind. They'll come for us. Okay. Time slipped by. In the darkness, father and son snapped awake together. Bodies taut the stamp of hurried boots rushed closer. 1, 2, 3, 4. The man tightened his grip on a short dagger, silently counting them. In his state, he could hardly protect Xiaobei, but he could die first. No one would touch his son while he still breathed. The footsteps halted, practically brushing the hidden wall. Someone paced back and forth, whispering, unable to locate the secret door. From their voices, they were Sakura soldiers. just as Head expected, yet their tone carried a jittery fear. Suddenly a thunderous shout split the air. What are you dawdling for? Find them. Fail, and you'll be buried with them. The man froze, then trembled, breath ragged. Xiao Bai's eyes flashed. He turned toward his father. Instantly the man clamped a hand over the boy's mouth and shook his head hard. That was Mandarin pure, accent-free Mandarin. It was no hallucination. He was both thrilled and terrified. Thrilled, because there might truly be Huagua compatriots outside coming to rescue them. Terrified, because it could just as easily be a trap set by the Yinghua soldiers to draw them out. After all, an ocean separated the two nations. Had their homeland really crossed the sea to reach them? While his mind raced, a powerful, ringing shout echoed from outside. Any Huagua citizens hiding in here? If you are, come out. The Jiangxing army has broken into Gangxi City and wiped out the garrison. All the little Rizi in Gangxi are under control. Show yourselves. Your brothers from Jiangxing are taking you home. The calls repeated again and again. The man's resolve wavered. It wasn't a single voice. Over 20 people were shouting at once. The Yinghua troops might find 1 or 2 fluent Mandarin speakers, but assembling that many, all with the same Jiangxing accent, was nearly impossible. Should he go out? If he did, he might live. If he stayed, he would surely die, sooner or later. He asked himself over and over, unable to decide. His eyes swept over the young Lu Xiaobei beside him. The child's pale face and cracked lips made his heart clench. Their food was nearly gone. They couldn't last much longer. He had to risk it. What if Huaguo's forces had truly crossed the sea, defeated the giant sea beasts, and come to save them? He took a deep breath and shoved the hidden door open. Sunlight spilled through the crack, blinding him. A heartbeat later, someone called out his name and details with perfect accuracy. Lu Guanqi, 34, from Ningxing. You posted that rescue video 4 days ago, right? 2 sturdy soldiers rushed up to steady his shaking body. That's me. Lu Guanqi. No malice. No threat, only blazing warmth surrounded him. As his vision cleared, he saw faces full of concern and the familiar cadence of home. His chest tightened, and tears burst forth. Lu Guanqi. You really came. You really came. Overwhelmed, he pointed back into the dark room, voice catching. My boy, Lu Xiaobei, he hasn't eaten properly for nearly 3 months. Please save him. Before he could finish, his world went black and he collapsed into their arms. Similar scenes unfolded throughout Gangxi City. Within barely an hour, the Jiangxing army rescued 176 Huagua citizens. Emaciated bodies and ragged clothes were common sights. Worse, nearly everyone was injured, many permanently. A 4-year-old girl had even lost her left eye. Once freed, the survivors wept for joy and thanked the soldiers over and over. The Jiangxing troops handed out warm coats and hot meals. The chaplain corps immediately began treating wounds. Nearby volunteers offered gentle reassurance, repeating softly, "You're safe now. It's all right. Now that we're here, no one from the Sakura Kingdom will ever bully you again. Point out whoever hurt you, and we'll pay them back 1,000 times over." The moment the leader finished, the Jiangxing army roared in unison. That's right. We're taking you home right now. A soldier knelt in the crowd, gently wiping dust from a tear-streaked girl's face. Don't cry, little one. Big brother brought you candy. Another clapped a gaunt man's shoulder. Brother, you've suffered enough these years. From today on, the hard times are over. He lifted a holographic panel. You probably don't know, but Huagua is a powerhouse now. If we really went to war, a tiny country like this wouldn't last a minute. Luke, here's the global ranking board. Since you haven't transferred classes, you may not have seen it. Let me show you where Huagua stands these days. The whole scene streamed live, filling countless screens with tears and gasps. Look how thin they are. 3 years, how did they survive? Brothers and sisters, it's over. We're going home. A viewer added. That mother just said she had another child beaten to death while she was still pregnant. On screen, a boy missing both arms beamed a radiant smile, choking viewers everywhere. He's so strong, no arms, yet still smiling. His parents are gone. If he's willing, they'll adopt him. Me too. If he wants a home, they'll never turn him away. Not far off, Li Wire presented a thick roster with both hands, his voice firm. Mr. Zhou, the list is confirmed. All 176 compatriots held in Okazaki Castle have been rescued. Awaiting your orders. Firelight flickered in Zhao Yun's eyes as he answered, calm but icy. Orders? Commander Li, don't ask me that again. I have only one policy toward the Sakura Kingdom: kill. Understood. Li Wire straightened, fist to palm. Mission accepted. He and Qin Feng stepped forward together. Jiangxing army, on my command, move out. First, the soldiers set up a quick perimeter, soothing the freed captives. Rest here. We'll be back soon along with everything that belongs to you. And the ones who hurt you? Not one will escape. With that, hundreds of Jiangxing troops tightened their grips and surged toward the city in a wave of killing intent. At the gate, the remaining Sakura guards managed only a strangled cry before blades, incendiary rounds, and spells tore them apart. Others tried to flee, but no foot could outrun the storm of gunfire sweeping every street. A few turned in desperation, screaming, "How dare you! You monsters! Have mercy! Die!" Their shouts shredded their throats, but never pierced the shields of the powered armor facing them. Light blades flashed, blood splattered the walls, and rolling fires swallowed everything. 1 hour later, Okazaki Castle had become a furnace. Wooden buildings cracked and collapsed in the night, flames painting half the sky red. Outside the ruins, the Jiangxing army reformed, ready for the next city. Just as the banner was about to rise, a dark figure sliced through the night and landed on a giant branch nearby. Clad in black, half-masked, only his cold, predatory eyes showed. Staring down at the burning city, he spoke in a low voice. We're all human. How can you be so ruthless? You've wiped out an entire city. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Suddenly, a figure in black appeared, leaving everyone stunned. It wasn't what he said that surprised them, but the way he emerged. One moment the space was empty. The next a silent silhouette had seemingly condensed out of thin air. Qin Feng and Li Wire frowned at the same time, sizing the man up from head to toe. Ninja? Li Wire muttered under his breath. Judging by the outfit, almost certainly, Qin Feng agreed. Li Wire was about to turn for instructions when Zhao Yun's voice rang out. Li Fei, at your service. Li Fei caught the meaning at once. In one fluid motion he drew, knocked, and loosed. Whoosh! The arrow split the air like a meteor chasing the moon, reaching the masked man's face in a heartbeat. Just as the tip was about to pierce his throat, the stranger formed a hand seal, and with a puff he dissolved into a cloud of gray-white smoke. Missed. He dodged it, Li Fei concluded. He was genuinely surprised. Back in the Sakura Kingdom his arrows had never failed. This was the first time his target had vanished. Hidden in the smoke, the ninja had evaded the strike. At that moment a curvaceous sorceress in a violet robe strode forward, the very Huang Yiyu who had once bought the Thunderstroke earrings at the Yunyang trading house. Allow me. She lifted her staff, slim fingers gliding along the shaft. Thunderclap. Boom. Dozens of purple bolts as thick as wagon axles crashed from the sky, engulfing the entire cloud of smoke. Before the rumble faded, the black-clad ninja was hurled out, his body wrapped in crackling arcs of electricity. Huang Yiyu wrinkled her delicate nose. Oomph, so much for your skills. Even as she spoke, her staff swung up again. Thunderclap. Boom. Another barrage of lightning descended. The ninja's eyes went wide with terror. No, you can't kill me, him. His protest was cut short as the light swallowed him, leaving nothing but a charred husk. Amazing. Jiangxing's #1 mage lives up to her name. That was a ninja from Koga village, and he didn't last a single exchange. The odd exclamations came from the Huan Nation citizens who had just been rescued from Okazaki Castle. The surrounding Jiangxing soldiers grinned with quiet pride. Koga village? Is it supposed to be formidable? Doesn't look that way to me. Once you've trained back home for a while, you'll be able to string up this kind of ninja without breaking a sweat. The chatter went on. Hearing the words Koga Ninja Village, Li Wire murmured, a sect from the Sakura Kingdom? Most likely, Qin Feng nodded. Ordinary Sakura fighters could never have dodged Li Fei's arrow. Rescuing the prisoners comes first, Li Wire said, pushing the thought aside. Let that sect worry about itself. I'm afraid it won't be that simple, Zhao Yun countered, shaking his head. Ninjas are like hounds. Where there's one, there's always a pack. The others are probably lying in ambush already. What? Li Wire's brows knitted as he scanned the surroundings, but saw nothing. Zhao Yun smiled faintly. The Sakura Kingdom's ninja clans turn out warriors whose direct combat skills may be mediocre, yet their talent for hiding is remarkable. With his current cultivation, Zhao Yun could not lock onto a high-ranked ninja with precision, but the man was not completely invisible. Had the enemy been a Taoist disciple who had mastered the 5-element escape arts, Zhao Yun would have been chasing thin air. While everyone combed the ruins, an icy voice drifted in from the north. You seem to know a little. Ninja aren't easy prey. A heartbeat later it came from the south. If you know that, why slaughter warriors from Koka village? The voice shifted west, now seething with anger. You raised a city and butchered innocents, yet you still murdered our shinobi. Finally it settled in the east, each word dripping with killing intent. This land will not abide such monstrous crimes. Today we will erase you and avenge the fallen. Many Jiang city soldiers blinked in confusion. The entire tirade had been delivered in flawless Huagua Mandarin. Aren't they supposed to be ninja? Why aren't they speaking Sakura? Someone muttered. Before the doubt faded, the earth around them exploded in showers of stone. A swarm of black-clad shinobi vaulted into the night sky, robes snapping in the wind. Midair, they flashed through hand seals. Left hands blurred, right hands cupped to their lips. In one voice they roared, fire style, great fireball technique. The roar never formed. A cold arc of steel swept across their waist so fast that the flames escaped only as a palm-sized flicker. Swish. Thud. Thud. Bodies fell in two neat pieces, splashing blood across the scorched ground. Every corpse stared wide-eyed, unable to comprehend the speed of that single stroke. Zhao Yun slid his sword back into its sheath with a soft click. He glanced at Li Wire and spoke calmly. We can go now. The Huagua refugees stood frozen. Well, what just happened? Where did that absurdly long sword come from? They were Koka ninjas. Dozens of them dead in an instant? Impossible. Something's wrong with this power. The female mage's earlier spell had already stretched their imagination. This sword strike shattered it completely. Their worldview was crumbling. To them, Koka Village was leagues above an ordinary city. For a Sakura native, earning a place there was the honor of a lifetime. Whenever a ninja appeared, the citizens of Okazaki bowed and greeted them as sir, never daring the slightest disrespect. Yet an entire squad had been wiped out with one swing? I don't get it. I really don't get it. What has happened to this world? Desperate voices echoed among the refugees. The people of Jiang City, however, merely grinned. A short while ago they had worn the same stunned expression. Just a bunch of ninjano big deal. Sure, they're feared in the Sakura Kingdom, but in front of us they're nothing. Remember the demon marshal from Demon City? He got skewered by a single thrust too. Relax, relax. This is small scale. Hardly worth mentioning. Demon marshal? What's that supposed to be? I've only ever heard of demon soldiers and demon generals. If a marshal outranks a general, how could a monster like that die from a single sword strike? Their disbelief was nothing but an echo in the ears of the Jiangxing troops. They had seen the blow with their own eyes when the truth is right in front of you. What's impossible? The soldiers of Jiangxing were about to explain, but Li Wire raised his hand and gave the order. Full march. Okazaki was only the first stronghold. On the far side of Qinggang Demon City stood Qingsu Castle. War horses snorted fire, iron hooves drummed the road they had come by, and a wave of smoke and heat rolled out behind them. The black silhouette of Qinggang Demon City reappeared at the edge of sight, and the newly rescued compatriots turned deathly pale. For years that high wall and its spiked gate had haunted their nightmares. Yet the Jiangxing cavalry never slowed. Flames spurted from their mounts as they charged the gate. Boom. The heavy wooden doors hung open, hollow and abandoned. No ambush, no demon soldiers, not even a single demon general. The whole city felt hollowed out, as though its soul had been ripped away, leaving only the wind whistling through the streets. Isn't this supposed to be a demon city? Where did they all go? Someone asked, voice trembling. Oh, it's a demon city, a Jiangxing trooper replied, pointing at shards of charred armor. There were plenty of demon soldiers here. We cleared them out. Now it's ours. A forest of question marks seemed to sprout over the newcomers' heads. A demon city in Hanestagoodness Demon City. For years the people of Okazaki had thought only of fending off demon statues and avoiding the threat of these cities. Yet the Jiangxing army spoke offhandedly of clearing it and taking it for themselves. They knew Huagua ranked high on every global power list, but taking a demon city this easily and talking about it so calmly, wasn't that a bit outrageous? Enough, Li Wire said, motioning for them to follow. Come with me. Beneath a towering spire, a hexagram array shimmered with pale blue light. Step into the teleportation array and you'll arrive in Jiangxing, Huagua. It's not your hometown, but it's the best we can do for now. Teleport home, Jiangxing. The words hit them like hammer blows. They stood frozen for a heartbeat. Then sobs broke out one after another. We can really go home. We're going home. Years of pain and fear poured out in a torrent of tears. Thank you, thank you. Without you we will remember this kindness for the rest of our lives. The Jiangxing soldiers answered only with quiet smiles, though each of them felt a surge of emotion. Helping their compatriots return home filled them with genuine joy. This alone makes the whole campaign worth it, someone murmured. After the first group departed, the Jiangxing army regrouped and set out again. Thunder and fire swept over Qingsu Castle, replaying the nightmare only. This time the nightmare belonged to the demons. Walls crumbled, black mists dispersed, and another wave of captives was freed. By now, the two cities flanking Qinggang Demon City lay in ruin. The Jiangxing forces rode back to Qinggang, forming ranks in the empty central plaza. Once more they stepped toward the teleportation array. This time, however, the destination was not Jiangxing, it was another demon city in the Sakura Kingdom. This time, Li Wire spoke up. Mr. Zhou, didn't you say the demons enter the city through a teleportation array? Yes, I did. Why do you ask? Zhao Yun replied, setting down his rations. Then why hasn't a single demon unit come through in all this time? Zhao Yun smiled faintly and pointed to the array at the center of the square. Take a closer look, Commander Li. Does it look any different from when we first saw it? Different? Li Wire circled the array, frowning. It seems smaller? Exactly, Zhao Yun said with a nod. The moment Demon City fell, the demons received word and started the shutdown protocol. Even with the key, at this rate the array will last no more than 7 days. 7 days? Li Wire froze. So we have only 7 days to finish everything in Sakura Nation? That's right, Zhao Yun said quietly. If the array closes and we haven't made it back, we'll be trapped there. A wave of tension washed over the tent. 7 days. Sakura Nation wasn't large, but it still held 24 cities. At today's pace, they'd need at least 12 days to evacuate every civilian, time they simply didn't have. Then what are we waiting for? Let's move. One hot-headed soldier blurted, half his rice still on the plate. Before he could stand fully, Qinfeng fixed him with a look and eased him back onto the bench. He wasn't the only one on edge. Every eye in the tent burned with urgency. They were here to bring their people home. Failure was not an option. Zhou Yun clapped his hands for silence. We still have a job to do. and we still need rest. Work hard, rest hard. You've all pushed since dawn. Take 4 hours to recover here in Demon City. We leave on the dot. Understood. Li Wire and Qin Feng saluted, the others echoing them in low, firm voices. 4 hours sounded like plenty, yet it wasn't even a full sleep cycle. No one complained. Lives were at stake. They'd give up a night's restore several without hesitation. At 2 in the morning, the darkness was still thick as ink. The Jiangxing troops formed ranks and stepped onto the platform one by one. Next stop, Spring Depth Demon Fortress, a stronghold wedged between Spring Mountain City and Shunji City. A flash of white light, and Zhao Yun, as usual, was the first to arrive. The moment his boots touched stone, he sensed something wrong. Alongside the guttural roars of demon soldiers, he heard voices he knew. At the center of a battlefield where humans and demons clashed, Chinese troops were fighting outnumbered and drenched in blood. Charge! A white-bearded elder in gleaming golden armor cut through the smoke, his shout ringing out like a war drum. Brothers and sisters, one more step, and we're on Sakura soil. Everything depends on this breakthrough. His roar ignited the wounded soldiers' spirits. Forward! For Jingnan! For Jingnan! For Jingnan! Outnumbered 10 to 1, they launched a furious counterattack against the demon horde. Breakthrough! Jingnan! Zhao Yun froze at the word, and the Jiangxing troops stepping out of the teleportation array were just as stunned. Outside the array, beneath the charred ruins of the Sakura Empire's demon city, a squad of soldiers was locked in a desperate struggle. Soldiers from Jingnan. Blades flashed, spells thundered, and the air reeked of hot blood. Only by destroying their own demon city could anyone activate an international portal. So how had Jingnan troops appeared here? Had Jingnan City already? The question lasted only a heartbeat. The torn armor, crusted blood, and fresh crimson oozing from the Jingnan soldiers made the truth clear. They had shattered their own demon city's blockade and fought their way to the Sakura Empire. Shock slammed into every Jiangxing heart. Jiangxing dared attack a demon city because its ranks led the world, and with Zhao Yun present, it was often called the strongest city alive. Even then, when the assault began, both Xiaolin and Zhao Yun had stood at the vanguard. But Jingnan, nationally it ranked, at best, upper middle tier. Yet that city had forced open a portal and reached foreign soil. No one understood the cost better than the Jiangxing army. When Jiangxing toppled the Jianglu demon city, even with Zhao Yun and Zhao Lin, they paid dearly. If Jiangxing bled that much, how much worse was it for the far weaker Jingnan? What carried them here wasn't strength, but a single, unbreakable resolve: save their countrymen, avenge their forebears, and personally cut down the island devils. I'm not done yet. Die! Jingnan! 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 Come on! I can still kill 10 more. Roars overlapped in a rising tide. Warriors, mages, assassins, every Jingnan soldier fought like a madman. Blades sliced like wind, spells crashed in furious waves, and each charge hit like armored cavalry. More shocking still was their gear. From common to extraordinary grade, equipment at these levels should have shown, yet almost nothing on the Jingnan troops glimmered. With these dim weapons and battered armor, they still traded blows with the demon soldiers. Ah! The sight ignited Jiangxing's blood. All thought vanished, but one helped them. Jiangxing army here? Demon scum, prepare to die. Brothers of Jingnan, we've got your backs. Priest Core, heal. Without waiting for orders, Jiangxing soldiers plunged into the fight. Healing light blossomed among Jingnan's ranks. Fighters formed a shield wall, and arrows and spells rained in torrents. Hearing the shouts behind them, Jingnan's warriors' eyes red from battle whipped around, and their gazes blazed with new fire. It's Jiangxing. Jiangxing is here to help. Hold the line, brothers. Reinforcements have arrived. We're not alone. Reinforcements are here. Fight with the brothers from Jiangxing, kill them all. Veteran General Pei Jianya, clad in gold armor, was locked in ferocious combat with a demon commander. Sabers and an obsidian spear clashed in a storm of sparks. At the shout of Jiangxing army, Pei snapped his head around. In the distance, the bright red 5-star flag whipped through the smoke like a ray of dawn, piercing the clouds. For an instant, his nerves, drawn taut to the breaking point, eased. Few people knew the Jiangxing army better than he did. Back when Jiangxing first announced its strike against Demon City, Pei had quietly probed the unit's strength. Elite soldiers, new equipment, minimal losses. Seeing their formation intact and their ranks unbloodied now proved they had met almost no resistance on the way. With Jiangxing rushing to reinforce them, the Jingnan army was saved. Yes, saved. From the start, Pei and tens of thousands of sons of Jingnan had been fighting on nothing but sheer will. Fueled by that resolve, they captured the first demon city at the cost of nearly 20,000 lives, then immediately forced open a teleportation array and plunged straight toward Deep Spring Demon City. The moment they stepped through that portal, every man left life and death behind. They had set out 27,500 strong. After taking the city, only 8,006 remained. By every rule of war they should have withdrawn, yet everyone alive chose to press on. Stop the Sakura Kingdom, to rescue the civilians taken captive, to cut down the little devils, to wipe away the shame of their forebears. None of them would quit halfway. When they found another teleportation array, they didn't dare rest, fearing that a pause would chill their hot blood and let the terror of their casualties swallow them whole. One demon city had nearly destroyed them. Facing another in the Sakura Kingdom, what chance did 8,000 men have? Since resting would not bring victory, they decided to strike while their blood still burned, kill as many as they could, and if need be die alongside their fallen brothers. With death already accepted, what demon soldier could still frighten them? Kill one and you break even. Kill two and you profit. Kill three and you're rich in blood. They meant to fight until their limbs went rigid and their minds went dark. And then the Jiangqing army appeared. Like a jolt of electricity, Pei Jianya felt strength flood his battered body. Reinforcements had come. The survivors of Jinan would live. Elated, almost laughing aloud, he forgot he was still mid-battle. He flung up his saber and shouted, Jinan. The word never left his mouth. A demon spear swept across and smashed into his waist armor. Gold plates flared with sparks as he was hurled several yards, shattering 3 stone slabs before skidding to a halt. Blood seeped through the cracked cuirass. He had forgotten he was fighting a demon commander. Facing me, and you still dare look away? The commander hissed, voice cold as iron. The black spear spun up a whirlwind, driving forward for the killing blow. He knew the golden armor's defenses were extraordinary. The first strike had only wounded Pei, not killed him. City Lord. Lord Pei, look out! Pei Jianya's 5 remaining bodyguards screamed, throats raw, as the demon's shadow loomed over their commander. Their eyes burned, powerless to stop the blow that was about to claim his life. Pei Jianya was the beloved lord of Jingnan. For years he had guided the city forward, and even in old age he had never seriously considered stepping down, not because he clung to power, but because the people would not let him, and no one dared challenge him. To the citizens of Jingnan, as long as Pei Jianya lived, he was their only city lord. The situation on the field shifted in an instant. Pei Jianya now faced mortal danger. 5 bodyguards saw a demon general charge with spear raised and sprinted to their master's aid, but they were too far away and far too slow. All they could do was watch in horror as Pei Jianya turned around and the demon's icy spear tip closed to within inches of his brow. At the critical moment, get out of the way. A thunderous roar split the air as a streak of crimson burst into view. A warhorse wreathed in living flame galloped forward, its mane and tail whipping like a burning storm. From the saddle a solemn knight snapped his arms, and a golden lance flashed like lightning, catching the demon's weapon Hedon. Clang! Metal rang sharply. Both lances bent under the colossal impact, sending shock waves rippling outward. A heartbeat later, the combatants were thrown apart. The knight, using his fiery steed for leverage, merely leaned back as the horse skidded 2 steps and recovered. The demon general, hurled backward, drove his spear into the ground, carving a long trench before he could halt nearly 10 meters away. The horse snorted, breath steaming. Twirling his lance into twin arcs, the knight shouted, Your opponent is me. The demon steadied himself, eyes narrowing. Human knight, you are strong. I am Luan Binan, warden of Chunsan Demon City. Qin Feng, commander of the Jiangcheng Guard Legion, the knight replied, leveling his lance. Luan Binan rasped, Come, fight me to the death. Qin Feng yanked the reins. The horse reared with a shrill neigh, and the lance shot forward like flowing fire. Then fight. The 2 heavy-armored warriors crashed together. Their first exchange unleashed a savage shockwave that sent nearby demon soldiers sprawling and scrambling for cover. Pei Jianya watched, both shaken and grimly amused. The only reason he had survived the demon's earlier assault was the extraordinary armor he wore. Surviving was a far cry from winning, and he had never forced Luan Binan to reveal his true strength. Now he nodded to himself, so this was the commander of Jiangcheng's Guard Legion. Formidable indeed. Across the battlefield, Jiangcheng troops had seized the initiative. After capturing 2 demon armories and mounting flaming horses of their own, they still trailed the demons in individual rank, yet their combined strength now surpassed them. With their arrival, demon lines crumbled, defenses tearing like paper. Zhao Yun, meanwhile, had watched from afar the entire time. He was merely a civilian tradesman. Killing demon soldiers earned him no experience at all, so why throw himself into the chaos? After a brutal 2-hour fight, every demon general and soldier in Spring Deep Citadel lay dead. Sakura Nation's Spring Deep stronghold had fallen, erased from the map. Smoke still drifted above the ruins. Corpses were strewn everywhere, and the Jiangqing banner now flew from the central tower. Although they missed the city annihilation bonus, the Jiangqing army still gained hefty experience from the demon troops, and every member leveled up again. The global chat instantly exploded. 1. Another Sakura demon city is gone. 2. Has Sakura figured out how to clear demon cities like Huaxia did? 3. They must cut a secret deal with Huaxia pretending to team up with us while buying intel behind our backs. 4. Shameless. With 2 Sakura demon cities down in a row, players worldwide redirected their fury towards Sakura, and Huaxia was briefly forgotten. At first, Sakura players tried to defend themselves who had never sided with Huaxia. Tokyo is already sunk. What could we trade for intel? But, just as no one had listened to Huaxia before, no one listened to them now. Seeing the futility, they copied Huaxia's old stance. No more explanations. Go ahead and curse us. It won't cost us a thing, and the benefits are in our hands. Sakura Nation had always shared resources internally. With 2 citadels already breached, everyone was sure the method would soon spread to their own cities. Their confidence grew by the day. Their calm was almost unsettling. Ruins of Spring Deep Citadel. The cleanup had barely finished. Waves of cleric light washed over the Jingnan soldiers, and their wounds faded before the naked eye. Pei Jianya, flanked by several guards, strode toward Jiangqing's commander, Zhao Yun. Mr. Zhou, your reputation precedes you. Pei Jianya gripped Zhao Yun's hand. Without the Jiangqing army's full support, my men would have died to the last. You flatter me, City Lord Pei, Zhao Yun replied with a faint smile, his gaze sweeping over Jingnan's battered armor. Even if we hadn't come, your ancestors' spirits would have watched over you. You'd have pulled through. Pei Jianya knew better. Morale mattered, but against overwhelming strength it went only so far. He managed a wry smile and let it pass. Zhao Yun smoothly shifted to business. Now that Spring Deep has fallen, what's your next move? Hit the nearest target Shinji City or Harahisa Mountain Fortress and free our people, Pei Jianya answered without a moment's hesitation. Sound strategy, Zhao Yun nodded. But in my view, Jingnan's gear is a bit lacking. Before he could finish, a guard behind Pei Jianya stiffened. No matter how lousy our gear is, we'll still slaughter those Japs when the time comes. Pei Jianya let out a sharp grunt. Sensing the sudden tension, the guard beside him bowed his head at once. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have. Pei Jianya waved him off, temper reined in, and explained to Zhao Yun, Master Zhou, he's just blunt by nature. Please don't take offense. Zhao Yun smiled, unfazed. Your army fought its way here from Jingnan. Your courage speaks for itself. Still, with better gear, your combat strength could reach a whole new level. The next clash with Maching would be far less costly. We understand the value of good equipment, Pei Jianya answered with a bitter smile. But as you know, high-grade gear is hard to come by. To be frank, Jingnan emptied the entire city's stores for this campaign and handed us the finest they had. At those words, the guards behind him fell silent, their expressions bleak. On the day they set out, the city had pressed its best weapons, potions, and even skill manuals into their hands, and the townspeople lined the streets, praying for their triumphant return. Yet before they even crossed the Sakura Kingdom's border, they had already lost 70% of their troops. Had the Jiangqing forces not arrived in time, the entire contingent would have been wiped out. How were they to answer the people back home or the families of those who had fallen? Noticing their sinking mood, Zhao Yun raised his voice to comfort them. The dead are gone. Rather than drown in grief, turn it into the strength to move forward. That's what they would want. Perhaps it was their guiding spirits that led us to you in time. To keep advancing, your first priority is survival, and the simplest, most effective way to secure it is by upgrading your equipment. Pei Jianya's brows tightened. Master Zhou, are you saying you have a way to acquire top-tier gear in large quantities? Zhou Yun only smiled and gestured behind him. Qin Feng strode over. Master Zhou, we checked the Maching armory. For some reason, only a third of the original stock remains. Zhou Yun sighed inwardly. The fight dragged on too long, and he had stepped in too late, so only one-third was left. The armory? Pei Jianya blinked. Then his eyes lit up. You mean Moching's own stores? Exactly. Zhou Yun nodded. Come, Commander Pei, let me show you. Not far away, Sun Chao kept his camera trained on the 2 men. The distance was too great for him to catch their words, so he could only record their silhouettes. Meanwhile, the live stream chat was boiling over. That was close. Without the Jiangqing troops, Jingnan's entire force would have been wiped out. Jiangqing showed up like rain in a drought. Who said a 4-hour rest break was inhumane? How's that taste now? They're fighting a war, while some people treat it like a picnic. Thank goodness they only rested 4 hours. Even half an hour more, and they'd have missed this rescue. Who would have thought Jingnan was here, too? Wait, something's off. By all accounts, Jingnan has already seized Southang Demon City, so where's the heavenly decree? If the announcement had come out sooner, the Jiangqing troops wouldn't be in such a tight spot. Discussion filled the air. Livestream channels scrolled across the light screen, bullet comments packing every inch. I'm telling you, this time Jingnan won't earn any merit. If anything, they'll get punished. They marched without orders and lost a whole lot of men. Was it wrong to cross into Sakura Nation to save people? Someone retorted. Without an official order from the Forbidden City, they moved troops on their own and lost 20,000 soldiers. You tell my stat wrong? Hey, why did Mr. Zhou and Lord Pei suddenly leave their seats? Streamer, follow them. In the live stream, the host swung the drone around. The camera slipped through the skylight above the hall, tracking Zhou Xuanca and Pei Jianya as they hurried away. Bullet text flew like confetti. At the same time, the main hall of the Forbidden City blazed with light. 100 guards stood on the broad stone steps, halberds gleaming coldly. Inside, sandalwood tables formed a half moon, and the leadership was locked in fierce debate over Jingnin's unauthorized campaign. Jingnin sent out troops without approval and lost 23,142 men. The price is staggering. I say we impose the heaviest penalty. A silver-robed elder spoke first, his voice echoing beneath the vaulted ceiling. For the first time since the founding of the nation, someone has waged a private war beyond our borders. If we don't make an example of them, everyone will think they can do the same. A female official slammed the table in agreement. If the Jiangxing Navy hadn't stumbled upon Jingnin's stragglers at sea, we'd still be in the dark. Worse yet, from their departure to the moment we found out 27 days we heard nothing at all. The Intelligence Bureau's director looked grim. The downside of city-state autonomy has never been clearer. Tempers flared, but one man sipped his tea, a faint smile on his lips. I'm not convinced Jingnin's actions are as disastrous as you claim, said Shinsu, clad in a blue robe, tapping the tabletop with a fingertip. Unauthorized campaign, 20,000+ dead, and you say it's not serious? Shinsu remained calm. War always costs lives. Let me ask you this: if any of you commanded a city today, with the strength our cities currently possess, would you dare launch an assault on a demon stronghold? Silence settled over the hall. The odds are too low. It isn't a matter of courage. Exactly. Why walk into certain death? If none of you would go, why did Jingnan? What did Pei Jianya stand to gain? How did this help the people of Jingnan? Shinsu fired off the questions. Faces hardened in the shifting lamplight. They knew the risks. They knew they might be wiped out. Shinsu's voice dropped, yet every word rang out. That's precisely why they sealed off all new so the nation wouldn't panic. He rose to his feet, letting his gaze sweep across the room. Jingnan marched, not for glory, not for treason, but because they hate Sakura Nation to the marrow and cannot forget our citizens trapped there. To rescue them, to avenge our dead, they were ready to die 10 times over without complaint. Candle flames wavered, casting long shadows on the silent faces around him. Shinsu drew in a quiet breath. Can we really justify punishing a city like Jingnan? Elsewhere, deep inside Demon City's armory, Pei Jianya froze the moment he laid eyes on the gear. Rows of shelves stretched out before him, cold steel and glittering gems crisscrossing like a field of tiny beacons that illuminated the entire vault. From the faint glow alone, he could tell these pieces were at least a full tier above anything the Jingnan army currently fielded, and there were enough of them to make his head spin. Unable to resist, Pei stepped forward and began to inspect the items. The identification panel flashed up, and his hands trembled. Head, chest, hands, legs, weapon. 5 slots each piece worth a full 50 points of base stats. A complete set was 250 points. The 5 guards behind him went rigid. They were Jingnin's finest after Pei himself, yet their combined primary stats barely broke 200. One set of this gear would flatten them. Compared with what lay before them, their own equipment looked like scrap metal. Not far away, Sun Chao crouched in a corner, secretly streaming the scene. His camera stayed on Pei's group, and the chat exploded. Haha, Lord Pei is stunned. Jingnan soldiers. If that's real gear, what are we wearing? We just struck gold. Don't laugh, weren't you just as shocked the first time? True. Over the chatter, Zhao Yun patted Pei's shoulder. Lord Pei, the Jingnan army fought hard to reach Demon City. Your equipment must be pretty worn. This batch isn't top tier, but ITLL do. Let your men kit up first. Pei instantly waved him off, his expression even sterner than when he'd seen the stats. No way. We can't accept a gift this big for nothing. Any professional could tally the cash's value. He didn't have the face to take it. The chat erupted again. Just take it and write an IOU. Mr. Zhou even pulled the wear and tear card. Hilarious. Wear and tear, my foot. It's not made of paper. Calling this barely adequate, I'm dying. The man's got range. Zhou Yun laughed and waved a hand. Don't be a stranger, Lord Pei. We may serve different cities, but we're all Chinese. If we take the gear, China gains. If Jingnan takes it, China still gains. We captured Demon City together. The armory spoils naturally belong to Jingnan as well. Besides, we'll be fighting side by side from here on. If Jingnan falls behind because of gear, where does that leave me? Seeing Pei still hesitate, Zhou added, tell you what. Half of this batch is Jingnan's rightful share of the loot. The other half is a loan from Jiangxing. After you capture another demon city and restock your armory, pay us back. How about it? Pei's brows twitched. It was clear the offer tempted him. Everyone could picture the massive boost in combat power the Jingnan troops would get if they adopted this gear. Before Pei Jianya could open his mouth, his 5 personal guards were already pacing in circles, rattling off their pleas in rapid-fire bursts. Lord Pei, this sounds great. Please, just agree with Mr. Zhou and call it a loan. If double payback isn't enough, we'll make it triple. You lot. Pei Jianya pointed at them, his lips trembling with anger, yet he was helpless to stop them. Zhao Yun seized the moment. Lord Pei is decisive, settled. Then, come on, give me a hand and haul the equipment over to our Jingnan brothers. The 5 guards didn't budge right away. They all looked to Pei Jianya. He flicked his sleeve. Go on, get out of my sight. You're driving me mad. Thank you, my lord. Overjoyed, The guards dashed off with the Jiangxing soldiers toward the pile of Mog City weapons. Standing behind Zhao Yun, Li Wire smiled faintly. As Zhou had said, Jingnan and Jiangxing both belonged to Huagua, so it made no difference whose hands the gear fell into. Besides, every Jiangxing soldier already carried a full set. Any extra would only stuff their packs, so they might as well strengthen Jingnan's ranks. Half an hour later, every Jingnan soldier was decked out in Mog City equipment. Few had a complete set, but all were grinning from ear to ear. Brothers, don't I look awesome? Huh. I can take on 100 demon troops now. We'll feel that power surge. I'm invincible. The Jiangxing troops watched from the side, smiling knowingly. The gesture erased the last bit of reserve the Jingnan soldiers felt toward their rescuers. From that moment, the two armies formally allied, vowing to rescue their fellow Huagua citizens trapped in Sakura Kingdom. Over the next 5 days, the combined forces tore through Sakura Kingdom like a hot knife through butter. Whenever they encountered a Mog stronghold, they annihilated it. Whenever they passed a Sakura city, they burned it to cinders. Spoils poured in non-stop until both armies' packs were bulging with gear. Viewers in the live stream drooled with envy, wishing they could fly over for a share of the loot, but the thought of storming Mog City made them shake their heads in resignation. That day, another Sakura city crumbled in flames. As the joint army prepared to withdraw, a handsome man strolled from a street corner. Barefoot on the charred flagstones, he wore a pale blue, wide-sleeved robe, a black coronet, and held a white folding fan. You people, he shook his head as he walked, tapping his left palm with the fan, exasperation written across his face. You've rampaged over this land for days, slaughtering everything in your path. I wish to stay out of worldly affairs, but you've gone too far. If I don't intervene now, this country will be ruined by your hands. His gaze swept over the allied forces, his tone calm, yet reproachful. I know you come from Huagua, a nation that cherishes etiquette, humility, and compassion. Yet your deeds stand in stark contrast. Heaven values life. Do the lives you've taken so carelessly not weigh on your hearts? Who is this guy, anyway? The sects of the Sakura Kingdom are obsessed with pageantry. Whenever one of their people appears, they speak little, but make sure everyone notices them. Coalition soldiers scoffed as they chatted. The tougher they act, the faster they die. The last few encounters had already proved that. Neither the Jiangxing army nor the Jingnan army paid the stranger much mind. Over the past few days, they had captured city after city, and almost every time they toppled 2 towns, a group of so-called sect disciples jumped out to accuse them of slaughtering innocents. Those disciples were indeed far stronger than ordinary citizens. In fact, Jiangxing's forces were only slightly above a small sect, and would find a mid-tier sect hard to steamroll. The reason was simple. Most sects sit in blessed lands saturated with spiritual energy. Their disciples can level up just by breathing, and the rich chi spawns or veins and spirit herbs. Even mediocre smiths and alchemists can meet the sect's needs. This is the depth of their foundation. Even Jiangxing, currently ranked first in national combat power, needs time to catch up to a medium-sized sect. Still, the coalition felt no urgency because they held one trump card: Zhao Yun, a Chinese major general of unfathomable strength. Since leaving Jiangxing, no enemy had forced him to swing his sword twice. Strong or weak, few or many, a single stroke ended them all. He was the coalition's greatest source of confidence. And Zhao Yun was not alone. There were He Wanyao, president of the Yunyang Guild, her bodyguard Xiaolin, Qin Feng, commander of the Jiangxing Guardians, Li Wire, commander of the Recon Corps, plus Yunyang elites Lu Huizhong, Li Huaxiang, Li Fei, Huang Yuyu, and the Baitiantian sisters. Though nowhere near Zhao Yun's level, they were more than enough against ordinary sect disciples, each capable of facing hundreds or even thousands single-handedly. With this lineup, the coalition swept through the Sakura Kingdom, winning one victory after another. After days of fierce fighting, they had suffered 0 deaths and only a handful of injuries. In fact, the priest corps was reduced to tossing around harmless holy fire just to remind people they were still there. So when the new stranger arrived, everyone casually tossed an appraisal spell at him. 1 second later, every face went white. Name, identity, age, level, strength, endurance, intelligence, spirit, talent, skill 1, skill 2, skill 3, skill 4. Assessment, extremely dangerous. Engaging means certain death. Keep away, keep away, keep away. What? Even the demon marshal's profile gave us his name. Yet this frail-looking fellow doesn't reveal a single detail, just a wall of question marks. A brand new evaluation column appeared on the data panel for the very first time. On the icy light screen, 3 glaring question marks pulsed ominously, declaring that this enemy was something entirely different, terrifying, unprecedented. Cold sweat trickled down every forehead, muscles tightening on instinct. Even the viewers in the live stream held their breath. The less information you have, the wider the gulf becomes. A wall of question marks. What did it mean? No one dared think too deeply. Darling, Mr. Zhou. The cries rose in succession. Li Wire, Qin Feng, Xiaolin, He Wanyan, and even Pei Jianya moved instinctively to shield Zhao Yun. Li Wire and Qin Feng knew both Jiangxing legions were gone. The city's pillar could not be allowed to fall. Xiaolin had sworn to serve to the death. If Zhao Yun was injured, he would die first. He Wanyin had witnessed Zhao Yun shatter his limits time after time for 2 months, yet he was still the husband she must guard. Pei Jianya owed him twice. Zhao Yun had rescued the hopelessly besieged Jingnan army, and as a Hua nation lieutenant general soon to be promoted, Zhao Yun could not be lost in the Sakura kingdom without the Jingnan governor sharing the blame. Step back, Zhao Yun shook his head slightly. You are no match for him. Not a soul moved. Pei Jianya gave a hearty laugh. No match. So be it. If someone must die, let old Pei die before Mr. Zhou. The others stayed silent, but each took half a step forward, their resolve unmistakable. Zhou Yun sighed. The Sakura kingdom has a sacred ground called the Yinyang Academy. The man before you is its master Yuan Qingya. Even together you would not survive a single blow. Stand down. Trust me, I will be fine, and so will you. If he dares strike, he will be the one to die. The master of a sacred ground? Yinyang Academy? Every pupil contracted. Everyone had heard the title. To enter a minor sect was already an honor. A mid-tier sect made one a powerhouse. A sacred ground disciple was terrifying. Had they not seen Zhou Chengqing from the beast-taming palace subdue a herd of adult fire stallions with just 2 contracted beasts? If a disciple was that strong, how powerful must the master be? So what if he is a sacred ground master? He Wanyin leveled her sword, eyes unwavering. Husband and wife are one. If we die together. The rest frowned, yet still refused to retreat. Zhou Yun's words sounded like mere comfort. How could a sacred ground master fear to act? Who could truly threaten such a man? To leave Zhou Yun to face him alone. They would never allow it. Oh, Yuan Qingya shifted left, materializing on a thick branch nearby. The leaves quivered. He bent one knee, sad, propped his chin on one hand, and spoke coolly. How do you know my identity and even my name? Zhou Yun remained impassive. That's not your worry. Tell me why you're here. Your answer will decide whether you live or die. Yuan Qingya didn't reply. Narrow-eyed, he stared at Zhou Yun on the ground, as if trying to read every breath he took. Silence spread. No one in the allied ranks dared speak. The air itself seemed to harden. Even the wind froze mid-gust. Sun Chao, clutching the livestream rig, stood rigid, forgetting to adjust the lens. The stream carried only Yuan Qingya's earlier words. There was no image. In the dead hush, scattered comments trickled in. Why did Mr. Zhou say that? He's provoking the master of the sacred land. This is bad, really bad. I can't watch. Yuan Qingya seemed to hear the unseen chatter. He muttered, noisy. Then he pointed through the air. Bang! Sun Chao jolted as the tiny transmitter burst apart in midair. The livestream went black. Viewers heard only the blast, and dread bloomed. Something's wrong. No, it can't be right. Zijin Chung, conference hall. Restore the feed now. Failure. Tian I locked on the IP, but it's all dark. Where's the Jiantian division? They failed too. For an instant the whole area vanished from the world. Why did the sacred land step in? Major General Zhou Yun. Enough. Find a solution. Move. Sakura Nation frontline. Lowering his hand, Yuan Qingya fixed on Zhou Yun again. Remarkable talent. In less than 2 months you reached this level worthy of praise. No wonder you dare address me like that. But the world is vast, and there is much you've yet to touch. How much do you think you know about the sacred land? Zhou Yun's lips curved. Not much. Only that a month ago you were shot with a single arrow, driven to the ocean floor, and nearly died. That's all. The ease drained from Yuan Qingya's face, his eyes turned razor sharp. It had been his most powerless battle since becoming head of the Yinyang Zhugongutter Despair. Every defense had ripped like paper before that one arrow, almost shattering his confidence. The energy storm from that clash should have masked everything. Only he and the mysterious archer ought to know. So how had this smith learned the truth? He stepped into the air and, in a single stride, walked down from the tree. What are you to him? How are you connected? Someone barked. Everyone exchanged bewildered looks. Him? Who on earth were they talking about? Zhou Yun's expression didn't change. His gaze stayed steady. You don't need that information. I've already said it. State your purpose. It will decide whether you live or die. Yuan Qingya didn't reply at once. Suddenly his eyes flew wide. Buzz. An invisible ripple burst out from him, crumpling the air. Everyone's vision went black for a heartbeat as a strange, crushing pressure slammed into them. The force wasn't aimed at flesh, but at the mind itself. Their limbs were untouched, yet their brains felt squeezed by countless unseen hands until splitting pain filled their skulls. As the power deepened, their vision tunneled, and control over their own bodies slipped away. Ugga! Groans echoed everywhere. Yuan Qingya's eyes now glittered with a bewitching blue light that seemed to nail a person's soul in place. Step by step he closed in on Zhou Yun. With every stride the pressure intensified, his gaze locked on its target. Zhou Yun, though, remained composed, meeting that stare without the slightest tremor. Yinyang art, dominion of the black will. That was the secret technique Yuan Qingya was using. Zhao Yun had experienced it in a past life at the hands of a Taoist master, so he knew it all too well. Strictly speaking, it wasn't a conventional attack. It targeted neither flesh nor purely the psyche, but something deeper, the will itself. Will, that unseen attribute like luck, couldn't be measured yet undeniably existed. If it was weak, a target would faint instantly and be dragged into the black will domain. Inside that domain, every memory and secret in the victim's mind could be rifled through, their thoughts rewritten, even their bodies controlled. Sinister enough, but the real twist was that the caster paid the same cost in willpower. It was a naked contest of resolve. Withstand it with sufficient will, and you could even temper your own spirit. Step, step, step. Yuan Qingjia's footsteps rang through the silence as the black will domain swelled. One after another, people collapsed, howling. Respect, admiration, Major General, Master Smith, Vice President of the Yunyang Guild, forging divine weapons, wave after wave fell unconscious, and Yuan Qingya rifled their memories for scraps about Zhao Yun. Yet the crucial facts remained blank. What shocked him more was that although Zhao Yun's protectors clutched their heads and screamed, the man himself stood untouched, as if outside the world entirely. Thud. Following Qin Feng, Li Wire, Pei Jianya, and He Wanyao, Xiaolin dropped to his knees with a roar of frustration. Finally, Yuan Qingya halted. Now only a single step separated him from Zhao Yun. Give it up, Zhao Yun said calmly, watching Yuan Qingya strain to maintain the yin-yang art. Your willpower can't move me an inch. If the Amitarasu behind you were here, I might be interested in sparring with her. Amitarasu. At the sound of that name, Yuan Qingjia's expression grew even more severe. In his mind, plenty of people might have heard the name, yet fewer than 10 could truly connect Amitarasu to him, and of those bold enough to utter it to his face with intent, only the person before him had ever done so. You've got some nerve, he growled. How dare you speak the divine master's name aloud? His tone was harsh, but a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Ordinarily, any mortal who dared to invoke a god's name in mockery would be struck down at once, the simplest punishment for blasphemy. Yet a second passed, then another, and the man before him remained unharmed, standing there with an almost teasing composure. Zhao Yun stayed silent. Yuan Qingjia's gaze sharpened. What else do you know? This time Zhao Yun answered calmly. I also know that killing you would be meaningless. If one of you dies, another will take your place. Even if the next you isn't exactly you, I'll still control the Yin-Yang Academy. So tell me why you're here. If your reason barely meets my standards, I might let you live. Impudent. A sharp shout cut through the standoff. A woman in a redanned white Miko robe approached, light on her feet, yet radiating murderous intent. The palace lord is gentle and kind, she called, and his forbearance is no excuse for your insolence. Kneel and beg his forgiveness at once. Otherwise, I, Shizuka Guzan, will gladly teach you a lesson you'll never forget. Shizuka Gozan's name made Zhao Yun arch an eyebrow. In the game of his previous life, this NPC had been hugely popular for both her looks and her historic aura. Unlike Yuan Qingya, Shizuka Guzan was a real figure in the annals of the Sakura Kingdom. Born at the end of the Heian period, dead in the early Kamakura era, daughter of the monk Iso Zenshur and beloved concubine of Minamoto no Yoshitsune. Celebrated for her dance as a shirabayoshi, she was hailed as one of the 3 great beauties of ancient Sakura and the very first Yamato Nadeshiko. Shizuka was her given name, while Guzan was an honorific for noble women. Zhao Yun had never met her directly in his past life quests, but he knew that her reappearance in this world was thanks to Amitarasu favor. He gave her a brief once-over. Even by his critical standards, she was flawless. A trace of anger could not blunt her graceful lines. Her skin, set off by the redanned white robe, only intensified her icy allure. Still, her Sakura heritage left him cold, and after a fleeting glance he focused again on Yuan Qingya. Answer my question, Zhao Yun said, his voice calm yet oppressive. Insolent cur. Ignored, Shizuka Guzan's anger flared. She raised a slender hand, spiritual energy gathering as she prepared to strike. Before the chilling blast could descend, Yuan Qingya reached out and stopped her. At the same moment, he dismissed the wiling black domain. The opponent had endured the wiling dark domain for so long without so much as a twitch, and that fact alone spoke volumes. Yuan Qingya prided himself on an iron will, yet he still could not tell how much longer this mortal called Zhao Yun could hold out. Worse, he had a sinking feeling that if the contest dragged on, he would be the first to falter, an unthinkable outcome for the lord of the Yin-Yang Academy, to lose a battle of resolve to an ordinary man. The very notion sent a ripple of shock through him. Should word spread, the world would laugh, yet the danger looming over him felt all too real. An invisible pressure tightened around his consciousness like a steel hoop, warning that any further delay would only bring him disgrace. Jing Yuqian stood quietly to the side and watched Yuan Qingya at last raise both hands, dust off his sleeves, and fold them before his chest. He then offered Zhao Yun a solemn bow. His voice rang clear and steady. I am Yuan Qingya of the Yin-Yang Academy. I ask that you lead your troops away from this land. Zhao Yun narrowed his eyes, half skeptical, half probing. That's what you were after all along. Exactly. Yuan Qingjia's expression was calm and open. Believe it or not, I never intended to strike you. You know a sacred land is bound to the soil beneath it. Mortals must live here for the sacred land to exist. If you butcher every human in this region, the sacred land itself will reject it. I know the hatred between Hua country and Sakura country runs deep. That's why, these past days, even as you rampaged and killed, we did not intervene. But there must be limits. You've rescued your own, slain your foes, leveled the cities, and seized the resources. Now please, for my sake, stop. Palace Lord, a troubled light flickered in Jing Yuqian's eyes. She could not understand why her august lord would bend so far for a mortal. Across the world, only a handful of sacred lords could speak to Yuan Qingya as equals, and with them, he would overturn the table at the slightest slight. Yet here he listened to Zhao Yun's blunt words without anger, even sounding almost pleading, utterly baffling. What puzzled her further was Zhao Yun's reply. The man arched a brow and repeated Yuan Qingjia's words. Show restraint? Withdraw? Is that your final offer? It is. Yuan Qingya gave a gentle smile. Agree, and the Yinyang Academy will welcome you as an honored guest. Zhao Yun chuckled and tapped the hilt at his waist with 2 fingers. If this nation were called anything but Sakura, I might agree. But precisely because it is Sakurano. With all due respect, Yuan Qingya, you do not have that kind of sway, and neither does Amitarasu. If I hadn't come, fine. But now that I'm here, this country is finished. As Zhao Yun finished speaking, the space around him suddenly tightened. The air grew thick and heavy, as if squeezed by an invisible giant hand. Light stretched into twisted threads, and every outline began to waver and blur. Alas, Yuan Qingya sighed softly, her gaze sweeping over the ripples forming in midair. The Holy Land has descended to purge demons and enlighten the people. This is heaven's grand design. You are a man of rare talent. Why defy the mandate? Those who follow it thrive, those who rebel perish. I would rather not fight you, but if you will not yield, we must settle this today. Her tone was sincere, yet carried an unshakable resolve. Even after Zhao Yun's earlier declaration, she offered him one last chance. Zhao Yun threw back his head and laughed, the sound rumbling like war drums. A pity. I spoke at length only to spare your life. Since you reject my goodwill, I'll fulfill your wish. The instant he finished, a biting chill exploded between them. Blue light blazed from Yuan Qingjia's eyes as her fingers danced through seals. She shouted, Grand Yinyang art. Vacuum severance login. Sovereign. Ding. High above, an ancient, majestic contract array burst open. The sovereign, lord of 10,000 beasts and pinnacle of all summoners, was descending. Zhao Yun murmured a single name. Xiaolin. In the clear sky, a star suddenly flared, its blinding radiance plunging earthward. An earth-shattering roar followed. None shall harm my lord. A pillar of scorching white light split the space between them, too bright to face. A brittle crack rang out like shattering glass. When the glare faded and Jing Yuqian's vision steadied, she froze in horror. Yuan Qingjia's chest was skewered by a silver spear. The spear's master sat astride a white horse, clad in silver armor, fresh blood still dripping from the tip. It was the hero bound to Zhao Yun, the white horse, silver spear general of the 3 kingdoms. With a wet pop, the spear withdrew and scarlet splashed across the ground. Jing Yuqian felt the world spin, even breathing grew labored. Who was this man? How had he appeared? What had just happened? Hadn't the palace lord unleashed the grand Yinyang art's most domineering strike, vacuum severance? It should have torn the foe from existence and cast him into the chaotic void. Yet Zhao Yun stood unharmed, while their own palace lord lay impaled. Cough cough. Yuan Qingya staggered, fighting to remain upright as blood welled from the corner of his mouth. Lifting his eyes to Zhao Yun, he forced a bitter smile. So strong my intuition was right. You're dangerous no less than that archer. Who exactly are you people? Will you tell me? Zhao Yun's expression stayed cold. Drop the act. You've kept something in reserve this whole time. Whatever it is, use it now. Wait any longer, and you won't get the chance. Jing Yuqian's scalp prickled. A reserve? Another move? What was he talking about? Blood bubbled in Yuan Qingjia's throat, yet he still managed a wry smile. Your words truly are hard to grasp. Still pretending. Zhao Yun slowly shook his head. To most, Yuan Qingjia's refined appearance and courteous manner might have passed for that of a gentle scholar. Among all the sanctum lords in the world, no one was more cautious or more calculating than he was. Outwardly, he seemed as warm and gentle as polished jade. Beneath the surface, every step he took was laced with killing intent. In his previous life, he had plotted alone, laying trap upon trap until 2 of Wagwo's sanctum lords fell into a dead end. Jian Shisan, master of divine sword manner, and Li Jingji, mistress of beast-taming palace. Zhao Yun had never been close to Jian Shisan in either lifetime, but Li Jingji was different. They had worked together many times before, and in this life, she was even Cheng Cheng's master. The thought made Zhao Yun's eyes darken. This time, Yuan Qingya would not leave alive. Zilong. His voice was low. Zhao Yun understood at once. The white dragon horse stamped, and his silver spear shot toward Yuan Qingjia's throat. The cold tip was a hair's breadth away when the figure dissolved like a reflection on water, leaving not a single drop of blood behind. The disturbance came from above. At some point a group of onmyoji dressed exactly like Yuan Qingya had drifted into the sky. They stood at the 6 points of a hexagram, hands forming seals as the star-shaped array lit up. Suspended at its center, an 8-foot piece of white jade, the magatama cast a cold white glow. Yuan Qingya sat cross-legged beneath it, his right palm pressed hard against the hole in his chest, while the wound knitted rapidly in the magatama's light. "You're certainly ruthless," he said calmly. "If I hadn't made this Yasaka magatama the eye of my heaven petition array, backed by 128 grand on Myoji, that spear would have killed me." Zhao Yun snorted. "Mirage Moon suits you well. But with only one magatama, how many times can you use it?" Before he finished speaking, Zhao Yun was already in the air. The fastest of Zhao Yun's contracted heroes, he closed on Yuan Qingya in an instant. The spear sliced through the wind. Its tip clearly struck its target, yet Yuan Qingya dissolved again into rippling water. Within 3 seconds, Zhao Yun locked onto Yuan Qingya 17 times. Each thrust hit dead center, and each time the target vanished into nothing. Zhao Yun narrowed his eyes. Yuan Qingya truly lived up to his reputation as a master of survival. If the man hadn't been caught off guard last time, Zhao Yun's arrow would never have come so close to ending him. Now that he was fully prepared, killing him would take real effort. Mirage Moon required anchor marks laid out in advance. The more marks, the more jumps it allowed. No one knew how many Yuan Qingya had hidden here, but under the pressure of Zhao Yun's blistering speed, eliminating him was only a matter of time. "Hey, impressive," Yuan Qingjia's voice drifted through the overlapping afterimages. "If I hadn't tasted your arrow before, I would never have prepared so carefully. But now that I'm ready, you're the one who will lose." As the last word fell, the hexagram array flared, and a pillar of golden light shot straight into the sky. The moment the deep, resonant toll of a bell swept across the heavens, a blaze of gold swallowed the sun. In the blink of an eye, the sky seemed painted with molten metal. Waves of gilded mist billowed, so dense they looked ready to drip. Hidden within the haze, countless figures drifted in the light, and the silhouettes of soaring eaves, interlocking brackets, and towering steps flashed and faded before anyone could grasp their true shape. Zhao Yun narrowed his eyes, straining to see what lay beyond the golden fog. Without warning, a razor-sharp gaze pierced him. It felt as if the entire starry sea had overturned, profound, immense, indifferent, boundless, hollow. Each emotion weighed on him like a physical force, almost suffocating. Worse still, the eyes behind that stare had expanded until they filled the world. Nothing else existed. "Approved." The lone syllable rumbled with absolute authority, and the colossal eyes shattered into threads of light. The golden tide receded, the shadows of people and palaces vanished, and the sky was scrubbed clean. When the brilliance faded, only Yuan Qingya remained, his wide sleeves snapping in the wind. His hat was gone, and his jet-black hair streamed behind him. The azure glow in his eyes now carried an unshakable menace. A single glance could chill the marrow. Outwardly, he seemed unchanged, but Zhao Yun knew the truth. Yuan Qingya had completed his divine descent, vaulting his power to an entirely new tier. A divine descent was the trump card of every Holy Land's lord. These sanctuaries served as forward bases for the gods they followed, much like the demon cities the dark clans scattered across the realm. At a critical moment, the lord could draw down a sliver of divine power and skyrocket in strength. Yuan Qingya was therefore no longer a mere storyline boss. He was an enemy reinforced by a god's might. Any ordinary player facing him now would flee in blind panic, wishing for a second pair of legs. After all, who dared brawl with a deity before humanity's main world was even cleared? In Zhao Yun's previous life, a guild of high-rolling whales once wondered if raiding a holy land might yield top-tier loot. They melted every defense with raw gold and, buoyed by unlimited respawns, ground their way to the final boss, the land's lord. They had him down to 20% health and were poised for the kill when he triggered his divine descent without hesitation. The result was simple: one move, instant wipe. But the nightmare didn't end there. On death, every participant's level, gear, and skills were erased, wiping out months of progress in a heartbeat. Even the spend-happy whales were stunned. No wallet was thick enough to endure that. For a long time afterward, no one dared set foot in a holy land again. Yet in that life, Zhao Yun had relished the very challenges the whales shunned. By mid-game, 60% of players had already hit max level. In sheer numbers, he was insignificant, but in raw power the tables were turned completely. Max-level players are everywhere, but he is the only one who has solo cleared the Holy Land multiple times. In other words, when it comes to farming the Holy Land, his experience is unrivaled. "Your Excellency, are you prepared?" Yuan Qingjia's voice drifted down from midair. All courteous warmth had vanished, leaving only a suffocating pressure. The words detonated like thunder, the air struck as if by a giant hammer, sending visible ripples across the sky. Before Zhao Yun could answer, Yuan Xingya lifted a slender forefinger and pointed downward. No hand seals, no chance, just one gesture. Great Onmyo technique, primordial severance. A deafening drone exploded around Zhao Yun. Darkness swallowed him in an instant, as though he had been hurled into an infinite void. From the outside, an opaque sphere of pitch black had sealed him incompletely. Yuan Qingjia's gaze remained deep and unreadable as he watched through the sphere. Zhao Yun stood calm, his expression unchanged, and Yuan's face was equally placid. The great Onmyo technique, primordial severance, was the advanced form of vacuum severance. Its power not merely doubled but absolute. Vacuum severance flung its target into the turbulence of space-time to be shredded. Primordial severance erased every trace of the target's existence. Once the victim died, every memory of him in the world would vanish. Such a tyrannical spell had been far beyond Yuan Qingjia's reach before his descended deity state. Now, with that power upon him, he was confident the technique was unbreakable. And yet, cheap trick, Zhao Yun snorted. His white stallion reared, silver spear in hand. Man, horse, and weapon merged into a bolt of lightning that stabbed the sphere's surface. A metallic crash rang out like dozens of porcelain bowls shattering at once, and the black sphere crumbled bit by bit. What? Yuan Qingjia's pupils contracted. It had been surprising enough when his earlier Onmyo technique was broken, but now shock crashed through him in waves. She was in his descended deity state, wielding primordial severance, and the spell had fallen apart in an instant. In the distance, Jing Yuqian, who had somehow ended up on her knees, stood frozen. As the chief grand officiant of the Onmyo Academy, she understood exactly what Yuan Xingya had unleashed, which only made the scene more staggering. She lifted her eyes to Zhao Yun. The man still stood where he had at the start, posture unchanged, as though everything were under his control. Zhao Yun slowly tilted his head back, eyes sliding upward to where Yuan Xingya floated like a descended god. Their gazes met in midair, and Zhao Yun's lips curved into a faint smile. Killing the master of a holy land is no simple task. 3 conditions must be met, and every one of them is essential. The first is to force him into the descended deity state. Only if he is slain in that state can the bond between man and God be cut, ensuring his true demise. That condition is now satisfied. The next step is the second: sever the holy land's source of faith. Faith is the source from which a god draws power. Once that faith is cut off, the deity loses divinity in an instant, and every technique tied to it becomes useless. As long as belief endures, even if Zhao Yun manages to overpower Yuan Xingya, it changes little. The god can simply channel more power to Yuan Xingya from afar. It can happen the first time, the second, the third, again and again. Even if Yuan Xingya is killed, he will be resurrected each time, an endless cycle. Cutting off the flow of faith is the only viable solution. That faith comes from the people living in the Holy Land's domain. In other words, the citizens of the Sakura Kingdom are pouring their devotion into the deity behind the Onmyo Academy. I have to wipe out the Sakura Kingdom, and you stand in my way. Stop me, and he'll kill you first. To kill you, I still have to erase the Sakura Kingdom. Zhao Yun muttered under his breath, his voice soft but iron-hard. After all the back and forth, the problem returned to the starting point: destroy the Sakura Kingdom first. Though he spoke quietly, Yuan Xingya caught every word. With a mocking snort, he replied, "You can't do it." "Can I?" Zhao Yun's lips curved. Suddenly he lifted his right foot and stamped lightly. "Move, you beasts." A low hum rippled out from the point of impact, a crimson wave racing across the ground. Forests remained intact, rocks unharmed, humans untouched. Only the magical beasts reacted. Their eyes turned blood red, and as though summoned by an invisible horn, they charged in the same direction. Moments later, a troop of slimes came bouncing in. In groups of 2 or 3, they hoisted fallen allied soldiers onto their backs and bounded toward Demon City without slowing. Shock flashed in Yuan Qingjia's eyes. Right now he was under divine empowerment. With that pressure in place, even dragons would normally prostrate themselves, and moments earlier every beast nearby had indeed been pinned to the ground. But the instant Zhao Yun's foot struck, everything changed. The beasts somehow found the courage to move despite the divine might. Even the lowest slime swaggered under Yuan Qingjia's nose, hopping back and forth. It was open defiance of divine authority, blatant sacrilege. Grand Onmyo art, command of spirits and shadows. Unable to tolerate it, Yuan Xingya flipped his hand, releasing a massive talisman. The sigil floated in midair and erupted with blue light. As the glow swept over the slimes, they froze for a beat. The creatures that had been carrying soldiers toward Demon City suddenly looked around in confusion, one even scratching its gelatinous head, as if wondering how it had ended up here. "So you have a trick like that?" Zhao Yun raised an eyebrow. He had never seen it before. Apparently the Onmyo spell could also influence beasts. Still, it was no true beast mastery. The will that truly ruled the monsters remained his own dominion of 10,000 beasts. Even so, it was going to be a hassle. Under his command, Every beast should have carried out its orders without question. According to Zhao Yun's plan, the monsters were to be split into two groups. The first would sweep through the remaining cities of the Sakura Kingdom, rescuing every stranded Huagua citizen they could find, an objective too critical to fail. The second would ferry coalition soldiers to Demon City, where a teleportation array would send them to safety, keeping friendly forces clear of the coming clash. Both tasks demanded huge numbers of beasts and a steady drain on his kinship points. Without that reserve, he would never have dared such large-scale maneuvers. But Yuan Qingjia's interference slowed the monsters to a crawl. Zhao Yun had no intention of letting it stand. Trying to outtame beasts in front of the Dominator was like brandishing a toy sword before Guan Yu. He snorted, traced the character for command in the air, and flicked it forward. The glowing glyph expanded, rose skyward, and burst into crimson rays that mirrored the blue talismans Yuan Qingya had cast. Crimson and azure light settled on the slimes and the rest of the horde. At once, the stalled slimes regained their bearings and bounded ahead. Each sweep of blue slowed them for only a heartbeat before Zhao Yun's red light drove them on. Yuan Qingya saw it clearly. He had lost the beast control duel. Yet instead of despair, a smile tugged at his lips. "I'll concede your mastery of beasts is flawless," he said, voice low but provocative. "But if most of your power and focus are tied up in them, what will you use to stop my next strike?" Forming a seal with one hand, he shouted, "Grand Inyong, Art Red Lotus Annihilation." Boom. A tide of scarlet fire rolled forward, lotus blooms blossoming in midair. The blast blanketed the battlefield. Unless stopped, everything in its path, including the slimes bearing coalition troops, would be burned to ash. Zhao Yun didn't so much as flinch. Yes, guiding thousands of beasts drained his mana and mind, and ensuring every rescue left no one behind demanded total concentration. That didn't mean he was defenseless. "Zilong, here," Zhao Yun answered, silver spear snapping to life as man and weapon became one and charged straight into the inferno. Dragon Guts Breaker 100 birds to the phoenix. Zhao Ye, the jade-white war steed, turned into a streak of lightning beneath him. Spear flowers blossomed, and with a single thrust, screech, a phoenix of living fire burst from the spear tip, wrapping Zhao Yun in its wings. Unlike the phantom conjured at the Holy Fire Pagoda, this bird's feathers were solid flame, every plume distinct. It rammed Hedon into the sea of red lotus fire, cutting through as if the barrier were paper. The moment it touched the flames, every burning lotus vanished, absorbed into the phoenix's body. When the great bird emerged from the firestorm, it was larger, brighter, and still driving straight for Yuan Qingya. Yuan Qingjia's pupils contracted. The red lotus hellfire, said to reduce all to cinders, hadn't even scorched the enemy. It had been devoured instead. His voice shook despite himself. What kind of fire is that phoenix wielding? No time to think. Yuan Qingya thrust both hands forward. 33 layers of Rashomon. Bang, bang, bang. Gate after gate erupted from his fingertips, stacking like bronze walls before him. Yet the fire phoenix merely twisted its body, skimming along the gate's edges, crimson flames swirling as it dived again. What? Yuan Qingjia's heart lurched. The phoenix could change course at will. A short distance away, Zhao Yun chuckled. How could such a rigid defense stop Zhao Yun's 100 birds pay court to the phoenix? The firebird born of Phoenix soars to heaven was only a construct of flame, bound to a preset path. 100 birds pay court to the phoenix, however, was the martial essence of Zhao Yun's spear art. Zhao Yun himself was its core. Wherever the spear point moved, the phoenix followed, its agility on a different level entirely. Worse still, the creature had inherited Zhao Yun's footwork, making it absurdly fast. Whoosh! Scarlet fire tore through the air, the phoenix instantly looping to strike from another angle. Mirror, flower, water, moon. Borrowing an afterimage, Yuan Qingya slipped away again, but the move only bought time. It could not check the relentless assault. The 7 markers he had laid in advance were shredded one after another, and he knew he would lose if this dragged on. Preparations, however many, were not infinite. When yet another marker shattered, he used mirror, flower, water, moon to flash to a distant spot. He barely drew half a breath before both palms wove new seals. Grand Inyong, Art Inverted Milky Way. Boom thunder rolled overhead as an illusory galaxy spanned the sky. Torrents cascaded from its far end, as though intent on drowning the world. Riding the flood for cover, he formed another seal without pause. Grand Inyong Art 10,000 doppelgangers. His outline quivered, one copy appeared to either side. Then 4, 8, 16 in a blink, hundreds of Yuan Qingjias formed ranks in midair. Every clone shaped a seal and bellowed in unison. Grand Inyong Art Infernal Ghost Domain. Wails of the damned surged from every direction. Mist rose, white bones emerged. A blood-red moon hung inverted, and a river of blood flowed across the sky. Dead trees clawed upward, while spirits writhed beneath. Akashita with lolling crimson tongues, Harionago draped in black hair, Akamanto trailing a grotesquely long tongue, all skittered forward. Kappa, Tengu, Nararahion, Yamawarashi, Yabozu, Yukiana legions of yokai bared their fangs. In a heartbeat, a full infernal domain took shape. Fog coiled around Zhao Yun's feet, and heaven and earth became a realm of ghosts. A domain, he frowned. All deities can manifest a divine domain. However, Yuan Xingya was no god. He had merely borrowed divine power, so the best he could manage was a makeshift zone. Even so, the zone was troublesome within its boundaries. Every one of Zhao Yun's stats was slashed by a full 30%, as his interface made painfully clear. Worse yet, he was hit with a debuff called Haunting Shadows. 1 speed reduced by 50. 2 damage taken increased by 50. 3 chance of being afflicted with fear, suppression, or confusion increased by 50. Thankfully, the impact was still tolerable. Zhao Yun stood in front of him, silver spear howling. Whenever a specter lunged, the spear's cold arc carved out an instant vacuum. The ghosts kept coming, but with Zhao Yun's mana feeding him, Zhao Yun could fight on almost indefinitely. The real problem was Yuan Qingya himself. Inside the zone, he merged with the shadows, vanishing at will and reappearing anywhere he pleased, moving so fast, it was practically teleportation. At the same time, the zone hamstrung Zhao Yun's control over his summoned beasts. Fine commands turned clumsy, preventing him from unleashing their full power. We still need to shatter this. Zhao Yun sighed softly, looking up at the murky sky. Chancellor, I'm counting on you. As his words faded, a distant star beyond the zone flared to life. The next instant, a tall youth 8 chi in height, scarf turban on his head, crane feather robe on his shoulders, feather fan in hand, stepped out of that starry radiance and took his place at Zhao Yun's side. Moments before, the spot had been empty, yet his presence felt perfectly natural, as though he had always been there. He was none other than Zhuge Liang, the Chancellor of Shuhan from the Three Kingdoms era. Zhuge Liang flicked his feather fan and chuckled. A gaggle of wraiths dares make trouble? 8-gate golden lock subdue. As the fan swept down, hundreds of golden chains as thick as ancient tree trunks erupted deep inside the zone, weaving together to bind every ghost tight. Their ghastly wails fell silent, and the misty gloom evaporated. He can counter my zone? What is this? Yuan Qingya's voice wavered from midair, but Zhuge Liang cut him off with 2 simple words. Silence. The fan fluttered again, and the single command became an invisible seal. Yuan Xingya froze in horror. The slightest sound refused to leave his throat. This is my zone, I'm the master here. He screamed inside, yet had no way to voice it. The ghosts were sealed. Even his speech was forbidden. Who was really in charge now? Desperate, he formed hand seals to unleash the great Yin-Yang art and eliminate this troublesome Zhuge Liang first. His fingers had barely moved when a single calm word fell from Zhuge Liang's lips. Still, Yuan Xingya became a living statue. His limbs locked. Even his eyes refused to swivel. Divine power churned inside him, but a higher force pinned it completely. What kind of power is this? He can immobilize me even in my divinity? Terror shook Yuan Qingya's very soul. A tidal wave of dread crashed through his mind. Zhao Yun had no time to notice Yuan Qingya's reaction. Juggling control over the entire monster horde while forcibly summoning Zhuge Liang had already pushed his mind to its limits. Keeping Zhuge Liang materialized devoured more than 90% of his focus. Wanted nothing more than to direct Zhao Yun to attack. Yet after Zhuge Liang appeared, he struggled just to keep Zhao Yun on the field, let alone have him strike. Within a few heartbeats, he had already lost control of numerous beasts. Chancellor, he urged in a low voice. Even at the peak of a contract master's power, calling forth Zhuge Liang was an unbearable burden. Zhuge Liang dipped his head, raised his feather fan, and thrust it down. Break. At that single word, the golden chains webbing the ghost domain crashed to the ground. Unable to bear the weight, the domain cracked inch by inch. Then space itself shattered and erupted. With the domain gone, Zhao Yun was snapped back to his original position. Zhuge Liang gave him a faint smile and dissolved into light. Zhao Yun sighed inwardly. The Dominator account was still underleveled. Otherwise, Zhuge Liang could have fought in earnest. But he needed to rescue the captives, raise the city, and pin down Yuan Xingya, and only the Dominator could handle all 3. Haha! Yuan Xingya sucked in great gulps of air. Moments earlier, Zhuge Liang's spell had frozen not just his limbs, but even his blood and breath. Staring at Zhao Yun, he felt his certainty crumble. Had believed that, after God descent, victory was assured, that save for a handful of saints no one could touch him. Yet even with divine power, he still couldn't subdue this man. Worse, he might actually lose. Lose, the thought flashed across his mind. He shook his head violently, banishing it. Defeat? Impossible. Yuan Xingya might fail, but Yuan Xingya and God descent could not. If a god lost, that would make the god a failure, and gods do not fail. Again, he roared, hurling another barrage in rage. Zhao Yun, however, remained unhurried. As long as Yuan Xingya kept his domain sealed, he was happy to let Zhao Yun play. Faith remained unbroken. Yuan couldn't kill him. All he needed was to stall. Zhao Yun's ability to advance or retreat at will, to balance offense and defense, coupled with unmatched speed, was more than enough to suppress Yuan Qingya without a domain. While Zhao Yun and Yuan Qingya fought as though the sky were falling, the remaining cities of the Sakura nation faced utter destruction. Why are the monsters suddenly attacking the city? Run. The earth-crushing bear is coming. Where's the garrison? Hold the line. Idiot. With what? The garrison's only level 30 or 40, a bear is level 120. No. Don't head for the west gate. There's a Shurfang blood python there. Shurfang blood python. What's that? Let's gang up and kill it. Kill yourself. That thing's level 1 of Tai, you go kill it. Then what about the north gate? The north gate's no good either. 2 level on a 6 to 12 Thunderwing Wolf Emperors over there. Why? Are the heavens determined to wipe Beihai City out? What did we do to deserve this? We won't accept it. We won't. The garrison's shouts echoed across ramparts wreathed in smoke and lightning. Just as despair took hold, searing flames ripped the clouds apart. A level 200 flame demon lord, its molten gold rock armor flowing like liquid metal, hovered above the city. People of Huagua, stop hiding and step into the open. Gather at the 4 main gates, and he'll take you home. The hoarse, booming voice rolled through the streets, rattling every window. At first, the Huagua survivors crouched behind shattered walls, doubtful. Soon they began to emerge, better to gamble on rescue than wait for death in the ruins. If the city fell, they would die anyway. If the flame demon truly meant to save them, they still had a chance. Peering through broken window frames, survivors from the Yinghua kingdom watched in disbelief. Huagua citizens were marching openly down the streets, walking past rampaging beasts and heading straight for the gates. Why? Do those monsters only wreck buildings and spare people? But they slaughtered the garrison. Fear mingled with curiosity, and a theory took shape. Maybe the soldiers struck first, and the beasts only fought back. As long as we don't attack, they won't hurt us. A young man from the Yinghua kingdom, barely 20, pushed the door open. Though his steps wavered, he didn't retreat. He took a deep breath and walked up to a demon wolf. Its golden eyes glinted. After a brief stare, it turned away. Success. Grinning, the youth repeated the test before several more monsters and remained unharmed. Word spread fast. The city swelled like a punctured balloon, crowds surging everywhere. Move. Grab your things, we're heading for Lin City. An unknown power wiped out the nearby demon strongholds. The highways clear. With bulging packs, handcarts, and leashed dogs, residents of the Yinghua kingdom streamed toward the gate. When they arrived, they froze. The huge iron doors were blocked by several colossal beasts. At their head squatted an earth demon bear as large as a hill, forepaws planted on the ground, its deep voice ringing out. State your name, citizens of Huagua may pass. State your name, citizens of Huagua may pass. It repeated the line in the same flat tone. What's it saying? No clue. Sounds like Huagua speech? A monster speaking Huagua? Whatever, just give it a name. After a brief discussion, a middle-aged man stepped forward, bowed, and spoke respectfully. Honored Earth Demon Bear, I am Yamazaki Tetsuya, and I would. A black gale swept past. A massive shadow flashed. Boom was slammed against the city wall. Ah! The crowd erupted in screams. One moment, the man at the very front was panting for his life. The next, a dull boom sounded as a gigantic paw pounded him into a bloody smear, splattering gore in every direction and filling the air with the stench of iron. Chaos exploded at the city gate. Anyone who tried to turn back found the crush of people behind them sealing every exit. Why is this happening? Didn't they say the beast wouldn't hurt us if we didn't attack first? What's wrong with this earth bear? Why is it suddenly killing? Can somebody tell me? Terror spiraled into hysteria, shrieks and wails rose and fell, but no answers came. The earth bear flicked the blood from its claws and rumbled on. State your name. Citizens of Hua may pass. State your name. Citizens of Hua may pass. State your name. Citizens of Hua may pass. The low, drum-like voice hammered at every heart. I get it. A middle-aged woman cried, thrusting her phone into the air. I know why it's killing. My translation app just decoded it. It's saying, state your name, citizens of Hua may pass. Only people from Hua are allowed through. Naming yourself as a Sakura national won't work. Translation app. The words hit like thunder. People trembling in panic remembered the translator on their phones. Screens lit up, and the synthetic Chinese voice confirmed the woman's claim. The bear was indeed repeating the same line. The crowd finally understood. The man had bragged about knowing a bit of Chinese, had mistranslated, and nearly doomed them all. There was no time for blame. Survival came first. If we only need a Hua name, let's give it one, someone suggested, and most nodded at once. Yet no one wanted to be next after seeing a man flattened moments ago. The standoff dragged on until a young man clenched his teeth and stepped forward. He'll go? If we can't escape, we're dead anyway. Better to try than to wait. Legs trembling, he walked up to the bear, planted his feet, jabbed his thumb at his chest, and shouted, listen up. My name is Xiaolin. Thud. A dark blur, and the young man's body flew like a rag doll, smashing into the city wall. He went limp at once. Every heart lurched. Why didn't it work? Xiaolin is definitely a Hua name. Yo, what went wrong? Maybe the gender's wrong, someone called. Xiaolin sounds like a woman, but he was a man. If the name matches the gender, it should work. Easy for you to say. Two people are already dead. Who guarantees the next one won't die? If we don't try, we'll all die anyway. So why me? Why not you? Two people shouted back and forth, nerves on the brink. As the arguing swelled, a woman stepped forward. He'll do it. She strode to the bear, lifted her eyes to its crimson gaze, and declared, "My name is Ma Dongmei." Thud. Another splash of flesh stained the wall. Three people had died in a row, and everyone's heart kept sinking until it nearly hit rock bottom. The stench of blood drifted in the air, making them feel as if they had all been thrown into an ice pit. Nothing worked, so what would? Hadn't they been told the gender merely had to match? The genders matched, yet people were still dying. Where was the one who'd suggested that plan? Speak up. Enough noise. Someone shouted, and the commotion fell briefly silent. After eliminating every other possibility, only one remained. The accent was wrong. That's an accent. Another voice agreed, urgently. These beasts only let Chinese people through. So it's not enough to give a Chinese name, your accent has to sound Chinese too. Accent. We're from Sakura country. How could we ever sound Chinese? Someone protested in despair. Idiot. It's just a name. Repeat it with a translation app a few times. How long can that take her? Do you simply not want to live? With that, everyone exchanged glances and fell quiet. Before long, a middle-aged man stepped forward. He straightened his rumpled collar and took a deep breath, certain he'd practiced enough. He had barely taken 2 steps when his wife grabbed him, shaking her head frantically. He brushed her hand away, confidence swelling in his chest. Trust me, if it's only a name, I can say it more authentically than any Chinese person. All eyes followed him as he strode up to the earth-shaking demon bear and declared the name he had memorized, brimming with pride. I am Chung Long. Thud. An ugly ripping sound shattered their final hope, and the man was reduced to a heap of minced flesh. Now everyone felt ice-cold despair. They all knew the name Chung Long. When the man had pronounced it so flawlessly, they thought they were saved. Yet the earth-shaking demon bear killed him all the same. They had tried everything. Not a single method worked. Hopelessness set in. Still, someone refused to quit. A white-haired elder suddenly yanked a boy by the hair, clutching him like a drowning man grabbing a straw. We can send this Chinese kid. He's a real Chinese. If the bear's telling the truth, he should get through. And once he does, we can all use his name. Great idea. The desperate crowd agreed, greedy light rekindling in their eyes. Leave it to an old fox to come up with something at the crucial moment. Let me go? Let me go? The boy screamed, only to receive 2 sharp slaps. Behave, or we'll kill you right here. The handprints burned on his cheeks, and he trembled. Back in China, his parents would have shielded him at the slightest harsh word, but now they were gone, and he had to choke back his tears. Smack. The elder shoved the child toward the earth-shaking demon bear and barked, Go. State your name. Hurry. Do what you're told. The others closed in, their voices weaving an inescapable net. To the boy they looked like human demons, while the terrifying bear suddenly seemed almost kind. He wiped his dirty wrist across his eyes, gulped a breath, and shouted at the towering beast, My name is Zhao Xiaolin. Earth-shaking demon bear, please, save me. After shouting his name, he squeezed his eyes shut and waited for the end. 2 or 3 seconds passed, but the ripping pain he had imagined never arrived. He snapped his eyes open and saw the demonic beasts guarding the gate, including the massive earth demon bear, step aside in unison, opening a clear path to the outside. Sensing his gaze, the earth demon bear even lifted its head and nodded solemnly to him. What is happening? They're letting me through? They're not going to kill me? Zhao Xiaolin stared at the snarling beasts that were willingly giving way, then looked back at the horrified, still hostile people inside the city. Suddenly, he laughed. Thank you. Thank you. He dropped to his knees and knocked his forehead to the ground 3 times. His parents had taught him that even the smallest kindness deserved heartfelt gratitude. Beast or not, he meant every word. When he finished, a surge of strength carried him forward. He sprinted through the gate, and the instant he crossed the threshold, a crushing weight seemed to lift from his chest. The word freedom had never felt so real. Zhao Xiaolin. A fiery scarlet flamingo swooped down, its wings fanning hot air. It spoke in a clear human voice. Climb on, it'll take you away. Trust had replaced fear, so he vaulted onto the bird's back without hesitation. Where are we going? Home. Back to your own country. Inside the city, the Sakura Kingdom crowd burst into cheers when they saw Zhao Xiaolin escape unharmed. It worked. We really can get through. We're saved. While the excitement still ran high, a burly, muscle-bound man stepped forward. Make room, everyone. He'll run another test. The objections came at once. Why you? I can do it. I'm first in line. Have some manners, ladies first. No one was stupid. If they copied Zhao Zion's name and pronounced it well enough, their chances of passing seemed high. And if escape was possible, everyone wanted a shot. Arguments flared, but strength still ruled. The muscle man glared, summoned his armor's faint glow, and silenced the crowd. He swaggered up to the earth demon bear and declared, My name is Zhao Xiaolin. Wham! A single swipe of the bear's paw reduced his armored form to a bloody smear. Everyone froze. A nearby tree spirit flicked its branches and snorted. Idiot. A grown man calling himself Zhao Yun. The words sent a chill through the crowd. These beasts might not be human, but they were far from stupid. They had tried every idea they could think of, and all had failed. No one dared step forward again. The air turned thick with dread. Then, from deep within the crowd, someone screamed, "It's all a trick. These beasts are just playing with us. They were never going to spare us. We can't stay here another second. We have to fall back, return to the city, and hide if we want any chance to live." The already panicked crowd erupted at the shout. Terrified of the capricious earth demon bear, they fixated the moment they heard back to the city. Word spread like wildfire. Within moments, whole clusters wheeled around and poured toward the gates, their heels kicking up a haze of dust. But against that surging tide, a smaller stream pushed forward the few people from Huagua. Zhao Zion's earlier success had reignited their courage. Half running, they rushed to the earth demon bear's feet and shouted their names. "My name is Huang Qinghua. Imdu Li Juan. Shuekan." Each name rang out, matching the list burned into the bear's mind. Heartbeats later, the dense ranks of demonic beasts parted, revealing a straight path. The Huagua team passed through unscathed. Realizing they had crossed the beast formation safely, their breaths came quick and their faces flushed. Some nearly punched the air in triumph. When the last of them stepped inside the gate, the earth demon bear counted on its thick fingershed count, and names both matched. In that case, the bear's gentle eyes hardened, a murderous light flaring inside. It locked onto the Sakura Kingdom warriors who were scrambling away like panicked rats. Meanwhile, in Huagua territory, Jiangliu Demon City and Jinghang Demon City, teleporter rays flashed, and bubble-like slimes ferried allied soldiers back in wave after wave. Free of Yuan Qingjia's psychic hold, the troops soon regained consciousness. Where are we? How did we end up in a demon city? Wait, this isn't Sakura Kingdom land at all. It's Jianglu Demon City. I carved my name on that rock. Didn't we run into the head of the Amio Academy? I remember Yuan Qingjia's eyes lighting up. She cast a skill, and then I blacked out. Looks like these slimes brought us back. But slimes are barely sentient though. Could they manage that? Before the confusion cleared, a harsher reality struck. Where's Mr. Zhou? Where is he? A quick count showed every squad member present, everyone except Zhao Yun. Mr. Zhou, don't tell me he's still over there. Li Wire blanched. Qin Feng's face was just as dark. Zhao Yun must have ordered the slimes to teleport everyone out and stayed behind to cover the retreat. This can't be happening. Li Wire suddenly roared. Why would you do that? Do you take me for someone who's afraid to die? If anything happens to you, how am I supposed to live with myself? He charged for the array before anyone could stop him. Qin Feng followed close behind, a chill radiating from his body. As they were about to step into the light, a figure blocked their path. President He Wanyao spread her arms, her voice quiet but unyielding. You two stay. His wife will go. In the land of cherry blossoms, Zhou Yun and Yuan Qingya had been locked in combat for nearly an hour before either of them noticed the time slipping past. Sunlight flashed off Zhou's silver armor, spear winds lifted dead leaves, gravel rattled against the corridor pillars, and murderous intent flooded the courtyard. The longer it dragged on, the more Yuan Qingjia's heart pounded 3 times. Already he had felt death brush his skin, yet the finishing strike never came. Had his opponent missed the openings? Yuan clung to that hopeful thought for only a moment before discarding it. From the very first exchange, Zhou Yun had pressed him with overwhelming force, timing, raw strength, and technique all leagues beyond his own. Whenever Yuan painstakingly set up a yin-yang formation to counterattack, Zhou dismantled it with casual ease, the spear sweeping back to hound him into another awkward retreat. Zhou fought with the calm assurance of a veteran teacher sparring with a first-year student. There was no way he failed to see the openings. Only one explanation made sense. Zhou Yun never intended to kill him. As the head of the Yin-Yang Academy, hailed as the messenger of the gods, Yuan Qingya could be resurrected through divine power. Zhou knew a mortal death would mean nothing. That realization stirred a torrent of conflicting feelings. To Zhou, killing him would only require another swing. To Yuan it meant oblivion. The body would return, but the soul would be lost. The true him would vanish the instant he died. So he longed both to defeat Zhou and to thank him for holding back. His thoughts were still in disarray when divine power surged inside him again, the 6th infusion in an hour. The gods sensed his struggle, piling strength upon him and urging a swift victory. With each surge, the might of his grand yin-yang art swelled. Zhou Yun felt the change immediately. He offered a faint smile, but his silver spear never slowed. Its tip hammered down like a driving rain, sealing every path of retreat. Yuan dodged and parried, avoiding a few more thrusts than before, yet Zhou's dominance never wavered. So strong despair welled up inside him. Each time his divine power climbed, Zhou Yun unveiled an even more terrifying depth. He had been taught that the power of the gods was limitless. Now he knew Zhou Yun's reserves were just as bottomless, and he himself was nothing but a pawn in a distant game between gods and man. Him so useless. The master of the Holy Land, ruler of the Yin-Yang Academy, found himself questioning his worth. Amid swirling spear shadows, crackling lightning, and glowing sigils, he fought on with everything he had. Low as his spirits were, his focus never left the fight. After barely dodging 3 consecutive attacks, he seized an opening and raised his hand for a counterstrike Grand Inyang art. Saluo blast. Boom. A sapphire column of light ripped through the sky like a laser cannon, grazing past Zhao Yun before slamming into a distant peak. In the next instant the mountain exploded, hurling boulders and magma-like earth into the air. Since the battle began, countless summits had already been ground to dust. With their aerial duel at the center, everything within a Thessaly radius had become a dead landrages leveled, ravines filled with molten rock, every bird and beast long incinerated. Fortunately, before the clash erupted, Zhao Yun had triggered a teleportation array that sent every allied soldier and the beast mounts used as transports back to Huagua, sparing them a pointless death. Nice counter. Zhao Yun remained steady amid the gale and flying debris. The brush with death only made him laugh and praise. Yuan Qingjia's eyes lifted at the compliment, a faint thrill stirring inside him. The pleasure lasted only a heartbeat before he forced it down and growled. Enough chatter. Today only one of us walks away. Swish, swish, swish. Zhao Yun's spear blurred in a flurry of cold light, driving Yuan Qingya back yet again. He swallowed a curse. Could the man at least let me finish my threat? On the ground below, Zhao Yun stood motionless with his eyes closed, as though listening to the storm, yet completely detached from it. His expression had relaxed because the endgame was near. Everyone who needed rescuing had been evacuated. Once he sent them back to Huagua, the mission would be complete. After that he would raise every city in the Sakura Kingdom, sever its roots of faith, and Yuan Qingjia's death would follow. So far, everything was on schedule. The 1 hour he had spent logged in had consumed a vast amount of kinship points, but Zhao Yun felt no regret. Killing Sanctuary Master Yuan Qingya, whose body was infused with divine power, was sure to yield Godhead fragments, the greatest treasure this world could offer. Legend claimed that even a pig could ascend to demigod after fusing with one. In his previous life he had suffered countless trials for a single shard. Now that one lay within reach, he would not let it slip away. Just then, something inside Yuan Qingya changed. Throwing his head back with a furious roar, he flung his arms wide. A visible ring of golden energy exploded outward, forcing Zhao Yun dozens of meters away. A moment later, a golden pillar vast as the sky descended from the heavens, enveloping Yuan Qingya and spreading outward at breathtaking speed. Wherever the light passed, mountains, sky, clouds, everything was dyed a blinding sacred gold, as though the world itself had been reforged in metal. My lord. Zhao Yun flashed in front of Zhao Yun, silver spear sweeping sideways as he assumed a defensive stance for the first time. Zhao Yun remained silent, but his brow tightened as he knew a deity had taken Yuan Qingya as a vessel, and that deity was Amitarasu. According to the plan, the final goal was to slay the descended Amitarasu and seize the Godhead shards. The problem was that she had arrived too early. If Head had 3 more Minutesno, Took could have finished his preparations and fought her Heiden. But now the evacuees were not yet clear of the battlefield, and many of the Sakura Kingdom's cities still stood. Over the past few days, several magic citadels in the Sakura Kingdom had been laid to waste, drawing the world's attention. Now, with another spectacular disturbance erupting, every eye swung back at once. Yet whether through satellite cameras, arcane rites, or clairvoyant senses, all anyone could see was a blinding aureate blaze. Everything else was hidden from view. As the brilliance ebbed, a soft yet commanding voice drifted down from the heavens. Mortal, you have done well. Each word landed like a mountain. When the first syllable fell, the ground sank an inch. By the 6th, the entire battlefield had dropped nearly a foot. Zhao Yun sat cross-legged, eyes shut. Amaterasu's premature descent had disrupted his arrangements, yet the greater the chaos, the steadier his mind. He continued to direct his demonic beasts with full focus, driving his plan forward. Suspended in midair, Zhao Yun stood with spear in hand, staring up at the figure now fused with the light Yuan Qingya. His features were unchanged, but a golden circlet glowed at his brow, and every gesture, every note of his voice, carried a hypnotic grace and sovereign majesty. Though all knew he was male, at this moment he appeared an unrivaled goddess. Palace Master. Shizuka Guzan fell prone, her voice shaking. At the battle's outset, Yuan Qingya had sealed her inside a grand Inyang barrier and warned her not to interfere. Zhao Yun had therefore ignored her. Buildings all around lay in ruins, yet she was unscathed. Palace Master, can you hear me? Please answer. No reply. She raised her voice, still nothing. Breathing raggedly, she struggled to her feet. Palace Master, you. Crack. Yuan Qingjiano, the true Amitarasu, made a casual wave. The Inyang shield that had guarded Shizuka Guzan shattered. An invisible gale flung her through the air and slammed her to the ground. Noise. The single word sent another formless blast crashing over her. As she tried to rise, blood spurted from her lips. Zhao Yun shot her a glance, then fixed on Amitarasu again, cold light sparking in his eyes. Oppressing the weak with borrowed power, despised it. Such gods, he despised even more. He missed the moment when, after a brief daze, Shizuka Guzan's gaze slid toward Zhao Yun. Deep in her quivering pupils, a seed of hatred sprouted and spread. Amitarasu ignored her and surveyed the earth below. You kill my people, raze my cities, seek to sever my faith mortal, your audacity impresses me. Her tone was calm, yet the air turned to iron. She raised her hand. A flare of danger jolted through Zhao Yun. He barked, Zilong. No more had to be said. Zhao Yun shot upward like a silver bolt, spear leveled straight at Amitarasu. Divine speed, chasing clouds, racing sun. In the blink of an eye, he was upon her. As Yuan Xingya had guessed earlier, Zhao Yun had never shown his full hand. Hailed as the swiftest hero under Zhao Yun's contract, speed was his true blade, and the divine speed techniques were his signature. At such astonishing speed, even Tian Zhao looked slightly surprised. The first spear thrust tore through the air. Had the target been Yuan Xingya, she would have had no chance to block or dodge. Tian Zhao simply raised her left palm and gave a gentle tap, knocking the silver spear harmlessly aside. Divine speed phoenix soaring. Zhao Yun roared, never breaking stride. Rider, spear, and horse ignited with true phoenix flame, fusing into one before splitting into 16 fiery afterimages that closed on Tian Zhao from every direction. Clack, clack, clack. All 16 thrusts were stopped by that fair left palm. Sparks flew, but not a single blow pierced her defense. Divine speed battle of Changban. Zhao Yun's eyes burned crimson. Blood and mana peaked as he became a searing beam of light, flashing across the battlefield. Even the god-ascended Yuan Xingya could no longer follow his movements. Wherever the beam streaked, spear shadows poured down like a torrential storm. Ting, 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 ting. Tian's house palm was like forged steel, parrying every strike with perfect precision. She did not retreat. While her left hand met the spear, her right hand pushed forward ever so slowly. Each block sent a surge of divine power into the shaft, the backlash echoing through Zhao Yun's body until blood seeped from his 7 apertures. He knew that once that right hand was fully extended, Zhao Yun's entire plan would collapse and he had already given everything he had. Zhao Yun understood as well. After sending one group to safety, he loosened his control over several magical beasts and stacked 4 buffs on Zhao Yun. Symbiosis Max shares damage with the contract target and reduces it by 70%. Fury Max drives the target into berserk rage, increasing attack speed tenfold. Desperation Max, when HP falls below 10%, all attributes 100, below 5%, all attributes 300 and immunity to control effects. Benediction Max restores 10% of maximum HP per second for 5 minutes. Emerald Leaves whirled, crimson shockwaves roiled, black-red embers coiled at his waist, and a pale golden halo enveloped him. The 4 buffs flared at once, and Zhao Yun's fighting spirit blazed sky-high. I am Zhao Zilong of Changshan. He roared, and his spear force surged explosively. Tian Zhao gave a soft murmur of surprise, withdrew her advancing right hand, and brought both palms together to meet the renewed storm. Spear tip and palm shadow interwove, shockwaves thundered, and the ground cracked inch by inch. Yet Zhao Yun knew it was still not enough. Tian Zhao was merely avoiding injury. If she chose to take a minor wound, she could clear the battlefield in an instant. Veins bulged on his forehead as he pushed his mind to the limit and shouted hoarsely, Yunshang, lend me your strength. Dadada dadada. The sharp, urgent beat of hooves suddenly burst across the horizon. It was barely audible at first, yet within moments it rolled in like thunder. Head snapped up to see a streak of green slicing through the winded general in emerald robes astride a chestnut stallion. The blue dragon crescent blade in his hand blazed with steel light as he charged straight for Amitarasu. Standing 9 feet tall, his beard flowing 2 feet long, his face dark as a ripe date and lips crimson as lacquer, he wielded phoenix eyes beneath silkworm brows, a sight worthy of awe. It was Guan Yu. The instant he appeared, Amaterasu's gaze locked onto him. Compared with Zhao Yun in his silver armor, who harried her at close quarters, the pressure Guan Yu radiated was far more savage. He had yet to strike, yet instinct screamed that even the slightest mistake would earn her a fatal blow. In a blink, Guan Yu was upon her. You dare offer your head for sale? He thundered, whirling his blade twice before bringing it down at an angle. A dark green arc swept past Amaterasu's chest, and with a hiss both her hands were sliced clean off. Insolent mortals. Pain twisted her brows. She blasted Zhao Yun and Guan Yu back, divine light exploding in her eyes, fury rising like a storm tide. Though this was not her full divine body, she carried her power, divinity, and soul, virtually a god in person. A deity descending should inspire worship, yet these humans had attacked her and even severed her hands. Such blasphemy was unforgivable. Divine power rippled outward. Her severed hands flew back, rejoining her arms in an instant. Restoring flesh was simple, quelling her rage was not. She had tracked Guan Yu's intent and movement from the start, yet still lost both hands to his strike. She understood at once. This green-robed general was no ordinary warrior, and the man commanding both Guan Yu and Zhao Yun while unleashing monster hordes upon the city. Zhao Yun was even more inscrutable. But so what? I am a god. To defy a deity is to die, she roared. Radiance of the rising sun. A blistering glow erupted around her, transforming her into a human-shaped sun. Guan Yu and Zhao Yun reflexively shut their eyes, but it was useless. With the blinding glare came countless pillars of light, cascading from the sky. Each pillar was thick enough for 3 men to encircle, its edge razor-sharp as it tore through the air. Lowly mortals, feel the judgment of Takamagara, she cried. The pillars thundered downward, turning the space over Guan Yu and Zhao Yun dazzling white. Clang, clang, clang. The two generals swung the crescent blade and the dragon gall spear, parrying the falling columns to shield themselves and Zhao Yun. Yet within moments they sensed these radiant spears were anything but simple. Each pillar of light landed with crushing force, and even brushing against one sapped a fighter's speed and strength. Worse still, no strike could shake them. They simply slammed into the ground, exploding into golden fire that scorched the earth. Boom after boom, the pillars rained down, as though determined to melt the battlefield into a blazing golden sea. The flames burned so fiercely that nothing could survive. Even the nimble Zhao Yun had to weave through the air, never letting a spark touch him. Yet Jing Yuqian stood calmly inside the inferno, her clothes snapping in the heat, her body unscathed, a sight as eerie as it was impossible. Guan Yu swept his blade wide, carving a path through the falling light. Stroking his beard, he issued a grim command. Zilong, get in close and keep her busy. They'll circle around and strike when the opening comes. I was hoping you'd say that. Zhao Yun spurred his horse, his silver spear flashing like lightning. Swift assault once more to Changban. Riding red hair, Guan Yu raced around Amitarasu, knocking aside the pillars while never taking his eyes off her throat, the place he had tried to sever with his first strike before the golden glow forced him back. One failed attempt meant little. With Zhao Yun pressing from the other side, the gap would open again. Amitarasu's golden aura was not merely dazzling. It clung to her like heavy armor. The closer Zhao Yun came, the thicker it felt, slowing his every move, and each time he batted away a pillar his momentum bled away. Yet Guan Yu's perception never faltered. His eyes could pierce any weakness, whether still or fleeting. If a crack existed, his blade would find it. Suddenly those eyes flared. For a split second he saw a rift in the golden light, bright and unmistakable. Man and steed became a storm as he hurtled toward Amitarasu's chest, his blade crashing down. Red hair reared and screamed. Guan Yu roared. Guan Yu is here, meet your end. A dark green crescent of blade energy ripped through the air, punched clean through Amitarasu's chest, and plowed a trench across the earth for miles. When the stroke ended, the golden mantle that had covered heaven and earth shattered with a thunderous roar. In a heartbeat her gilded armor disintegrated, the sky returned to clear blue, the pillars halted, and the last tongues of flame vanished. She hung in midair for the space of a single breath. A straight fissure opened from her left shoulder to her right hip, golden blood spraying out. Then her upper body slid away and tumbled toward the ground. Jing Yuqian clutched her head and let out a piercing scream at the sight. Yuan Kinjiano, Amitarasu now. The goddess herself had descended, only to be cleaved clean in two by Guan Yu before everyone's eyes. How could this be? How was it even possible? She was supposed to be the supreme, untouchable deity. Yet the being hailed as above all life had lost both hands and had her body split apart. Jing Guzan went cold from head to toe. They weren't merely fighting a god, nor simply angering one, nor even committing blasphemy. They were committing deicide. The instant that word formed in her mind, the color drained from her eyes, and she felt herself plummet into an abyss. Someone had dared to harbor the intent to kill a deity and had actually wounded her. If the goddess truly died, no, impossible. Jing Guzan shook her head wildly, muttering, a god is supreme, omnipotent, she cannot die, she cannot. Across the field, Zhao Yun and Guan Yu didn't relax for a heartbeat. Guan Yu knew how crucial it was to strike again. The first blow had split Amitarasu's heart, yet she still lived. Fine, then he would land a second blow, a third, however many it took to finish her. As the most explosive warrior among Zhao Yun's contracted heroes, he and Zhao Yun attacked almost in unison, blade and spear swirling into afterimages that rained down on the goddess' broken form. Amaterasu's wounded body had become shockingly fragile. Within mere breaths, it was hacked apart, dissolving into pools of golden blood that sprayed like rain across the sky. Even so, the two men stayed taut with vigilance. Ignoring the falling blood, they scanned the air. Her presence lingered. She was obviously not dead. Jing Guzan broke down completely, staring at the drifting beads of gold. Her gaze went blank while she kept mumbling, Master impossible, the goddess impossible, Master impossible. Perhaps her prayers worked, or perhaps the deity's power was simply boundless, for a cool voice edged with fury suddenly sounded behind Zhao Yun and Guan Yu. Good, very good. Excellent. They spun around to find Amitarasu standing there, perfectly intact. Almost 30,000 years, she lifted her eyes, golden pupils flashing with frost. In all that time, you are the first beings to make me look so pathetic. Mortal's impressive, but only that. One of you excels at high-speed close combat, the other at mid-range bursts, correct? Then allow me to show you what real close-quarters fighting is. With her final word, her black hair erupted in length, turning into a waterfall of golden silk. Her alabaster skin grew ever smoother, her chest swelled, her waist narrowed, arms, legs, and face reshaped in an instant. In the blink of an eye, her entire body transformed. If before she merely looked like a woman wearing Yuan Qingjia's face, now she was indisputably, unmistakably female. Even Guan Yu and Zhao Yun could not escape the spell of the power she exuded. In that hazy divine light, Amitarasu looked both breathtaking and terrifying, her flawless beauty fused with boundless might. In a flash, a sword of light formed in her hand. She shot forward like lightning and brought the blade down. Clang! Metal roared. Zhao Yun and Guan Yu were blasted backward, weapons and all. Amitarasu tapped the air, blinked after them, and swung again. Clang! The two generals were sent flying once more. Zhao Yun, eyes still closed, suddenly frowned through their bond. He felt their pain. Amitarasu really had doubled the power she spent. Against Yuan Qingya, she used one fragment of divinity. Now she had invested another to suppress the joint assault of Guan and Zhao. Zhao Yun had nothing more to give. Letting the two stand side by side was already his limit. Zilong, Yinchang, he called within. Understanding instantly, Zhao Yun and Guan Yu grew even more determined. If their lord was disgraced, they would die with him. They would never allow harm to reach Zhao Yun. Huh. Zhao Yun crushed his teeth together and lunged, spear first. Guan Yu's blade arced like a rainbow, striking the light sword Heaton. But Amitarasu, now faster and stronger, sidestepped twice and lashed out a third time. Clang! The sky rumbled. The pair were blasted away yet again. Linked to them, Zhao Yun felt a violent quake in his chest. Blood streaked from his lips. The mental strain and physical backlash finally took their toll. At that moment, Shizuka Guzan, far off, raised a crimson storm and charged straight toward Zhao Yun. It's all your fault. You ruined everything. You're the monster. You should die. She poured her very life into a final strike. A pink folding fan that screamed through the air, aimed at Zhao Yun's throat. My lord! Zhao Yun and Guan Yu shouted in horror, but they were too far to reach him. Zhao Yun, bearer of the late Emperor Xiaolai's testament, now faced death alone. Ha ha! Shizuka Guzan cackled. She had staked everything on this blow. She was sure it could not miss. But a shout, thunderous as a storm, split the sky. A bold figure streaked in, a golden long sword blazing like sunrise. Who dares lay a hand on my husband? The newcomer was none other than He Wanyao, newly returned from Jianglu Demon City. The roar of battle was deafening. It was impossible to ignore. Once she got her bearings, she tore through the air toward the battlefield and arrived just in time to see Zhao Yun on the brink of death. Zhao Yun was now clad in radiant, jewel-bright armor, a far cry from his everyday attire. Yet after years of marriage, she recognized him at a glance. Without a moment's hesitation, He Wanyao drew her sword and charged. He Jing Yuqian's lip curled in a sneer. As the chief high priestess of the Yinyang Academy, she admitted the sudden intruder was capable but only capable. In the mortal realm, that skill would put her at the very top, but in the sacred land at least dozens were stronger. At that level, she shouldn't have been able to withstand a casual strike, let alone Jing Yuqian's killing blow. Having reached her conclusion, Jing Yuqian slowly closed her eyes and let her body collapse. The mysterious man before her had once fought gods. To kill him, she would have to burn everything she had. The folding fan she had hurled carried nearly all her power, her life force, her very years cast for the palace master's revenge, and aimed at the one flaw she had waited so long to exploit. Now drained of magic, she forced herself to stay conscious just to witness Zhao Yun's death. The fan sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning. Yet He Wanyao was far faster than she had imagined, flashing in front of the fan in an instant. Jing Yuqian was unconcerned. The fan could shred anything in its path, and this woman would be no exception. A golden longsword rose. A crisp clang rang out. For a heartbeat, blade and fan locked together, and neither sword nor swordswoman were torn apart, as Jing Yuqian had expected. With a sharp shout, He Wanyao flicked her wrist. The fan was knocked aside and fell to the ground as though its power had vanished. What? Jing Yuqian's mind went blank. With that woman's cultivation, she shouldn't even have endured a casual blow yet. She had stopped an attack that contained everything Jing Yuqian had. No. Impossible. This strike was vital to avenging the palace master, infused with every drop of her power, effort, and lifespan. How could it be dispelled so easily? This shouldn't be. It made no sense. It wasn't fair. Agonizing pain exploded in her chest. She clutched at her hair like a madwoman. Across the field, a smile tugged at the corner of Zhao Yun's mouth. Though his eyes were still shut, He would never mistake that familiar footfall and low shout. Huanyao had arrived. She had broken the deadlock at the decisive moment, surprising him, yet somehow feeling inevitable. Truth be told, Jing Yuqian's sudden strike had rattled him. If Huanyao hadn't arrived and used the Luri Divine Sword's invincibility to block Jing Yuzin's full-force strike, Zhao Yun would have been badly hurt, if not killed. "Glad you're here, honey." Zhao Yun spoke as if nothing were out of the ordinary. Huanyao pressed her lips together and shot him a daggered glance, clearly blaming him for charging in without a word. Then her eyes locked on the now deranged Jing Yuzhen, turning razor-sharp in an instant. With a flick, she stowed the Luri Divine Sword and drew the Shuanglong Divine Sword. The blade quivered, and the skill Meng Long burst to life. Roar! 3 rapid dashes, followed by a charge, sent her hurtling forward like an arrow loosed from the string. Swordlight crashed down without pause. Anyone who could break into this battlefield was no ordinary foe, but in Huanyao's eyes, anyone who raised a hand against her husband had to pay. "Ha ha ha," you think Jing Yuzin's laughter cut off as ice clamped around her throat. She was frozen solid. Realizing the status effect, Jing Yuzhen immediately tried to break free. Ordinarily, a freeze was nothing to her, but the next second her expression changed. Deep freeze. This level of ice required a high-tier cleanse, and in her current, drained state, she simply couldn't manage it. A furious scream welled up inside her, yet the ice held. In that brief window, Huanyao's sword flashed once, twice, 3 times. The moment deep freeze lifted, Jing Yuzhen snapped her index and middle fingers together, ready to unleash her most efficient attack. Crash ice flared again, locking her in place. Another muffled scream. No matter how the rage boiled, it couldn't melt the frost. The gap in power meant that even a short, deep freeze was enough to bind her. "Fine, keep freezing me. Let's see how many times you can do it." She ground out the words in her mind, every syllable dripping with bloodsharp spite. She never got the chance. A month ago, Huanyao could solo a demon general with permafrost. 1 month later, stronger and more seasoned, she wasn't about to slip. Steady eyes, clean sword work. Death crept closer, and Jing Yuzhen could only watch the darkness swallow her. Huanyao sheathed her blade with a cold snort. An opponent like that no longer interested her. Elsewhere, Guan Yu and Zhao Yun were reaching their limit. Tian Zhao swung once more, and both warriors' horses and all were blasted to the ground before Zhao Yun. She had left that opening on purpose. Only by removing these 2 generals could she strike directly at Zhao Yun. The plan working, she accelerated, sword light flashing like lightning as it came down again. Guan Yu and Zhao Yun tried to raise their weapons, but at that very moment, Zhao Yun's eyes snapped open. Crack! Under Amitarasu's stunned gaze, Zhao Yun caught his own sword with one hand. "Lord!" Guan Yu and Zhao Yun shouted together, battle lust bursting in their chests. Their duty as protectors was over. Zhao Yun nodded slightly and smiled. "Zilong, Yinchang, you've done enough." Before the words had fully left his lips, he reversed his grip on the golden blade forged from the mandate of heaven, whipped his arm around, and flung both sword and goddess into the sky like a comet. "Beat me? You're nowhere close. Raise the stakes, Amitarasu." His voice rolled out like thunder. Off in the distance, Huanyao stared at this Zhao Yun, whose aura was utterly different from moments ago, then at Amitarasu, already a bright speck on the horizon. She blinked, completely lost. Wasn't his name Yuan Qingya? Isn't he the head of the Onmyo Academy? Wasn't that man a man? Who's this blonde woman? And why is she called Amitarasu? Isn't Amitarasu a deity of the Sakura kingdom? She had been gone only an instant, yet it felt as if the world had raced ahead without her. Zhao Yun and Guan Yu, however, were not surprised by Zhao Yun's burst of power. Standing shoulder to shoulder, they cupped their fists. "My lord, we take our leave." At once their figures bled into the air like ink in water and vanished. Zhao Yun let out a long breath. In truth, this battle had been far from comfortable. The early arrival of Amitarasu had upended his entire plan. As a goddess, she could sense every movement and heartbeat within the Sakura kingdom. So Zhao Yun devised a different approach. He would have his beasts first restrain every citizen, then slaughter them all in the same instant. 1 second Amitarasu would draw strength from their faith. The next, they would all fall dead, and her wellspring of belief would vanish in a heartbeat. That was why she had dared commit only a single shard of her divinity. Had he followed the original strategy, letting the beasts kill at random, steadily thinning the population, Amitarasu would eventually have been forced to descend in person, turning the situation far messier. Now, with the faith supply severed, she could no longer do so. Earth has always been a frontline battleground between the divine realm and the demonic realm. The moment either side descends in force, the other takes notice. Dropping a sliver of divinity is manageable, but if a god invests too much power or manifests bodily, the demons will pounce, paying any price to erase that deity. Amitarasu knows this better than anyone. Now she is trapped between 2 bad choices. If she retreats, she cannot match Zhao Yun with her current strength, and his casual toss has proved it. Worse, Zhao Yun would never allow her to slip back to the heavens. Returning takes time, and she doubts she could complete the ritual under his watchful eye. If she advances and, as he said, raises the stakes, she could pour in more divinity and is confident she could cut him down, but then what? With her faith severed and the demons circling, she still would not make it home. She would only lose even more of her divine essence. A god's divinity is the very ground on which they stand. Once that essence is damaged, their rank falls like a stone. No one knew this better than Amitarasu. She had sacrificed too much for her current seat and would never let herself slip back. Crossing countless leagues of void, she returned to the battlefield as a blinding pillar of light, landing on the blackened earth a few dozen yards from Zhao Yun. "Do we have a vendetta?" she asked first, her voice trembling with fading heat. Zhao Yun smiled and shook his head. "None." "Any hatred?" she pressed. "None at all," he replied calmly. "With no grudges and no hate." Amaterasu dimmed her divine glow and let her lofty aura sink. "Why don't we end it here?" she suggested earnestly. "I injured your followers, you broke my faith. We both suffered losses. Let's each take a step back." She rose slightly on her toes, slender and supple, her flawless features half hidden in the radiance, eyes filled with genuine apology. For a deity, this was already a very low bow, and most mortals would have wavered. Yet Zhao Yun refused without hesitation. No. In his eyes, Amaterasu was nothing more than an NPCA boss. No matter how beautiful or pitiable she seemed, her essence wouldn't change. She was the boss, and he was not an ordinary person. He was a player. Players kill bosses and loot the drops. If he didn't strip Amaterasu clean, how could he justify all those hard-earned family affection points had invested? The moment that single refusal left his lips, even He Wanyao felt a pang of sympathy beside him. Such a stunning woman looked so pitiful, would it hurt to let her go? Then Zhao Yun's next words vaporized any trace of pity. "Don't try to work your charms on me. Next to my wife, you're not even a single strand of her hair. Tempt me? Dream on. Besides, you've lived tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of years. You're practically an old woman. Wanao. Beat me first." MHM. He Wanyao nodded fervently in her heart. This fox's allure is scary. Even I almost fell for it. Thank goodness my husband stayed clear-headed. Amaterasu stared at Zhao Yun for 3 long seconds. Her eyes held pleading, sincerity, even concession. His held nothing but naked intent to kill. She understood the negotiations had collapsed. "So be it," she declared. Majestic power erupted from within, lifting her into the air. Golden light flared like a noonday sun, and He Wanyao could hardly resist the urge to bow. Zhao Yun nodded with satisfaction. Good. She just poured even more of her divinity into that glow. Yet Amaterasu still delayed her strike, clearly hoping to win at the smallest cost, to spare every shred of her divine essence. Zhao Yun, too, made no move to summon his generals. That stylish toss earlier had been his sovereign class invincibility skill, heaven and earth pitch. Flashy, terribly long cooldown, no damage. And this sovereign account was the lowest leveled of all his characters. Beating the earlier Amaterasu had already been hard. The newly empowered version was another matter entirely. He had only one option left. Log in, Dao Lord. Ding. From the Dao comes 1, from 1 comes 2, from 2 comes 3, and from 3 the myriad beings are born. The Dao follows its own nature. The ultimate sovereign, the master of the Dao, descends at this very moment. The thunderous proclamation of heaven pierced the clouds and rolled across the entire Sakura kingdom. At that moment, aside from Zhao Yun, He Wanyao, and the distant Amitarasu, not a single living human remained. Only the magical beasts scattered across the land heard the announcement. Though they could not understand the words, instinct told them that the voice of heaven always heralded upheaval, and that they should hide. They scattered at once, seeking any shelter they could find. Their instincts, as always, proved correct. In the next instant, wind and cloud churned. Whether the kingdom had been sweltering or frozen a heartbeat earlier, the sky cleared in the blink of an eye. Light poured from the ninth heaven, and a curtain of 5-colored radiance bathed the earth in a sacred glow. The scene looked peaceful, yet it only deepened the beast's fear. Those still exposed threw themselves flat on the ground, scarcely daring to breathe. Power that could overturn the heavens in a single breath was beyond anything they had ever witnessed. But should that power shift even slightly, the consequences would be unimaginable. For the first time, Amaterasu's brows knitted. Moments earlier, no matter how fiercely Guan Yu and Zhao Yun pressed their attack, even when their blades occasionally drew blood, she had not so much as blinked. She was certain that, however formidable those two might be, their mortal tricks were useless against her. To her divine eyes, nothing in the human world was hidden. The man before her, however, defied her insight. Zhao Yun had spoken only a single sentence, yet his appearance and aura were utterly transformed. She could accept the change in appearance, but why had his aura surged so violently? Compared with a breath ago, his strength had increased at least tenfold. Tenfold sounds modest until the baseline is considered. With Zhao Yun's original aura multiplied by 10, Amaterasu had to admit that their presences were now evenly matched. Even after she had infused this vessel with 3 portions of divinity, she could no longer claim certain victory. What baffled her even more was the sudden upheaval in the heavens. She was sure it was linked to Zhao Yun. True, the gods possessed techniques to alter the weather, yet she had never seen anyone reshape the entire sky without leaking the slightest ripple of power. She could not fathom the method he had used, nor predict how this new weather might influence the coming battle. Husband. Huanyo's eyes widened as she stared at Zhao Yun, now clad in a pale Taoist robe, cloth shoes on his feet, and a sword across his back. His earlier outfit had already stirred her curiosity. This new look felt both unfamiliar and awe-inspiring. Though they shared a bed, she had never seen him in such a guise. Darling? Her voice almost broke. A thought flickered through Amitarasu's mind. She stretched out her hand and clawed toward Huanyao from afar. A blinding golden hand suddenly materialized and slammed down toward Huanyao. Her heart sank. Whatever curiosity Shed felt about Zhao Yun's odd outfit vanished, swallowed by helplessness and fear. The moment that hand took shape, she knew she could never stop it. The invincibility on her radiant sun sword was still on cooldown, leaving her with nothing. On instinct, she raised the Frostfall sword in front of her. It was a hopeless gesture, but it was all she had. As death closed in, a streak of violet light shot out from behind Zhao Yun. The golden hand was fast, yet the violet light was impossibly faster. Though the hand had appeared first and already surrounded her, the violet streak overtook it. An instant before the hand could touch her, the light pierced straight through. No boom, no shock wave, just the soft pop of a needle bursting a soap bubble, and the entire hand shattered. The violet light traced an elegant arc, returned, and hovered in front of her, spinning upright. Only then did she see it clearly, a palm-sized purple sword. A jolt shot through her. Reflexively, she turned to Zhao Yun, and he was already looking at her. "Don't worry, sweetheart," he said, calm and utterly sure of himself. "With me here, that old witch can't hurt you." His reassuring words left her rooted to the spot, speechless. Ever since the frantic ride back from Jianglu Demon City, since Shed barely blocked that folding fan with the Radiant Sun sword, Shed known this fight was way beyond her reach. First on the global rankings, or not. Hailed as Jiang City's strongest, or not. Leader of the Yunyang Guild with countless elites, or not. She understood her limits. Years of battle had honed her sense of power. The madwoman who threw that fan had shown overwhelming dominance in a single clash. When Shed used Identify, the status window was almost blank. The blonde woman in the Skytian's How was even more absurd. Her entire window was nothing but question marks. As for the two generals Zhao Yun called Zilong and Yunchang, and Zhao Yun himself, she hadn't even tried Identify. Anyone able to trade blows with Tianzhao couldn't possibly be weak. Outwardly, Shed stayed calm. Inside, Shed been shaken. Now that shock doubled. Shed just witnessed Tianzhao's might. One strike had driven her to despair. And Zhao Yun had brushed that same strike aside as if it were nothing. What had Zhao Yun become? How strong was he now? How could he be this strong? If he was this powerful, was he still really her husband? She had pondered this question long ago. It was during the days right after Zhao Yun's transformation. Before that, his face was hidden beneath scruffy stubble. He spent whole days hunched in the dark corner of the living room, staring blankly at the television while empty beer cans littered the floor. Mention work and he would shake his head. Mention the future and he would fall silent, his whole being spelled, "I've given up." Then one day, it was as if someone pressed a reset button. He began to smile. Warmth resurfaced in his voice. Each morning he warmed a glass of milk for Chung Chung, shaved off his whiskers, and headed out to hunt for odd jobs. At night he folded the money he'd earned, slid it into a drawer, and carefully calculated the household expenses. Looking at him, she saw again the spirited young man she had once fallen in love with. Joy thrilled her, yet fear clung just as tightly. She worried it was only a mirage, that she would wake to find him back on the couch, indifferent to life once more. Fortunately, that nightmare never came. Everything kept moving steadily in the right direction. Still, old wounds kept her from surrendering to happiness. She stuck to her usual routine, going to work on time, caring for Chungcheng after hours, even though every fiber of her wanted to stay by Zhao Yun's side. She feared that if she came too close, learned too much, she might trigger some hidden landmine, and he would revert to the man he used to be. Thus each day she swayed between bliss and unease. Yet odd events still emerged one after another, and the secrets around Zhao Yun kept multiplying, ever harder to explain. She knew plenty of details but dared not voice them, let alone dig deeper. Night after night, she asked herself, if the man before me is some unknown creature wearing Zhao Yun's skin, can these days of dependence and tenderness be justified to the real Zhao Yun? The answer was always the same: no, they cannot. Yet every time she reached that answer, she still surrendered, because that face was the one she loved most in this life. And whatever he was, he carried almost all of Zhao Yun's former virtues. A few times the guilt was too much and she blurted out, "What really happened?" Zhao Yun's replies were even more chilling. "I'm from 10 years in the future. The golden giant was me, and the sword master who slew the zombie dragon was also me. Each time she heard these words, her heart lurched as if it might burst from her chest. She would regret asking, end the conversation in haste, and smother her next wave of curiosity. Gradually, they forged an unspoken pact. She wouldn't question, and he would never slip up. Days passed in outward calm. Until today, she had witnessed the battle herself, strength so great it bordered on terrifying. Amitarasu is the name of a god in the Sakura kingdom, yet Zhao Yun had fought a god as an equal. So is he truly Zhao Yun? Is he really her husband? If not, where is the real Zhao Yun? And how is she supposed to face him after everything she has done? Two streams of tears slid down unchecked. Sweetheart, what's wrong? Are you hurt? Zhao Yun rushed to her side, worry lining his face. Huanyao shook her head, wiped away her tears, and forced a smile. I'm fine. Don't worry about me, just stay focused. She had already decided to come clean with the present Zhao Yun after the war, but this was not the time. She refused to become a burden to him at such a critical moment. Everything could wait until the battle was over. Zhao Yun sent his spiritual sense coursing through Huanyao's body, probing her inside and out. Only after confirming she was unharmed did he breathe a sigh of relief. Then his scarlet eyes snapped toward Tian Zhao, blazing with fury. You old witch. You dare ambush my wife and make her cry? Tired of living? His right arm shuddered, and an ancient bell the color of blood-red jade burst through the air. 9 fire dragons coiled along its surface, each scale seeming ready to soar away. The moment the bell left his hand, Zhao Yun pressed 2 fingers to his chest, murmured an incantation, and stabbed them at Tian Zhao. Zhulong, Lihua Belbun. Dong. The low clang shook mountains and rivers alike as the bell ballooned to several dozen yards, scarlet flames roaring down toward Tian Zhao's head. A chill shot through Tian Zhao. She had only meant to test Zhao Yun by striking Huanyao, never expecting to enrage him completely. Before the heat even reached her, sweat poured like rain. One misstep inside the bell's flames would annihilate her body and soul. She tried to dodge, only to find the air around her solid as stone. She couldn't move an inch. Divine art, radiant world light. With no other choice, she pushed her divinity to its limit. 10,000 ribbons of golden light shredded the clouds and devoured the sky, transforming heaven and earth into molten gold. Every inch under that brilliance became a foothold. In the blink of an eye, she reappeared dozens of miles away. The true power of radiant world light. Distance vanished wherever its light reached, with no cooldown whatsoever. Zhao Yun's gaze turned icy. Forming another seal, he barked, Zhulong Lihua Bell, drag her back. Whoosh. The bell's mouth twisted into a vortex, its suction ripping at the very sky. Even Tian Zhao could only blink from point to point, barely escaping its pull. Zhao Yun snorted. So one treasure isn't enough. He spread his left palm, revealing a violet crystal jade seal. Sparks crackled around it before he even activated a 9 heaven thunder seal. Leaving the Zhulong Lihua Bell to lock onto Tian Zhao, he hurled the thunder seal upward and chanted. Under the vast heavens, all lands lie within the sovereign's realm. To the earth's farthest edge, all subjects obey. By this thunder seal, I command the 9-fold skies. Let the thunders of the 9 heavens shake the 8 desolations. Boom. The heavens detonated. The golden world dimmed in an instant as black clouds rolled in, heavy as mountains. Lightning webbed the firmament, serpents of electricity thrashing wildly. The gold was snuffed out. Without it, Tian Zhao could no longer ride radiant world light. She staggered as the Zhulong Lihua Bell reeled her ever closer. Damn it. Even with her divine power tripled, she hadn't lasted 2 exchanges. Fury flashed in her eyes as the flaming bell loomed. Crack. A purple-white bolt split the heavens like a whip, carving a jagged scar across the sky. In the next heartbeat, countless violet streaks of lightning flooded the air, crashing down like a tidal wave. Bolts of violet lightning coiled like dragons, not striking downward as ordinary lightning would, but converging on Amitarasu. Beneath the darkened sky, an apocalyptic vision exploded into being. Huanyao stood with her head thrown back, the only thing reflected in her eyes that bewitching purple light. The thunder's savage roar churned her organs, yet in the next instant her chaotic thoughts were scoured clean, leaving her mind crystalline and empty. Amaterasu's hackles rose as well. Even in her weakened state, she knew she must never meet such lightning. Head-on hit would cripple her, and the 9-dragon fire shield rushing in behind would finish the job. The slightest misstep meant instant death. She hesitated for no one. Raising one hand, she traced a line between heaven and earth and uttered 2 crisp words, divine kingdom. A golden tide erupted from her and, in the blink of an eye, unfolded into an independent world. Aerial palaces of gold floated aloft, tier upon tier of pavilions stacked in midair. Clouds, forests, mountains, and even rolling seas all seemed cast in molten gold, while creatures of every shape and size darted through the splendor. An immense living mural suddenly grafted onto reality. Amachu Lomi Baxi Lukuemi. An unintelligible chant drifted from the depths of the divine kingdom. The syllables were strange, yet holy, the chorus of countless spirits extolling Amitarasu. The ferocious lightning that crossed the golden border was instantly compressed to the width of an arm. By the time it reached Amitarasu, it had lost all force. A casual flick of her radiance scattered it completely. The suction of the nine-dragon fire shield slammed against the kingdom's walls and went no further. Amitarasu hovered at the realm's center, utterly unmoved. Outside, thunderclouds boiled and daylight vanished. Inside, golden light poured down while music and dance filled the air. After effortlessly repelling Zhao Yun's assault, she regained her composure and smiled across the void. Do you still wish to continue? Why wouldn't I? Zhao Yun sneered, perfectly calm. Others might have quailed before the majesty of a divine kingdom, but he knew its limits. A domain had seen Yuan Qingyao wield one in a divine descent state, only for Zhuge Liang's eight-gate golden lock to shatter it. A divine kingdom was merely the next step, something the eight-gate golden lock could not crack, yet it devoured divine power without end. Without a constant stream of faith to replenish her, every ounce Amitarasu spent was one she would never regain. He was delighted to see her keep the kingdom open. Once her power ran dry, she would be his to toy with. Amitarasu understood this better than anyone. When Zhao Yun refused to back down, her face darkened, and the divine kingdom rumbled forward. So you refuse the toast and choose the penalty? Very well, mortal. Since you insist on dying, I will oblige. Divine art blazing sun realm slash. Her hand chopped through the air, and razor-sharp golden arcs fanned out, cleaving toward Zhao Yun. The arcs were no bigger than a palm when they first appeared, yet by the time they flew out of the divine realm, they spanned from earth to sky. Crisscrossing crescents of gold sealed every avenue of retreat, leaving Zhao Yun with nowhere to run. He dispelled the nine-dragon fire shield and the nine heavens thunder seal, flicked his fingers, and the ancient sword on his back sprang from its scabbard to hover beneath his feet. Classic sword-riding technique. Supported by the blade's glow, his speed multiplied, and he shot through the layered golden crescents like a bolt of lightning. At first he thought evasion alone would suffice. After a few breaths, however, a chill raced down his spine as razor-sharp edges closed in. When he glanced back, a swarm of golden arcs was curling toward him from behind. Zhao Yun's heart sank. These crescents were not a one-off strike. Unless they were completely destroyed, they would loop and slice without end until the target was erased. The longer he delayed, the more perilous it became. Realizing this, he halted in midair. Tianzhao, puzzled by his sudden stop, watched as he adopted the very stance she had used moments ago, one hand to the sky, one to the earth. Then he whispered two syllables, Kunlun. Whoosh. A new world unfolded with Zhao Yun at its center. Unlike Tianzhao's golden realm, this space was rendered in black, white, and gray. Jagged mountains stretched endlessly, their peaks buried in snow, while palaces loomed above the clouds. Sword-riding figures streaked through the mist like strokes of ink across a scroll. Swish, swish, swish. One golden crescent after another burst into the scene, yet the moment they crossed the boundary, they shrank back to palm size. Countless flying swords darted out of the cloud banks, each delivering a gentle slash. The crescents split in two and shattered on the spot. Tianzhao froze, staring at Zhao Yun in disbelief. How is this possible? You're immortal, how can you wield a divine domain? In the next instant her pupils contracted as she shouted, Godslayer! You murdered a deity and stole its divinity to forge a false domain. Such a crime cannot be forgiven. Zhao Yun chuckled. He had to admit she reacted quickly. She was right. Kunlun had been merely his personal domain until he infused it with a stolen god's heart, elevating it to a pseudo-divine realm, hence its monochrome palette. Most professionals, even with a false domain, would still falter before a true god, but the Dao Master class was different. Before reaching its pinnacle, the class is called Seeker of the Dao, a path unlike the more common Taoist priest. A priest ends as a perfected one, aiming for harmony with the Dao. A seeker, however, culminates as a Dao Master, striving to explore, comprehend, and ultimately command the Dao itself. Only one who can wield the Dao deserves to be called a Dao Master. Compared with an immortal adept, a Dao Lord is far more than a little stronger in combat. That gap is precisely why Zhao Yun, still in a mortal body, can meet Amitarasu Hedon, using mortal arts to clash with divine magic. At the moment, the Kunlun domain he has forged is only half finished. Sheta has poured in just one fragment of divinity, barely a tenth of what it will need. Even so, it is already enough to stand against Amitarasu. If he adds the remaining 9 fragments and completes Kunlun, destroying a god of Amitarasu stature would be as easy as breathing. That goal was one of Zhao Yun's pursuits in his previous life, yet plans never keep pace with change. Impossible. Amaterasu's expression twisted. In the celestial realm, the fall or serious injury of any god sends shockwaves through the entire pantheon. If Zhao Yun had slain a deity and stolen their divinity, she would have sensed it. But if he is not, how did he acquire this false god domain? No matter how she pondered, she found no answer. Zhao Yun had no interest in explaining. He too must burn divine power to activate Kunlun. Amaterasu's faith link has been severed, so her power cannot replenish. And Zhao Yun has no worshippers at all. Every spark he uses comes from the divinity fragment itself, dwindling with each spell. In that sense, their predicaments are alike. Moreover, with only one fragment, Kunlun's reserves are actually smaller than Amitarasu's. A war of attrition would favor her. Knowing this, Zhao Yun still charged without hesitation. Amitarasu was just as decisive. Their two divine kingdoms slammed together. Boom. Heaven and earth shuddered, splitting into two stark halves. On one side, Kunlun shimmered in swirling black, white, and gray. On the other, Amaterasu's realm blazed with boundless gold. At the border, mountains cracked and rivers burst, the land quaking, while the creatures of both realms hurled themselves at each other, each side intent on wiping the other out. Ramming divine kingdoms is the most direct and brutal way for gods to fight. It is a contest of raw power, a duel of divinity. Its weakness is equally obvious: it takes far too long. When the gap is not vast, a result can take decades, and even the victor is usually left greatly weakened. To shorten the battle, gods typically invade the enemy's realm and continue the fight inside. Once the kingdoms collide, their suppressive fields drop to a tenth of their normal strength, so each side's spells are no longer heavily restrained in enemy territory. The standoff resets to square one. 9 Dragon Fire Shield. 9 Heavens Thunder Seal Go. Zhao Yun wove hand seals, sending 2 treasures hurtling toward Amitarasu. Her face paled. She had already suffered at the hands of these artifacts. Seeing them again, instinctive dread rose in her heart. But Zhao Yun was far from finished. His sword arts flickered as flying swords shot from his sleeve like streaks of light. Gentle spring, warm summer, frosted autumn, biting winter go. Seasons turn, myriad changes unfold. Celestial evolution sword array descend. Led by the 4 seasonal blades, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, a total of 128 flying swords hurtled down around Tianzhao. The sword light roared like a tempest, tearing the air in layered waves. Interwoven with the 9-fold thunder seal and the 9-dragon fiery barrier, it formed a vast killing net, leaving Tianzhao trapped at its center with death closing in from every side. She refused to wait for death. Divine art, unmoving true sun, blazing gold light burst from her body, resisting the twin onslaught of thunder and hellfire. Divine art, searing solar rift. A scorching blade of sunlight shot out, clashing with the countless sword lights of the sky-rending formation. At first her defense seemed flawless, yet within 2 minutes her face blanched. Unmoving true sun could not repel every bolt. Purple gold lightning pierced the barrier, slamming into her divine flesh and splitting skin with crackling arcs. At the same time, the gap between her and the 9-dragon fiery barrier kept shrinking, its suction threatening to drag her into that blazing prison. Searing solar rift was also faltering. Despite her whirling blade, stray sword shadows slipped through, slashing dense wounds across her pale arms, shoulders, and waist. Scalding golden godblood streamed from the cuts, tracing thin lines through the void. In the distance, Zhao Yun, who controlled the array, watched with feverish eyes and unconsciously licked his lips. Godblood far richer than devil dragon essence, shame it's the wrong moment to harvest it. I can't exactly rush over and lick it up, that'd be twisted. Shaking his head in regret, he poured even more power into the formation. Tianzhao's heart grew colder. Losing the direct clash was bad enough, but she was also yielding ground in the fight for the divine kingdom. Gritting her teeth, she shouted, "Stop. This helps neither of us. Even if you beat me, you still won't get what you truly want, and the demons will reap the reward." The demons. Zhao Yun fell silent. Tianzhao had raised the point once before, and he had dismissed it, but now things had changed. The battle had raged too long and too loudly. The demon realm had finally caught the scent of blood. His senses told him thick demonic chi was rising in the distance, black clouds massing and rolling toward them. The realm's minions were already on the move, and their numbers would only swell. Seeing his hesitation, Tianzhao laid her cards on the table. "Can't you feel them? If we keep this up, we'll only draw stronger forces from the demon realm. We both know what they covet. I have it. You have it. There's no escaping. Hey, race my offer. Escort me safely back to the divine realm, and I'll give you 1 fragment of divinity." Zhao Yun's brow lifted. A fragment of divinity was exactly what he sought. Tianzhao held 3 within her. Killing her might not yield them all, and the demons could seize whatever fell. The offer was tempting. He nodded. "Fine. Give me the fragment now, and I'll see you home." Tianzhao exhaled softly. "Protect me, and before I cross the boundary, I'll hand it over." "I don't trust you. Give it to me first," Zhao Yun insisted. "Be serious. Once you're inside the divine realm, why would you pay up? Who would I complain to?" Tianzhao rejected him outright, her voice cutting cleanly through the thunderous swirl of sword ki. She knew perfectly well that Zhao Yun had coveted her divinity from the very beginning. For the moment she was on the back foot, but if he truly meant to kill her, it would take far more than a single exchange, buying her enough time to negotiate. Yet if she surrendered 1 shard of her God's Park now, the balance would tip completely. Weakened, She would be a breath away from Zhao Yun's blade. The thought tightened in her chest. A dignified deity, safe in the celestial realm, had descended only to suffer this calamity. Countless gods schemed from the shadows. Why had misfortune chosen her alone? Then there's nothing to discuss, Zhao Yun murmured, forming a seal. The skywide sword light folded into a river of stars. The Yantian's sword array shuddered, its assault surging anew. Damn it, Tianzhao bit down on her silver teeth. She had already made an unprecedented concession, offering one shard of her god's spark. Yet this mortal still refused to trust her. A goddess lowering her head, and still denied the barest faith. Infuriating, utterly infuriating. But rage could not halt the Yantian sword array, the Xiaolin divine fire shield, and the nine heaven thunder seal descending together, nor could it stop her divine domain from cracking apart in the void. She could stake another shard, crush Zhao Yun, even kill him on the spot. But 3 shards had already drawn the demon realm's attention. A 4th would only summon stronger reinforcements. Even if she slew Zhao Yun, 4 shards would be forfeit, and losing 40% of her power would send her status in the celestial realm plummeting. After a brief calculation, Tianzhao drew a steady breath. You really can trust me. I am a god. My basic dignity remains, and I do not break my word. Refuse, and only 2 endings await. First, you kill this avatar of mine, claim the shard, and watch the demon realm steal it from you. Second, I raise the stakes, add another shard, and kill you here. Either way, you profit nothing. Accept my terms, and when I return to the celestial realm, I will deliver a shard as promised. Your strength is already considerable. With my shard, these demons before us are no threat. Cooperation helps us both. Conflict ruins us both. A simple choice, surely you understand. Words poured out of her. Since descending, she had never spoken so much at once. The lofty aura of a goddess was gone, replaced by the gentle tone of an elder sister. For now she mentioned none of the broken domains or lost believers. She only sought to cut her losses. Swordlight still flooded like a tide, and fire and lightning wove a vast net overhead. Zhao Yun's offensive never paused. After hearing her appeal, he finally nodded slowly under her hopeful gaze. I agree to your terms, and I'll escort you back to the celestial realm. But 1 shard isn't enough. I want 2. Tianzhao almost coughed up blood from rage. Moments earlier, surrendering a single shard of divinity would have ended the dispute. Yet after all her pleading, Zhao Yun refused to compromise, and even demanded more. Are you toying with me? Tianzhao roared. Am not. I'm perfectly sincere, Zhao Yun replied, still calm. Fine. Tianzhao nodded through clenched teeth. Since you refuse to bargain, we're done. You're forcing my hand. Don't blame me for having no bottom line. Before her words faded, she formed a rapid seal, and golden light erupted from her body. Boom. Her golden divine kingdom tore free of Zhao Yun's Kunlun divine kingdom, then streaked westward. Zhao Yun frowned and shot after her. In raw strength, Tianzhao was no match for him. In speed, she lagged even farther behind. Within moments, Kunlun caught up and slammed into the golden realm. But Tianzhao had no wish to fight. She detonated her power again, blasted Kunlun aside, and fled. Zhao Yun's brows knit tighter. Such repeated outbursts would only hasten her collapse. What was she planning? With a wave, he summoned a violet sword of light, swept He Wanyang onto it, deposited her within Kunlun, and took off after Tianzhao once more. The chase hadn't lasted long before realization dawned. Tianzhao wasn't simply fleeing. She was changing the battlefield. She was heading straight for the Hua nation. Once inside its borders, she could use an entire country as leverage, forcing him to hold back. As seeing through her scheme, Zhao Yun remained unruffled. Throughout the fight, a faint Jiugong Bagua diagram had appeared beneath his feet, so dim even he might have missed it. Compared with treasures like the Jiolong Li Hua shield, the Jiuxiao Lei Shi, and the Ciji Feijian, this was his true trump card. Now that he knew her aim, Zhao Yun deliberately slowed down, even withdrawing Kunlun and letting only the violet sword carry He Wanyang forward. His apparent concession suited Tianzhao perfectly. Seeing him decelerate, she slowed as well and retracted her golden kingdom. The realm devoured her divine power every second it stayed manifest. Thus the two streaked over open water, one behind the other. They had barely reached the sea when the calm surface erupted, gales howled, waves towered, and the sky darkened as lightning snaked through the clouds. The threat of a storm filled the air, yet neither Tianzhao nor Zhao Yun spared it. A glance could frighten mortals, nothing more. But the upheaval only intensified. Wind shrieked, waves roared, thunder cracked. In an instant, a waterspout surged upward ahead of them. It swelled into a colossal pillar that bridged sea and sky, an apocalyptic sight fit for the end of the world. Yet despite the looming threat, Amitarasu and Zhao Yun remained perfectly calm, treating the massive waterspout racing toward them as if it were nothing. They did not even bother to adjust their course, streaking through the air like arrows aimed straight at the spout's heart. The purple flying sword dissolved into a translucent shield of light, holding He Wanyao securely at its center. Although the wind and spray could not touch her, her heart still clenched in instinctive fear of the sea itself. Since the cataclysm, the ocean had become the ultimate forbidden zone. Every individual, faction, or nation that challenged it had been swallowed whole. That blue graveyard inspired dread in everyone, and Huanyao was no exception. And now she was crossing it in person. Terror surged so strongly that she instinctively wanted to call out to Zhao Yun, yet the word husband stuck on her tongue and refused to leave. Zhao Yun had been tracking her emotions the whole time and read her turmoil at a glance. He had countless explanations ready, but this was not the moment. Instead, he offered a quiet reassurance. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Those 5 simple words made her pause, then she nodded silently. She still had countless questions about the man beside her, but that single sentence anchored her heart. Whoosh! Amitarasu dove into the waterspout first. Dense seawater hissed into clouds of steam under her blazing golden light. Zhou Yun and Huanyao followed, slicing through the vortex's core. As they had guessed, the spout was all spectacle and little substantia death trap for ordinary cultivators, but to them nothing more than empty bluster. Yet the instant the 3 of them burst free, roar! It was as if the entire sea had found a voice. A deafening roar exploded from unfathomable depths, and in the next heartbeat an irresistible force split the surface apart. A colossal maw lunged upward, vast enough to swallow the sky. Cold flooded Huanyo's veins, and her mind went blank. Before and after the cataclysm, she had faced countless bizarre creatures, and in the past month alone had confronted bosses and monsters of every size. Yet the behemoth before her, with only half its jaws exposed, eclipsed everything she had ever known. The giant war golems she once fought were ants by comparison. Forbidden City, Council Hall. Since the live feed from Sakura Nation went dark, all of China had been scrambling for any footage. The urgency grew after the Allied forces were hurled back across their border by the beasts. Analysts and technicians worked around the clock to learn what was happening there because Chinese Lieutenant General Zhou Yun was still in Sakura Nation and had not returned. Meanwhile, his wife had seized the teleportation keys of Jianglu Demon City and Jinghang Demon City, used them to return to Sakura Nation, and destroyed both keys afterward. After their teleportation failed, the coalition repeatedly petitioned higher command for permission to assault the nearest demon city, seize its teleport array, and return to the Sakura Kingdom to rescue Zhou Yun and his wife. Yet every request was summarily rejected the moment it reached the Forbidden City. The leadership knew all too well that Zhou Yun now faced the palace master of the Onmyo Academy, lord of the sacred land, an opponent of such caliber that, if he closed in, even Zhou Yun's prodigious strength would scarcely matter. Seeing this, Zhou Yun had forced the entire coalition to evacuate, leaving life and death to himself alone. In the chaos, Madame Zhou was also drawn into danger. Now the couple had put their lives completely aside. One was Lieutenant General Zhou Yun, who had almost single-handedly lifted Huan Nation into the ranks of the world's strongest powers. The other was Madame Zhou, chairwoman of Jiangcheng's mightiest guild and the highest-level player on Earth. Their sacrifice cut Huan Nation to the bone. Not another life could be risked. Moreover, the coalition soldiers owed their survival to the couple's protection if anything happened to those men now. How could the nation face the Zhous? With this in mind, the Forbidden City issued an almost brutal directive. No one, especially in Jiangcheng or Jingnan City, was to attempt any form of rescue. Violators would be seized immediately and tried for treason. Even so, the High Command kept its eyes glued to every scrap of footage from the Sakura Kingdom. Alive or dead, the Zhous had to be found. Nerves were stretched to the limit, each person sensing that when the truth surfaced, it might be revealed by 2 frozen corpses or no corpses at all. No one knew how long the stifling wait lasted. Suddenly, simultaneous calls came from Jianglu Demon City and Jinghang Demon City. People were returning from the Sakura Kingdom, and they were exactly those Huan nationals who had been trapped for 3 full years. In that instant, families wept aloud, and plazas in Jiangcheng, Jingnan City, and across the nation erupted in thunderous cheers. Although the teleport arrays in Jianglu and Jinghang had been shut down from the other side, people could still come through. This was the first good news. If the Zhous escaped, they could come home the same way. The second piece of news was even more electrifying. At least one of the couple had survived. Otherwise, no one could have sent those people back. Every returee told the same story. They had seen only magical beasts, which had shoved them onto the teleport array. Magical beasts rescuing humans? Humanity's sworn enemies, the vanguard of the demon race? No one believed it. They could only insist that Zhou Yun and his wife had somehow subdued the creatures and forced them to help. Lacking proof, the nation chose to believe anyway. From then on, the teleport light flared again and again, and the names on the list were checked off one by one. Each burst of light drew another roar from the crowd, signaling not only a compatriot saved, but the Zhou's ongoing fight for life. At last, the final name stepped safely from the array, and every clue to the couple's fate fell silent once more. Anxiety and dread closed in on every heart. No one knew how much time passed before the Grand Astrologer, summoned to the council chamber, stared fixedly into his scrying mirror. All at once he leapt to his feet, his voice cracking with excitement. I see him. I see him. Lieutenant General Zhou is alive. He's alive. What? Inside the council chamber, everyone snapped to attention. The Jianzhang's eyes flared with pale light, and the scene he was watching was projected into the air. Zhao Yun, one arm wrapped around He Yao, streaked over the sea alongside a blonde woman named Tian Zhao. Is that the ocean? Why are Major General Zhou and his wife flying? Who's the blonde woman up front? A waterspout? Are they about to charge straight through it? Exclamations overlapped. Moving like shafts of light, Tian Zhao and Zhou Yun plunged into the vortex. The waves roiled, and from the depths a colossal maw, big as a mountain, burst upward, its black throat wide enough to swallow the sky itself. Every breath in the hall stalled. They all knew the sea was perilous, but nothing had prepared them for a monster this terrifying. Convinced the trio was about to be devoured, they watched helplessly until... Fools! Tian Zhao snorted. With a casual sweep of her alabaster hand, a golden arc of light cleaved the monster's mouth in two. The afterimage still hung in the air when the sundered jaws crashed back into the water like a broken cliff. The hall went deathly quiet. What they had just witnessed blocked every word in their throats. Perhaps the fall of that titanic sea beast cowed the rest of its kind. For the remainder of the journey, the sky stayed clear, the ocean calm, and no other creature dared appear. The peace felt utterly at odds with everything they knew about the mutated seas, yet it made sense after such a one-sided slaughter. What fool would be next? Once their nerves steadied, new questions rushed in. Why were Zhou Yun and his wife traveling with that terrifying blonde woman? They didn't seem like friends, yet clearly weren't enemies. Where were they heading? The answer soon emerged. Endless blue offered no bearings until a shoreline appeared. The Jianjing blanched and blurted. That's the coast of Shanzhou City. Shanzhou City, almost forgotten since the world changed, was one of Zhujiang's coastal hubs. If they were flying toward Shanzhou, then they're coming back to Huagua. Shock gave way to elation. Eyes widened, faces flushed with excitement. This is amazing. Major General Zhou and Madame Zhou are safe, and they're almost home. The heavens favor the worthy. Absolutely. I told you nothing could happen to Major General Zhou. Good. Good. As long as they're back, that's all that matters. Weren't they supposed to be facing a powerful enemy? Has that enemy already been defeated? Do you even need to ask? It must have been that blonde woman who helped us out. When she comes to Huagua, no matter which city she visits, we have to be proper hosts and thank her properly. Just as Jianzheng predicted, Amitarasu's first landing point was Shanzhou City, or rather, she meant to use Shanzhou as a gateway into Huagua's heartland. A strange field hung over the sea, blocking living beings from crossing, but to Amitarasu and Zhou Yun it felt no more substantial than morning mist. In mere moments they crossed the coastline and entered Huagua's skies. Amitarasu did not pause. She shot onward toward the interior. To keep Zhou Yun in check, she needed a city as a hostage, and she quickly locked onto the closest one, Jiangqing. With a slight course correction, she drew a golden streak across the sky and dived straight toward the city. Zhou Yun frowned but stayed silent, pursuing her closely. Freed of the sea's restraining field, both travelers accelerated sharply. After only a few breaths, they were already above Jiangqing. The instant she arrived, Amitarasu unleashed her divine might. The descending shockwave slammed down like a collapsing mountain. Citizens had no time to scream before they were forced to their knees. The ground cracked under the weight, and blood spurted from countless mouths. Li Wire, Qin Feng, and the others who had been returned from Sakura country were pinned beneath the rubble as well. What's happening? Why? They tried to lift their heads, to see their sudden foe, but even their necks refused to move. Humph! Zhou Yun gave a cold snort and released a vast aura that collided heat-in with Amitarasu's pressure. In an instant the oppression shattered, and the people of Jiangsheng could finally draw breath. Amitarasu looked down with a faint smile. So you do care about these lives? I thought the man who wiped out every source of my faith had a heart of stone. How does it feel to fight while dragging a whole city's worth of dead weight? Zhou Yun said nothing. In a duel, divine pressure meant little to him, but shielding an entire city forced him to meet it heat-in, leaving him half a step behind and on the defensive. After a long stalemate, Amitarasu finally gained the slightest upper hand, and a glimmer of triumph crossed her face. The triumph lasted only an instant. Demons who had been hiding in the shadows suddenly struck. Tendrils of pitch-black, demonic chi tore through the air like cracks in the sky. Behind each strand floated a powerhouse from the demon realm, 1 to 3 for 16 in total. Zhou Yun's eyes narrowed. Judging by their auras, all 16 were Tian Modmans, second only to a demon god. Huh, what nerve! Zhou Yun broke into a heartfelt laugh. The scene unfolding before him was the very script he had always longed for. Amitarasu? She was merely a deity, and only a half-god at that, reinforced by 3 shards of divinity. Even if he struck her down right now, the most he could harvest would be those 3 shards. With luck, he might collect them all. With bad luck, he could wind up with only 1 or go home empty-handed. But the moment 16 celestial demons crossed the boundary, everything changed. The demon race is rigidly stratified: demon trooper, warrior, captain, marshal, lord, king, emperor, then celestial demon. A demon emperor already represents the upper limit of ordinary demons, and one emperor can command 10 billion troopers. Celestial demons rank still higher. They no longer lead armies, but serve directly as envoys to the demon god. The demon god, eager to avoid petty chores, offloads nearly every task onto these envoys. To speak and act for such a god, a celestial demon must wield comparable might, the power of a divinity shard. Unlike orthodox gods such as Amitarasu, the demon god willingly hands out these shards. Each celestial demon carries one of their own. 16 celestial demons plus Amitarasu 3 fragments put a total of 19 shards on the table. If Zhao Yun could claim them all, the thought sent fire coursing through his veins. The unpredictability of avatar logins had always plagued him. Each session burned kinship points, and those were limited. Casual battles in the mortal realm were manageable, but facing a god like Amitarasu drained his reserves dry. For this showdown, he had lain low an entire month, hoarding points and infiltrating the Sakura kingdom, all for the sake of divinity shards. So far, everything had gone like clockwork. If another orthodox god appeared, or if Amitarasu raised the stakes, his plan could shatter in an instant. A Dao lord could clash with a god, but not without cost. If a deity threw everything on the line, he would suffer. Celestial demons, however, were different. No matter how many showed up, each bore only one shard. Break their combined assault, cut down the first, and the rest could fall in rapid succession. To Zhao Yun, the more the merrier. He glanced at the 9-palace 8-trigram diagram beneath his feet, making a silent calculation. The pattern was already sharper than it had been back in the Sakura kingdom, yet it still needed a bit more time to fully form. During this brief window, he had to endure not only holding off 16 celestial demons, but also keeping Amitarasu in check. Taking on 16 celestial demons single-handed was nearly impossible, and even with Amaterasu's current power added in, their combined strength couldn't withstand the demons' coordinated assault. Otherwise, these envoys wouldn't have chosen this exact moment to descend. They clearly expected victory. At a moment like this, you can still laugh? Amitarasu looked at Zhao Yun, his persistent smile making her voice climb half an octave. 16 celestial demons, 16 shards of divinity. It might not equal the force of 16 full shards of divinity, but it was still far beyond what she could handle right now. Even if her true form descended, defeating the enemies before her would carry a steep price. Amitarasu knew that all too well. Black mists billowed from the 16 demon lords, their murderous intent almost tangible. Sweat dampened Amaterasu's palms, yet she dared not lose focus for a moment. What are you afraid of? Zhao Yun's voice stayed light. Every city in Huagua is still standing, because none have fallen. No local demon lords could emerge. Your Sakura nation lost 3 cities, so at most you raised 4 demon lords. He pointed at the darkened sky. The other 12 come from abroad. They're fighting outside their own territory, and this place lies beyond the demon realm's reach. They can't keep it up for long. Hold out against the first wave, and the rest will be easy. It sounded so simple, but Amaterasu's shoulders were knotted with tension. Hold the first wave? With what? Besides, they're not just after me. Her gaze swept over Zhao Yun. I carry shards of divinity, and so do you. If we lose, you'll forfeit 3 shards, but you'll be dead for good, Taoist. Zhao Yun only shook his head. His violet flying sword whistled through the air, ferrying He Wanyao straight back to Jiang City. The 16 demon lords didn't budge. To them, she was just a mortal. Their real prey was Zhao Yun and Amitarasu. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. Anxiety gnawed at Amitarasu, and she finally spoke. I agree to your earlier terms. What terms? Zhao Yun's smile was faintly amused. Amitarasu clenched her teeth. 2 shards of divinity now. Escort me back to the god realm. Deal. Hand them over. Zhao Yun spread his fingers, making no attempt to hide his eagerness. Killing this avatar might not have yielded 2 intact shards. Accepting them as a gift was far easier. A muscle twitched at Amaterasu's eye. Swear on your Dao ancestor that once you have them, you'll get me home safely. Fine. Ignoring the 16 demon lords, Zhao Yun raised his hand and swore. With the Dao ancestor as my witness, he rattled through the oath, knowing the Dao ancestor wouldn't intervene. When the words were spoken, he extended his hand again. Satisfied? Silent. Amitarasu floated closer and pressed her palm to his. 2 pure streams of golden energy surged into Zhao Yun's body. Amaterasu's aura plummeted like a dying sun, while Zhao Yun's power soared, a whale swallowing the sea. He flashed a wolfish grin. Amitarasu shivered. What are you planning? You swore an oath. What are you thinking? Zhao Yun smiled. I keep my promises. Head back to your god realm. If you ever have another deal this good, look me up. Rage boiled inside her. Without Zhao Yun severing her faith ties, she'd never have landed in this mess. Now she'd handed him 2 shards on top of it. Still, she forced the anger down. If things went well, she might yet keep the last shard. He'll remember you. She glared at him, then gathered her light. A straight pillar of gold shot skyward and lifted her form with it. At that instant, the 16 demon lords attacked. Boom, 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 boom. 16 colossal black palms reached across the void, merging into one stream of darkness to drag Amitarasu back down. Impudent. Two thunderous shouts, one from the west, one from the south, exploded almost together. The familiar flood beast of the primordial waters rode a wave in, its massive tail sweeping aside 8 black palms. From the other flank, a titanic crimson sword dropped from the sky, severing the remaining 8 in one cut. Hovering in midair, Amitarasu was stunned. Someone was still willing to help her at the last second. In a flash, she understood and spun to glare at Zhao Yun. He only waved and smiled, utterly at ease. Of course reinforcements would come. With demon lords manifesting, Wawo's sacred sites were hardly for show. They'd never stand by and watch. Your only mistake was impatience. If you'd waited a little longer, you would have seen the cavalry arrive. Inside Jiangxing, everyone stood dumbstruck. Only after the suffocating pressure vanished did they dare look up and see the spectacle overhead, a golden beam piercing the heavens, 16 vast obsidian hands blotting out the sky, a crimson greatsword hanging in midair, and a majestic primordial beast riding the clouds with a thunderous roar. Each sight overturned everything they thought they knew, leaving them to wonder if they were still on Earth. What on earth is happening? Who's dueling up there? In their memories, only the calamity stirred by the zombie demon dragon Emperor Osifusi could be mentioned in the same breath. They were certain that if the battle touched them, they would be reduced to dust in an instant. Fortunately, brilliant killing moves kept tearing the heavens apart, yet every shockwave stopped short of the ground. At first no one understood why, until someone shouted. A barrier as thin as a cicada's wing was suspended above their heads. Each time a blast rolled downward, ripples spread across the shield, mysterious bagua diagrams flashing and turning, blocking every shred of destructive force. Flash. Rip. The 16 dark hands were hacked in two and shredded by the crimson sword and the water-parting primordial beast. The severed palms dissolved into black mist, then reformed at once and clawed upward again. The sword and the beast could only meet them blow for blow, locked in an endless struggle. Just then, 2 streaks of light swept over and halted near Zhao Yun. Brother Zhao. One of the newcomers cupped his fist and called out. Zhao Yun flicked his wrist, letting his horsetail whisk unfurl, and nodded lightly. Brotherly. The speaker was Li Jingji, master of the beast-taming palace and lord of the water-parting primordial beast. A sacred land master could hardly stay idle while heavenly fiends invaded. His pupils now blazed with divine light, had entered the state of divine descent. At his present cultivation, he was still far weaker than a heavenly fiend. Only by borrowing divine power could he hope to contend. Zhao Yun was not surprised. The one truly stunned was Li Jingji himself. Moments ago, when he cried Brother Zhao, he hadn't been sure it was really him. Zhao Yun's figure was wrapped in a pale mist, and only by relying on divine sight had Li glimpsed the outline. It looked familiar, so the name slipped out. He meant to take it back at once, yet the other answered. You. Li Jingji lifted a hand and pointed at Zhao Yun, but the word stuck in his throat. In the divine descent state, his sense of qi was razor sharp. The Zhao Yun before him possessed at least 100 times his own combat power. If Zhao Yun so wished, a casual gesture could erase him. Such a gulf was unimaginable compared with the friend he once knew. Not his Zhao Yun belonged to an entirely different world. As they spoke, another figure stepped forward and bowed to Zhao Yun. I am Jian Feihong, master of Xinjian Mountain Villa. Greetings, Senior Zhao. He wore a form-fitting scarlet swordsman's robe. His black hair streamed freely, and the sharp lines of his features looked even more resolute in the biting wind high above. Every inch of him radiated an untamed, heroic spirit. Like Li Jingji, he had entered divine descent. A halo of power pulsed over his skin, his aura burning like fire and surging like a dragon. Senior. Li Jingji twitched at the corner of her mouth, muttering inwardly. Their seniority was a total mess. She and Jian Feihong had always treated each other as equals, yet now both had to call Zhao Yun senior. On the ground, the people of Jiangxing were already stupefied by just a few words. That mild-mannered scholar must be Palace Master Li of Yusho Palace, right? Has to be. The water-splitting desolate beast is here. How could it be fake? The master of Yusho Palace is here, and so is the master of Xinjian Mountain Villa. 2 of Waguo's 3 holy lands have shown up at once. Did you notice? The lords of both holy lands are treating that Taoist with utmost respect. Who in the world is that Taoist to command such deference? Who cares? Even the master of Xinjian Mountain Villa calls him senior. Enough talk, fear fighting. High above, 16 fiendish demons swung colossal black claws, trying again and again to seize Amitarasu, but each attempt failed. As the sphere of light climbed higher, the demons abruptly halted, taking up positions around the compass. Black light flared at every brow. SHHHK. 16 ebon beams lanced outward, all aimed at a single convergence point. River of sword chi. Jian Feihong gripped his flaming greatsword and slashed. Whoosh, scorching scarlet fire poured along the sword's trajectory like a reverse torrent of molten river. When the strike ended, the flames still roared in midair, forcibly severing the point where the 16 beams were to meet. The blow landed perfectly. Without pausing, Jian Feihong charged straight at the demons, sword in hand. Li Jingji did not dare relax either, driving the water-splitting desolate beast into the fray with a thunderous roar. Backed by the profound heritage of their holy lands and the power of divine descent, the two masters actually managed to suppress the demons, each of whom wielded the strength of a divinity. Yet their expressions remained grim. Jian Feihong shouted a warning. If those 16 demons complete their formation, the consequences will be disastrous. Senior, we beg your aid. Help us drive them back. Very well. Zhao Yun nodded. With a flick of his horsetail whisk, he traced signs across heaven and earth. Kunlun Divine Kingdom Manifest. Boom. An imposing divine realm unfolded out of nothingness. Jade towers and golden palaces, green mountains and white clouds layered themselves in midair, and a vast, majestic power swept across the sky. A divine kingdom. He actually created a divine kingdom. Well-traveled as they were, Jian Feihong and Li Jingji understood at once. Only a true wielder of divine power, blessed with extraordinary insight, could evolve a kingdom of gods beyond the level of a mere domain. Their battle was no longer a desperate struggle between two divine descent warriors and 16 demon gods. Now, they had a peerless master on their side, one who possessed divine power enough to open a kingdom of his own. This fight was theirs to win. Even the 16 celestial fiends went pale. Moments earlier, they had wondered why the demon god would send all of them merely to subdue a divine avatar, holding only 3 shards of divinity. Now the answer was obvious. Besides the god who had descended, another equally terrifying powerhouse had been hiding among mortals all along. You just wait. He'll be back for you. Tian's furious shout fell from some distant height, then cut off mid-sentence. She had clearly withdrawn to the divine realm. Wind howled overhead. The 16 celestial fiends lifted their heads in unison, confirmed Tian's departure, and then, half smiling, locked their gaze on Zhao Yun. A divine realm was daunting, but with only one opponent left, they still had a chance to fulfill the demon god's order. Seize at least 1 shard of divinity. Tian's shard was gone, yet Zhao Yun's was within reach. Li Jingji and Jian Jinghong pressed their assault. Sword light and palm strikes rained down, but the fiends parried while retreating, always keeping a safe distance from the edge of the Kunlun divine realm. In a flash, a blot of inky mist churned beneath their feet, writhing like a living thing as it bound the 16 together. Not good. Cold sweat beaded on Li Jingxi's brow. They've linked up. It's the demon's void symbiosis art, Jian Jinghong told Zhao Yun. Once it's active, they share both life force and wounds. Right now they're practically one body. Zhao Yun merely nodded. With a blur, he pulled all 16 fiends into the Kunlun divine realm. This time, however, they showed no fear. They had already gauged Li Jingji and Jian Jinghong's strength. Even without the symbiosis art, they could barely hold their own, and now they fought as a single entity. To test their newfound defense, one fiend stepped forward and met Jian Jinghong's blade Heaton. Boom steel met flesh with a dull crash, and all 16 arms showed only a faint scratch. 16 identical grins appeared as low laughter rumbled from their throats. Inside a divine realm, they could still shrug off a direct sword strike with little more than a flesh wound. To them, that was near invincibility. In their eyes, Li Jingji and Jian Jinghong were no longer a threat. Their judgment proved accurate. Realizing his blade had barely left a mark, Jian Jinghong summoned the abyssal flood beast. The colossal creature roared, talons tearing the air as it struck with full force, but only managed to hurl one fiend back a dozen meters. The fiend steadied itself, smiling, its injuries all but invisible. The sight made Jian Jinghong and Li Jingxi's hearts sink. The void symbiosis art was frightening enough, yet they had not expected it to be this overwhelming. Any attack was first split 16 ways, then further diluted by shared vitality, so the damage that reached each fiend was almost negligible. If even hurting them is this hard, how are we supposed to win? They'd been on the defensive all this time, busy preparing their symbiosis art, and never truly going on the attack. If the enemy unleashed their full power, who could stop them? Instinctively, every gaze lifted to Zhao Yun high above his divine kingdom was their only shield. It's our turn. The 16 heavenly demons spoke as one, their razor-sharp aura erupting. Jian Jinghong and Li Jingji snapped taut and shouted, "Watch out." Before the words had died, 16 shadow-black figures blurred, weaving erratically at a speed that tore the eye. In a heartbeat, they formed a dark cage around Jian and Li, 16 right fists crashing down. The gale was like sledgehammers, the air shrieking. "Hold it." 2 light words drifted out of nowhere. In that instant, the demons felt as if they'd been plunged into mire. Every movement slowed to a crawl. Jian and Li, by contrast, flashed with joy. Zhao Yun had roused his divine kingdom and was suppressing them at the level of laws. What terrifying might! What crushing force! The two were shaken, but dared not lose focus. Raw. The demons roared, muscles swelling, skin taking on a metallic sheen as they tried to brute force through the restraint. Zhao Yun's voice was icy starlight. You dare act up here? Kneel. Whoosh 16 demons were swatted by an invisible giant hand, plunging from 10,000 feet and slamming into the divine kingdom's earth. Dust billowed sky high. Brother Jian, brother Li, hit them. Zhao Yun's order was curt. Jian Jinghong and Li Jingji brightened. With 16 posts laid before them, why be polite? They dived, unleashing blades, fists, and spells. Flames, frost, sword key, lightning in unbroken torrent hammered the demons. Arf! Screams rose in chorus. Shared damage kept them alive, but their healing lagged far behind the onslaught. One wound, closed only for the next strike to tear it open again. Despicable! Despicable! The demons cursed. Humans, gods, you're all the same. Let us go and fight Unknown if you've got guts. Jian Jinghong spat in their faces. Bullshit. You showed up 16 against 3, now you want a duel? Say another word, and I'll lop off your little bananas first. Bananas? Li Jingji kept striking, puzzled. Lip balm. Jian tossed back. Lip balm. She tilted her head, even more confused, but her attacks never slowed. Above, Zhao Yun stood, hands clasped behind him, watching coldly. With a single godhead had once suppressed Amitarasu, who held 3. Now, with 2 of hers in hand as well, subduing 16 heavenly demons was effortless. Yet their bodies were monstrously tough. Killing them outright would still be hard. Meanwhile, the longer the clash dragged on, the clearer the 9 palace Bagua diagram over Jiangsheng became. That was his true trump card. Time passed. Jian Jinghong and Li Jingji finally sensed danger. After half a day of relentless assault, their spiritual power was nearly spent, yet the demons' roars were as full-throated as ever. Looking closer, they saw every wound was only skin deep, not a single splinter of bone exposed. They traded a glance and shared the same shock. The demons dropped the act, healing every cut in a blink and rising with cruel grins. You two? Trash who haven't even touched godhead power dare fight us. If we're fighting, only that phony priest in the sky is worthy. About? Zhao Yun's voice rolled from the clouds. Very well, take my palm. Imperial Dao, sky collapsing palm. Jian Jinghong and Li Jingji hurriedly withdrew to a safe distance, shock filling their eyes. Staring upward, Li Jingji murmured, heaven toppling palm, the name fits. It really is as if the sky itself is falling. Jian Jinghong nodded in silence, his gaze settling on Zhao Yun with a complicated expression. From their very first encounter, he had known he was no match for this man. When Zhao Yun single-handedly subdued 16 demon lords, he had already been stunned, and the force behind this single palm now shattered every limit of his understanding. Had Zhao Yun targeted him, no technique he possessed could have withstood such a world-rending strike. Could a mortal truly unleash power like this? Perhaps only a god at the height of their strength could compare. While those two were merely shocked, utter despair consumed the 16 demon lords. Bystanders saw only a palm shadow crashing down like a falling sky, but the demons felt as though they stood against the entire universe, a colossal hand of heaven and earth poised to grind them into dust. Run? Nowhere to run. Defend? Nothing would hold. They were no gods. Their existence depended on this realm, yet now it was ejecting them like rootless trees. The earth and rivers that once sustained them had become their executioners, just as ground swallows stone and rivers swallow fish. Extinction was inevitable. Why does such power exist in this world? You don't belong here. This isn't normal. Who are you? They could not fathom how the mortal realm caught between the worlds of gods and demons could produce such a terrifying foe. Commanding a divine kingdom was one thing, but bending an entire plane against them was beyond anything mortals should manage. The only certainty was that Zhao Yun was neither a child of the divine realm nor a lackey of the demon realm. He was a fearsome force outside the sight of both. Report to the demon god now, at once. If they were doomed, they would at least warn their master that such power existed, lest the demon realm lose even more of its elite. Linked by a symbiotic art, the 16 demon lords shared a single mind. They abandoned resistance, merging their demonic power into a raging torrent that battered the barrier between the mortal and demon realms. At their level, opening an almost imperceptible crack was not difficult. The moment even the tiniest rift appeared, their warning would pass through. To guarantee success and finish the task quickly, they pooled the full power of all 16 archdemons without reservation. But just as that berserk energy was about to erupt, every demon froze. The world barrier that should have been within reach had vanished without a trace. That's right, we've already been banished from this realm. Each of them sensed it clearly. Though they appeared to stand here, they had actually been severed from the world and cast into an unknowable void. No one could guess how far that dim, gray expanse lay from the demon realm, and the barrier they sought had become a phantom they could never touch. I hate this. The lead archdemon howled, fury and frustration twisting together as he suddenly raised his hand. Boom. A sky-shrouding palm slammed down, cracks spiderweb through the void, and the heavens shook as if struck by a giant hammer. Blood mist burst everywhere, raining crimson over the ashen sky. Within that bloody haze, 3 dark gold spheres of light struggled free, streaking off like meteors in 3 directions. They flew only a few dozen yards before an unseen might reeled them back, drawing them obediently into Zhao Yun's outstretched palm. Zhao Yun closed his fingers, golden radiance pulsing between them. The Tao Lord's vessel gains 3 more fragments of divinity. Including the fragment he claimed at Kunlun and the 2 Amitarasu had given him, he now possessed 6 in total. With the Tao Lord's unique physique bolstered by those 6 fragments, even a fully restored Amitarasu with 10 fragments would be at a clear disadvantage. Thus, the breathtaking battle ended. Zhao Yun single-handedly annihilated 16 archdemons and won a decisive victory. Before they arrived, Jian Jinghong and Li Jingji had never imagined such an outcome. They were merely mortal hosts for divine descent. Even knowing the demons were suppressed by the territory and could not fight for long, a direct clash still spelled near certain doom. If a god had forcibly descended, their bodies and wills would no longer have been their own. Now the tables had turned. They had completed their mission and kept their lives, and their gratitude to Zhao Yun ran deep. Senior, Brother Zhao. They clasped their fists and bowed solemnly. Thank you. Zhao Yun waved it off. We're friends, no need for formalities. Without your help, I couldn't have ended the fight so smoothly. He was not being polite. Once his trump card, the primordial 8 arrays, was deployed, it could counter the Tao itself with unrivaled force, but its setup was painstakingly slow and required the residual shockwaves of battle to perfect it. Had Jian Jinghong and Li Jingji not kept piling on with continuous strikes, the arrays would never have formed so quickly. Unaware of the truth, the two took Zhao Yun's words as modesty and respected him even more. With the battle over and the dust settled, Zhao Yun, unwilling to spend any more precious kinship points, was about to take his leave. Just then a deep, aged voice rolled through the air, its pressure immense. Friend, slaying archdemons within our sacred land's domain is a great merit, but the fragments of divinity you obtain should be handed over to us. Otherwise, we will find it hard to answer for this matter. Huh. Jian Jinghong and Li Jingji turned toward the source of the voice. Before their eyes could settle, a gaunt figure little more than skin and bone strode through the air. His white hair, brows, and beard were braided into a single rope that reached his heels. His robe was ash gray and worn, his bare feet hovered in midair, and the whole man looked like a wind-blown shadow of an ascetic monk. He was none other than Bai Wu, Lord of Wuliang Cliff. Bai Wu pressed his palms together and gave a slight nod to the crowd. Li Jingji frowned, stifling her displeasure. Brother Bai, that's not how this should be discussed. Jian Jinghong flared up, pointing his sword. You were nowhere to be seen when we needed you. Now you stroll in after the fight and want to pass judgment? Spare us the chatter. Bai Wu ignored the rebuke. His pale gaze went past them and landed on Zhao Yun. His voice was dry but earnest. Taoist friend, you are right. High above, Zhao Yun stood with his back to them, hair and robes whipping in the wind. He nodded as he slowly turned, his eyes frozen with cold light. If you want it, then take it. With the words still hanging in the air, he raised his palm. Boom. The air shattered like glass under a hammer. Bai Wu burst into a cloud of blood before he could even scream. Beyond the drifting red mist, the main peak of Wuliang Cliff loomed. An unseen palm strike punched through a 1,000-foot cliff face, mountain winds scattering gravel like a funeral offering. Zhao Yun's voice rolled across the cliff like thunder. Remember, this never appear before me again. See you once, kill you once. A streak of rainbow light tore across the sky and vanished over the horizon. Jian Jinghong stood frozen, every hair on end. He shivered and whispered to Li Jingji. Did that senior just kill Bai Wu over a single disagreement? Li Jingji shot him a sidelong glance. You saw it yourself. Why ask me? Jian Jinghong threw back his head and laughed, his sword vibrating. What a temper. People say I'm hot-blooded, but next to him, I'm as gentle as a lamb. Hey, oldly, you seem to know that senior. You called him Brother Zhao equals, right? We're friends, so introduce me, will you? Li Jingji didn't respond. She turned away. The mission's done. Let's head back to the sect for our reward. Hey, don't dodge the question, I'm serious. Jian Jinghong hurried after her, still muttering about an introduction as their voices faded. Dark clouds still hung over Jiang City, and a crushing pressure weighed on every heart. Citizens and cultivators alike stared blankly at the sky, as if an invisible hand had seized their souls. The 9-palace 8-trigram formation had shielded the city, yet merely witnessing that high-level battle had left mortal minds reeling. The rift in the heavens had not yet closed. The blood mist that had been Bai Wu drifted downward, as fine as crimson rain. Ding. Your body has been strengthened, strength 1. Ding. Your body has been strengthened, endurance 1. Ding. Your body has been strengthened, endurance 1. Ding. Your body has been strengthened, spirit 1. The heavenly Daos notifications echoed in everyone's ears. Blood droplets landed on their skin, seeped into their meridians, and sent warm currents coursing through their bodies. No one knew how many times the chimes rang before the first person snapped out of his daze, collapsing to the ground and gasping for air. The second, third, and fourth followed in quick succession. Though none understood what had happened, they soon realized the blood mist granted permanent attribute boosts. In an instant they treated it like treasure, spreading their arms to catch the crimson rain, terrified of missing a single drop. Suddenly, the cold voice of the heavenly Tao shook the clouds. Warning! 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 16 demon lords have fallen. The demon realm is enraged and will continuously release samsara demon domains into the world. A samsara demon domain is a space-time vortex forged from the reincarnation power of the samsara demon god, filled with vast hordes of demonic creatures. If left unchecked, it will keep drawing in spiritual energy, expand without limits, and eventually devour the entire world. Once the reincarnation demon realm appears, continue to slay the monsters inside to keep it suppressed. The 16 heavenly demons have fallen, and the world's spiritual energy has surged. Across the globe, the chance of discovering spirit mines, spirit herbs, and spirit treasures has risen, and their quality has improved. The Sakura kingdom has been destroyed, abandoned by the gods, and renamed the Forsaken Land. The Forsaken Land's terrain has shifted. The former kingdom has split into 99 small islands, forming the Forsaken Route. Adventurers can explore these islands to obtain equipment, skill books, or spirit herbs, island lord tokens, and other scattered loot. Once a month, a Forsaken relic will coalesce at the end of the route. Opening the relic gives a high chance of obtaining your heart's desire. At the pinnacle, you might even acquire a blank god's heart. The dense spiritual energy has caught the attention of time-space traders, who will arrive soon. The sudden heavenly Tao broadcast detonated worldwide, leaving everyone stunned. What just happened? I took a nap, and the whole story changed? The Sakura kingdom is really gone? 16 heavenly demons? Sounds like boss mobs in a game. The Forsaken Land, the Forsaken Route? Cool name show. Do we get there? God shards must be related to becoming a god. I want one. Time-space traders? Interstellar scalpers? Better not be crooks. While the chatter filled the air, Zhao Yun pushed open his front door. He hurried down the hall, almost running toward a familiar bedroom. The door was half open, sunlight spilling in to outline a slender figure. Huanyao stood at the window, arms at her sides, staring blankly at the street like a statue frozen in time. She sensed him behind her, but did not turn. Her voice was as calm as still water. Tell me, who are you? The cold question pierced Zhao Yun's heart like a needle. He drew a deep breath, stifling his turmoil, and clasped her icy hand. Come on. He pressed her hand to his forehead. I'm still in sovereign mode, so you can read my memories directly. Once you've seen everything, you'll understand. Whatever you decide, I'll accept it. Light flared from their joined hands. Huanyo's vision blurred, and she was swept into an endless starry expanse. The cosmic sea was deep, billions of points of light scattered like film strips. In front of her, countless frames revolved slowly, each recording the same person, Zhao Yun. Let me see, she murmured, caution glinting in her eyes. You're powerful enough to forge memories with a snap of your fingers. How can I tell what's real? She hadn't planned to browse further, yet the next image made her eyes tremble. It captured the day she first met Zhao Yun, the afternoon breeze, the corner shop sign, the chilled cola he handed her, every detail vivid. Even that's here? She whispered, fingertips trembling. Was this a memory Zhao Yun inherited after being possessed, or one that had always been his? She couldn't tell. Yet its familiarity struck her chest like a hammer, sparking a fierce urge to understand him more deeply. Perhaps the current Zhao Yun was false, but the memories were genuine. Every moment they'd shared was etched in her heart. What about before that? She inhaled, steadied herself, and pushed the film strips forward. Light whirled ahead. She wanted to see the Zhao Yun who existed before he met her. She flipped through the memories at a deliberate pace. Zhao Yun had met her at university, so she started the rewind from his college days, university, high school, middle school. In that vast galaxy of consciousness, her understanding sped up 1,000-fold, and in a blink the scenes rolled all the way back to the moment he was born. As she watched, she sometimes burst out laughing, sometimes wept in silence, now and then felt a twinge of sorrow, and occasionally flushed with embarrassment over his youthful misadventures. She had thought she already knew Zhao Yun, but only after viewing every moment since his birth did she finally feel certain she had read this man to the core. The calm that had just settled on her face abruptly froze. She had spotted a fatal flaw. Nowhere in the entire rewind did the arrival of this Zhao Yun appear. The film flowed from birth to the present without the slightest gap, no jarring blank, no hint of a body snatcher. Didn't you say you came from 10 years in the future? Why can't I find that transition? Her voice was steady yet simmering with anger. Can you edit memories at will, spinning illusions to fool me? Was everything I saw a lie? Why would you do that to me? 2 tears slid down her cheeks. In the real world, Huanyang's accusation rang in Zhao Yun's ears. In truth, he was even more confused than she was. The so-called possession should have been the instant he crossed into this world, and the memories inside his mindscape ought to belong to that traveler, complete with scenes from his previous life for her to see. Driven by doubt, Zhao Yun plunged into his sea of consciousness and guided He Huanyang straight to the day he arrived here. He remembered it vividly. On that day, he should have shifted from his past life to this one. Yet the film showed only Tishi fell asleep, then woke up as the person he was now. Every memory and experience from his former life had been cut away, not a single frame left. How can this be? Zhao Yun frowned deeply. Something was clearly wrong. Did the memories of this world's Zhao Yun overwrite mine, erasing my previous life? If so, am I still me, or a fusion of the two of us? He spoke in a low voice, running through possibility after possibility. In fact, he too had always wondered whether that moment had been a transmigration or a rebirth. If it was truly transmigration, he should have replaced another Zhao Yun. In that case, the present He Huanyang would be only the He Huanyang of a parallel world, and Chongqing merely that world's Chongqing. They might look identical, but they would no longer be the wife and daughter he had once fought so hard to keep. If this were truly a rebirth, he should have retained every memory from his current lifetime. Yet Zhao Yun discovered that his recollections had been crudely sliced apart, skipping from his previous life straight to this one, landing years after he had married He Huanyang. That violated everything he understood about reincarnation. In a genuine rebirth, the world ought to match the former one exactly. There would be no world mutation or world fusion. Was he reborn, or had he crossed into another reality? He asked himself the question countless times, only to force the thought away whenever it surfaced. Driven by instinctive resistance, he clung to a single belief: it had to be rebirth. Only then would the current He Huanyang and Chongqing truly be the wife and daughter who needed his protection. If this was merely transmigration, did anything he did still matter? The very idea pierced him like a blade, leaving agony in its wake. Now, faced with He Huanyang's skeptical gaze, he was forced to confront the pain hidden. It shouldn't be like this, it shouldn't be like this. He combed through every memory before and after the suspected crossover, but could not find a single flaw. Everything fit too perfectly. His thoughts churned, and his sea of consciousness quaked. The once serene starry expanse warped in an instant, vast fields of meteors screaming past, their rough edges devouring the light. Completely absorbed in thought, he failed to notice He Huanyang quietly watching him. Her eyes shifted from doubt to confusion, then to calm, and finally softened when the meteors appeared. Standing within Zhao Yun's sea of consciousness, she could sense his emotions with crystalline clarity: sincerity, agitation, frustration. In that moment she understood. Even if this man had seized her husband's body, he was no villain. From the moment he appeared, he had never harmed her or Chongqing. Instead, he had given selflessly to the familiar, exemplary husband to her, an exemplary father to their child. Everything in the world follows cause and effect. If he truly had taken possession, what was his aim? He could not possibly have risked everything just for her, and Chongqing, that idea rang hollow even in her own ears. The most plausible answer was that, if there had been a possession, it was neither voluntary nor malicious. Remembering their time together, she felt an instinctive urge to help him, to ease his anxiety and pain, and to search with him for the missing fragments of his memory. Suddenly her eyes lit up. She pointed to the massive film reel at the center of his sea of consciousness. "Look here," she shouted. The spot she indicated marked the moment this world's Zhao Yun was born. By all logic, memories should begin only after birth, with the reel unspooling outward from that point. Yet there were memories recorded before that moment. Could they be impressions from the womb? Zhao Yun rejected the idea such detail was impossible. He reached out and nudged the reel, gradually teasing apart the tightly coiled images. What had seemed sparse now revealed countless hidden layers, loops within loops, growing denser the more he separated them. Zhao Yun drew a deep breath, gave a sharp tug, and with a ripping sound the entire tangle snapped straight. In the next second, both of their faces changed. Using the moment of his birth as the dividing line, the length of the reel on either side was almost exactly the same. The discovery left them utterly perplexed. From the moment they had begun working with the reels, they had known one thing for certain. Each strip of film preserves everything a person experiences from birth to death, whether consciously perceived or not. In other words, the length of the reel equals the length of a life. Yet the two reels before them were almost identical in length. What could that mean? Could there have been another life of the same duration before Zhao Yun of this world was even born? Could the reels capture a previous existence as well? He Huanyao stared at the film, questions churning in her mind. Suddenly Zhao Yun seemed to grasp a revelation. He lunged toward the reels, unfurling them with frantic speed. It took only a moment before his shoulders began to tremble. Around them, the rushing meteor shower dissolved, replaced by cascades of iridescent starlight that poured down from above, leaving brilliant trails in the vacuum. As the motes settled on He Huanyou's shoulders, she felt Zhao Yun's emotions surge: excitement, joy, and a profound sense of release. "Huanyao, hurry, come and look," Zhao Yun choked out, extending a shaking hand toward her. Heart pounding, He Huanyao stepped directly to the unspooled film instead of taking his hand. Frame by frame she scanned it, her pupils widening, her body trembling just like as she saw it. She saw the images Zhao Yun had described, the moment of crossing from another world. In the footage, Cher's previous self was abandoned by her wife and children, and after that searing heartbreak, she suddenly embarked on a journey through time. Yet the next scene was not from a month ago. It was a pitch-black void where no light could penetrate. The darkness felt eternal, broken only by the faintest glimmer. In that flash, she realized the space around her was filled with liquid, and a soft, cord-like tether was attached to her navel, the umbilical cord. A sting rushed to her nose. Tears blurred her vision. She finally understood. Zhao Yun was right that he came from 10 years in the future, but he had not leapt back just 1 month, had returned to the very beginning. He had been reborn. Likewise, her own memories had awakened only a month ago, leading her to mistake that moment as the start of their journey. Zhao Yun now fully understood as well. He was not a mere traveler through time. He was a true reincarnate. After his rebirth, some butterfly effect or unknown force had nudged the world line off course, explaining every oddity they had encountered. With this clarity, everything felt weightless to him. Wan Yao, he whispered, his palm trembling as he reached out to pull her into his arms. This time Wan Yao did not dodge. She threw herself against him and tightened her embrace. Honey, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. She repeated the apology through tears, holding Zhao Yun as if she would never let go. You and your beloved Wan Yang have let go of every grudge, and your family bond has soared. Ding. All the affection points blocked by past misunderstandings are now issued at once. Ding. Family affection 5246. Ding. Because your family bond has evolved, you've obtained the account switch privilege. Account switch. While logged in, you may swap to any account at will, share online time, and keep every combat effect from the previous account even after it goes offline. Zhao Yun shuddered, joy exploding in his chest. So this is what double happiness tastes like. Only now did he realize why Wan Yang's affection points had always felt weaker than their daughter Chengcheng's year-old rift had been the cause. With that barrier gone, the points poured in at once, and he even scored a heaven-defying new privilege. The account switch description flashed through his mind. While online, he could hop from Beastmaster to Dao Lord, or any other class account. More importantly, all combat effects from the last account would linger. In the past, he had to log out, settle affection points, then log back in. The Crimson Beastmaster token in the sky and every buff on his body would vanish the moment he logged off. Now, one tap swapped accounts while every buff and debuff remained. He could take the field in shifts, stacking bonuses from multiple classes. He still couldn't cover all 10 accounts at once, but it was scary enough this move hadn't even crossed his mind in his previous life. Leaving his sea of consciousness, Zhao Yun and Wan Yang stayed practically glued together. Though they were an old married couple, they gazed at each other like long-lost lovers. Hubby, Wan Yang whispered, "You're so amazing, though you think I'm useless? Not a chance. My wife is the best in the world." Zhao Yun brushed a lock of her hair. "But the guild I built is nothing next to your accounts." "How's that the same? My accounts have been leveled for ages. Your guild just started." Zhao Yun beamed. "Besides, with your talent, it won't be long before I get to live off you." "Humph, still proud of freeloading?" "Of course. Who told my wife to spoil me?" "Fine, fine. When that day comes, I'll work like an ox to serve my dear husband, all right." Zhao Yun closed his eyes in bliss. So comfy. Wan Yang recalled the real issue. "Hubby, you said this world is a lot like the game from your past life. Is there a way to power up fast?" "Absolutely. The newest feature, the Reincarnation Rift. Is the experience good?" "Massive. The Rift is basically an instance dungeon. The monsters we've farmed so far are just field mobs. Dungeon EXP blows them away. Then when Cheng's back, let's go together, deal?" "Whatever my wife says." But the heavenly system only posted the notice, so the Rift might not refresh that soon. Before he could finish, Li Huaxiang shouted from outside the yard, "Guildmaster. Vice Guildmaster. Bad news. A black hole just popped up near our guild base." "A black hole? Not as must be a newly opened Luanhui secret realm." The realization froze Zhao Yun in place. A week had passed since the battle ended. Portals had appeared all over the world, yet Jiangsheng had remained silent. He thought they would have to wait a few more days, but the realm chose to reveal itself now. After a quick cleanup, Zhao Yun and Wan Yao met Li Huaxiang and hurried toward the guild headquarters. They had barely set out when the black hole came into view, a 5-meter-wide vortex suspended above an open lot, pitch black and utterly lightless. From its depths came faint, beast-like howls that made everyone's skin crawl. "That's definitely a Luanhui secret realm," Zhao Yun confirmed at once. "So this is a Luanhui secret realm?" A booming voice called from behind. Turning, Zhao Yun saw an officer of the Guardian Legion snap to attention a patrol regiment's deputy commander, Xiaolin. "Greetings, Mr. Zhao." "Xiaolin." Zhao Yun met the man's excited, respectful gaze, and a memory surfaced. During his street clash with Chen Chong, it was Xiaolin who had hauled Chen away. Back then, Xiaolin had been just a squad leader. Little more than a month later, he was deputy commander. Zhao Yun smiled. "When did you get promoted, Commander Xiao?" Congratulations. The burly soldier actually blushed. It's all thanks to you, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Yun understood, but let the matter drop, turning back to the vortex. Seeing more people gathering, he ordered, Commander Chao, keep everyone back. We don't know this realm's difficulty yet. Until we've scouted it, no one goes in. Understood. Chao Bin and his soldiers saluted in unison and moved quickly. Within moments, a cordon surrounded the vortex. No one dared object. After the Sakura Nation rescue, Zhou Yun had been fast-tracked to full general, the youngest in the country's history, and his victory over the Sky Demon made him a national hero. Even the city governor would hesitate to challenge his orders. The soldiers kept warning the crowd of danger, yet onlookers still craned their necks, pressing as close to the cordon as they dared. Mr. Zhou, take me with you. Me too. It's so dark in there. I'm a priest. I can cast light. I'm a mage. If it gets cold, I can throw fireballs. Please, let me come. I didn't manage to make it to the Sakura Kingdom last time. Chao Bin stood beside Zhou Yun, shaking his head and muttering, are these people fearless or just crazy? Mr. Zhou warned them it could be dangerous, yet they're rushing in anyway? The soldiers of the Guardian Legion overheard him and fought back laughter. Danger? What danger? Everyone knew what Mr. Zhou could do. During the battle in the Sakura Kingdom, no one saw the details, but everyone remembered the ending. Zhou Yun entered a room alone with the head of the Onmyo Academy, then walked out unscathed while the academy head vanished forever. Moments later, not only the academy, but the entire Sakura Kingdom lay in ruins. It didn't take much imagination to guess what had happened. Afterward, Zhou Yun crossed the sea back to Huan Nation and single-handedly slew 16 celestial demons, eclipsing even the lords of Divine, Sword Manor and Beast Tamer Palace. With power like that, who would worry about danger? Although he kept insisting he had only borrowed a single-use artifact for that fight, few people truly believed him. At the entrance to the reincarnation vortex, the black swirl churned like the maw of an abyss. Zhou Yun nodded to Huanyao, reached out, and was gently repelled by a soft force. A message echoed in his ear. This reincarnation realm is limited to 5 participants. A full team of 5 is required for entry. Current team size, 15. Another 5-man instance? Zhou Yun raised an eyebrow, formed a party on the spot, pulled Huanyao and Li Huaxiang into it, then turned to Huanyao. We still need 2 more. Go pick them. Before he had even finished speaking, the crowd erupted. Short of hands, Mr. Zhou. Take me. Pick me. Pick me. They'll do anything, just let me in. They'll beg, plead, whatever it takes. Give me a chance. Huanyao had planned to save the slots for guild members, but the eager faces in front of her looked like stray puppies waiting to be adopted, and she hesitated. Zhou Yun saw her dilemma and chuckled. Just pick any 2. With his permission, she scanned the crowd and pointed to 2 people, 1 man and 1 woman. The man was tall and thin, wearing black-rimmed glasses. The cuffs of his shirt were wrinkled from his nervous grip, and excitement had flushed his face. Zhang Shan. The woman radiated energy. Her round cheeks made her big eyes sparkle. Song Xiao Xiao. Both were in their early 20s, an age still full of swagger. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Thank you, President He. Thank you, Sister Huahua. They joined the party and bowed at a 90-degree angle. It's an honor to team up with 3 legends like you. Well, work hard and stay out of your way. Give us any orders, consider them done. Zhou Yun and Huanyao exchanged a smile. Judging by their manners alone, they had chosen well. Li Huaxiang planted her hands on her hips and nodded at them like a big sister. Sister Huahua. Zhang Shan and Song Xiao Xiao called out in unison, their voices respectful. Li Huaxiang thought. Looks like I've become a celebrity. How else would total strangers recognize me right away? Feels pretty good. We've got enough people, so let's head in. A sudden rush of dizziness swept over the 5 of them, as though they had stepped through a teleportation gate. Their footing faltered for an instant, and the next moment they were standing inside a magnificent hall full of gold and splendor. The soaring dome above gleamed with gilded patterns, while rows of glazed lamps washed the walls in shimmering light. Beneath their feet stretched a fiery red carpet as bright as open flame. Interlacing golden threads sliced the carpet into precise squares, each line razor-sharp, as if marking the boundaries of some strict rule. The square they occupied lay slightly forward of center. Ahead and behind stood ranks of stone statues. Those in front wore solemn expressions. Those behind carried the same austere aura, like a slumbering army waiting for a command to awaken. Zhang Shan adjusted his glasses, excitement flashing in his eyes. The way these statues are arranged, it looks just like a game of Chinese chess. Li Huaxiang stroked his chin, studying their surroundings before nodding. That's what I was thinking too. Encouraged, Zhang Shan pointed to each statue in turn. Look, the first row has 5 figures that matches the 5 soldiers. In the second row, 1 on the left and 1 on the right share the same shape. Those would be the cannons. Farther back, in the last row, pairs from left to right have identical forms. Chariots, horses, elephants, guards. And that huge one standing dead center must be the general. Following his gestures, Song Xiaoxiao looked toward the rear and nodded thoughtfully. That lines up. The 2 rows of statues behind us mirror the arrangement in front. And we're standing exactly where the 5 pawns would be. Exactly. That's what I thought too, Li Huaxiang chimed in, sounding utterly certain. He Wanyan couldn't help a quiet smile. She knew Li Huaxiang was a total beginner at Chinese chess, yet he still pretended to analyze like an expert. Zhao Yun, who seemed to have known all this from the start, added in a low voice, "Right. We're in the middle of the board, on the pawn line. This is the Xiang Wang Yihan secret realm. We represent the Chu army. The statues across from us are the Han. According to pawn rules, we can only move forward, never back. The moment any one of us takes the first step, the game begins." Before Zhou Yun finished, Zhang Shan's eyes were already shining. "Commander Zhou, will the statues behind us move on their own?" "No," Zhou Yun replied, his gaze steady. "I control them. As team leader, that authority belongs to me." "That's fantastic." Zhang Shan could barely contain his excitement, words tumbling out. "I won second place in the National Youth Chess Tournament when I was 10. If you're willing, may I call the moves?" "Of course." Zhou Yun didn't hesitate. He tossed a command flag into the air. It traced a clean arc before landing in Zhang Shan's palm. The flag symbolized the leader's authority and was the key to controlling their statues. As the cloth touched his hand, Zhang Shan's face flushed crimson, a grin tugging at his lips. Working side by side with the legendary General Zhou, this alone was enough to stir envy. Judging by the look in Song Xiaoxiao's and Li Huaxiang's eyes, he already had plenty to brag about. Zhou Yun offered a final reminder. "Remember, this place is called Xiang Wang Yihan for a reason. After every move we make, the Han side gets 2 moves. Their statues are also stronger than ours. Different squares on the board will trigger all sorts of buffs or debuffs. This won't play out like an ordinary game." "What?" Zhang Shan froze. A moment ago had thought the game was in the bag, yet the opponent had managed 2 actions in 1 turn. That was outright cheating. Even worse, the 2 stone chariots on the board weren't equally matched. Fighting back his shock, he opened the stat panels for both Zhu. His own unit's 4 core attributes were only 80% of the enemy's. If the chariots met Hedon, they wouldn't trade pieces. His would probably be destroyed. Damn it. Had gotten cocky, took over without reading the field, and now one slip could doom them. Cold sweat trickled down his temple. "It's fine. Stop overthinking, just play," Zhou Yun whispered, sensing his panic. "Right." Zhang Shan drew a deep breath and tapped the board. "Cannon 2 to 5. A thunderous rumble followed. The stone cannon on the right rumbled to life, its tracked base grinding across the floor toward the center. The gilded palace shattered in an instant, replaced by a smoke-filled battlefield. Dormant statues ignited with light and turned into warriors clad in gleaming armor. Artillery in position. The gunner dropped to one knee, barrel leveled at the enemy. A golden ribbon of light formed above his head. Attack 20. Their move ended, and the Han faction took over. Soldiers 7 advances 1. Gilded characters descended from the sky, like an imperial decree. The 7th file soldier hefted his spear and marched forward, each step ringing against iron armor. The battlefield stretched far beyond a single grid. He had to sprint before reaching his assigned spot. In position, awaiting orders. The soldier reported. By the rules, the Han side had another action. Horse 2 to 3. A warhorse leaped skyward, hooves thundered, and landed to shield the soldier in the center. Zhang Shan answered at once. Cannon 8 to 6. So far, everything was still by the book. Then the Han commands swerved off script. Soldiers 7 advances 1. Zhang Shan's heart skipped exactly the order head feared. A second directive followed at once. Soldiers 7 advances 1. After 2 consecutive charges, the 7th lane soldiers stood right before their own pawn. One more step meant close quarters combat. Worse, the square in question held Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun hadn't moved, so no buffs hovered above him. The enemy soldier, however, was crowned with 3 halos. Attack 15. Attack 25. Defense 20. His strength stat now topped 600. As for Zhou Yun, classified clearance hit his numbers. Zhang Shan only knew Zhou Yun had said that after returning to Jiangcheng had wielded tremendous power thanks to a special artifact. But could he activate it here? If not, he was just a blacksmith. Thud, thud, thud. Soldiers from the Han faction strode toward Zhou Yun. They formed no charge formation and made no sudden sprint. They simply closed in with heavy footsteps. The tactic looked plain, yet it was full of holes. On an ordinary battlefield, any halfway decent melee fighter would have dashed forward to seize the initiative, but inside a reincarnation rift, that bit of common sense no longer held. A rift is essentially a miniature domain with its own rules. Those who enter must either obey them or override them with a domain or god realm of their own. Saying so is easy. Doing it is nearly impossible. Mastering a domain is beyond the reach of most combatants, let alone a god realm. Zhou Yun hadn't even logged into his account for this run, so opening a domain wasn't an option. He wasn't in a hurry, though. His objective today was merely to probe the rift's properties and help the team acclimate. With his hands clasped behind his back, he calmly awaited the soldier's first strike. At last, after a brief but stifling pause, one soldier charged up, leapt high, raised his broadsword overhead, and brought it down in a vicious chop. Crack! As the blade fell, the rift's rules activated, granting Zhou Yun permission to act. He lifted a hand and grasped at the air. A longsword materialized in his palm. With a casual backhand sweep, a flash of steel cut through the airborne figure. Swish. Soldier and weapon split cleanly in two, armor plates and blood scattering across the ground. A counterkill? Huh. Zhang Shan and Song Xiao had been tense, but the scene left them frozen in place. During deployment, Zhao Yun's combat power had already been miles ahead, and they'd assumed it was all due to consumables. Now that those items were restricted, his strength remained absurd. Were these really a blacksmith's stats? They were so stunned they barely noticed the system's congratulations. You've leveled up. Chime. Li Huaxiang, however, lit up with delight. Wait, isn't experience supposed to be split by contribution? How did I get so much? Huanyang glanced at her interface. Her experience bar had surged as well. She hadn't worried for a moment that Zhao Yun would struggle with a few ordinary soldiers. She knew how terrifying his true strength was. Li Huaxiang, meanwhile, held an almost blind faith in him. Since meeting him, Zhao Yun had never once failed. This is probably a mechanic unique to the Rift, Zhao Yun explained. Experience seems to be split evenly inside, no matter how much you actually did. He spoke as if he were guessing, but Huanyang knew he was drawing on knowledge from a previous life. He simply avoided sounding too certain with outsiders around. Perfect. Li Huaxiang clapped her hands. With both guild leaders carrying us, our experience is going to skyrocket. Zhang Shan and Song Xiao finally snapped out of their daze. After hearing Zhao Yun's explanation, they were every bit as thrilled as Li Huaxiang. Thanks to the tip from that Han soldier, each of them had just gained a full level in one shot. Compared with the drudgery of farming monsters outside, this was like strapping themselves to a rocket. Even better, an entire field of living targets still waited on the opposite side of the board. Staring at the remaining Han pieces, Song Xiaoxiao's eyes gleamed, and she nearly started drooling. Xiaozhong, let's keep going, Zhao Yun murmured, pulling his gaze back. Command freely, and let me take point. Don't rush to checkmate. Wipe the board first, and squeeze every bit of experience. Got it. Zhang Shan straightened up and shouted, Soldier 7, Advance 1. With Zhao Yun's firepower on their side, the burden in his chest instantly vanished. Over the next 10 minutes, Zhao Yun took the field as a lone Chu pawn, a blade plunging deep into enemy territory. The opposing commander, apparently lacking all common sense, kept shoving his pieces forward in a futile attempt to capture him. Every one of them was slaughtered in return. When the final pawn fell, the Han side stood empty. Cornered, the lone Han general charged Zhao Yun's pawn for a last stand, only to be cut down on the spot. The moment the Han general died, a line of golden characters blazed across the air. Congratulations on clearing the reincarnation dungeon, Xiang Wang's regret. Clear time, 15 minutes and 32 seconds. Rating SSS. Boom. The battlefield dissolved, reverting to the grandiose palace. In the center, a brilliant golden chest burst into view, and a thunderous world announcement echoed across the globe. Congratulations. The Jiangxing team from Huagua is the first to clear the reincarnation dungeon, Xiang Wang's regret, earning an SSS rating. Team members, Zhao Yun, Huanyao, Li Huaxiang, Zhang Shan, Song Xiao. Clear time, 15 minutes and 32 seconds. Now ranked first on the dungeon's SSS speed leaderboard. Reward. All Jiangxing teams gain a 10 loot bonus in this dungeon. Holy crap. The crowd around the Jiangxing dungeon vortex exploded in cheers. They already cleared it and made the world announcement? So jealous. Having your names broadcast by heaven is beyond cool. Song Xiao and Zhang Shan hit the jackpot. I was standing right beside them, and President he almost picked me. Inside the dungeon, every gaze burned with curiosity as Zhao Yun stepped up to the chest and lifted the lid. Golden light spilled out, revealing 3 stones, a book, and a piece of gear. Name, Enhancement Stone. Type, Gem. Effect, can be used at a Forge NPC to upgrade equipment and boost its stats. Name, Overlord of Western Shu. Type, Skill Book. Effect, grants a 10-second super armor state upon use, can be upgraded by relearning. Note, Xiang Yes personal commendation and ultimate reward for those who perfect clear his dungeon. Name, Foot Soldier's Breastplate. Type, Armor. Durability, 600,600. Stat 130 Durability. Stat 210 Physical Damage Resistance. Description, Standard issue armor for the common soldier. After a quick glance at the stats, Zhao Yun casually slipped the 3 enhancement stones into his bag. Everyone treats these stones as a bottomless money pit. Future players will surely curse the forging merchants, but he knows that if you abandon the obsession with max level upgrades, the power boost is immediate, and you can never have too many of them. Next, he handed the skill book Overlord of Western Shu to Huanyang. This skill is as fierce as it sounds, Zhao Yun explained. At level 1, it already grants 10 seconds of super armor. Only a party that earns an SSS rating has a chance to drop it, so it's incredibly rare. If you're lucky enough to push it to level 10, that super armor window stretches from 10 seconds to a full 100. When he finished, his gaze shifted to the final piece of loot, the foot soldier's armor. The system's verdict was blunt. This was gear fit only for a grunt. It came with endurance 30. Most people would consider that decent. But to Zhao Yun it was nothing special. Li Huaxi studied the panel with interest. Guild leader, what's this second stat physical damage resistance? We've never seen that before. Zhang Shan and Song Xiaoxiao leaned in as well, clearly curious. Zhao Yun already knew the answer, yet he pretended to ponder. Probably a special defense against physical attacks. I'm guessing well see fire resistance, wind resistance, magic resistance, and so on down the line. Really? Then this armor's actually pretty good. Li Wax's eyes sparkled. Can I have it? I'd like to test it out. Of course. Zhao Yun traded the foot soldier's armor over at once. I won't be using it anyway. With that, every item from the chest was assigned. Zhang Shan and Song Xiaoxiao hadn't taken a single piece. Zhao Yun glanced at them. Zhang, Song, you're not upset about leaving empty-handed, are you? Not at all. Zhang Shan waved his hands. Getting to tag along was lucky enough. I jumped 15 levels in one run. I leveled up and got some real practice commanding, Song Xiaoxiao chimed in. I'm grateful, honestly. Zhao Yun and He Wanyang exchanged a look. Both could tell the two were sincere. Zhao Yun patted Zhang Shan on the shoulder. Now that you've seen how the run works, try forming your own party next time. Even with that 15 level boost, you're still nowhere near the cap, so keep pushing. Hehe. Zhang Shan scratched the back of his head, grinning shyly. The group exited the dungeon passage to find a crowd of players waiting outside. As soon as they spotted Zhang Shan and Song Xiaoxiao, the onlookers swarmed. No one dared approach Zhao Yun or He Wanyang, and Li Wax's growing reputation kept people at arm's length. That made Zhang Shan and Song the easiest targets for information-hungry players. So how was it in there? Come on, give us the details. Share something with us. What does it take to get in? Would someone like me even qualify? What did you bring back? How does it feel to have a powerhouse carry you? Pretty awesome, right? You were on TV. The whole world knows your names now. At the bustling intersection, the questions hit like a tidal wave. Zhang Shan and Song Xiaoxiao stood in the middle of a dense circle while flashes went off so fast they could hardly see the faces around them. The sudden attention left them both thrilled and uneasy. Back in Jiangsheng, they were nobodies, professionals of barely average skill. Yet a single trip into the secret realm had made them instant celebrities. They had to admit it felt amazing. They showed no impatience, answering every question in turn. When the excitement peaked, Zhang Shan gave a carefree wave and projected his personal status panel in midair. On the pale blue screen, 2 lines of numbers stood out. Zhang Shan, level 75. Song Xiaoxiao, level 73. Whoa, your levels are pretty high. No wonder President He picked you. The onlookers nodded. Those who hadn't been chosen felt slightly better at that rank. The pair counted as upper mid-tier in Jiangsheng, so it wasn't just blind luck. Then Song Xiaoxiao's quiet remark shattered their fragile calm. I was only level 58 before we went in, she whispered. What? A bald, burly man's eyes nearly burst from their sockets. You were 58? So you gained 15 levels in there? Song Xiaoxiao muttered, barely audible. Get out of here. The bald man smacked his shiny head, louder than a street loudspeaker. 15 minutes, 15 levels? 1 level a minute? The crowd exploded. That's ridiculous. I don't believe it. Is there no justice left? I grind all week for 5 lousy levels, and you pass me in the time it takes to take a dump? The more they talked, the more agitated they became, until all they could do was sigh. Guess luck really does beat hard work. Whatever, let the world burn. Elsewhere, Zhao Yun had finished briefing Qiao Bin and the newly arrived Qin Feng on what lay inside the secret realm, complete with safe entry levels so newcomers wouldn't charge in blind. With that precaution, accidents would drop sharply. Business done. He and He Wanyang headed home to wait for Chongqing. The timing was perfect. Dinner would be ready soon. They were still short of the front door when Zhao Yun's phone vibrated. Caller ID, Wang Taiji. Old Wang, what's up? He asked, jogging up the steps. Instead of the familiar voice, a slightly nervous man spoke. Mr. Zhou, forgive me for contacting you so abruptly, but I really have no choice. In the city lord of Luqing, Lu. A scuffle crackled through the earpiece, as though someone was fighting for the phone. Then Wang Taiji's familiar voice broke in. It's nothing, Mr. Zhou. Just a small problem. I'll handle it. I'll handle it. The call cut off. What's up? He Wanyao asked. No idea. Looks like Lao Wang has visitors, Zhao Yun said, sliding his phone back into his pocket. Forget about him, for now let's go home and eat. All right. Inside the city lord's residence. Lu Yu, I'm warning you. Wang Taiji barked as he shoved the 20-something woman toward the door. Don't think you can do whatever you want here just because your father and I go way back. I was crystal clear on the phone, Mr. Zhou is busy, extremely busy. He has no time for anything else. His words came rapid fire, the anger unabated. You ignored my advice, traveled all the way from Luqing, stole my phone, and called Mr. Zhou without permission. I'm furious. Go back to Luqing right now. They'll have the Survey Corps escort you immediately. The woman he was hustling out was Lu Yu, the current city lord of Luqing and the youngest lord in Huagua. Please, Uncle Wang. I was wrong, I really was. Lu Yu pleaded, glancing back repeatedly. Aunt Ling, you've always doted on masonry something, please. Sun Lingling could only shrug and give a helpless smile. She sympathized with Lu Yu, but on this matter she agreed with Wang Taiji. Lu Yu had crossed the line. It had been a full week since the Jiangxing army returned from its expedition to the Sakura Kingdom, yet piles of follow-up work still waited. How should the captured magical beasts be handled? Where would the rescued personnel be settled? How could the temporary flame horses be domesticated long-term? National appointments, expedition reports, distribution of gear seized from the Demon City Armory, countermeasures for the sudden surge of spiritual energy. Every one of these issues required Zhao Yun's personal attention. For 7 straight days, he had barely paused to breathe. Wang Taiji had done what little he could to shoulder part of the load. Moments ago, he finally managed to clear enough space in the schedule for Zhao Yun to go home for a hot meal. Then, the Samsara secret realm resurfaced. Even then, he hadn't dared disturb Zhao Yun. Yet Lu Yu had seized the opening, called under the pretext of a visit, and almost cost Zhao Yun his dinner. Now, as Wang Taiji pushed her toward the exit, Lu Yu's patience snapped. How can you treat me like this? I only wanted to ask Mr. Zhou how to conquer the Samsara secret realm outside Luqing. Why can't I? Jiangxing took Jianglu Demon City and cashed in all the experience points. Luqing got nothing. The world rankings are practically filled with people from Jiangxing, while we can't even see your taillights. The Mo Dao sect and the Guangming order around Luqing both answer only to Mr. Zhou. They may have joined the 100 Sects Alliance in name, but they won't recruit anyone from Luqing at all. This has been going on for ages, and I haven't said a word, have I? Lu Yu stood outside the Jiangxing governor's residence, her voice trembling with pent-up grievance. Whenever the people of Luqing get upset, I tell them our 2 cities both belong to Huagua, that it's good if either of us prospers. But what about you? Yes, I know General Zhou is busy and I know how important he is to Jiangcheng, but no one is too busy to show a little basic courtesy. Is it really that hard to give us a bit of guidance? When she finally poured it all out, her chest heaved and her eyes were rimmed with red. Wang Taiji's stern face softened a fraction and his tone eased. Xiao Yu, it's not that we don't want to help. General Zhou is genuinely swamped right now. Give me 3 more days. In 3 days Auntie can and I will take you to see him ourselves. If all you need is a team to clear the Samsara secret realm, pick anyone you like from Jiangxing's 2 legions or any of the guilds. I'll negotiate it for you. How about that? Not good enough. Li Yu shot back. If you'd said that earlier I might have agreed, but not now. I don't care how many experts Jiangxing has, I want to see General Zhou, and I want to see him today. I've already promised the people of Lucheng that I'll bring him back with me. If I can't see him, he'll wait here as long as it takes. I'm a city lord of Huagua too, and I don't believe a patriotic general like him would leave me standing at his gate. Wang Taiji's temper flared. Fine. Wait all you want. With that he stormed back into the residence and slammed the doors. At 8 that evening the residence was brightly lit. Wang Taiji sat at the head of the table, face still rigid. Beside him, Qin Lingling spoke softly. Xiao Yu has been standing outside all this time. Let her in, at least. She's your niece. Wang Taiji's brows twitched, but he only snorted. If she likes waiting, let her wait. Qin Lingling could only shake her head. She knew her husband wasn't unwilling to help Lu Yu. It was simply that Zhou Yun outweighed everything else in his mind. Outside, the night breeze carried a slight chill, and the courtyard lanterns stretched Lu Yu's shadow across the ground. She stared stubbornly at the closed gates, anger and unease swirling in her chest. Suddenly, the sound of disciplined footsteps rose behind her. Good evening, General Zhou. Good evening, Madame Zhou. Good evening, Miss Zhou. The guards' greetings thundered across the courtyard. Lu Yu whipped around. A handsome man and a striking woman were walking in side by side, holding the hand of a porcelain-like little girl. It was unmistakably General Zhou and his family. Her heart leapt. She hastily smoothed her hair and straightened her clothes, then stepped forward, delight shining on her face. General Zhou, I finally get to see you. She had barely spoken when a whirlwind of motion swept toward her. Wang Taiji burst through the doors and planted himself between them, tense yet respectful. General Zhou, what brings you here? Zhou Yun sized up Lu Yu and replied. Didn't we just get a call? It sounded like chaos. We were out for a walk and thought we'd swing by. At that, Wang Taiji whipped his head around, glared at Lu Yu, and forced a smile. It's nothing. My phone must have pocket-dialed you. Before his words had faded, Lu Yu slipped past Wang Taiji's guard, stepped to his side, and called out clearly, I'm Lu Yu of Luqing. Mr. Zhou, I need your help. Damn it. Wang Taiji's vision went dark. Once she said that, there was no stopping her. Sure enough, Zhou Yun raised an eyebrow and confirmed, Lu Yu, the lord of Luqing? As Jiangxing's neighboring city, he naturally knew Liacheng's ruler by name. That's right. Lu Yu smoothed away her earlier impatience and spoke with composed grace. On behalf of Luqing, I'm asking you to clear our Samsara dungeon. Whatever the outcome, please accept this token of gratitude. She handed him a check. The white slip fluttered in the night breeze, the bold 1 trailed by 9 zeros. Zhou Yun gave it a brief glance and nodded inwardly. The gesture was generous, but it barely moved him. He slid the check back and smiled warmly. Luqing and Jiangcheng are sister cities, and as far as I know, your father and Old Wang are close friends. There's no need to be so formal. Both Wang Taiji and Lu Yu were touched. Wang Taiji hadn't realized he carried such weight with Zhao Yun, while Lu Yu was shocked that he remained unmoved by such a fortunate sounded, as if he meant to help for free. Seeing you in person truly tops your reputation, Mr. Zhou, Lu Yu praised silently. Zhao Yun raised a hand, steering them to business. Since you've come to me in earnest, I'm sure you've prepared. Why don't you brief me on the dungeon? Of course. Things were going far more smoothly than Shed hoped, and Lu Yu brightened. After the dungeon appeared, we sent in several elite teams and confirmed its name, Children's Games. There are 18 events in total. A challenger is assigned 3 at random. Clear one event, and you get a reward. Clear all 3, and you earn the final prize. Wang Taiji couldn't help cutting in. Sounds easy enough, doesn't it? Lu Yu sighed. That's what we thought. We naively believed Lu Qing would be the first to clear a dungeon and make the heavenly bulletin. But once we started, we discovered a twisted rule. Any challenger over 16 years old has every attribute reduced by 90%. He Wanyo's eyes widened. Who comes up with rules like that? Exactly. Lu Yu turned to her, as if Shed found a kindred spirit. It would be bad enough if our stats were slashed to a fraction, but the opponents each have 200 or 300 in a single attribute. How are we supposed to clear anything? Even Wang Taiji could relate. He wasn't an awakened, but he knew that right now, even the top professionals in Jiangqing rarely had a primary stat above 500. Even with 500 points in a primary stat, a 90% reduction leaves you with only 50. Going up against enemies sitting at 200 or 300 with a measly 50 is practically suicide. Then I guess we just chug potions? He Wanyang blurted out, thinking first of forcing their stats up with consumables. Potions won't work. Lu Yu shook her head. Second rule of the rift: every drug is nullified. He Wanyang blinked, even more stunned. Their stats were slashed this hard, and they still couldn't drink anything? That sounded like a death sentence. Silence settled over the group until Zhao Yun, calm as ever, drawled. I assume there's a third rule? How did you guess? Lu Yu looked at him in surprise, then nodded. There is. Rule 3. Any challenger 16 or younger gets a 900% boost to every stat. 900%. Wang Taiji clapped, spotting a glimmer of hope. Then it's not a guaranteed loss. It's still iffy, Qin Lingling said, stepping closer and shaking her head. Professionals don't qualify until 18, so almost no one under 16 meets the standard. Civilians can't level at all, and most of their attributes are single digits. Even multiplied by 9, it's hard to break 100 in any stat. Winning's still a long shot. True. Lu Yu let out a deep sigh, frustration clouding her face. Refusing to quit, Wang Taiji suggested, what about stacking gear? Special dishes, elixirs, socketed gems, anything? That's what I thought too, Lu Yu admitted. Honestly, I came on the Mo Daomen sect master's tip. He said Mr. Zhou might know how to raise civilian stats. She turned to Zhao Yun, hope shining in her eyes. Zhao Yun smiled. The sect master's daughter, Mo, had once freeloaded a meal at his house and walked away with a permanent stat boost. After hearing that, the sect master sent Lu Yu to find him. Boosting stats is doable, Zhao Yun said, and Lu Yu's eyes lit up like bulbs. But it's slow, he added. I don't recommend it. Hope evaporated, and Lu Yu's heart sank. Zhao Yun went on. Actually, clearing the rift isn't hard. If Cheng Cheng is willing to step in, it would be he flipped his hand a walk in the park. Cheng Cheng. Every gaze snapped to the little girl. Cheng Cheng had been quietly listening to the adults. Thrown into the spotlight, she shrank back, clutching He Wanyang's hem and whispering, Mama. He Wanyang fondly patted her head, suddenly enlightened. Under 16 right under our noses. 5 definitely counts. With Cheng Cheng's already ridiculous stats, a 9-fold boost inside the rift would make clearing it nothing short of effortless. Lu Yu was baffled. She had done her homework before coming and was sure she knew the girl's background. Cheng Cheng was the Beast Palace's prodigy, the personal disciple of its grandmaster, Li Jingji. That title might cow most people, but to Lu Yu it hardly justified bragging about soloing the children's sports day dungeon. The reason was simple. Lu Yu had already met Mo, daughter of the Blade Sect Master, and Lan, daughter of the Bright Chuch's current pope. Both trained at the Beast Palace, both were ahead of their peers, yet they were still only so-so. Their 4 core stats barely cleared the low 20s. Even with dungeon buffs, they could hardly steamroll anyone. Still, Zhao Yun wouldn't drop Cheng Cheng's name without proof. Swallowing her doubts, Lu Yu crouched, softened her voice, and smiled warmly. Little Cheng Cheng, would you let Annie see your stats? Cheng Cheng pursed her lips and looked first at He Wanyao. She remembered the Relino panel sharing without permission from Master Li Jingji or her parents. He Wanyao had no idea what Zhao Yun was up to either, so she turned to him for guidance. Go on, let the lady take a look, Zhao Yun said calmly. Okay. The girl's voice was sweet and soft. She spread her personal panel for all to see. Name, Zhou Chengqing. Age, 5. Class, Beast Tamer Rare Class. Gains 3 bonus free points per level. Level, 26. Strength, 126. Endurance, 367. Intelligence, 133. Spirit, 141. Skills, Speed, Strike, Guard, Aid, Fury, fate, shield, command, transform, dragon breath, dragon soar, dragon smash, dragon ascend. Trait 1. Progenitor of demon dragons immune to all magic damage. Trait 2. Primal dragon's majesty suppresses targets according to life rank difference, intimidating them down to as low as 1 in every stat. Trait 3. Draconic tongue doubles the effect of all spell type skills. Gear, Staff of the Archangel, Moonlight Robe, Crown, Boots, Belt, Bracelet, Pendant. Unspent points, 3. Hiss. Everyone except Zhao Yun and He Wan Yao sucked in a sharp breath. A rare class. 3 game-breaking traits. 13 skills. Full gear set. Triple-digit stats across the board with a downright absurd 367 endurance. Wang Taiji and Shun Lingling twitched. Lu Yu was petrified. These stats, these skills, these traits. This gear was this adorable 5-year-old, even human? At level 26, she could probably swap me into potty crazy thought, yet it felt entirely real. So, Zhou Yun asked with a smile. Think Cheng Cheng's strong enough? Lu Yu jolted back to life, words tumbling out in a rush. Strong enough? She's absurdly overpowered. If she helps us, clearing that dungeon won't be a challenge, it'll be a walkover. Mr. Zhou, please, I'm begging you let your daughter lend Lu City a hand. Although Lu Yu was addressing Zhou Yun, the corner of her eye and most of her attention remained fixed on Changqing. In Lu Ye's mind, the child was far more than cute. She was a goddess who could rescue Lucheng and send the city soaring. With Cheng Cheng's help, the new dungeon would fall in short order, a wave of fresh talent would rise, Liacheng's fame would spread, morale across every profession would skyrocket, the economy would enter a virtuous cycle, and the city would burst beyond Huagua onto the world stage. The very thought made Lu Yu wipe away imaginary drool. Ever since she saw the girl's status panel, she had even picked out the color of the gown she would wear when accepting her national award. Zhou Yun had no idea Lu Yu had just spun such an epic future. He gently reminded her, City Lord Lu, whether Changcheng helps is up to her. Got it. Lu Yu caught on instantly. She bent down with a warm smile. Changcheng, the moment I saw you I felt so happy. Would you come outside with me for a little chat? With her girl next door looks and deliberate friendliness, Lu Yu easily put the child at ease. A glance from Zhou Yun and He Wan Yao gave Changcheng the green light, and she cheerfully followed Lu Yu into the courtyard. As soon as they stepped out, Wang Taiji lowered his voice inside the room. Mr. Zhou, Changcheng may be strong, but she's still a kid. Is it really safe for her to clear a dungeon? I'm worried too, He Wan Yao agreed, frowning. The dungeon just appeared, anything could happen. We've never seen this children's sports day dungeon. What if City Lord Lu missed something? Relax, Zhou Yun said, squeezing his wife's hand. The name alone says it's made for kids. If we go in, we'll be right beside her, so she won't be in danger. Besides, after Momo and Lanlan visited, Cheng Cheng's been begging to visit them. Mo Dao Sect and the Order of Light are both near Liachinjit's on the way. Tomorrow's Saturday. We've been busy. It's time we took our daughter on a trip. He Wanyo's brow smoothed, and she nodded, her worry fading. With the Zhous on board, Wang Taiji and Shin Lingling were even happier to help Lu Yu. About 20 minutes later the courtyard gate opened, and Changcheng came back hand in hand with Lu Yu, chatting and laughing. Their new closeness was obvious. Mom, Dad, I want to visit Lucheng with Sister Yu. Can I go? On the way home, Changcheng clasped Zhou Yun's hand with one of hers, and He Wanyo's with the other. She skipped across the flagstones, chattering, Lucheng is fun, and this place is fun too. She sounded like a pint-sized tour guide who had already explored every corner of Lucheng. Zhou Yun and He Wanyao exchanged a smile and answered her now and then. The mood is light as a spring breeze. Daddy, Mommy, when we get to Lucheng, they'll treat you to Tonghalu. Tonghalu? Both adults froze in surprise. Liacheng's sugar-coated hawthorns were famous nationwide that they knew, but why bring it up now? Well, our Changcheng has grown up. She wants to buy us Tonghalu? Zhou Yun said in mock amazement. Oh, Changcheng thumped her tiny chest. When we reach Lucheng, you can eat as many as you want. He'll pay. He Wanyao tapped the back of her head, laughing. Little rascal, where will you get the money? Covering the spot she'd been tapped, Changcheng stuck out her lip, yet her voice brimmed with pride. I've got money. Sister, you said if I go to Lucheng, she'll give me the biggest Tonghalu shop in town. Then I can eat all I want. Zhou Yun chuckled. So that's why you insist on going? Hee hee. Changcheng flashed a row of perfect baby teeth, as pleased as if she'd struck gold. Isn't that a great deal? Haha, it's a fantastic deal. My clever Changcheng. Zhou Yun roared with laughter, and He Wanyao joined in. She had wondered what Lu Yu might offer to win Changcheng over, but never guessed it would be a candy shop. Adults knew exactly how a Tonghalu store stacked up against conquering the Samsara Rift. Yet to 5-year-old Changcheng, that shop was the most precious gift in the world. Early the next morning, Zhou Yun's family set out for Lucheng with Lu Yu. Their transport was chosen entirely by the little princess fire steeds. Bred on the blazing plains of Sakura country, these horses had manes the color of flame, and sparks flew from their hooves. Thanks to Cheng Cheng's innate aura, they were half-tamed. willing to obey riders for a while, but still unable to form a permanent bond. To keep their wild nature in check, Chengcheng had to appear periodically and reassert her dominance. Because of this, every professional in Jiangshang who yearned for a mount treated her like a walking life insurance policy. When they saw her, their smiles were warmer than if she were their own child. Ha ha ha, Xiaohong, faster. Hiya hiya. The thunder of hooves echoed as Chengcheng led the way, the fiery tail of her mount illuminating her excited face, while her bell-like laughter floated down the road. She had wanted to ride one back on the blazing plains, but the situation had been too urgent. Now her wish was finally fulfilled. With her laughter ringing out, not a single reckless monster dared cross their path. Most of the magical beasts were still under level 100. The moment they heard Chengcheng's roar, they either bolted as fast as they could or flattened themselves on the ground, too frightened to stir. If a high-tier beast above level 100 poked its head out, Zhao Yun wiped it out with a flick of his hand, not even giving it time to struggle. As a result, the forest between Jiang City and Lu City was eerily quiet. Lu Yu and her escort stayed on edge the whole way, yet not a single beast attacked them, nothing like the perilous trip they remembered. The convoy reached Lu City without incident. Although Lu City stood right next to Jiang City, the atmosphere was entirely different. At the gate, people hurried past, their faces carrying a tired, lingering weight. Seeing the puzzled looks around her, Lu Yu explained, "Our city is still weaker overall. The surge in spiritual energy helped everyone level up, but monsters level even faster. Before the cataclysm, 3 people could take down a minor boss. Now it takes at least 10 to be sure of a win." She finished with a helpless sigh, and several guards lowered their heads. After visiting Jiang City, the gap felt like a chasm pressing on their hearts. Zhao Yun said nothing, but he knew the score. Lu City's struggle wasn't unique. China led the world in average level, yet many cities were in the same tight spot. Worse, Lu City's decline was partly tied to Jiang City's rise. Jianglu Demon City had once sat between them, and when Jiang City destroyed it alone, all the experience points went to Jiang City, robbing Lu City of a shortcut to quick upgrades. One reason Zhao Yun brought Chengcheng on this trip was to repay that debt. "Hey, the city lord is back." Someone shouted at the gate, and the crowd instantly erupted. "Is that Marshal Zhou with her?" "It's really Marshal Zhou. And that's Madame Zhou, the guild master of Yunyang Guild. The world's highest level players are here. Our city lord must be amazing." People lined the road, cheering, even children craning for a better look, and the warm welcome put Zhou Yun's family at ease. Yet something felt off. Zhou Yun swept his gaze around. No guards manned the gate, and no patrols watched the street. Lu Yu had announced her return yesterday. If the citizens were out here, city officials should have arrived even earlier. At the very least, someone ought to be keeping order, but he hadn't spotted a single squad from the city guard. Before the uneasy feeling faded, a white-haired elder led a dozen officials toward them. He stopped, cupped his fists, and called out, "I am Guofeng Liang, Deputy City Lord of Lu City. On behalf of the entire administration, I welcome Marshal Zhou, Madame Zhou, and your daughter." Zhou Yun's brow quirked. From the corner of his eye he saw Lu Ye's smile stiffen, and alarm bells went off in his head. The city lord herself was right. Hariso, why was a deputy stepping forward to greet them? Before Zhou Yun could reply, Lu Yu stepped forward and said, "Deputy City Lord Gua, Mr. Zhou is my guest. He'll make the arrangements myself, so there's no need for you to bother." Facing the crowd, she shed the casual warmth she'd shown while chatting with Zhou Yun's family, adopting the upright, solemn bearing expected of a city lord. Yet Zhou Yun could still hear the emotions buried beneath that: authority wariness, self-doubt, and a suppressed anger. She bit down on the word deputy with deliberate force, as if to deliver a precise warning. Guofeng Liang acted as though he hadn't noticed the barb. Laughing heartily, he proclaimed, "Mr. Zhou is a general of Huan Nation, a pillar of our homeland, and an example for countless compatriots. His presence in Lu City honors not only the city, but every citizen within it. Calling him your guest is misleading. Mr. Zhou is a guest of Lu City, a guest of all our people." The onlookers nodded, clearly moved by his words. Lu Ye's brows knit together, though she strove to remain composed. "Of course Mr. Zhou is also a guest of Lu City, but..." Guofeng Liang cut her off. "If he's the city's guest, why quibble over who plays host?" He turned and bowed to Zhou Yun, his voice even more respectful than before. "When we learned you were coming, the entire city rejoiced. Our officials have prepared the finest residence and a banquet in your honor. We only await your arrival, so we may properly welcome you. In addition..." He paused, a hint of remorse touching his face. Lu City and Jiang City used to be on equal footing, but in just 2 months Jiang City has surged ahead to the top of the global rankings. We're happy for them, yet we can't help feeling envious. If, at the banquet, you could offer us a few words of guidance, everyone in Lu City would be eternally grateful." As he finished, Lu Ye's expression darkened. A mere deputy had delivered every line that should have been hearsened in front of the citizens and Zhou Yun's family, no less. It was an open challenge to her authority. Yet to outsiders his remarks seemed flawless, respectful to Zhou Yun, humble in seeking advice, impeccable in courtesy. Lu Ye's fingers tightened as she lifted her gaze, hoping to regain control. If Zhao Yun truly chose to leave with Guofeng Liang, her defeat would be total. Before she could speak, Zhao Yun answered calmly, "A welcoming banquet isn't necessary. Though Lu City and Jiang City are neighbors, the road between them is dangerous, crawling with magical beasts. City Lord Lu brought only 10 guards to Jiang City, then immediately escorted us back without rest. She didn't do all that so I could attend a banquet. She did it so I could help Lu City conquer the Samsara secret realm. That is the only reason I'm here. There's no time to waste. Lead the way." The moment Zhao Yun spoke, the townsfolk who had been watching out of simple curiosity suddenly looked at Lu Yu with genuine admiration. It dawned on them that she had crossed back and forth between River City and Willow City with only 10 guards. From Zhao Yun's tone, it was clear she had barely paused in River City, intent solely on breaking through the Samsara rift as quickly as possible. Realizing this, people all around raised their thumbs in approval. What a devoted city lord she is. Exactly. A young woman setting out with so few escorts, how dangerous. She may still be learning the ropes, but her sense of duty earns our respect. Hearing the crowd's support, Lu Yu felt a sting behind her eyes. She knew Zhao Yun was unaware of her conflict with Guo Fenglian, yet he had still stepped forward, turning a few words into both a rebuff of Guo and a spotlight on her efforts. Of course, by doing so he was now standing publicly against Guo Fenglian. As expected, Guo Fenglian's smile faded, leaving only a strained curve. "Mr. Zhou, you truly put the people first. Since you insist, please this way." Led by Guo Fenglian and several officials, Zhao Yun and his family stopped before the Samsara rift. The swirling gate shimmered with multicolored light, similar in shape to the dark vortex of the Xiang King's regret in River City, yet far brighter. Zhao Yun glanced at it and judged the colors to reflect the rift's nature. The black swirl of Xiang King's regret spoke of oppression and weight, but this rainbow vortex promised energy and variety. "City Lord Lu, I recall you saying only 25 people can enter at once?" Zhao Yun asked. "That's right." Lu Yu nodded. "Then let's bring in 22 children to go with the 3 of us." His tone left no room for debate. Lu Yu blinked in surprise. Her original plan was to send a small scouting party first. Filling the quota all at once was risky. But she shook off the hesitation. Nothing should go wrong with Mr. Zhou present. Raising her voice, she invited eligible children to volunteer. The crowd was already dense, and hands shot up as soon as she called. Yet just as sign-ups began, Guo Fenglian cut in. "Mr. Zhou, you're new to Willow City, so you may not know the rules inside a rift. Everyone must compete in 3 events, and the score is the total of all participants. If the combined score isn't high enough, everyone suffers a permanent stat reduction. Taking so many children at once is wonderful if everything goes perfectly, but if the score falls short, all 25 will be weakened 3 times over. You, Madame Zhou, and your daughter have excellent attributes, but the children of Willow City are not nearly as robust." As soon as Guo Fengliang finished speaking, the parents who had been about to sign up froze with uncertainty. They exchanged uneasy looks. What if their children failed the challenge? Adult professionals could survive a penalty to their stats, but youngsters started with low attributes. If endurance was reduced, they pictured their frail little Moo and remembered the rumor that even Admiral Zhou and his wife could not fight at full strength inside the rift. One by one, the hands that had been raised slowly dropped. The wavering parents made Lu Yu so angry her chest heaved. She had gone to great lengths to invite Zhao Yun to oversee the raid, hoping to leverage his power to break the rift, and now, of all times, Guo Fengliang had to jump out and stir up trouble. "Guo Fengliang," she snapped. "Mr. Zhou is here to help Luqing clear the rift. You know that perfectly well, yet you deliberately sow discord. What are you after?" "Hey, City Lord, that's hardly fair," Guo Fengliang protested with an exaggerated look of hurt. "I'm only thinking of the children." Lu Yu ground her teeth, but the pressing matter was still finding enough youngsters for the expedition. Swallowing her anger, she faced the crowd again, her voice hoarse from shouting. "Everyone, this is a rare chance. Please trust Mr. Zhou. We'll do everything we can to keep the children safe inside." By the time she finished pleading, her throat was burning, yet the response remained lukewarm. Off to the side, Guo Fengliang leaned against a tree, arms folded, his right foot tapping a jaunty rhythm, smugness written all over his face. Frustration clogged Lu Ye's chest. She turned toward Zhao Yun. "Mr. Zhou." Her eyes were already rimmed red. Zhao Yun was willing to help, yet she could not even scrape together a team. "Don't worry," Zhao Yun said gently. "If I'm right, they'll be here any minute." "They?" Lu Yu blinked. Chengqing pulled a pendant from inside her collar, a small jewel glowing with a warm light. As it lit up, a childish voice came through loud and clear. "Chengqing, Lanlan and I are almost there. Wait for us." "Okay, hurry up." Chengqing beamed, holding the pendant close to her mouth. "We're right outside the rift gate." Lu Yu stared at the pendant in surprise. "Chengqing, you're talking to Momo and Lanlan?" "Oh." Chengqing nodded vigorously. "They're on their way. They'll go into the rift with us." A buzz rang in Lu Ye's head. Momo and Lanlan were disciples of the beast-taming palace. daughters of their respective sect leaders, and far stronger than their peers. When the rift had first appeared, she had personally visited the Mo Blade sect and the Holy Light Order more than 10 times, begging the two little prodigies for help, only to be refused with the excuse that their skills were still inadequate. And now they were volunteering of their own accord. Moments later, Momo and Lan arrived at the rift entrance. Spotting Chengqing from afar, the two dropped their packs and dashed over. The three girls locked arms, formed a little circle, and burst into cheerful chatter. Behind them stood Mo Luqing, master of Mo Blade sect, and Ning Huaxi, pontiff of the Radiant Order. The two men walked up to Zhao Yun and gave a respectful bow. Mo Luqing and Ning Huaxi of the subordinate sects greet Mr. Zhao. There's no need for such formality, Zhao Yun said, lifting them up with a slight smile. Our two sects are part of the 100 Sect Alliance. We're all on the same side. Mo Luqing and Ning Huaxi agreed at once, and the conversation soon drifted to small talk. Little did they realize that the sight left Guofengliang and the officials behind him utterly stunned. They had distinctly heard two dignified sect masters call themselves a subordinate sect before Zhao Yun, repeatedly saying pay our respects instead of the more casual present ourselves. In Guofengliang's mind, Zhao Yun was at most a general and pillar of the nation. Why should anyone bow so low to him? Plus, these sect masters had brought their own daughters to tackle the secret realm. If it were truly that dangerous, would they take such a gamble? They had ignored every official plea for aid, yet now came of their own accord an enigma Guofengliang could not fathom. Mo Luqing and Ning Huaxi were chatting idly when they noticed Guofengliang's group whispering. They sneered inwardly. Outsiders had no clue. To the state, Zhao Yun was merely a general. In the cultivation world, he was believed to be the one who slapped the Wuliang Cliff Lord to death and erased 16 heavenly fiends in a heart-beaten ultimate existence. No proof existed, yet every major sect shared a quiet consensus. Zhao Yun was the prime suspect. Better to overestimate him than risk offense. If he grew displeased, a single stomp might obliterate their headquarters. Just then, Momo and Lan appeared. The girls often spent weekends in Luqing, so most townsfolk recognized them. Once people saw the sect masters' cherished daughters in the expedition party, their anxiety melted away. If the sect masters trusted the realm with their own children, the risk surely wasn't that high. Fortune favors the bold. This could be my son's big break, might befriend those kids from powerful families. If we can tie ourselves to Mo Blade sect, getting in later will be easy. At worst we lose a few attributes. You can't catch a wolf without risking the lamb. I'm signing up. The chatter swelled like a tide. Parents who had hesitated moments earlier now rushed to register their children. There were only 22 slots. With Momo and Lan already included, just 20 remained, and they vanished in an instant. Those who secured a spot slapped their thighs in delight, while the rest could only sigh in regret. Finally, the 25-member team was set. From a distance, Guofengliang watched Zhao Yun lead the group into the secret realm, his face dark as thunder. No matter how formidable you are, Mr. Zhao, you can't break the realm's rules, he muttered through clenched teeth. I refuse to believe you can shepherd this batch of deadweight and still conquer the secret realm. After a brief shift through time and space, Zhao Yun's family and 22 others 25 people in all found themselves inside a colossal stadium. Go, go, faster. Pass him, son, you're the best. The stands thundered on every side, waves of cheers crashing over the field. In the middle of the turf, 18 competition zones were marked out, each crowned with pale gold letters. 1,000 meter sprint, 10,000 meter run, fencing, wrestling, weightlifting, javelin, a full 18 events. The setting didn't look scary at all, yet the children trailing behind Chengqing were eerily quiet, their stiff postures betraying their nerves. Suddenly the lights dimmed, and the roar of the crowd faded as though someone had turned down the volume. A young, clear voice drifted into everyone's ears. Welcome to the Children's Games and Amusement Park, made exclusively for kids. Here, anyone over 16 will have every attribute reduced by 90% and all medicines rendered useless. Anyone 16 or under will see every attribute increased by 900%. You'll compete as teams and be assigned 3 random events. Your first event is. The golden words above the field lit up one after another until a single title blazed in the sky. 100,000 meter run. The voice announced again, your first event is the 100,000 meter run. On your marks. Before anyone could react, the scene shifted. All 25 members now stood at the starting line of an oval track, surrounded by countless children already in their starting stance. Zhao Yun and He Wanyang felt their arms and legs go weak, their stamina nearly drained, while Chengqing and the other 23 kids were brimming with energy obviously boosted by the new buff. Ready. Bang. The starters pistol fired. The children around them shot forward like arrows loosed from a bow. Chengqing's group, still young, failed to catch the rhythm at first and instinctively looked back. He Wanyang panicked. The leaders were already sprinting ahead. If they didn't chase now, the gap would only widen. Zhao Yun, however, waved casually. Chengqing, Catch up, blow past them, and head straight for the finish line. Mom and Dad are cheering for you. Got it, Dad. Chengqing fixed his eyes ahead, drew a deep breath, and in the next instant vanished from sight. A mass of competitors stared, dumbfounded. How could someone disappear in the blink of an eye? With broader experience, Momo and Lon Lon instantly recognized the afterimage that comes with extreme speed and were about to give chase when Zhao Yun raised his hand to stop them. Come on, let's stay here and cheer for Chengcheng instead. With that, Zhao Yun stepped off the track and onto the grass. Huan Yang and the children, still half skeptical, trailed behind Zhao Yun onto the grass. The ground felt springy beneath their feet. Sunlight skipped across the tips of the blades, and before they could orient themselves, the view ahead suddenly contracted. The endless track seemed flattened by an unseen hand, shrinking to a manageable stretch right before their eyes. Every lane held a child pumping their arms, but Chengcheng stood out, rapidly closing in on the leaders. That's Chengcheng, Momo shouted, pointing in delight. Go, Chengcheng. Lon Lon cupped her hands around her mouth like a megaphone, her voice shooting into the sky. She grinned at her own enthusiasm, then gasped when Chengcheng actually glanced back and waved. She can hear us. Lon Lon squealed, pulling Momo into an excited hop. Huan Yang joined in, calling, come on, Chengcheng. The children copied her in unison, chanting, go, go. Zhao Yun brought up the rear with a booming, Chengcheng, overtake them. The cheers rolled in like a warm tide. Hearing Zhao Yun and Huan Yang spurred Chengcheng's focus into a blaze. Her legs felt loaded with springs, and her pace exploded. In what seemed a blink, she sliced through the crowd, vaulting to the very front of the pack. So amazing, Chengcheng. That's incredible. She's flying. First place. First place. The children's chatter sprinkled every compliment they could think of onto the track. To them, the early leaders had already looked impossibly fast, yet Chengcheng was faster still. A whole tier above amazing hardly covered it. On the track, Chengcheng heard every word as clearly as if it were whispered in her ear. Each go felt like a spark inside her, and the knowledge that both Mom and Dad were cheering lit an even brighter flame. It's their first time watching me race together, she told herself. I have to win and make them proud. With that thought, her legs unleashed another burst of power. Wind shrieked past her ears, lane lines blurred beneath her feet. Whoosh. The whistle at the finish cut the air. Chengcheng was the first to cross, the word champion blazing over her head. Dad. Mom. She skipped off the track, toes barely kissing the ground, and shot toward Huan Yang and Zhao Yun like an arrow. My Chengcheng. Zhao Yun laughed, spreading his arms to catch her and spinning her in several tight circles before setting her down. Dad, Mom, I did it. I came in first. In the champion. Chengcheng's cheeks were flushed, her whole face glowing with excitement and joy. In her memory, this was the only competition where both her parents had ever been in the stands. The lights blazed, the audience buzzed, and the little girl held a gleaming gold trophy, cheeks pink with excitement. First place, the champion. Joy bubbled out of her like sparkling soda. Why is Chengcheng so happy? Huan Yao asked, brows arched in a gentle smile. Because Daddy and Mommy are here. Chengcheng hugged the trophy, her eyes curved into crescents. Silly girl. Huan Yao laughed softly and gave her daughter's shoulder a playful shake. Haven't we always been here? It's different today. Chengcheng shook her head earnestly. You're not only here, you saw me win first place. When I win, Daddy and Mommy are happy. When Daddy and Mommy are happy, so am I. Zhao Yun and Huan Yao traded a glance, a faint tremor passing through them. Huan Yao pressed her lips together, crouched down to meet her daughter's eyes, and asked, why do you think that? Why do you believe we're only happy when you take first place? Isn't that how it works? Chengcheng tilted her head, blinking. At kindergarten, everyone's parents want their kids to be number one. The words pricked Huan Yao like a needle. Other parents, first place ideas strangely distant to her, and she couldn't remember when or where Chengcheng might have noticed them. All she recalled was rushing through endless work. The teacher invited her time and again, but she declined each time to keep the family afloat. She was often late even to pick her daughter up, let alone attend every school event. Yet Chengcheng had always been outgoing. At the start of preschool, the teacher often called to praise her. Jumping rope, drawing, tying her shoes, dressing herself, dribbling a basketball. She joined every contest and did well. Then, at some point, the call stopped. The events continued, but Chengcheng no longer took part. The teacher mentioned several times that her enthusiasm was fading. She quietly worried something was wrong, but each night, when she saw her lively, bouncing little girl, warmth chased the worry away. How could such a bright child have a problem? Now, thinking back, she realized. Her thoughts tumbled, and she suddenly crouched, drawing Chengcheng into a tight hug. I'm so sorry, Chengcheng. It was my fault for missing your school activities. Some scenes need no first-hand experience to picture. On the playground, every other child stands with a parent, except Chengcheng. She clutches her certificate, looking for someone to share it with, but finds no familiar eyes. As a mother, Huan Yao finally felt that loneliness to the core. Zhao Yun crouched beside her, and together they wrapped their arms around Chengcheng. Actually, That was the main reason he insisted on coming to Luqing with Changqi. After living a second life, he understood how precious being there really is, and he finally realized how badly he had failed his daughter before. So he chose this trip to make up for Idavan, if only a little. He wanted to give her the warmth she deserved. Beside the track, the sunset painted the ground a fiery gold. Changqing stood before her parents, confusion and tears clouding her small face. Dad, Mom, what's wrong? Please don't be like this, I feel like crying. Zhao Yun suddenly threw his head back and laughed, his hearty voice shattering the heavy air. There's no reason for tears, Changqing. You're the champion, you should be smiling. Exactly. He Wanyao wiped the moisture from her eyes and forced a bright smile. I never knew you could run that fast. Haha. Changqing scratched her head shyly, grinning like a contented kitten. Ping. Family affection, 10,000. The abrupt system notice made Zhou Yun's heart jolt. No reward could weigh more than that single sentence. I feel like crying. At that moment, the 100-kilometer run was drawing to a close. When the last child crossed the finish line, the childish voice of the Secret Realms announcer echoed again. The 100-kilometer run is over. Congratulations, challengers, you've taken first place as a team. As the words faded, a handful of starlight rained down on everyone like tiny meteors streaking through the twilight. Then another celestial prompt appeared in pale gold text. Ping. Strength, permanently 10. Wow. Mo was the first to cheer, bouncing in place with excitement. As a disciple of the Beast Taming Palace, she knew better than anyone what Strength 10 permanently meant, an upgrade to a basic stat, the hardest threshold to touch for any class. She remembered how she had devoured everything at Cheng's house like a starving ghost. The food was delicious, but more importantly, eating it actually increased permanent stats. What a generous reward, Lon exclaimed. Even for a rare beastmaster like her, leveling up only granted 3 stat points. Getting 10 points of strength at once was like jumping more than 3 levels in a single breath. The other children were young, but thanks to the new curriculum, they understood what base stats meant. They pumped their fists and shouted, their faces radiant with joy. Only Huanyao frowned, puzzled. Team champions? I know Changcheng took first place, but the rest of us didn't even run. How can we be first as a team? Zhou Yun chuckled and explained, team ranking is based on points. First place is worth about 100 times more than second place, 10,000 points. Second place is only 10 times third. Third place is 10 points. After that it drops by tiers. 4th through 10th get 9 points. 11th through 50th get 8, and so on. I see. He Wanyo's eyes lit up. The points for first are that high. So as long as someone on the team takes first, everyone else's results hardly matter, right? Exactly, Zhou Yun nodded. That's why I dared to bring so many kids to compete. Whether in literature or in combat, there's no substitute for first place. And the same holds true in this Children's Sports Day Secret Realm. Only first place has real value. Everyone else is just running alongside. The second event you'll be competing in is. The childish but clear voice returned before anyone could catch their breath. Titles of various sports flickered across the screen just like before, until the glowing word fencing froze in the center. Fencing? Wanyo's expression shifted. It was certainly a sport, but if it had been running, high jump, or long jump, Changcheng could have coasted to first place on raw physical talent alone. Fencing, though as her mother, she knew all too well, the child had never so much as touched a sword. Maybe I should do it instead? Wanyao looked at Zhou Yun and lowered her voice. My stats have dropped a lot, but I'm still a trained fighter. I can handle it. Zhou Yun shook his head, smiling with confidence. Don't worry. The fencing here probably isn't what you think. Isn't what I think. Wanyao blinked. How many ways could fencing be different? Before her confusion settled, the scenery blurred. In the blink of an eye, they were standing on a piste. Wanyao scanned their surroundings. The strip was just over 2 meters wide, which was normal, but in both directions it stretched out of sight. On your marks. Whoosh. 25 opponents materialized on the same strip, matching their own numbers. Unlike Zhou Yun's group, every newcomer carried a weapon foil, épée, saber dressed in regulation gear, and clearly prepared. Ryodaigo. Zhou Yun grabbed Wanyo's arm and pulled her off the strip. The other children followed instantly. An instant later, only Changqing, Momo, and Lan remained. 3 little figures looking very small on the wide piste. They had talked strategy beforehand, but standing there alone, they were visibly rattled. Dad Changqing looked at Zhou Yun, at a loss. The competition itself wasn't scary. She just had no idea what to do. Catching her meaning, Zhou Yun flipped his wrist and produced 3 long swords, handing them over. Dodge their attacks as much as you can, he reminded them. All you need to do is land a hit. Got it. Chang's eyes lit up. She nodded hard. This sounded easy to her. Begin. Almost the moment Zhou Yun's words left his mouth, the young voice officially started the match. Whoosh. An opponent stepped forward, lunging with an épée. Momo, at the front, didn't even have time to lift her sword. The tip had already touched the bridge of her nose. Ah, she cried out, then realized the stab didn't hurt at all. While she was still stunned, the fencer tagged her twice more. Ah, 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 ah. Only then did she realize she should be dodging and counterattacking. But the incoming sword light was vicious and precise, and her small stat advantage was nowhere near enough to support such chaotic evasions and ripostes. The moment she lost her rhythm, two more strikes landed on her. Swish! Her vision blurred, and the system forcibly teleported her to the edge of the sword arena. In the blink of an eye, the scrolling light screen announced the result. She could only sigh in frustration she had been eliminated. Come on, Lon Lon. She refused to wallow in defeat, pumping a tiny fist and pinning all her hopes on the next fighter. Lon Lon was already at the forefront, long sword in hand. She was born into the Radiant Order. Her father was the Pope himself. Raised among knights, she was no stranger to either spear or blade. The contender who had just defeated Momo saw Lanlin's orthodox stance and held back from charging in recklessly. He eased his blade forward to test the waters. Lon Lon mirrored the move, pressing her point ahead. Their swords met in midair with a light tap. Clang! Crack! He flicked her blade aside and followed through with a thrust that landed squarely on her chest. The rules prevented real injury, but once he scored, he slid back, sealing off any chance for her counterattack. Once Lon Lon muttered through clenched teeth. A single exchange told her that her rudimentary sword skills were far beneath his. Still, she knew Orange was even less familiar with the weapon. She had to buy time. She pushed her speed to the limit, yet managed to last only 20 seconds. On the fifth hit, the teleport light flared, and she followed Momo out of the arena. Outside the ring, Lon Lon bit her lip in frustration. She was actually faster than her opponent. Speed came from strength, so her strength stat was higher. But the gap in technique was so wide she couldn't even touch him, while he had landed 5 clean hits. Orange, you can beat him, she shouted. Got it. Orange gave her a nod. Before the words had fully left her mouth, Lanlin's heart lurched. The opponent darted in like a viper the instant Orange turned her head. Watch the warning stuck in Lanlin's throat as the scene before her froze her mid-word. It was as though Orange had eyes in her profile. Still facing Lon Lon, she tilted her head just enough for the incoming point to skim past her forehead. Clean miss. The man reacted instantly, angling down to tag her shoulder. Orange twisted again. Miss number 2. After 2 failed strikes, the man pulled back to reset his offense. But even as he stepped away, Orange's blade was already sliding in close. Crack! The sound rang out, and he was sent flying. That's right, she sent him flying. A moment earlier her opponent had been standing firmly on the piste. Then Cheng Cheng sideways slash caught him at the waist, and his body shot into the air like a kite with a snapped string, sailed past the boundary line, and crashed onto the grass several dozen meters away. Huh. Wawat. Momo and Lanlin's pupils contracted at the same time. They'd already been stunned when Cheng Cheng dodged the attack. Watching her flick an opponent into the sky nearly made their eyes pop. Cheng Chenji is amazing. Wow, she's incredible. The kids around Zhao Yun and Huanyao lit up instantly. They hadn't understood much of Momo and Lanlin's earlier bout, only that both girls seemed clumsy and were eliminated without even brushing a sleeve. But now Cheng Cheng had dodged several strikes in a row and launched her foe skyward with a single blow. The impact was far beyond their imagination. Before their cheers even ended, the second fencer stepped in to fill the vacant spot. Swish! Steel flashed. Cheng Cheng shifted her footwork, evaded, then reversed her grip for a horizontal sweep. Crack! The second opponent traced the exact same arc, same altitude, same landing zone. The unlucky first fencer had just started to push himself up when his teammate dropped out of the sky and smashed him back into the turf. So cool. Awesome. You're the best, Cheng Chenji. The kids were jumping in place, the boys nearly shredding their voices. They didn't care that Cheng Cheng was a girl, or that her slender frame seemed mismatched with the long blade. Right now they saw only a sword cutting through everything, domineering and elegant. Taking down 2 opponents in a row clearly delighted Cheng Cheng. A carefree smile tugged at her lips. The third challenger glanced at the pile of teammates on the grass, then at Cheng Cheng, and his steps faltered. Cheng Cheng gave him no time to breathe and closed the distance. Huh. He gritted his teeth and struck first, the tip of his sword splitting the air. But striking first doesn't always mean hitting first. Crack. He was airborne too, the third body added to the impromptu stack in the grass. Mom, Dad, fencing doesn't look hard at all. It's so much fun. Cheng Cheng turned and flashed Zhao Yun and Huanyao a brilliant smile. Huanyao shook her head with a helpless grin, while Zhao Yun burst out laughing. Fencing's plenty of fun if you're the one doing the hitting. If Momo and Lon Lon could hear him, they would have agreed. Right now their only reaction to Cheng Cheng was a wry smile. Fun? They hadn't felt any of it. When did Cheng Chenji learn swordplay? She probably didn't. No way. You can't be this good without training. My dad says in martial arts speed conquers all. Maybe she's just got the stats to overwhelm people? Stats. Lanlin's face fell even further. She'd rather practice honestly than bank on attributes. While everyone debated, Cheng Cheng was already mowing down the next few challengers. From that point on, the outcome was never in doubt. Almost no one could dodge even a single stroke of Cheng Cheng's sword. With an overwhelming speed advantage, Cheng Cheng's strikes were practically unavoidable. Even when the opposing fencers registered the flash of her blade, their bodies couldn't keep up, and they could only watch themselves get launched into the air. The last fencer standing barely dodged her first swing and even managed to parry the second, but it made no difference. The force behind her sword lifted him off the ground and sent him tumbling. Under the Secret Realms buff, Cheng Cheng's strength had soared to 1,260. She could tear through any guard with brute force alone. Whatever stance they chose was doomed to collapse. After a brief feeling-out period, she had fully adapted to the realm's fencing rules. The next 2 rounds of the team match were a foregone conclusion. Led by Cheng Cheng, they swept all 3 bouts in a row. In the end, the word champion lit up over her head once more, and together with the one she had earned earlier, turned into 2 tiny golden crowns that spun merrily in midair. Fencing event complete. Congratulations, challenge cleared. You have secured first place in the team competition. The cool but pleasant system voice followed. Ding. Stamina permanently 10. Stamina. Momo and Lon Lon exchanged an excited glance. The 10 points of strength they had gained earlier were nice, but for Beast Tamer's strength sat at the very bottom of the priority list. Stamina, on the other hand, was something every class craved for the breathing room it provided. She sheathed her sword and strode off the piste, hands on her hips, calling to Zhao Yun and Huan Yao with a grin. Well, pretty awesome, right? Before she even finished, a gaggle of children swarmed around her. Their overlapping compliments crackled like firecrackers, making Chengqing giggle uncontrollably. Her laughter had barely died down when the prompt for the third event suddenly popped up. Your third athletic event will be javelin. The scenery flipped again, and the group was teleported to an endless emerald prairie. Waves of grass rippled in the breeze, while a row of javelin racks stood upright, each holding gleaming silver spears in perfect order. Look up there. Momo raised a hand toward the sky. Everyone followed her gaze and saw countless treasure chests drifting overhead. The larger ones were fist-sized, dull, and wooden, while the smaller ones, no bigger than a fingernail, shone with a golden metallic luster like glittering stars. So the third event is javelin, Zhao Yun muttered under his breath. Noticing the hint of delight in his voice, Huan Yao asked, is that a good draw? Absolutely. Zhao Yun nodded, eyes fixed on the smallest, brightest chest above. Javelin is the most unique event in this realm. All the others only grant attribute points, but with javelin, every chest you knock down is yours on top of the usual stat bonus. What's inside them? Huan Yao arched a brow. The big ones float low, so they're easy to hit, but the loot is mediocre and random. The glowing mini chests are different. They drift high and far, yet if you can bring them down you might snag anything from enhancement stones, lynxy horns, and superior tier ores to equipment, monster eggs maybe, even a shard of divinity. Zhao Yun's eyes burned with anticipation. Lynxy horns, extraordinary grade, or gear, and even monster eggs? The more Huan Yao heard, the more amazed she grew. She still had no idea what a shard of godhood meant, but every other item on the list was a priceless rarity. The horns were especially coveted. They were now recognized as top-tier material and, until now, had dropped only in tiny amounts during the weekly global rankings. A piece of equipment had to be socketed with a lynxy horn before it could hold the pearls exchanged at the merit shop. Even the lowest tier pearl instantly boosted its related attribute by 30%. The Gale Pearl, for instance, raised attack speed by that full 30% the moment it was embedded. Such a boost would have been worth a fortune even before the Cataclysm sieges, and it was no less valuable today. Too bad. She looked up at the flickering golden lights overhead and sighed. Those chests are so small. The highest one's barely a pinpoint. How can I possibly hit that? Mom, which one do you want? They'll get it for you. Chengqing clenched her tiny fists, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Warmth spread through Huanyo's chest. She smoothed her daughter's soft hair. Don't push yourself. Just aim for the ones you're confident about. I'm already happy you want to try. Okay. Chengqing nodded hard. She said nothing more, but anticipation made her eyes shine even brighter. Take your positions, a child's voice rang out. As in the previous 2 rounds, a group of young competitors suddenly appeared all around them. The moment they materialized, the children surged forward, snatching javelins from the racks and leveling them at the treasure chests drifting overhead. Round 1, ready, go. At the command, silver javelins whistled skyward one after another. Only then did the spectators notice that, despite the number of contestants, no one threw at the same time. Instead, they followed an unseen order. Each javelin launched only after the one before it fell, obviously to prevent mid-air collisions. They must be afraid the spears will hit each other, Huan Yao murmured. Her quiet analysis reached Momo and Lon Lon. Exchanging a glance, the 2 stepped to the rack and each chose a spear. Chengqing followed close behind, gripping a javelin taller than she was, her knuckles white with effort. Suddenly cheers erupted. A child had knocked down a glittering golden chest. Wow! The boy jumped up and down, waving his arms in triumph. When the chest hit the ground, it, like every other chest that had been struck, was swept up by a teleportation array and delivered directly to him. The lid sprang open to reveal a finely crafted bracelet glowing with a gentle radiance so soft and luminous that no one could look away. Extraordinary grade, Momo declared at once. Definitely extraordinary, Lon Lon agreed. With their backgrounds, they had seen equipment of that level before and recognized its quality instantly. Even so, envy tugged at them. In their sects, an extraordinary item was a true treasure. They had seen such things, but never been qualified to use one. I wish I could land a gold chest, too. Mo tightened her grip on the javelin, tapped the ground with her toes, and looked up, eyes sparkling. High in the sky, a fist-sized gold chest gleamed so brightly in the sunlight that it was hard to keep her eyes open. Cheng never said a word. Her head was tilted back, neck slightly arched, and her gaze clung to that highest point of golden light. Even her blinks slowed by half a beat. On the right-hand runway, the other team had finished their first throws. Now it was Zhao Yun's squad's turn. Huh. Before the shout had faded, Mo, already coiled like a spring, burst forward, accelerate, leap, lunge, all in one fluid motion. The javelin cut the air in a beautiful arc, aimed straight at the gold chest. Halfway there, though, the tip dipped, its speed bled away, and it dropped helplessly to the ground, missing the chest's shadow by a mile. Ugh. Mo walked back with her head down, her steps much heavier than before. Lan followed. She drew a deep breath, sprinted hard, and snapped her wrist. The javelin whistled toward a nearer, larger silver chest, supposedly a safer target. It flew closer and closer, but when it was less than 2 meters away, it stalled and plunged straight down. So close, just a bit short. Don't worry, there's still time. Go harder next throw. Her teammates chimed in. Thanks. Lan forced a small but genuine smile, fetched her second javelin, and got ready for the next round. When she returned to the line, every eye shifted to Cheng. She, however, seemed not to have heard a thing, still staring at the sky in exactly the same pose. Zhao Yun clapped and waved to the nearby kids. You all give it a shot. Maybe you'll snag a prize. They'd been itching to try and, with permission, rushed to grab javelins, sprint, and throw. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Spears flew one after another, but most landed halfway down the field, some veering so wide no one could tell what they'd aimed for. Even so, the kids laughed and hollered, having the time of their lives. Just as most were lining up for a second round, a javelin suddenly tore through the air, tracing a clean arc before burying its tip in the lowest wooden chest. Huh. Zhao Yun raised an eyebrow and followed the path back to the boy who threw it. I hit it. I really hit it. The chest blinked into place in front of him. He pried it open at once. Inside lay a book with a glossy cover. A book? His excitement deflated in a breath. A book? Mo leaned in. Holy light, Perry? Lan, isn't that the skill book your family needs? What? Let me see. Lan jogged over, and her eyes lit up at the title. Hey, what's your name? Do you need this book? If you don't, could you sell it to Mino, to my family? My name is Gubei. Twisting his fingers, Gubei shrank under Lanlin's gaze and the curious children crowding around. After giving his name, he fell silent until he cast a pleading look at Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun stepped up, patted Gubei's shoulder, and smiled. Take it easy, Lan. He won't need that skill book for a while. Let's talk about it after we leave the secret realm, all right? Okay. Lan nodded quickly. She knew her own father, Ning Huashi, treated Zhao Yun with respect, so she had better obey. Zhao Yun held up the faintly glowing volume. This isn't an ordinary book, it's a class skill book, probably for a paladin. Lanlin's father is a top-tier paladin. If it's no use to you, you can trade it with him for something you'd like. Gubei's eyes flashed. I want a powerful spear. I want to be a glorious knight. No problem. Lan chirped, flashing a sweet smile. We have plenty of spears at home. He'll let you choose one. Before her words faded, a sudden whoosh split the air. Cheng, who had been silent, sprinted across the grass and hurled the javelin in her hand skyward. Only then did everyone react, heads snapping up. The javelin shot into the sunlight, shrinking to a finger's width, then to a tiny before disappearing from sight. Wow. Gasps rose all around. Cheng stared upward with the others, her fists clenched tight. Time seemed to stretch until a faint metallic ping reached their ears. A brilliant shaft of golden light then plummeted from the sky, striking the ground and transforming into a chest that blazed with dazzling radiance. She did it. Cheng's incredible. She hit a target that tiny from that high up? The children surged forward, eager to see what treasures lay inside. But Cheng didn't open the chest right away. Instead, she called out, Dad. Mom. I did it. Come quick. Zhao Yun hurried over and gave her a thumbs up. That's my girl awesome. He Wanyao scooped her daughter into her arms, kissed her forehead, and beamed. You're such a sweetheart, thinking of us first. Hee. Cheng giggled, then urged, open it. Dad, Mom, hurry. Us. He Wanyao blinked. You worked so hard to land this chest. Don't you want to open it yourself? If you open it, it's the same as me opening it. Cheng answered earnestly. Zhao Yun and He Wanyao shared a warm smile. All right, let's do it together, Zhao Yun said. 2 large hands and 1 small hand gripped the handle of the chest. Then, 3, 2, 1, open. Whoosh, the room exploded with golden light so intense that everyone had to shield their eyes. When the glare finally faded, a fist-sized crystal lay quietly inside the wooden chest. It resembled diamond but was purer, brighter, each facet scattering dazzling rainbows. Even from afar, it stirred an indescribable comfort and joy, as though every good thing in the world had been distilled into this single gem. Divinity Shard. Zhao Yun blurted, frozen in place. In his previous life, he had heard of only one dropping in the youth games dungeon, and that had been the lone occurrence. Countless powerhouses had farmed the map afterward, yet the shard never reappeared. Now this near-mythical treasure had dropped after one shot from Chung. Calling it luck felt like an understatement. It was nothing short of a miracle. Chung lifted the crystal from the chest and blinked at him. Divinity Shard? What's that? Is it any good? Beyond good, Zhao Yun said firmly. No treasure in the world can compare, it's the most precious of all. Stunned, the little girl fixed her gaze on the shard, barely daring to breathe. Huanyang suddenly recalled something. Wei Tiandao once announced that a divinity shard could appear at the end of the godforsaken route. Zhao Yun shook his head with a soft laugh. Those are blank shards, no divine power, just the shell. 10 blanks barely equal one complete shard. Hearing this, Chung didn't hesitate. She offered the crystal to her mother. Mom, take it. You're the guild leader, you'll know what to do. Huanyang didn't accept it. Instead, she looked at Zhao Yun. Honey, could this help Chung? Understanding, Zhao Yun gently took his daughter's hand and pressed the shard's tip against her palm. A bead of blood surfaced and seeped along the lines of her hand into the crystal. In the next instant, pure white light burst from Cheng's palm, washing over every corner of the dungeon like a gentle tide. It wasn't blinding. Its softness made everyone instinctively want to reach out and touch it. At the heart of that radiance, a female figure of the same pure white slowly descended. Her face was veiled in luminous mist, but the gentle outlines and posture left no doubt she was an incomparably tender goddess. At that moment, Tiando's global announcement echoed across the world. The harder you work, the luckier you become. Cherish the joys of childhood and embrace an active life. The goddess of fortune now turns her gaze upon you. The goddess of fortune? A god? The one I'm thinking of. An odd look crept over every face in the square. Whether before or after the worlds merged, humanity was no stranger to the idea of gods, yet everyone agreed on one point. Deities were lofty and untouchable. Believers thought so, and so did atheists. But now the heavenly Tao had announced, loud and clear, the gods are watching. The words struck the crowd like a hammer. As thoughts churned, the woman floating midair dressed in a pure white gown, her presence gentle suddenly smiled. She raised a hand, slender fingertips wrapped in snow-white radiance. Her rosy lips parted, and a soft voice rang out. Fated one, yes you. Have you found the gift I hid here? Good child. May my power shield you as you grow. I look forward to meeting you in the future. The moment she finished, the shimmer dissolved and the sky returned to normal, as though nothing had happened. Only then did the crowd snap out of their daze. Who was that just now? I couldn't even make out her face. Could she be a goddess of fortune? Huan Yao turned to Zhao Yun, ready to ask, but saw his brow knit in deep thought. His doubts ran deeper than anyone's. In his previous life, fragments of divinity, extremely rare items, didn't appear until 7 years after launch, late in the game. Yet the world was clearly still in its early phase, and a fragment had already descended. What made it even stranger was that someone had indeed obtained a shard in the Children's Sports Day secret realm during his past life. But it was just an ordinary piece infused with divine power, no link to the goddess of fortune, certainly not a gift she left behind. Confronted with these discrepancies, Zhao Yun could only blame the butterfly effect, but the more he thought, the less confident he felt. If the world's timeline diverged from his memories, his ability to predict the future would vanish. In fact, the divergence had already begun, the second expansion. In his previous life, Expansion 2 was called Invasion of the Celestial Fiends. Under relentless human assaults on Demon City, the surviving demons gathered their strength and summoned the 12 fiends. A worldwide battle erupted. The 12 fiends were slain, and the world enjoyed a brief peace. In reality, the 12 fiends did descend, yet not because Demon City summoned them. They came on their own, drawn by the god's heart within Amitarasu's avatar. Though they were still killed, the circumstances were completely different. From this, Zhao Yun concluded that this world might never see the same second expansion. By rights, the moment the first player hit level 100, the expansion should have begun, but all bets were off now. By now, Huanyao had climbed to level 101. Whenever he let his mind wander to that fact, questions piled up like a ball of yarn that only grew more tangled the harder he pulled. He forced himself to set the matter aside, reminding himself that no matter how uncertain the future looked, preparation could never hurt. If his strength was great enough, he could handle any twist the situation threw at him. Outside the Children's Sports Day secret realm, a swirling vortex hung in the sky like a massive, multicolored funnel. The people of Luqing held their breath. Everyone understood what was at stake. If this raid succeeded, the city might finally turn its fortunes around. If it failed, even Zhao Yun would be powerless. And then who in the whole Hua nation could anyone rely on? City Lord Gua, do you think Mr. Zhou and his team can pull it off? Someone asked, unable to keep quiet any longer. Guo Fenglian stroked his graying beard and answered unhurriedly. On principle, a man of Mr. Zhou's caliber shouldn't have any trouble clearing a secret realm. But we all know this one in Luqing has unusual rules. No matter how strong Mr. Zhou and Mrs. Zhou are, the instance will still limit them, and they've brought so many children besides. So if you ask me, he left the rest unsaid, yet everyone understood. The mood sank, and no one protested. Only Lu Yu stepped forward. Deputy City Lord Guo, are you jumping to conclusions before we even see the outcome, or are you questioning Mr. Zhou's judgment? Seeing that it was Lu Yu, Guo Fenglian's face darkened. City Lord Lu, don't try to browbeat me with Mr. Zhou's name. The people have concerns, and am simply giving a rational assessment, hardly idle speculation. I have never doubted Mr. Zhou. On the contrary, I'd be thrilled if they succeed and prove me wrong right here in front of everyone. Fine, then wait and watch, Lu Yu replied firmly. She alone had seen Cheng Cheng's status screen and felt confident if Cheng Cheng couldn't break this secret realm, no one could. Guo Fenglian cast her a covert glance, a faint sneer tugging at his lips. To him, Lu Yu might bear the title of City Lord, but she was still just a youngster who hadn't grown up. What could a child accomplish by making such a fuss? Even with Zhao Yun's help, the wrong key would never fit the lock. It was bound to fail. And once it did, Lu Yu's already fragile prestige would crumble, giving him the perfect chance to drop the word deputy from his own title. His scheme had barely formed when the vortex at the center of the secret realm trembled, sending ripples of colored light across the sky. A moment later, Zhao Yun and the others stepped out one after another. Guo Fenglian's eyebrows shot up, delight flashing across his face. They were back already? That could only mean they had failed. Not only he, but almost everyone present shared the same opinion, their faces unconsciously showing disappointment. Guo Fenglian wiped the sweat from his forehead, forced a look of regret, and hurried forward. Mr. Zhou, it's all right. One failure doesn't matter, call it experience. We can try again. If once doesn't work, try 10 times. If 10 don't work, try 100. We'll succeed sooner or later. Who says we failed? The little girl Mo pouted and interrupted. We actually cleared it. Cleared it? Guo Fenglian froze, then gave a wry smile and shook his head. Impossible. The Heavenly Dao hasn't made an announcement. The crowd nodded in agreement. When the Xiang Wang's regret dungeon in Jiangsheng was cleared, the entire city heard the Heavenly Dao's broadcast. With no announcement now, it had to be a failure. There really was no broadcast. Lon Lon scratched her head in confusion. But we did finish the dungeon. The other children who had entered the instance quickly echoed her. All 3 challenges are done. Cheng Cheng got 3 crowns, and we saw the clear screen and the score. We definitely beat it. The onlookers began buzzing, exchanging puzzled looks. Mo's father, Mo Liqing, stepped forward, his voice firm. My daughter never lies. If she says they cleared it, then they cleared it, no other possibility. As for the missing announcement, Zhao Yun continued calmly. It's because the main force that cleared the dungeon wasn't from Luqing. Children's Sports Day belongs to Luqing, and only when Luqing natives lead the clear will the Heavenly Dao recognize it and broadcast the notice. Realization dawned on everyone. So that's why? No wonder, makes sense. Sigh, relying on outside help isn't the right path. We still need to get stronger ourselves. The trouble is, we just aren't strong enough. Mr. Zhou made the trip, but the root problem is still there. Zhao Yun ignored the discussion, nodded slightly, and told the children to find their parents. The kids had bottled up a mountain of stories inside the instance, and with permission they dashed off, flailing their arms in excitement as they surrounded their parents. Mom, we ran a 100-kilometer relay. Dad, I faced a whole crowd with just one sword. I threw a javelin, knocked out a golden chest, and even met a goddess. At first the adults thought the children were exaggerating, but they soon noticed every child telling the exact same story. Doubt turned into wide-eyed shock. Incredible. Unbelievable. Impossible. Every gaze settled on the little girl the children called Sister Cheng Qinjin. Every tale, she was the one who had carried the entire team. What baffled everyone was that a small girl had accomplished feats many professionals could hardly manage. Are we really saying a little girl is stronger than us professionals? Mom. Mom. In the middle of the crowd, Gu Bei suddenly shouted. In the 3rd round of the javelin contest, I hit a wooden chest. There was a book inside. Uncle Zhou says it's a paladin skill book and told me to find Lanlin's dad after the dungeon, so I can trade it for a spear. As the words left his mouth, he raised a hand and pointed at Ning Huaxi, who was talking with Lan Lan. The abrupt gesture stood out in the bustling square, and the onlookers gasped. Everyone in Luqing knew Ning Waxith, Pope of the Church of Light, hardly someone you could point at casually. Gu Bai's mother felt her heart tighten, grabbed her son's arm, and bowed in apology. I'm so sorry. He's just a child. He meant no offense. Ning Huaxi stepped forward, his tall figure casting a deep shadow over the crowd. Gu Bai's mother watched anxiously, but he smiled and spoke gently. Lan Lan already told me about the skill book. If it really belongs to a paladin, the Church of Light is willing to pay handsomely. Really? Gu Bai's eyes lit up like tiny lanterns. He quickly pulled out the scuffed book and offered it with both hands. Here. Can I trade it for a spear? Ning Huashi brushed his fingertips across the gilded title Holy Light Parry. Recognizing the class emblem, his eyes flashed. It is indeed a paladin skill book. If you like, they'll take you to our treasury, and you can pick any spear you want. Seriously? Gu Bai's voice cracked with excitement. Ning Huashi nodded. Of course. But are you sure you want a spear? You're still young, and a long way from class change. Cash might be more practical. If we take cash, how much would it be? Gu Bai's mother asked, her voice tight. Ning Huashi raised his right hand, spreading his fingers. For cash, I can offer this. 50,000. She guessed hesitantly. He smiled and said 3 words. 50 million. 50 million. The crowd exploded in astonishment. Whispers swept through the onlookers. Earning 50 million from one dungeon run was beyond lucky. Eyes turned toward Gu Bai's mother, burning with envy and admiration. Gu Bai's mother stood frozen, her mouth dry. As a single mother, 50 million felt astronomical. Ning Huashi looked at both of them, his tone solemn. You're his mother. The choice is yours. She couldn't form a complete sentence. Gu Bai tugged softly at her sleeve and whispered, Mom, I don't need the spear. The words jolted her like a current. She trembled, then lifted her head and met Ning Huaxi's gaze, resolve shining in her eyes. I've decided. We don't want the money. Please trade my son for a spear. He's exceptional, and one day he'll become an outstanding knight. Oh, Ning Huaxi's brow tightened. That's your final decision? Let me remind you, the spear in the sect's treasury may not be worth a full 50 million. Gu Bai's mother met his gaze without flinching. Sir, it is my final decision. Money matters, but my son's future matters more. I don't regret it. Mom. Gu Bai clutched her leg, eyes brimming with tears. At the edge of the plaza, Imo Luqing, Zhao Yun, and He Wanyan exchanged glances, watching the pair with faint smiles. They could see Ning Huashi was probing her. As the Pope of the Radiant Order near Lu City, he knew exactly how difficult the children's field day secret realm was. For a child of humble birth to strike the treasure chest said it all. Ning Huashi suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Wonderful. A dutiful, gifted child, and a mother willing to sacrifice for him. Very well. The skill book for the spear, 50 million in cash on top. And my Radiant Order is recruiting promising paladins. I find Gu Bai an excellent prospect. If he's willing, our gates are open. What? The crowd erupted. One skill book had traded for the spear from the sect treasury, 50 million cash, and admission to the Radiant Order? The spear alone, given Ning Huaxi's rank, was worth tens of millions. Add the cash, and the total neared 100 million. As for becoming a Radiant Paladino, amount of money could buy that. In a flash, every gaze blazed with envy. A leap to the top. From now on, the Gu family has wealth and prospects. Swed better stay on their good side. If only my kid could pull a skill book. Don't kid yourself. Different fates for different folks. Gu Bai and his mother stood stunned. After a moment, she tugged him down. Quick, kneel and thank the Lord for his great kindness. Hold on. Ning Huashi quickly reached out. This is an equal trade, not charity. If thanks are due, thank Mr. Zhou. Without him, would never have met. When the pair turned to bow, Zhao Yun managed a wry smile. Why was the Pope shifting the credit onto him? Just then a sharp child's voice cut through the air. Nearby, a little girl with tear-filled eyes cried to her father, I'm not lying. I really am not. I've said it so many times. We really cleared the level. Why won't you believe me? Her father gripped her hand, stern words on his lips. But when he noticed everyone staring, he forced an awkward smile and swallowed his scolding. What seemed a simple father-daughter spat caught Zhao Yun's attention as he spotted Guo Fenglian standing behind them. This was no ordinary quarrel. He walked over and knelt slightly to ask, What's wrong, Xiaoqing? Tell me what happened. As soon as Xiaoqing spotted Zhao Yun, she stuck out her lower lip in wounded protest, on the verge of tears. Daddy, the city lord they. Zhao Yun immediately crouched halfway down, gently patting her shoulder, his voice soft and reassuring. Easy now. Uncle Zhou is here. Tell me what happened. The girl sobbed for a while before finally stammering out an explanation. City Lord Guo asked whether ID really cleared the dungeon and told me to tell the truth. I said I had, but he didn't believe me. Daddy didn't believe me either. He kept asking again and again, saying good children don't lie. But Uncle Zhou, I really wasn't lying. Her father, standing to one side, wiped cold sweat from his brow, his hands shaking with nerves. Mr. Zhou. Shut up. Zhou Yun straightened abruptly, his expression dark. You're from Lu City. It's one thing if you don't trust me, but as her father you still wouldn't believe your own daughter? You hounded her over and over, trying to force a lie out of her? His gaze then slashed toward Guo Fenglian like a blade. And you? What did you hope to wring from a child? I already announced in public that the secret realm was cleared. You didn't believe it, so you cornered her in private. What was your motive? Questioning me? You think you have that right? Zhou Yun's words cracked like thunder, denouncing the deputy city lord in front of everyone. Guo Fenglian's face turned livid, yet Zhou Yun didn't stop. City Lord Lu. He whirled on Lu Yu. Tell me, what's the relationship between Xiaoqing's father and Deputy City Lord Guo? Lu Yu answered at once. Her father used to be deputy captain of the patrol corps, personally promoted by Deputy City Lord Guo. I later dismissed him for misconduct. I knew it. Zhao Yun let out a cold laugh. You already knew the secret realm was cleared, yet you chose the child of your own man, hoping she'd give a different answer so you could twist the facts. Tell me I'm wrong. Driven back half a step, Guo Fenglian forced down his anger and spoke through clenched teeth. Mr. Zhou, I respect everything you've done for the nation, but that doesn't give you the right to slander me. I swear to heaven, I only wanted the truth. As Lu City's deputy city lord, I owe that to our people. I did nothing wrong. Besides, you and these children claim you cleared the secret realm, yet so far you've produced nothing but a single skill book. How are we supposed to believe you? His words were incendiary, and the crowd began murmuring. Yeah, if they beat the dungeon, there should be loot, right? Their levels didn't rise at all after coming out. That's odd. But they aren't even classed adventurers, how could they level up? No levels, but at least there should be gear or something. So you don't believe Mr. Zhou either? I'm just stating the facts. The adults argued more and more fiercely, while the children paced in anxious circles. At last a little boy couldn't hold back. We did get something in the secret realm, he shouted. But Mr. Zhou said we have to wait till we're home to talk about it. The other children all nodded, eyes bright with certainty. The crowd froze in astonishment. There was a reward, yet it could only be revealed after they returned home? How mysterious. What exactly had they found? You little rascal, keeping secrets from your old man? The moment the scolding ended, a wave of half-laughing, half-exasperated murmurs spread through the crowd. After all those years of raising their kids, the parents had just discovered the children were hiding things from them? They were so angry they could only laugh while the youngsters stood in a line, faces drooping like wilted cucumbers. Zhao Yun watched the scene and could only shake his head. He had told the kids to save the story for home, so they wouldn't show off and rub anyone's nose in it, especially since they had just cleared 3 challenges in a row and each had pocketed 10 points of strength, 10 of endurance, and 10 of intelligence, 30 points in all. They hadn't chosen classes yet and didn't have a status screen, but the attributes were real. In many ways that was more precious than leveling up. It raised their growth ceiling across the board. One child had already let slip half the secret, so there was no point hiding the rest. Zhou Yun waved casually. Go ahead, tell them. Given permission, the kids burst like water through a breached dam, tumbling over one another to share their excitement and pride. When the adults first heard each kid gained 30 permanent stat points, most of them flat out refused to believe it. Every professional knew items that permanently boosted attributes were luxury goods. On the open market, a single stat point started at 1 million. And these kids had earned 30 in one run? 3 million per child? Who believes in free lunches? One father decided to test it on the spot. They couldn't see numbers without a panel, but strength could be shown. Come here, son. The middle-aged man rolled up his sleeves and beckoned. You say you got 10 extra strength? Give your old man a push, and let's see if it's real. As soon as he spoke, the boy gave a light shove. The man staggered back several steps, nearly falling. Silence fell, every eye widened. Then the father's shock turned to delight, and he scooped the boy up, laughing. Nice push. I don't care if your dad isn't a pro, this is great. The other parents copied the test, and the results were identical, no exaggeration. The full 30 points were there. Wow, it really is 30. I don't even need to check. My daughter never lies. At this rate, a few more runs, and we won't be able to beat our own kids. Exclamations and laughter filled the air. Is that the point? Lu Yu finally snapped, stepping forward with a slight frown. Shouldn't the point be that Mr. Zhou led everyone through the dungeon, yet you still don't trust him? Her words landed, and the noise died instantly. An awkward silence settled as people exchanged looks, faces registering the sting of being called out, with no one quite sure what to say. Ahem. Sorry, Mr. Zhou. It's my fault. I won't say another word, please accept my apology. If someone has to take the punishment, let it be me, Mr. Zhou. I was wrong. My own child received your help, yet I still doubted you. The man's face flushed scarlet as he bowed again and again, speaking so quickly his words tumbled over each other. Onlookers quietly shook their heads. The townsfolk had always respected Zhao Yun. Seeing someone grovel only fueled more whispers. Zhao Yun simply stood there with a mild smile, neither answering nor stopping him. In his view, the facts were the facts. Others' belief or disbelief changed nothing. If anything, he thought their attitude decent enough. At least the apologies had been made. Even so, his gaze slid toward Guo Fengliang. From the first day Zhao Yun entered the city, he had noticed that Vice Lord Guo Fengliang was at odds with City Lord Lu Yu. Every small incident since then had confirmed his suspicion. Guo Fengliang meant to push Lu Yu aside and take the seat for himself. Initially, that had nothing to do with Zhao Yun. The city lord was appointed by the Forbidden City. An outsider had no say. But now circumstances had shifted. The interests of Lucheng that Zhao Yun cared about and Guo Fengliang's private ambitions were bound to collide. During this time, Lu Yu, despite her clashes with Guo Fengliang, had never let personal grudges interfere with public affairs, nor had she used her connection to Zhao Yun to suppress him. Guo Fengliang, on the other hand, kept provoking trouble, openly and in secret, even attempting to undermine Zhao Yun's findings. If he succeeded, he might seize power, But what good would that do Lu Qing or its people? Just as the thought crossed his mind, Guo Fengliang forced a remorseful look, stepped forward, and spoke with a tremor. Mr. Zhou, I was wrong. I measured a gentleman with a petty heart. I was shallow. I shouldn't have. Enough. Zhou Yun raised a hand, his tone calm, yet final. Everyone knows what you think and what you've done. No need to dance around it. Let me be clear. Between you and Lu Yu, I choose Lu Yu. The word struck Guo Fengliang like a hammer. His face went paper white. His lips trembled. Mr. Zhou, what are you? I can't follow. Zhou Yun paid him no mind. He turned to the crowd, his voice ringing out. He'll remain in Luqing today and tomorrow. During that time, we'll keep entering the secret realm. Any child who wants to join can sign up with City Lord Luel. Make room for as many as we can. For a heartbeat, the crowd was stunned. Then cheers erupted. Every child would now have a chance to enter the secret realm and gain a full 30 attribute points. Parents clenched their fists in elation. Children jumped for joy. Guo Fengliang's smile froze. Whatever composure he had left shattered in that instant. Staring at Zhou Yun's back, he ground his teeth. Zhou Yun, you're giving every slot to Lu Yu and leaving me nothing. Keep this up, and the people will side with her completely. My years of effort ruined. So you're the real problem. Just give me the chance and... In the midst of his silent fury, Zhou Yun seemed to sense him. He suddenly glanced back, his voice still mild, yet it sent a chill down Guo Fengliang's spine. I've decided you're no longer suited to serve as Liacheng's vice lord. After some thought, I'm transferring you to the investigation corps in Jiangqing. What? The investigation corps? Jiangqing? For a moment, no one could process what they had heard. The hall fell into dead silence. Then whispers swelled in waves. Why on earth was Zhou Yun suddenly removing Guo Fengliang from his post as Liacheng's deputy governor and exiling him to the Jiangqing investigation corps hundreds of miles away? The news landed like a bolt of lightning. The officials clustered around Guo Fengliang sensed danger first. Their fawning smiles froze. They instinctively edged half a step back, as though distance from an about-to-explode volcano could spare their lives. Guo Fengliang himself looked as if he had been struck by thunder. His voice shook and broke. Master Zhou, you're joking, right? Does it look like I have time for jokes? Zhou Yun lifted his eyes, face icy. No, Guo stammered, hands flailing for somewhere to rest. Master Zhou, I'm not from Jiangqing, I'm not a soldier, and I'm getting on in years. I simply can't handle investigation corps work. Could you at least give me a reason? A reason? Zhou Yun's lips curled in a smile that wasn't a smile. I think you're talented. Keeping you here as deputy governor would be a waste. A few days ago, Commander Li of the Jiangqing Investigation Corps told me he needed a squad leader. You fit the bill, so I'm sending you. Is that clear enough? Squad leader, the surrounding officials muttered. A vice governor, second only to the city lord, demoted to a squad leader in some outlying city? That wasn't a reason, it was a slap in the face. They grasped the situation at once and drew a sharp line. Years of serving under Guo Fengliang had taught them to read the wind. When Guo's power had nearly eclipsed City Lord Lu, yes, they had orbited around him. But a single verbal order from General Zhou Yun of Huagua made everything clear. Guo Fengliang would never rise again. Anyone who failed to distance himself might be the next name called. Even the words investigation corps made their scalps prickle. That unit was the city's elite. One warrior in 10,000, hardened by non-stop training and bloody skirmishes. Drop a soft-handed bureaucrat in his 40s into that grinder, and he would probably lose half his life before earning a single merit. You. Guo Fengliang jabbed a shaking finger at subordinates who had just sworn undying loyalty, his lungs about to burst. When he was riding high, they had flattered him shamelessly, ready to call him father. After only 3 sentences from Zhou Yun, they treated him like the plague. Where's your conscience? He roared, his voice cracking. He whirled toward Zhou Yun, panic etched on his face. Please, Master Zhou, this is too sudden. I don't even know how I offended you. If you must punish me, transfer me to Liacheng's investigation corps. I'll accept it, I'll repent. I was born here. I've grown old here. I can't bear to leave. His heartfelt plea, delivered through tears, stirred everyone in the hall. Sadly, Zhou Yun wasn't moved in the slightest. Guo Fengliang was still trying to lay a trap for him. If Zhou admitted anything, he would be acknowledging that Guo had offended him, turning the transfer order into blatant retaliation. Once that was established, Guo could play the senior age and hometown cards and rake in sympathy. Zhou Yun chuckled inwardly, though his expression remained placid. Come now, we only met today for the first time. Vice City Lord Guo hasn't even had the chance to offend me. Don't overthink it. I'm sending you to the Jiangqing Scout Corps because you're talented and need the experience. He paused, feigning concern. My only worry is that City Lord Lu might not want to let you go. I agree. Lu Yu responded without hesitation, her voice crisp. He'll follow whatever Mr. Zhou decides. There, you see? Zhou Yun spread his hands and swept his gaze across the room. Even City Lord Lu has agreed, so there's no need for further refusal. His tone was warm, as though an elder advising a junior. Guo Fengliang was rendered speechless. He never imagined Zhou Yun could be this underhanded, disguising punishment as cultivation, sending a man nearing 60 to the core with the highest workload and mortality rate. Was that a favor? Worse yet, Zhou had asked Lu Ye's opinion publicly. Once she nodded, Gua had no room left to decline. The tactic was downright shameless. Gua fumed inwardly, only to hear the civil officials who had been his cronies for years hasten to join the dogpile. Vice City Lord Gua, Mr. Zhou is only looking out for you, don't refuse him. True, we won't be colleagues in Luqing anymore, but Jiangqing isn't far. You can always visit. Please go ahead, Vice City Lord. We'll handle Luqing just fine. Each remark detonated like a muffled blast in Gua's mind, leaving him reeling. To stay conscious, he bit hard on his tongue and forced out one last delaying tactic. Mr. Zhou, I'm still the Vice City Lord of Luqing. If I'm suddenly transferred to Jiangqing's scout corps, shouldn't we wait for a decree from Zijianqing? In the meantime, I can tie up loose ends here. Zhao Yun waved him off, looking utterly indifferent. I can't stand procrastination. With City Lord Lu here and so many officials supporting her, what could possibly go wrong? As for a decree, I'm a great general of Huagua. Do I really need a slip of paper to reassign a single Vice City Lord? Seeing that Gua Fenglian still had something to say, Zhao Yun couldn't be bothered to argue with him. He waved a hand and ordered, City Lord Lu, the sooner the better. Arrange for someone to escort Deputy City Lord Guano, Captain Guodo Jiang City, to assume his new post right away. Gua Captain. Gua Fenglian looked as if he had been slapped in the face. He stood frozen for a moment before the truth sank in. After years of scheming, he thought he was one step from securing the Deputy City Lord's seat, yet a single transfer order had knocked him off his lofty perch and reduced him to a mere squad captain. The shock felt like a boulder in his chest. He gasped for air, his head tilted, and he collapsed on the spot, eyes rolling back in a dead faint. As soon as the guards escorting Gua Fenglian left, Lu Yu hurried to Zhou Yun's side and lowered her voice. Thank you. Without your help, I doubt I'd even get to keep the figurehead position of City Lord. Zhou Yun simply nodded with a faint smile. Lu Yu was young and inexperienced. An old fox like Gua Fenglian would have led her by the nose sooner or later. Outwardly, Zhou Yun had stepped in on her behalf, yet deep down had acted on instinct. The old man felt wrong somehow. He couldn't say why, but every fiber of his being said to stay alert. So Zhou Yun reassigned Gua to the investigation corps in Jiang City. It was the city's most elite unit, and every recruit had to pass rigorous physical and psychological tests. If something was truly off about Gua, the screenings would expose it. If not, they could always transfer him back later and park him in a harmless desk job where he wouldn't hinder Lu Yu. After all, the man was no longer young and could hardly handle the corps' grueling workload. Under Zhou Yun's leadership, the dungeon called Kids Sports Day was cleared 3 times in quick succession. By the rules, each team member could run the dungeon a maximum of 5 times per day, but before the 4th run could begin, a debuff called fatigue appeared on everyone simultaneously. After withstanding the reincarnation cycle's impact 3 times, their bodies hit the limit and triggered the negative status. Once it appeared, any attempt to touch the reincarnation vortex was repelled, effectively ending the day's farming session. Even so, 3 clears still sent everyone's stats soaring. 30 points per run, 90 points total. If they maxed out the remaining 2 runs tomorrow, they'd gain 180 points in all, pushing each of their 4 basic attributes to at least 45. At that point, even without Orange leading the charge, they could rely on their own stats plus the dungeon's buffs to clear it themselves. With the day's objective met, Zhou Yun, Huan Yao, and Orange headed to the manor Lu Yu had arranged for their rest. Once the 3 were alone, Huan Yao couldn't help marveling. Honey, these stat rewards are insane. 90 points in a single day, that's like jumping 30 levels. At this rate, the kids will catch up to the main force in a week, break into the 1st tier in 2, and in a month they could. Seeing her grow more animated by the second, Zhou Yun chuckled and waved a hand. It's not that outrageous. The dungeon has a daily cap, and you can only enter 10 times in a calendar month. Even if they squeeze in every run, that's only a 300-point boost for the whole month. That's impressive. Huan Yang still couldn't hide her amazement. 300 total attribute points. Some professionals work 3 years after their class change and still never reach that threshold, yet these kids managed it in a single month. How could I not be stunned? The Children's Sports Day dungeon is special, Zhou Yun said, drawing her into a wicker chair. If Cheng Cheng hadn't led the charge, you wouldn't find a second person who could clear it, not just in Luqing, but in Jiang City, the whole country, maybe even the world. True, Huan Yang mused. Zhou Yun went on. The children are leveling up fast in the dungeon, but other professionals are advancing too. They won't lag far behind, so stop worrying, they'll overtake you. His words struck home. Huan Yang's cheeks reddened, and she gave his shoulder a playful punch. Zhou Yun laughed and pulled her closer. Daddy, Mommy, I want a hug too. Chengqing bounded over with open arms. All right, Daddy and Mommy will hug Chengqing together. Zhou Yun scooped her up, and mother and daughter leaned in. Sunlight warmed the courtyard. The lounge chair rocked gently, their 3 shadows stretching and shrinking on the ground. A breeze rustled the treetops, scattering a few leaves. A knock broke the calm. Mr. Zhou, may I come in? And me as well. Huanyang cracked open her eyes. Sounds like Sect Master Mo and Pope Ning. Right. Zhao Yun frowned. They just left, what now? It must be urgent. Go see them, Huanyang urged. Chung, Daddy has work. Come inside with Mommy. Okay. Chung pouted, slid from her father's arms, and took her mother's hand. Zhao Yun sighed, opened the door, and found Mo Luqing and Ning Huaxi standing side by side, with Lu Yu beside them. You three? He asked, eyebrow raised. Lu Yu stepped forward and bowed. Sorry to disturb your rest, Mr. Zhou, but this concerns Liuqing's future. On behalf of the city's people and behalf of Luqing itself, I thank you. Liuqing's people? Zhou Yun echoed, intrigued, but he stepped aside. Come in. Once seated, Ning Huaxi spoke first. Mr. Zhou, here's the situation. Our two sects want to send juniors into the dungeon for training. We've spoken with the city lord, but she says you're leading the raid, and we need your consent. We're members of the 100 Sect Alliance. If our juniors grow stronger, it helps the whole country. Zhou Yun smiled without answering. The Children's Sports Day dungeon held rich rewards. No sect could ignore that. Lu Yu's mention of Liuqing's people showed she wasn't against the idea. She just wanted terms. He laid it out. City Lord, you're the host. I'm a guest. Inkblade Sect and the Radiant Church aren't outsiders. If they want in, Luqing should name its conditions. Let's make it win-win. Exactly. Mo Luqing and Ning Huaxi agreed in unison. They knew Lu Yu had brought Zhou Yun to act as a fair witness, so both turned their attention to her. Caught between two sect leaders and Zhou Yun, Lu Yu could barely breathe under the crushing pressure. She sat rigidly at the center of the council hall, fingertips trembling and her breaths coming shallow and light. Either the Blackblade Sect or the Radiant Order could wipe Luqing off the map, and Zhou Yun, who had risen to the rank of general in Huagua, stood beside them. Surrounded by this triple threat, she opened her mouth several times, but all that escaped was a string of halting I, never forming a complete sentence. Seeing her discomfort, Zhou Yun softened his aura and offered a faint smile. Let's keep it simple. What are you hoping for? If your request is reasonable, they'll do their best. If it's difficult, we can always renegotiate. Lu Yu swallowed and gave a slight nod, her nerves easing a little. My thought is this. Luqing is comparatively weak, so I hope both sects can reserve a set number of spots for our people when they recruit new disciples. How many exactly? Asked Mo Luqing, the Blackblade Sect's leader, setting his teacup down. His tone was gentle, but the question cut straight to the point. 20? Lu Yu ventured. She already knew that each recruitment round yielded fewer than 100 disciples combined, and both swordmasters and paladins were rare and powerful across the nation. If Luqing could secure 1/5 of the total, she would ask for nothing more. 20? Mo Luqing exchanged a glance with Ning Huaxi, leader of the Radiant Order. Their identical response carried a hint of surprise. Lu Yu's heart skipped. She hurried to amend her proposal. 10 would also be acceptable. 10 was the minimum she had set for herself. Zhou Yun shook his head almost imperceptibly. Though Lu Yu held the title of City Lord, she had been sidelined for years and lacked bargaining experience. Fortunately, she was wise enough to seek his help. Otherwise, Luqing would surely leave the table empty-handed. He cleared his throat. Ahem. Both sect leaders straightened. Ning Huaxi recovered first and smiled. City Lord Lu, you misunderstand. Our disciples train year-round in Liuqing's secret realm. Our relationship is more than a simple partnership. 10 slots feels distant. How about this? No matter how many recruits we take, the Radiant Order will guarantee Luqing 20 places each time. Mo Luqing nodded immediately. The Blackblade Sect will match that another 20. 20 plus, 20-40. Lu Yu's eyes lit up, wondering if she had misheard. 20 alone would have delighted her. 40 felt nothing short of miraculous. When Liuqing's citizens heard the news, the whole city would celebrate. Seeing her agreement, Mo Luqing began to wrap things up. If City Lord Lu has no objections, then cough, cough. The moment he spoke, Zhou Yun cleared his throat twice more. Mo Luqing fell silent. Ning Huaxi blinked, weighing the situation in a flash, then steeled himself. On second thought, 20 still lacks sincerity. Let's do this. The Radiant Order will give Luqing 80% of our recruitment slots from now on. 80%. Mo Luqing and Lu Yu exclaimed together, shock written across their faces. 80%. Ning Huaxi clenched his jaw and nodded decisively. Mo Luqing pressed his lips together and winked at Ning Huaxi. Ning Huaxi's brow twitched, and he returned a meaningful glance. In that split second, they understood each other completely. Mo Luqing feigned sudden enlightenment and cleared his throat. Actually, Mo Daomen feels the same. 20 slots are far too few, so I'll hand over 80% of ours to Luqing as well. Lu Yu had been sitting upright. At this, her body jolted and her eyes lit up as if they could spark. Excitement flushed her cheeks, and she whispered rapid calculations to herself. 80% 50 times 80% is 40. That makes 80 altogether. 80 slots. Unable to resist, she half stood, reaching out to shake hands with the two sect masters. Just then, Zhou Yun gave a gentle cough. Ahem. Lu Yu froze mid-motion, stared for several seconds, then quietly sat back down. She couldn't guess what Zhao Yun meant. Mo Luqing and Ning Huaxi exchanged helpless smiles. Inwardly they cried, Zhou, we've already offered 80%. Surely you don't expect us to bet everything on Luqing? All three looked at Zhao Yun. He appeared baffled. Why are you staring at me? My throat's just a little sore. Go on, continue. They were about to resume when Zhao Yun added, by the way, City Lord Lu, didn't you tell me you wanted to tighten ties between Luqing and Jiangqing? Something about reopening the main route. Lu Yu blinked. When did I ever say that? The main route? No memory at all. Quick on her feet, she seized the opening. Yes, that's exactly it. Mo Luqing and Ning Huaxi traded another wry smile. With Zhao Yun around, snatching a bargain was impossible. After a long pause, Mo Luqing spoke slowly. City Lord Lu, how about this? We'll be responsible for clearing and maintaining the main road between Luqing and Jiangqing. In addition, the 80% of the quota still goes to your city. Ah, Lu Ye's heart leapt. So that was the main route he meant. Once the cities were fully linked, goods and travelers would flow unhindered. Binding Luqing to the global hub of Jiangqing would let her city ride a giant's coattails. Growth would more than double. With Maching no longer blocking the way, reopening the highway was possible, but Luqing couldn't handle it alone, so the plan had been shelved. Now, the two sects were offering to build and maintain it. On top of 80% of the slots, this was heaven sent. Yet despite the generous offer, Lu Yu didn't answer. Instead, she fixed her eyes on Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun feigned innocence. City Lord Lu, why are you staring at me? Lu Yu asked softly, is your throat still hurting? Zhao Yun gave a wry laugh. My throat's fine, so settle things however you like. I'm not from Luqing, so I'd rather stay out of it. Mo Luqing and Ning Huaxi exchanged glances, silently grousing. Because you coughed 3 times, we almost wagered our underwear. And now you tell us you're not even from Luqing? Relieved by Zhao Yun's reply, Lu Yu stood up, shook hands with the two sect leaders, and sealed the verbal agreement on the spot. Before leaving, she added one more clause. Luqing would contribute manpower and resources to maintain the main road. The sect leaders' faces eased at once, and their respect for Lu Yu grew. By local custom, a written contract should have followed. Yet Lu Yu, Mo Luqing, and Ning Huaxi tacitly kept silent. Whether the deal would stand depended not on paper, but on Zhao Yun. As long as he was around, a spoken promise was ironclad. If anything happened to him, ink on paper would be worthless. Everyone understood and let the matter drop. After seeing Lu Yu and the sect leaders off, Zhao Yun finally enjoyed half a day of leisure with his wife and daughter. The respite was brief. At dawn the next morning, Wang Taiji called to say the supreme commander of Huaguo wanted to talk, stressing repeatedly that contact could wait until Zhao Yun finished in Luqing. When the call ended, Zhao Yun frowned. A secure line from Commander Huang Zhonghua was never a minor matter, yet current travel restrictions kept him from leaving Jiangqing or Luqing. He decided to set it aside for now. Problems had to be tackled one at a time. So he spent the day touring Luqing with Yuan Yao and Chengqin. At dusk, the family of 3 mounted the blazing horse and started home, while townsfolk lined the streets, well aware of what Zhao Yun had done for them. Night had fallen when they reached Jiangqing. Yuan Yao took Chengqing home, while Zhao Yun, accompanied by Qin Feng and Li Wire, headed straight for the governor's residence. Wang Taiji was pacing in the main hall. Seeing Zhao Yun enter, he hurried over. Mr. Zhou, thank goodness you're back. What's going on? You said on the phone it wasn't urgent, Zhao Yun asked. Wang Taiji gave a rueful smile. Commander Huang didn't want to hold you up, so he said that. In truth, it's a 5-alarm fire. The gravity of the situation wiped the smile from Zhao Yun's face. Wang Taiji said no more, leading him down the corridor to the communications room and opening the secure line. The phone rang only once before a deep, powerful voice answered. Governor Wang? Huang Zhong was speaking. Zhao Yun took the handset. Commander Huang, this is Zhao Yun. General Zhao Yun. Huang Zhongguo's voice suddenly rose. Have you wrapped things up in Luqing? Yes. I just got back to Jiangqing, Zhao Yun replied crisply. Good. Huang Zhongguo could hardly contain his excitement. I know everything that happened in Luqing. You handled it well, beautifully, in fact. Zhao Yun smiled, but kept silent. As Huaguo's supreme commander, Huang Zhongguo could uncover any major city event with ease. Besides, the agreement Luqing had reached with the two sects was no small matter. Even if the higher-ups hadn't asked, Lu Yu would have reported it immediately. Under those circumstances, it would have been odd if Huang Zhongguo didn't know. Commander Huang, what's going on? Zhao Yun asked directly. Huang Zhongguo was just as blunt. General Zhou, have you ever met a time-space merchant? A time-space merchant? Zhao Yun raised an eyebrow. He knew exactly what that meant: a roving guild of traders who moved between worlds, selling everything from priceless treasures to utter junk. Strike it lucky, and you hit the jackpot. Strike out, and you lost everything. Players in his previous life had loved and hated them for precisely that reason. I'm familiar with them, Zhao Yun said evenly. You are? Huang Zhonghua sounded mildly surprised, but pressed on. That makes things easier. Over the past few days, our overseas intelligence posts have reported sightings of time-space merchants in 17 countries: the Will Nation, the the Pretty Nation, the Tower Nation, and 14 others. Plenty of people bought remarkable artifacts, but that's not the real issue. His voice dropped. They also acquired large quantities of a book called Adventurer's Field Notes. Reading it grants a massive amount of experience. As a result, many adventurers in those countries have rocketed up the global level rankings. Yes, I know, Zhao Yun admitted. I've been watching the rankings myself. Those books cost a fortune, and ordinary people can't afford them. Besides, that isn't what really worries you, Commander, is it? Exactly. Huang Zhongguo's tone eased. Clearly pleased. Zhao Yun was on the same wavelength. The rise in other countries' levels doesn't frighten me. We can outpace them as long as we move quickly. The problems are threefold. First, we haven't seen any time-space merchants in Huagua. Second, progress on clearing our city's dungeons is too slow. Third, 18 cities have reported that nearby sects are pressuring the city lord's offices for access to those dungeons. What? Zhao Yun's brows knitted together. Those sects have some nerve. He understood at once. Commander Huang had called because the final sentence was the crux of the matter. In short, sects all over the country were squeezing the cities, trying to seize the secret realms hidden inside their walls. They had come to him for a simple reason: everyone knew about his close ties to the Holy Land, the Beast Tamer Palace. On the other end of the line, Huang Zhonghua let out a heavy sigh. You know our situation. Territorial barriers leave Luo City powerless to handle local crises, and this time it's even worse. One city after another has reported that nearby sects are eyeing their inner secret realms and begging the government for help. But what can the government do? In this new era, no matter how unwilling I am to accept it, our options are painfully limited. In the old days, if any force dared threaten a city, I'd march a division there overnight. Now, even if the central military could cross those barriers, we'd still be facing sections. Even the weakest sect isn't something the army can simply crush. So I have no choice but to swallow my pride and come to you. You're on good terms with the Beast Tamer Palace. I'm not asking them to step in directly, just to exert a little indirect pressure. That alone could save every city on this list. Each word carried urgency and bitterness. Holding the phone, Zhao Yun felt a pang in his chest. Before the upheaval, this old general had been the nation's anchor. One order from him could silence any country, even the United States. Now he had to ask for help, hoping Zhao Yun could persuade the Beast Tamer Palace to act. Zhao Yun answered without hesitation, his voice firm. Rest assured, Commander. If the country needs me, I won't shrink back. Send me the list, and I'll handle it as quickly as possible. Good, 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 Huang Zhonghua said, relief flooding his voice. Your promise is worth more than 1,000 troops. Anyone else might have felt giddy hearing that, but Zhao Yun stayed calm. Had the strength, and as a citizen of Huagua he felt the duty. Suddenly he thought of something else. Commander, what about Luo City? How are things there? There was a pause, then Huang Zhonghua laughed lightly. With me here, Luo City's fine. I may be at retirement age, but surely you don't think I'm past my prime? Of course not, Zhao Yun replied quickly. I'd never think that. Good. He'll send the list right away. I must trouble you to handle the rest. It's my duty, Zhao Yun said solemnly. The call ended. He pushed the door open and stepped outside. Wang Taiji, who'd been waiting in the hallway, finally came in. As the city lord, he couldn't listen in, so had spent the time pacing anxiously. Well, Mr. Zhou? He asked in a low voice, tension lining his face. Is something serious happening? A call from the commander. What did he want? Yet he still wanted to know just how serious things really were. It's nothing important, Zhao Yun said as he closed the printer lid, folded the still inky list, slipped it into his jacket pocket, and walked out. Wang Taiji pressed his lips together and let it go. Zhao Yun might call it nothing, but he knew better. If it were truly trivial, the commander-in-chief wouldn't have called in person. Military headquarters, Luocheng, conference room. Aside from Huang Zhonghua, 7 other heavyweights sat around the long table together. They formed the entire top tier of China's Central Military Command. Every eye stayed on Huang until he ended the call. Well, will Zhao Yun help us or not? Someone asked anxiously. Watch your mouth. Huang snapped, his voice sparking like gunpowder. He may be young, but he's a full general of our nation, a man with real merits. When his country needs him, would he ever refuse? Realizing had been too harsh, he softened a little. Relax. As soon as Xiao Zhou heard the situation, he accepted every task without a word. Good, good, the 7 breathed out in unison. They'd guessed most of the call's content, but only now did they feel truly at ease. With Zhao Yun on the job, this mess should ease up a bit, right? Someone murmured. Ease up? Another man snorted. He's on equal footing with the palace master of the beast-taming palace. Once he steps in and the palace moves, what other sect would dare squeak? If you ask me, let the beast-taming palace give those sects a hard lesson. Come on, Lao Chao, don't treat the beast-taming palace like our own troops. Their willingness to step in is already a huge favor. Better to rely on ourselves. They're an outside force, and we can't expect too much. That's true, everyone nodded. Suddenly someone turned to Huang. Commander, did you mention Wuliang Cliff to Zhao Yun just now? The other 6 froze. I think we didn't. I certainly didn't hear it. Me neither. No, it never came up, I'm sure of it. Huang snorted heavily. What's wrong with you all? Xiao Zhou has already taken on enough for us, and you still want him to handle Wuliang Cliff too? Then what would the rest of you do? How would I do? Go home and eat dirt? With that, he sprang to his feet, shoved the door open, and strode out, the door rattling behind him. The seven left behind exchanged looks, their brows knitting again. Wuliang Cliff is a sacred land. What can we possibly do? Unless a pure sanctuary like the beast-taming palace steps in, we can't beat them, and we can't negotiate. This is a deadlock. We can't just hand over the secret realm, can we? Enough defeatist talk. The commander's right. Let's put our heads together. That night, Zhao Yun tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Moonlight slipped through the half-open window, casting a cold white glow on his forehead, yet it failed to scatter the clutter in his mind. What kept him awake was not the task Huang Zhonghua had given him. Sects squeezing cities for resources and seizing secret realms had long been the norm on this continent. The profits were so staggering that even the lofty sacred lands coveted them, let alone ordinary sections. In the game of his previous life, cities kept issuing call terms to players, and only after countless bloody battles with local sects did they barely maintain a fragile balance over those realms. That model simply could not work in reality. A fallen player could respawn at full health, losing only a bit of experience and a few pieces of equipment. If the bounty was rich enough, they would charge back in without hesitation. In real life, however, when a professional died, the grave was final. Even a small skirmish could tear countless families apart. Therefore, getting the sects and city lords to sit down and negotiate, with him as mediator, was clearly the best option. Following the mutually beneficial arrangement Luqing had with Mo Dao sect and the Guangming order would cost only time, not effort. What truly troubled him was the scene he had witnessed in his own memory world that night. He had entered a memory illusion together with Huanyan. They had both seen his entire past, but their points of concern were completely different. Huanyan merely wanted to confirm that he had not been possessed or swapped souls. Once she learned he had always been the same Zhao Yun, she let it go. Zhao Yun, however, could not. Those memories were his own, and he felt them more deeply than anyone. He had discovered something bizarre. A chunk of his life had been cut away. From the moment his wife and daughter left until his reincarnation, everything was missing. The scene of their departure remained vivid, but what happened afterward? He had not blacked out, had not died, and nothing unusual had occurred, yet he suddenly found himself an infant in swaddling clothes. That span of time should have existed, but it was as if a blade had sliced it cleanly out. No matter how hard he tried, he could not grasp a single thread. In theory, entering the memory world should have allowed him to replay every event, yet that gap stood like an invisible wall. No matter how he charged it, there was only darkness. Why? He had no answer. If nothing else works, he'll have to seek out Ji Mo's hen. Zhao Yun muttered, his gaze drifting past the window lattice into the depths of the night. Ji Mo's hen, one of the 12 Mo's hen of the demon realm, ruled over every memory under heaven. If even that being could not give him an answer, no one could fill the void. He knew perfectly well that approaching a Mo's hen was a near-death venture, yet whenever he thought of the lost memories, a stabbing pain clutched his chest, as if an invisible hand were squeezing his heart. To escape that torment, he had no choice. Ji Mo's hen, one of the 12 Mo's hen. Am still nowhere near qualified to stand before such a presence. Zhao Yun exhaled slowly, then added to himself, but it isn't entirely impossible. Somewhere on the continent lay a reincarnation secret realm called Endless Nightmare. Rumors said its final boss, the Nightmare Queen, was a zealous devotee of Ji Mo's hen. If he could clear the realm and reach her, he might use her power to reach that supreme being. Zhao Yun tightened his grip on the quilt, his eyes gleaming. Through her, he might finally recover what was missing. As he prepared to settle the disputes surrounding each city's secret realm, he decided to inspect this one himself and learn exactly which city it belonged to. With that plan in mind, he finally drifted off to sleep. At daybreak, sunlight had only begun to touch the window lattice when the familiar roar echoed across the sky. Li Jingji brought the beast-taming palace capable of both flight and invisibility down outside the courtyard right on schedule to pick up Chengqing. Today, however, something was different. Brotherly, Zhao Yun stepped over the threshold with Chengqing in tow, only to notice the burly, red-haired man standing beside Li Jingji. The stranger grinned, flashing perfect white teeth. Senior, it's me Xiao Jian. The red-haired man was none other than Jian Jinghong, master of Divine Sword Manor, who had once joined forces with Li Jingji to defeat the 12 heavenly demons. Li Jingji lowered his voice, wearing a helpless expression. It's not that I wanted to bring him. He clung to me like glue and I couldn't shake him off. Given his strength, there was no forcing him to leave. So brother Zhou, please don't take offense. Zhou Yun waved the concern away. He knew Jian Jinghong's temperament all too well. Though the Manor Lord ranked among the most powerful figures in a first-tier holy land, he carried none of the usual airs and was utterly untamed. He could slap you on the shoulder and call you brother one moment, then shamelessly lie, renege on a promise, or play the rogue the next. If he acknowledged someone, He would gladly wander arm in arm with them even if they were a beggar. If he didn't, he would draw his sword at a god who held his life in their hands. Senior. Jian Jinghong clasped his fists, his tone unusually respectful. Gigi truly didn't want me to come. I pestered him until he gave in. I'm not here to make trouble. I have urgent business to discuss with you. Gigi. Who's that? Chengcheng tilted her head, eyes full of curiosity. Li Jingji shot Jian Jinghong a murderous look, then took a deep breath. In fact, I'm in the same boat. I also have something important to discuss with Brother Zhou. Oh. Zhou Yun's expression grew serious. Jian Jinghong's issues might have been none of his concern. His ties with the man were shallow, and He Wanyan had yet to be formally admitted to Divine Sword Manor, but Li Jingji was different. He was Chengcheng's master, and Zhou Yun would soon need the beast-taming palace's help to resolve the conflicts among the nation's sects and cities. Perfect timing, then. Zhou Yun led Chengcheng onto the cloud ladder. Brotherly, your palace can fly, turn invisible, and serve as a sect's headquarters. I've always been curious. Let me take a look today. Haha, nothing would please me more. Li Jingji laughed aloud, his earlier frustration melting away. The three boarded the beast-taming palace. After settling an excited Chengcheng, they took their seats in a jade pavilion deep within the garden. Outside, spirit flowers swayed amid drifting mist, and a few scarlet-finned spirit carp sent ripples across the pool, yet none of it could distract Jian Jinghong. Before any pleasantries could be exchanged, he blurted out, Senior, Divine Sword Manor wants access to the secret realm for training. Gigi says you have the final say in mortal affairs. I wouldn't dare overstep, so I'm here to ask for your approval. I earnestly beg for your consent, Senior. Divine Sword Manor wants to enter the secret realm for training? Zhou Yun was taken aback the moment he heard it. Jian Jinghong stood before him as the master of a sacred ground, someone who should have no need to look elsewhere. A sacred ground is more than a gathering place for experts of exalted status. It is a natural cultivation treasure. The spiritual energy there is so dense it borders on the ridiculous. Unless one deliberately suppresses progress, a single nap on the grass is enough to level up in a flash. Because of this, the foundations of a sacred ground are unshakable. The outside world does have spiritual grottos that boost cultivation, but they still lag far behind a sacred ground. No matter how hard outsiders work, all they gain is a faster filling experience bar. Inside a sacred ground, even a pig being fattened for slaughter would eventually become a roaming boss. The gap is simply incomparable. Zhou Yun could not help wondering. If Divine Sword Manor is already paradise, why bother with a secret realm? Sensing the unspoken question, Jian Jinghong explained calmly. The manor's qi is abundant, but if we stay there too long, we risk being cut off from the outside world. Worse, life inside is far too comfortably no battles, no life and death pressure. In my eyes, swordsmen raised in such an environment are incomplete. I want them to learn true combat in the secret realm. Besides, the realm holds rare treasures our manor lacks. For these two reasons, I've come to ask for your help, Senior. Zhou Yun nodded to himself. Someone at the pinnacle of a sacred ground who still seeks out shortcomings is worthy of respect. All right, I can relay the request to the state. Jian Jinghong blinked, surprised by how readily Zhou Yun consented, then clasped his fists. On behalf of Divine Sword Manor, I thank you, Senior. No sooner had Jian Jinghong finished than Li Jingji shifted restlessly. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke. Brother Zhou, actually I have a request as well. Zhou Yun turned to her with a smile. Brotherly, there's no need to stand on ceremony. Say it. Li Jingji, unusually bashful, cleared her throat. Beast Tamer Palace would also like permission to train in the secret realm. Zhou Yun thought for a second, then burst out laughing. That's all. Consider it done. They'll talk to Central when I get back. It won't be a problem. But he raised an inquisitive brow. Divine Sword Manor needs combat experience. Yet Beast Tamer Palace roams the world year-round. Aren't your disciples already battle-hardened? Li Jingji nodded. They used to be. But thanks to Chengcheng's ability, I plan to recruit on a much larger scale. Once the numbers explode, the old Onion-owned mentorship model won't work. For these newcomers, the secret realm is the ideal training ground. So that was it. Zhou Yun remembered that the moment Li Jingji saw how Chengcheng could pacify demon beasts, she started thinking about expanding enrollment. It was clearly not a passing whim, but a carefully laid plan. Now it seemed her idea was no spuro-feminine impulse. She fully intended to carry it out. In the past, the Beast Palace had so few disciples that there were actually more instructors than students, and each teacher could easily mentor a single pupil. But now that we plan to recruit on a large scale, we have to adopt a different approach. With that in mind, Zhou Yun set down his teacup and calmly declared, leave the matter to me, but you'll have to give me a clear explanation. All of the secret realms are located within the various cities. The locals need to train there as well, and you can't just show up and use up all the slots. Each secret realm grants a fair number of entries each month, but they're still limited. Of course not. Jian Jinghong hastily waved his hands, the sincerity plain on his face. The secret realms belong to your Nadian to you, Senior. We're only guests. How could we steal the limelight? If we really did that, would have no shame at all. Right, Gigi? Li Jingji shot Jian Jinghong a glance, then gave Zhao Yun a solemn promise. Rest assured, Brother Zhou, we do intend to enter the secret realms, but we won't send too many people. If we spread them out among the cities, the number will be even smaller. After a brief pause, she raised 2 fingers. 1/20th. At most, our 2 sects will take no more than 1/20th of a realm's monthly quota. Does that satisfy you? That will do. Zhou Yun nodded, then changed the subject. However, there's one more issue I need you to handle while you're at it. What is it? Just say the word, senior. Jian Jinghong became even more enthusiastic when Zhou Yun agreed so readily. It's nothing major, Zhou Yun said unhurriedly. If the sects surrounding each city want to enter a secret realm, I'd like you to mediate. Matters between sects are better negotiated by people like you. No problem, leave it to me. Jian Jinghong thumped his chest, his tone bold. If anyone stirs up trouble, I, little Jian, will be the first to split his skull. Li Jingji nodded with a smile. Don't worry, Brother Zhou. We'll see it done. Zhou Yun looked at the pair and sighed softly. I trust your reputations. If only you'd come to me 2 days earlier. I heard just yesterday that one sect is trying to seize a secret realm outright, and is even threatening the local city. What? Jian Jinghong slapped the table and sprang to his feet. Who is it? Which sect dares act so brazenly? Even my Xinjian mountain villa wouldn't dream of monopolizing a secret realm, yet they would? And they're threatening a city? Senior, give me a name. They'll go right now and hack them to pieces. As he roared, the energy around him surged, scarlet flames seeming to ignite the hall. Even the ever-good-tempered Li Jingji wore a frosty expression. She let out a cold laugh. So there are still sects that don't know their place? Good. The cultivation world has been idle for too long. It's time to set some rules. At the governor's residence in Qing City, the reception hall was brightly lit. Yu Manjiang, wire-rimmed glasses perched on his nose and the air of a scholar about him, hunched as he hurried between the guests pouring tea, presenting cups, bowing with an ingratiating smile. Though he was the city lord, his obsequious posture was almost embarrassing, yet the 4 sect representatives seated before him remained aloof, too lazy even to lift their eyes. The portly sect master Chang lifted his cup, took a single sip, then spat the tea full in Yu Manjiang's face with a contemptuous tui. What is this swill? Are you really serving us dishwater? Scalding tea dripped down his lenses. Yu Manjiang removed his glasses, wiped them carefully, dabbed at his face with his sleeve, and put them back on, still forcing a smile. Sect Master Chang. A misunderstanding, nothing but a misunderstanding. He rattled off. Qing City is only a mundane place. Even our finest leaves can't compare with the spirit-infused buds your sects produce. Please, forgive us. Chang snorted and turned away. Across from him, a female cultivator slapped the table and barked, enough. Skip the tea and pastries, didn't come all this way to choke down trash. How are you dividing the spots for the secret realm? What share are you giving us each month? The moment she finished, Chang and the other 2 sect masters echoed her. That's right. Stop stalling. Make us happy, Ormph. You should feel honored we even came in person, so don't overestimate yourself. Yu Manjiang was instantly the target of every glare. Outside the hall, several Qing City officials peered through the crack in the door, fists clenched and veins bulging on their foreheads. How dare they threaten our lord like that? Yet we're too weak. They could only rage silently, not daring to cross the line. The doorway was already blocked by disciples from the 4 sections. Farther out, the city's investigation and defense corps had been stopped as well. At the slightest disturbance, the streets could run red. Inside, Yu Manjiang opened his mouth under their aggressive stares, but failed to get a full sentence out. Chang finally ran out of patience. Steel flashed, and his sword sliced through the air to rest against Yu Manjiang's throat. You've been hemming and hawing all night, admit it. You never planned a distribution, did you? The cold blade touched skin, a chill shooting down his spine, and a thin line of blood appeared on his neck. Even so, Yu Manjiang straightened, his voice steady. Of course I've considered it. But you demanded 80% the moment you arrived. Qing City can never agree to that. What did you just say? Chang pressed the sword harder, the cut deepening. You drag us here with no offer, then dare to toy with us? Seeking death? In the reception hall, the members of the other 3 sects narrowed their eyes at Yu Manjiang, murderous intent gleaming within. Yet Yu Manjiang seemed untouched by the threat. Instead of panicking, he actually smiled. I'm not looking to die. I'm perfectly alive. Why would I want death? His voice was soft, but it rang through the vast hall of the city lord's manor. I'm the lord of Qing City. That means keeping the city safe and guarding its interests. If I can't even manage that, I don't deserve this seat. Not a step back, Yu Manjiang faced the leaders of the 4 sects. Heedin. 80% for you. Keep dreaming. If you want to kill me, go ahead, let's see if you can. Sect Master Chang's wrist twitched, driving the sword another inch into Yu Manjiang's neck. Blood trickled down the blade, staining his collar. Yet Yu Manjiang stood tall, eyes resolute, as if the pain were nothing more than a passing breeze. Chang hesitated, then withdrew the sword half an inch, his tone easing. If 80 won't work, how much will you give? You're only a mortal city lord. We didn't come here to make things difficult. Yu Manjiang sneered. 30%. That's Qing City's limit. 30. Disciples from all 4 sects erupted at once. One slammed the table and shouted 30? That leaves each sect with less than 10. Do you think we're that easy to push around? Maybe Qing City needs a new lord. Hold it. Chang lifted a hand, silencing the uproar. Outwardly, he was the most hot-headed, yet he knew the stakes. Qing City housed over 10 million people, hundreds of thousands of them professionals. Killing Yumanjiang here could spark a revolt, and the 4 sects might not escape unscathed. Reinforcements from other cities would only worsen things. And Jiang City rumor linked it to the sanctuary was a distant, yet dangerous wildcard. He drew a long breath. City Lord Yu, you're clever. You know the consequence of disappointing us. We don't absolutely need 80, but 30 is too low. How about 70? Agree, and we remain friends. 30. Yumanjiang raised his head, crisp and direct. Cheng's brows tightened. 65. This isn't a street market. I don't have time to haggle. 30. Yumanjiang closed his eyes, letting droplets of blood fall. His stance was clear. Kill if you must. Chang growled, almost grinding his teeth. 60. My patience is running thin. Don't push me. Yumanjiang acted as though he hadn't heard a word. Ha ha. Chang laughed in fury. Arrogant fool. You think your scholar's pride means anything? Fine, ill oblige. He never finished. A black shadow streaked through the air, wind howling behind it. An instant later Chang's body slammed into the wall, spread-eagled. Blood seeped from every orifice as he was pinned to the stone. What held him? There wasn't a weapon at all, just 5 ordinary pebbles. Pebbles. The moment they saw what had happened, every pupil shrank to a pinprick. Beneath their polite veneer, the 4 sects understood one another all too well. Sect Master Chang had been chosen to represent them precisely because he was acknowledged as the strongest of the 4 leaders. Strength ruled, and his voice should have carried absolute authority. Yet the man who stood at the very pinnacle of the 4 sects had just been wiped out in a single move. 5 ordinary stones. The hiss of those stones still hung in the air, and the metallic scent of blood was already spreading. It felt as though a sledgehammer had struck every heart in the hall. What kind of monster could kill a third-class sect master with 5 pebbles? If Sect Master Chang could not withstand one blow, the rest of them were nothing but ants. No one dared think further. As one, they spun toward the main doors, fell to their knees with a synchronized thud, and cried, "We do not know which senior expert has arrived. Forgive us for failing to greet you properly." At the same moment, Yumanjiang also looked outside. Unlike the terrified disciples, his eyes held mostly curiosity and doubt. Who had saved him? And who could kill Sect Master Chang in an instant? A cold snort rumbled across the sky and crashed into the hall like thunder. A few low-rank sects dare threaten a city lord? Your courage borders on lunacy. Yumanjiang felt only the pressure of that voice, but the sect disciples felt knives cleaving through their minds. Organs twisted, heads throbbed, and sweat drenched their robes as they flattened themselves against the floor. In the corners of their vision, 3 pairs of boots appeared 6 feet, 3 people. No one dared lift his head, terrified that a single disrespectful glance would bring instant death. Then, to their amazement, Yumanjiang's trembling shout rang out behind them. Senior General Zhao Yun. It's you. ID know you anywhere. Thump, thump, thump. Yumanjiang hurried forward, so excited his breathing fell out of rhythm. I thought you were stationed in Jiangqing. How did you? Zhao Yun did not explain immediately. Smiling, he extended his right hand. Yumanjiang of Qingqing City Lord Yu, correct? Yes, that's me. Yumanjiang reined in his excitement, stepped back half a pace to straighten his robe, and then clasped the offered hand. I am Yumanjiang, City Lord of Qingqing. Their palms met briefly, and Zhao Yun nodded. Commander-in-Chief, Huang has already informed me about Qingqing. I'm here to help you settle the problem. The moment the words landed, Yumanjiang's nose stung, and his eyes turned red. A moment ago he hadn't even blinked with a sword pressed to his throat, yet now he felt tears welling up. Yumanjiang stood on the battered walls of Azure City, his nails digging into his palms until they bled. As the city lord, he had failed to break the siege. After sending a plea for help to the capital, he had already resolved to die with the city. He never imagined Zhao Yun would truly come racing from River City hundreds of miles away, just to take this disaster upon himself. A rush of gratitude flooded Ye's chest, but it was drowned out by crushing guilt. It is my incompetence, he cried. I am unworthy of this office and have betrayed both country and people. I beg you, General, punish me. His knees buckled, and he dropped to the ground. Easy there. Zhao Yun caught him with arms as solid as a mountain. City Lord Yu, you've done nothing wrong. You faced the 4 sects without bowing your head and fulfilled your duty. They bully you because they have the strength to do none of this is your fault. I brought 2 friends today to see that you, and Azure City, receive justice. Yumanjiang looked up and finally saw the 2 figures standing just behind Zhao Yun, Jian Jinghong and Li Jingji. The cultivators of the 4 sects had also been drawn by the exchange. At first none of them dared look directly, but the phrase "only a general of Huagua" gave them a sliver of courage. They knew Zhao Yun's name and its tenuous link to the beast-taming palace. But so what? The palace was a holy land. While Zhao Yun was no at best, he enjoyed a bit of nepotism. The instant strike that felled Sect Master Chong was surely some one-use treasure borrowed from the palace. Banking on that comforting thought, they forced themselves to look. Terror colder than ice stabbed straight through their bones. S. Sword Villa Master. P. Palace Master Li. Jian Jinghong and Li Jingshith Masters of two holy lands were standing less than 3 meters away. Ordinarily, even a sect master would find it almost impossible to gain an audience, and if they did it would be from a distant platform, able to bow only from afar. Now these two towering peaks stood within reach, and the onlookers felt as if they had been pushed into an abyss where every breath froze. Neither Jian Jinghong nor Li Jingji spared them a glance. Li Jingji offered Yu Manjiang a gentle smile and a cupped fist salute. Li Jingji, Palace Master of the Beast Taming Palace. Jian Jinghong grinned broadly. Jian Jinghong, Master of Divine Sword Villa. Hearing Zhao Yun call him friend left him both flattered and exhilarated. After introducing himself, he shot Li Jingji a mischievous look and lowered his voice just enough for her to hear. Did you catch that, Jiji? The senior called me his friend. With a thunderous roar, daylight seemed to vanish all at once. When people looked up, there was not a single cloud, only a Bisui Honghuang beast, its bulk as vast as a mountain, straddling the sky. Its forehooves hung in midair, yet pressed down as if on solid ground, blotting out most of the sun. The echo of its roar had not died away before it wheeled around. Hooves flashed, and it charged toward the northwest. Though it ran on empty air, the surrounding space quivered with every stride. Heartbeats later it crashed into a lake, and an ear-splitting boom erupted. Water, shattered tiles, severed limbs, and mangled bodies spiraled upward. Blood and spray mingled in a ghastly whirlwind. Inside the reception hall of the city lord's residence, Yunro could not see the slaughter outside, yet she sensed the chaos in the flow of qi and her heart sank. In the next instant the jade token at her chest burst apart without a sound. Shards of jade fell to the floor. She stared at the fragments, lips trembling. Linger, no, that can't be. Reason wrestled with panic. Linger had remained within the sect and had never set foot outside, protected by 10 inner sect disciples. Any enemy would first have to breach the 700-year-old Grand Array, a fortress of ruins. With the sect situated in the middle of a vast lake, outsiders could at best wield 60 or 70% of their strength. Yunro had left only a short while ago, and Linger had been perfectly safe. Even if a peerless expert attacked, Linger could still use the jade token to call for help. It had to be a lie, yes, it had to be a lie. Dazed, Yunro turned to Li Jingji and forced a smile. Linger, me daughter is still alive, right? She isn't dead, is she? Li Jingji said nothing. She lifted a finger and tapped lightly. Yun Rao's body shuddered. The light in her eyes faded, and she collapsed, eyes closed. Yunhuan's sect had once threatened Qing City by force and nearly ruined the Holy Land's grand design. Their crimes were unforgivable. Yet faced with a mother who had just lost her child, Li Jingji still granted Yunro an intact corpse. Jiji, you're still far too soft. Jian Jinghong shook his head, watching coldly. As a master swordsman, his approach differed greatly from Li Jingzi's. His gaze shifted to the disciples of the remaining two sects, the urge to kill still swirling about him. Yu Manjiang hurriedly patted Zhao Yun's shoulder and whispered, Grand General, perhaps we should let them go? Oh, Zhao Yun raised an interested brow. They almost killed you, and you're willing to forgive them already? I wouldn't call it forgiveness. Yu Manjiang shook his head, voice steady. As Lord of Qing City, my life weighs little against the welfare of the whole city. If we can seize this chance to let Qing City prosper, what do my personal grudges matter? Interest sparkled brighter in Zhao Yun's eyes. So, Lord Yu, you already have a plan? Only the outline of one. Let's hear it. I intend to harness the resources of these two sects to develop Qing City. Yu Manjiang pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose, his gaze sweeping over the remaining disciples as a gleam flashed in his eyes. I used to be short-sighted, seeing the 4 nearby sects merely as training grounds for rare classes or as potential threats. From another perspective, they could be invaluable allies. If we can tap into their foundations, Qing City's conquest of Demon City will be within reach. Besides, their sects occupy lands blessed with spiritual energy, and they command skills and resources we sorely need. If all of that could be harnessed for Qingcheng, then Yu Manjiang grew increasingly excited, his brows twitching at the future he imagined and his voice rising several pitches. He talked nonstop for a full quarter hour before realizing his lapse. Clasping his fists, he fell silent with an awkward smile. My apologies. I seem to have gotten carried away. Not at all. Zhao Yun waved a hand with a smile. You spoke well, and I agree with every word. Buoyed by the approval, Yu Manjiang promptly shifted the topic to the 2 remaining sections. Jian Jinghong and Li Jingji also fixed their eyes on Zhao Yun. Truth be told, as fellow members of the cultivation world, none of them wished to exterminate an entire sect unless Zhao Yun deemed it necessary. Hearing a possible change in fortune, the cultivators from the 2 sects kowtowed in unison, their foreheads thudding against the bluestone floor. Please, show mercy and spare us this once. We know we were wrong and will never dare offend again. The warmth in Zhao Yun's eyes vanished the moment he looked at them. Had this been Jiangcheng instead of Qingcheng, he would not have hesitated. All 4 sects would have been wiped out, for some threats inevitably resurface if allowed to linger. Yet he had to weigh the moment. Qingcheng needed strength, time, and allies. Demon City remained unconquered, and everything depended on deep reserves of power. By any measure, the 2 remaining sects were ready-made boosters. Half to himself and half in reply to Yumanjiang. He muttered, "You may want to spare them, but they might not be grateful. The moment we turn our backs, they could strike again." His words had barely faded when the 2 sect masters scrambled to speak, knocking their heads on the ground repeatedly. "Never. Spare us this once, and we will be grateful beyond measure. We would never dare seek revenge. City Lord Yu, please intercede for us. From this day on we will follow wherever you lead, through fire and flood. Tell us to march east, and we will never go west." About an hour later, Zhao Yun entered the beast-taming palace shoulder to shoulder with Li Jingji and Jian Jinghong. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows, Qingcheng glowed with countless lights and remained lively. Zhao Yun rested a hand on the railing and looked down over the city. Li Jingji stepped to his side and said quietly, "Rest easy, brother Zhao. I have placed restrictions on the core members of those 2 sections. As long as they keep their wits, they will not dare betray us again. If you have handled it, I can rest easy," Zhao Yun replied with a nod. His robe fluttered slightly as he turned and walked into the garden. Li Jingji and Jian Jinghong exchanged glances, both clearly relieved. The commotion stirred up by Qingcheng's 4 sects had nearly derailed everything, but in the end it was resolved. In the days that followed, with Li Jingji and Jian Jinghong at his side, Zhao Yun traveled from city to city. Wherever sects posed a potential threat, he cracked down and reorganized them one by one. Compared with Qingcheng's 4 sects, the others were merely scheming, not openly treacherous. A light punishment was enough to keep them in line. Even so, the minor chastisements served as a lasting reminder. 2 holy masters? Yumanjiang was stunned and hurriedly cupped his fists in salute. In all of Huagua, even commoners could name the lords of the sacred lands. So how could the lord of Qingcheng not recognize them? Never had he imagined that 2 such exalted figures would appear together at the gate of his own residence. The shock left him lightheaded. Li Jingzi's presence he could barely comprehend. Beast-taming palace was known to be close to Zhao Yun. But Jian Jinghong? Sword Manor had always kept to itself. When had he ever been friendly with Zhao Yun? The simultaneous arrival of both holy masters was utterly baffling. "Lord Yu, there's no need for ceremony," Li Jingji said, her voice gentle yet authoritative. "I'm here with Brother Zhou to settle the problems these sects have caused. We failed to oversee them properly, which emboldened a few to act rashly. For that, I owe you an apology." "Please, I don't deserve it," Yumanjiang replied, waving his hands. He now realized their courtesy was shown entirely for Zhao Yun's sake. When second and third-rate sects already strutted through Qingcheng, how could someone of his rank normally converse with holy masters as equals? The thought made him respect the already mysterious general even more. Zhao Yun chuckled. "Lord Yu, won't you at least offer me a cup of tea?" "Of course. Please, General, take the seat of honor." Yumanjiang hurried forward. He was about to invite Jian Jinghong and Li Jingji in as well when Zhao Yun raised a hand. "Their sect matters," he said. "Cleaning this up is their business, not mine. They'll leave it to the 2 holy masters." Jian Jinghong and Li Jingji both nodded. Their eyes shifted to the 4 sect delegations, now ashen-faced, and anger flared. They knew exactly how the trouble had started. Earlier, as Beast-taming Palace neared Qingcheng, Li Jingji sensed numerous sect disciples patrolling above the city. To learn why, she used the Skypering art, and a clear image appeared, for sects threatening Yumanjiang, using secret realm shares to force his submission. Jian Jinghong had exploded with rage. With a casual flick of his toe, he sent a pebble whistling through the air. It pierced Sect Master Chang's brow and killed him instantly. Li Jingji hadn't moved, but her fury was no less fierce. How dared these minor sects bully a city lord like this? Even they, lords of sacred lands, had to negotiate with Zhao Yun for a mere 1/20th share of the secret realm. Yet these 4 sects demanded 90% and still claimed 30% was too little. They were talking as if they were gods. Both holy masters understood that if they handled this poorly and gave Zhao Yun the slightest reason for displeasure, every promise he had made could evaporate. They needed an answer that satisfied Zhao Yun and set an example for all the sects. With that thought, Li Jingji suddenly snapped, "Enough." Her voice sliced through the air like a blade. Inwardly, she cursed everything had been going smoothly until these sects barged in and ruined it. Compared to Li Jingji, Jian Jinghong was even more straightforward. He spread his fingers like claws, clenched the air, and one of the 3 sect masters in front of him was lifted off the ground, as though an invisible giant hand had closed around his throat. "Tell me, who are you?" Rage boiled around him, his aura crashing like mountains and seas. His crimson hair danced without wind, and his blazing eyes seemed ready to spit fire. The captured sect master convulsed, a sudden wet stain spreading in his crotch as the acrid stench of urine filled the air. I am the Fire Spirit Sect's sect master, SS Xiao Jingguang. Jian Jinghong raised an eyebrow. That's a long name. Are you toying with me? Before the last word left his lips, Xiao Jingguang burst apart into countless fragments that clattered to the ground. Every slice was clean and smooth, as if made by an impossibly sharp blade. One piece still held most of his eyeball, which continued to roll slowly, radiating boundless terror. The members of the Fire Spirit, Cloud Coil, and the other two sects had already been frightened. Now their souls nearly fled their bodies. They thought themselves accustomed to death, but this man's power and methods were beyond comprehension, terrifying in the extreme. Jian Jinghong lifted his gaze again and locked onto another elder of the Fire Spirit sect. Where is the Fire Spirit sect located? The man's teeth chattered as he stammered. Over there. He pointed toward a distant mountain range. Jian Jinghong narrowed his eyes, flicked his sword hand, and drew a slanted line through the air. A deep hum rolled out. A thunderous boom echoed across the distant sky, and the earth beneath their feet quivered. Before anyone understood what had happened, cries rose from disciples outside Qingqing. What was that sound? Over there. The peak collapsed. How could a sound mountain just fall apart? Fat Hat's Fire Spirit Peak, where the Fire Spirit sect is. No, that's my sect. The screams were heartrending. Hearing their home destroyed, the kneeling Fire Spirit disciples' eyes went red as they lunged at Jian Jinghong. You wiped out our legacy. They'll die with you. You ruined our secta. The moment they leaped, an unseen force sliced them into tiny pieces. None finished a single threat. Yu Manjiang trembled and whispered to Zhao Yun, General, should we? Zhao Yun raised a hand for silence. This is sect business. We need only watch. Yu Manjiang swallowed hard, forcing the plea he had meant to voice back down. The four sects had once bullied Qingqing. He had no standing to speak for them. Still, he thought, having the Lord of a Holy Land act, obliterating a sect in one strike, Qingqing now owes a debt far too big to repay. After finishing off the Fire Spirit sect, Jian Jinghong turned toward his next target when a series of thuds sounded. A young, beautiful woman had thrown herself to the ground, her forehead nearly bleeding as she wept inconsolably. Spare us, holy masters. Cloud Coil's sect knows its mistake. We will never dare again. Please grant us a way to live. She pleaded in a trembling, gentle voice that tugged at the heartstrings. Li Jingji seemed moved and spoke a little more softly. Who are you? I am Yun Ro, sect master of Cloud Coil. Cloud Coil's sect. Yun Ro. Yes, I remember, Li Jingji said thoughtfully, nodding. Seeing a chance, Yun Ro hurried to speak again, but Li Jingji's face suddenly turned icy and she barked. Hong Huang. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.